I steadfastly uphold the belief in martial arts, traversing the concrete jungle of the metropolis. What kind of brilliance can ancient martial techniques unleash? My name is Wang Mo, hailing from a once illustrious lineage of martial artists. Having practiced Xingyi Quan since childhood, I may appear to be an ordinary passerby, yet I carry the weight of ancient martial hopes upon my shoulders. My ancestors were once bodyguards. My great-grandfather was a disciple of the Xingyi Quan master Shui Dian, passing down the art through generations. He imparted the fighting style to my grandfather, who, unfortunately, did not pass it on to my father, yet it found its way to me. Alas, in the 21st century, as we entered a society governed by law, the martial arts seem to have no place. Devoting all my energy to training, I ultimately failed to gain admission to university. In today's world, lacking a diploma renders securing a good job a mere fantasy. Indeed, I find myself unemployed once again today. Who needs a job on the assembly line? I certainly don't. I muttered under my breath, shouldering my black travel bag as I exited the factory gates. A fire 5 years ago claimed all my family, leaving me homeless. After enduring the initial sorrow, I gradually adapted to a solitary existence. One person eats well, and the family need not starve. Where shall I spend the night? I pondered, feeling the meager 300 yuan left in my pocket. Ultimately, I decided to make do in the park for a few days until I could find a job that provided food and shelter. In July, the height of summer, the park at night bustled with couples, oblivious to my presence as they engaged in their affectionate displays. I could not help but sneer, muttering, what a decline in societal morals. Venturing deeper into a small grove within the park, I tossed my black travel bag onto a bench and reclined. The moonlight filtered through the branches, casting a serene glow upon me as I drifted into slumber, untroubled by thoughts of employment. Where there's a will, there's a way. Since my family's demise, I have lived without attachment, free from burdens. In the midst of my deep slumber, I was jolted awake by a piercing scream nearby. Instantly alert, I opened my eyes to see 3 young men encircling a man and a woman about 20 meters away, each brandishing a knife that glinted ominously in the moonlight. I'll give you all my money, please let us go, I heard the man plead. Is that all you have? You can leave, but this girl, she's ours tonight, one of the assailants sneered. Don't hurt Xiaofei. Get lost. Bang. Ouch. If you don't leave, they'll stab you. Huang Wei, don't go. Help me. The woman cried as her boyfriend abandoned her, fleeing in terror. I glanced at the cowardly figure of the man who had left his girlfriend behind, disdain flickering in my eyes. Scum, I muttered softly, then turned my gaze towards the 3 young men and the remaining woman. Her desperate cries for help were abruptly silenced as something was shoved into her mouth, and the 3 assailants pinned her to the ground. Muffled sounds escaped her lips as she struggled, yet I found myself unwilling to intervene. I closed my eyes, attempting to return to sleep, but the commotion was too disruptive. Finally, I sat up on the bench and called out, if you're going to engage in such despicable acts, take it far away from me. Damn it, you're disturbing my sleep. Yeah, someone's there. The 3 young men paused, alertly scanning their surroundings, and soon spotted me reclining on the bench. Damn it, you filthy bum. Get lost. Their words stung, prompting me to rise abruptly and approach them. As I advanced, 2 of the young men stood upright, while the 3rd kept the struggling woman pinned down. Upon reaching them, I glanced at the woman on the ground. Her skin was pale, tears streaked her face, and her shorts were pulled down to her knees. She looked at me with pleading eyes, yet I remained unresponsive. In today's society, trust is a rare commodity. Even helping an elderly woman who has fallen can lead to accusations. I had once played the role of a hero, only to find myself nearly implicated as an accomplice in a crime when the woman I saved failed to vouch for my character. Since that unfortunate incident, I have refrained from meddling in others' affairs, knowing it only invites trouble and often goes unappreciated. Thus, I ignored the woman's beseeching gaze and addressed the 3 knife-wielding youths. If you wish to engage in such vile acts, keep your distance from me. If you disturb my sleep again, it'll break your legs, and you'll be left with nothing but the ability to watch. Who do you think you are? You dare interfere with our business? I'll make you bleed first. One of the young men roared, lunging at me with his dagger. As the blade flashed toward me, I narrowed my eyes, a surge of anger rising within me. These 3 scrawny thugs think they're invincible just because they wield knives. How utterly foolish. In a swift motion, I sidestepped, my right hand forming a claw as I seized his wrist. With a powerful yank, I destabilized him, driving my knee sharply into his abdomen. Thud! Ouch! Having practiced Xingyi Quan from a young age, The force of my strike, though not my full strength, was considerable for an ordinary person. The young man doubled over, a pained cry escaping his lips as he crumpled to the ground, incapacitated. The other two stood in shock, and before they could react, I darted towards them, delivering a kick that sent one sprawling while an elbow strike knocked the other to the ground. In less than 3 seconds, all three lay defeated before me. Casting a glance at the groaning youths, I muttered in frustration, "Damn it, I can't even get a decent sleep." With that, I turned and walked away without a backward glance. Experience has taught me that the sooner I leave, the better. Should the police arrive, I would be embroiled in questioning and paperwork, a considerable hassle. I hurried toward the entrance of Daling Mountain Park, and just as I was about to exit, I heard hurried footsteps behind me, accompanied by a woman's voice. "Wait for me." I paused and turned to see the beautiful woman who had been pinned down by the three assailants, now dressed in a skirt, sprinting towards me. "Thank you. You needn't thank me had they not disturbed my sleep. I wouldn't have intervened," I replied, my expression devoid of emotion as I turned to leave. "Hood, hood, hood." The woman hurried after me. "Why are you following me?" I asked, my brow furrowing. "I'm scared. Could you escort me home?" I initially intended to decline, but upon seeing her designer attire beneath the streetlights, I swallowed my words. "After all, I could use the money I can escort you back, but you need to pay me a fee of 500 yuan, I said to her. The term escort fee was something I had just concocted. "That's fine, but I don't have any money on me right now. I promise to give it to you once I get home," the woman replied, visibly frightened, and quickly agreed to my terms. Seeing her so readily acquiesce, I thought to myself, perhaps I should have asked for more, but then again, who told me to be kind? The beautiful woman's residence was located near the Jiahe community beside Daling Mountain Park, less than 300 meters away. In less than 10 minutes, I had escorted her to the building's entrance. "Wait for me here, I'll go upstairs to get the money," she said. "No, what if you don't come back? I'll accompany you to the door." "Don't worry, I won't go inside," I insisted. "All right then." She finally nodded and led me into the elevator. Her apartment occupied the entire 12th floor. As she opened the door, I was struck by the lavish decorations within and couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. If only I'd asked for a bit more. This woman is undoubtedly a wealthy beauty. About a minute later, the door reopened and the beautiful woman handed me 500 yuan. That's settled. I took the money and turned to leave. Though I was not a good person, I certainly wasn't a bad one either. Thus, despite the opulence of her home, which appeared to be solely inhabited by her, I harbored no ulterior motives and departed without hesitation after receiving my due compensation. Unexpectedly earning 500 yuan, I treated myself to a late-night snack and later spent 120 yuan on a room at the Shifeng Hotel, enjoying a restful night's sleep. The following day, I sought employment at the Jihong Talent Market and secured a security guard position with a monthly salary of 2,800 yuan, including meals and accommodation. The company, Wanji Group, was a large corporation located in the Eastern District. To my dismay, there was a week's worth of training before starting work. I thought, what a waste of time, I'm not here to apply for a sales position. Alongside me, over 40 other security guards were hired, yet only one would remain at the headquarters after training, while the others would be assigned to various branch offices or factories. Bored, I attended the training sessions, my gaze wandering around the room. The training room was on the second floor of the corporate building, where a security captain explained how to extinguish fires and evacuate employees in case of an emergency. I felt a wave of disdain wash over me. If there's a fire, they'll be the first to flee for 2,800 yuan and not about to sacrifice myself for the company. Disinterested in the captain's lecture, I glanced out the window and noticed a red BMW parked at the entrance of the building. I hope it's a stunning beauty, I thought, fixating on the car. However, when I saw the woman who stepped out, my expression froze in disbelief. No way. What a coincidence. The woman who emerged from the BMW was none other than the beautiful stranger I had inadvertently rescued the day before at Daling Mountain Park. The week of tedious training passed in a blur, and my performance was poor. I knew I wouldn't be retained at headquarters. In truth, working there held little significance for me. As for the lovely woman I had saved, it turned out she was the sales director of Wanji Group, earning a 7-figure salary annually. On the final day of training, after finishing breakfast in the cafeteria, I sauntered towards the headquarters building. Just as I arrived at the entrance, I heard the screeching of brakes behind me. Turning around, I spotted the red BMW. Park the car properly. In an instant, the car keys were tossed at me, and as I caught them, I looked up to see the beautiful woman in a navy professional suit and nude stockings. "Ah, it's you," she exclaimed, recognition dawning on her face. "Hello, Director Ouyang." I responded with a nonchalant demeanor. Her name was Ouyang Feier, and throughout the week of training, she had been the most frequently mentioned person among my fellow security guards. The most beautiful woman at Wanji Group, Ouyang Feier was the dream of every employee. A week ago, when I first encountered her, she had been disheveled and panicked, but now she radiated an astonishing beauty. With cascading waves of long hair, an oval face, large expressive eyes, and a hint of makeup, she wore a pristine navy suit, complemented by delicate nude stockings and black high heels. Her beauty was impeccable, her attire immaculate, but what struck me most was her demeanor aloof and unapproachable, a stark contrast to the woman I had met just a week prior. "Are you working as a security guard here?" she asked, momentarily taken aback. "I came for training at headquarters and likely won't stay," I replied. "Where should I park the car?" "Since you're here for training, I'll handle it myself." Ouyang Feier smiled and said, "All right." I returned the keys to her and turned to ascend to the second floor. The scene had caught the attention of my fellow trainees, who quickly surrounded me once we reached the training room. "Wang Mo, are you serious about Ouyang Feier?" "Yeah," I nodded, feigning arrogance. "How do you know her? Tell us the story. Come on, Mo, share with us." Unintentionally, I had become Mo Go in their eyes. Bored, I began to spin a tale, fabricating a story about how Ouyang Feier and I had been childhood friends. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the security captain came into the training room with a list. "Everyone, quiet down, I will announce your assignments. Gusher, Wei Ji, you two will go to the Tianyuan machinery factory in the suburbs. What bad luck. When Letian, Miao Peng, Wei Hao, you three will go too." As names were called, some were assigned to favorable branches while others were sent to less desirable locations. When my name was finally mentioned, my expression shifted in surprise. "Wang Mo, you will remain at headquarters," the security captain Su Bing announced reluctantly. "Mo Gu, you really do have a connection with Ouyang Feier. After a week of training, you managed to stay at headquarters, truly enviable." When Letian exclaimed loudly. In truth, I was equally astonished by the outcome. I had expected to be dismissed, yet here I was, assigned to the headquarters. Though the salary for security guards at headquarters was the same as at other branches, the quarterly bonuses were unmatched. The next day, I encountered Ouyang Feier once more at the entrance of the corporate building. "Did you have a hand in keeping me here?" I asked directly. "The bonuses are higher at headquarters." Ouyang Feier nodded, confirming my suspicion. "Thank you, consider it a favor owed. If you ever need assistance, don't hesitate to ask. I dislike owing anyone." "Actually, I do have something in mind," Ouyang Feier replied, surprising me. "Come to my office in half an hour." I was momentarily taken aback, but then nodded in agreement. "Okay." Noticing me conversing with Ouyang Feier, the security captain Su Bing hurried over, saying, "Director Ouyang, this guard is new. Please let me handle anything you need." Hearing Su Bing's words, I couldn't help but scoff, rolling my eyes at him. Before leaving, Ouyang Feier once again reminded me, "Don't forget." Then she turned and entered the elevator, never casting a glance at Su Bing. After Ouyang Feier departed, a hint of embarrassment crept onto Su Bing's face. "Wang Mo, what did Director Ouyang want from you?" Su Bing inquired. "Personal matters," I replied dismissively, indifferent to any potential trouble he could cause me. I had little regard for this security job. If I were unhappy, I could simply seek employment elsewhere, for security work was hardly prestigious. Moreover, if he provoked me too much, I would not hesitate to send him to the hospital for a couple of days. "Oomph," Su Bing scoffed and walked away. Half an hour later, I arrived at the 17th floor of the company headquarters. After exchanging pleasantries with the secretary, I made my way to the sales director's office, knocking gently on the door. Ouyang Feier's voice immediately rang out from within. "Come in." I pushed the door open and stepped inside. Ouyang Feier sat in the boss chair, her gaze fixed on me for a prolonged moment before she instructed, "Close the door." Taken aback, I complied and shut the office door, then approached her desk, surveying Ouyang Feier as I asked, "What did you call me here for, Director Ouyang?" "Have a seat." I was somewhat bewildered. Once I settled down, Ouyang Feier straightened herself and asked nonchalantly, "How old are you this year? Is this a census?" "Not exactly. If you mind, we can skip it." 25. After a brief pause, I decided to answer truthfully about my age. "Do you have a girlfriend?" "No." I shook my head, my eyes filled with confusion, unable to fathom what Ouyang Feier was driving at. "Then could you possibly—" Ouyang Feier appeared hesitant, trailing off. "Director Ouyang, if you have something to say, please do so. Your ambiguity is quite unsettling." I furrowed my brows. "Could you be my boyfriend for a day?" Ouyang Feier's face flushed as she spoke rapidly. I never anticipated such a request from Ouyang Feier. but I found myself intrigued. Seeing my stunned silence, Ouyang Feier assumed I was reluctant and quickly added, I can offer you a payment of 3,000 yuan. Is that sufficient? Deal. My face remained impassive, but internally I was elated. To be the boyfriend of such a stunning beauty and earn 3,000 yuan for it? This is a stroke of luck, indeed, only a fool would refuse. On Thursday evening, as the workday concluded, Ouyang Feier summoned me to her car and took me to purchase an exquisite suit, shirt, and leather shoes. The total expenditure was nearly 20,000 yuan. Although I was short on cash, I had never relied on others, so when she offered me the suit, I refrained from accepting it and asked, Director Ouyang, what is the meaning of this? Tomorrow night, I need you to pretend to be my boyfriend. Understood. I nodded. My parents have been pressuring me to find a boyfriend. They have arranged 2 blind dates this weekend. To placate them, I told them I already have a boyfriend. On Friday night, I want you to join me for dinner at my parents' house, and I would prefer you to dress formally. Ouyang Feier explained. All right, I reluctantly agreed. And tomorrow night, you mustn't call me Director Ouyang. What should I call you then? I feigned ignorance. Feier. Very well, Feier. I complied, adopting a rather cheeky demeanor. Ouyang Feier furrowed her brows, but chose not to comment further. The following day was Friday. After work, Ouyang Feier waited for me in front of the dormitory in her car. I donned the luxurious suit and admired my reflection in the mirror. The young man in the mirror stood at 182 centimeters, with a straight posture and a sharp, chiseled face, exuding an air of ruggedness, although my eyes bore a hint of mischief. I never imagined I could look so dashing in a suit. I thought to myself, feeling quite vain as I tossed my hair. Under the envious gazes of my fellow security guards, I descended and hopped into Ouyang Feier's BMW. Virum. The car rolled out of Wanjia Group. As Ouyang Feier drove, she handed me a folder and said, This contains my profile and family background. Remember, we have been dating for over half a year, so you must memorize this information. I skimmed through the 3 pages, frowning as I remarked, Memorizing all this will surely kill off a few brain cells. Her expression shifted, looking somewhat incredulous and slightly annoyed. I later learned that many suitors in the company had struggled to obtain her information, and here I was, appearing uninterested. Add an extra 1,000 yuan. You must memorize it immediately and ensure that nothing slips. Ouyang Feier gritted her teeth in frustration. Absolutely. Upon hearing the additional incentive, I readily agreed. I wasn't foolish if I was willing to remember. 3 pages were merely a trifle. After a brief glance, I couldn't help but steal a glance at Ouyang Feier's figure. Noticing my gaze, Ouyang Feier furrowed her brows and admonished, Be a bit more discreet. All right. I stared unabashedly at her, secretly thinking, You asked for me to be discreet, don't blame me. What are you looking at? Ouyang Feier's tone turned icy as she questioned. The profile states you're a 36C. I'm just surprised it doesn't seem that large, I replied with a cheeky grin. Ouyang Feier had never encountered someone who dared to speak to her like that, and she was furious, wishing she could toss me out of the car. Meeting her seething glare, I said, Don't be upset, I'm merely adapting to the role of your boyfriend. If we are to maintain this pretense in front of your parents, I must familiarize myself with your attributes to avoid any slip-ups. I'm only fulfilling my duties. Ouyang Feier had no retort, her frustration simmering as she continued to drive. Eventually, she muttered, Could you not be a bit more of a gentleman? Do you think pretending to be a gentleman would prevent me from slipping up? I countered, tilting my head. This Ouyang Feier's chest rose and fell with a sigh, and she ultimately relented, saying, Fine, if you want to look, then look. Just hope you don't embarrass yourself. I'm not trying to take advantage of you if that were my intention. Do you really think you would escape my grasp that night? I replied with a mischievous grin. Ouyang Feier's cheeks flushed, and she fell silent, focusing intently on driving, no longer engaging with me. Chapter 3. Assistants Ouyang Feier, as parents reside in the South District, an older part of the city characterized by its narrow streets. Upon entering the South District, the BMW's speed abruptly diminished. As I quickly perused the information in my hands, I discovered that Ouyang Feier was a graduate of a prestigious university in the country, having completed both her bachelor's and master's degrees in a continuous program. This did not surprise me in the least. Rather, I was taken aback to learn that her father was a retired military leader and that she had a younger sister, Ouyang Wan, who was 2 years her junior and a member of the city's special police force. Are you the child of an influential family? I set aside the documents, gazing at the driver, Ouyang Feier, in astonishment. Noticing the surprise in my eyes, Ouyang Feier gathered her long hair and replied, What? Do I not look like someone from an influential family? Indeed, you do. It is no wonder you became the sales director of Wanjia Group at such a young age. It seems you leverage connections, I remarked with a smirk. Just as my words lingered in the air, a sudden screech of brakes filled my ears as Ouyang Feier abruptly halted the vehicle, her eyes blazing with fury directed at me. Did I say something wrong? I feigned innocence, gazing back at her. My position as sales director at Wanjia Group is solely due to my abilities. It has nothing to do with my father. Ouyang Feier replied, visibly agitated. Seeing her distress over the suggestion of nepotism, I raised my hands in a gesture of surrender. If you didn't use any connections, then it's settled. Why are you so upset? Oomph. She scoffed, restarting the car and ignoring me. Your sister Ouyang went as a police officer, then? I inquired, but she remained silent. Your father was in the military? What position did he hold upon transitioning to civilian life? Still, she did not respond. Since Ouyang Feier was unwilling to engage, I continued speaking to myself. With a military background, it would be easy for them to discern my FAAD. And with your sister being a police officer, she could easily have me detained if she suspects anything. I might have to forego my payment. Please pull over. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Feier finally reacted. How can you say such a thing? We had an agreement, and as a man, you cannot backtrack. You never mentioned your family background was complicated, especially with your sister being a police officer. You didn't ask, I shot back as she rolled her eyes at me, exuding an air of charm. This was the first time I found myself at a loss for words in her presence. Observing my flustered state, a subtle smile crept onto Ouyang Feier's face. Since we are in this together, I'll just say that if your father uncovers the truth, I will claim you hired me. Honestly, I was genuinely surprised upon learning about Ouyang Feier's family background. Facing a veteran of the Vietnam War would make most people uneasy, yet my upbringing instilled in me a deep sense of integrity. Coming from a family of martial artists, albeit one that has fallen from grace, I was taught that a man's word is his bond, a promise worth its weight in gold. Thus, having pledged my assistance to Ouyang Feier, I would not flinch at any challenge ahead. My earlier words of retreat were merely intended to tease her. The BMW rolled into the older part of South City, a neighborhood filled with quaint, vintage buildings. After parking, Ouyang Feier retrieved 2 bottles of Mao Dai, 4 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes, and a few boxes of supplement from the trunk, instructing me to carry them. Do not give us away, she urged. Rest assured, I replied, adopting a serious demeanor as we approached the house. Straightening my posture, I exuded a newfound gravitas that drew Ouyang Feier's attention, causing her to stare at me for several moments. What? Am I not handsome? Do not fall for me too easily, I quipped, and she shot me a disapproving glance. Let us go, she commanded, and as I leaned closer while carrying the items, she suddenly turned to glare at me. What are you doing? I am your boyfriend. Should we not be a bit closer? I retorted. If your parents notice anything amiss, do not blame me. All right, but do not stand too close, Ouyang Feier conceded, albeit reluctantly. I nodded, though inwardly I found it amusing. You and your scoundrel of an ex-boyfriend went to Daling Mountain Park late at night. Do not pretend to be innocent in front of me. Later, I learned I had misjudged Ouyang Feier. Huang Wei was merely a client of hers. She had intended to enlist his help to deceive her parents, unaware of the incident at Daling Mountain Park. Until now, Ouyang Feier had never been involved with any man, let alone had one touch her. By the way, refrain from speaking too much with my sister. Ouyang Feier suddenly halted and warned me seriously. Why not? As the saying goes, a sister-in-law's secrets are shared with her brother-in-law, I teased. Do not joke about my sister, she insisted, her expression grave. Understood. My sister interacts with criminals daily and is quite perceptive. If she detects any hint of our ruse, she could unravel our plans. What if she insists on talking to me? Just avoid the topic, I replied, nodding in agreement. The building was old and lacked an elevator. Ouyang Feier's family resided on the 5th floor, and we ascended the stairs together. Upon reaching the door, Ouyang Feier scrutinized me once more, and once satisfied, she knocked. The door swung open swiftly, revealing a charming woman in her 50s. Feier, you're back. Come in, she exclaimed, then paused, her expression shifting as she noticed me beside Ouyang Feier. Hello, Andy. I am Wang Mo, Feier's boyfriend, I interjected before Ouyang Feier could speak. Ah, a boyfriend? Feier, you have a boyfriend now? Come in, come in. You should have told me sooner. I've been asking around for suitors. The woman shot a playful glare at Ouyang Feier. I watched as Ouyang Feier stuck out her tongue and began to charm her mother. Mom, I was taken aback by this display. Was this the same aloof Ouyang Feier I had come to know? The contrast was startling. I mused that if I were to capture this moment of her being playful with her mother, the men at my company would surely be left awestruck. Suddenly, I felt a sharp pinch on my thigh from Ouyang Feier, causing me to gasp in surprise and curse inwardly. Women and petty individuals are the hardest to manage. Following Ouyang Feier and her mother into the living room, the woman called out, "Old man, come out. Feier has brought her boyfriend home." "Coming," boomed a hearty voice from the kitchen, and soon a middle-aged man in his 50s emerged, glancing at me. "Dear, I told you not to rush," with Feier's looks. "How could she not find a boyfriend?" "Hello, uncle." I stood tall, shedding any remnants of my earlier bravado, fully aware of the need to be respectful towards Ouyang Feier's father. Not bad. The young man seemed spirited. "Look at that posture, straight as an arrow. I like it. Come, sit with me for tea while the ladies prepare dinner." "Yes, uncle," I replied, stepping over to the tea table, arranging the teacups, and pouring a cup for Ouyang Feier's father. "How old are you, young man? Where are you from?" he inquired, sipping his tea. "Dad, stop treating him like a criminal," Ouyang Feier interjected, worried I might struggle under her father's scrutiny. "It's all right. I will answer whatever uncle asks," I assured her. Upon entering, I began to observe that Ouyang Feier's father exuded a formidable presence, clearly the patriarch of the household. To assist Ouyang Feier today, it was imperative to first win over her father. However, I felt no trepidation. I hail from a lineage of martial artists, having traveled extensively with my grandfather to meet numerous martial arts masters, some of whom were significant figures, including several old cadres from the capital. Among them were a master of the 8 extremes and a master of Bagua, and it is noteworthy that Premier Zhou was also a disciple of Bagua. Thus, navigating the intricacies of Ouyang Feier's father would pose no challenge for me. After exchanging a few words, Ouyang Jinghua, Ouyang Feier's father, and I were engaged in a light-hearted conversation, as if we were old friends. Ouyang Feier, who was in the kitchen, felt a twinge of surprise. Her father was not known for his amicability, and it was rare for anyone to gain his favor. While she felt relieved, a sense of curiosity also lingered. Could this seemingly ordinary security guard truly have captured her father's attention? Just as Ouyang Feier pondered this, her father's voice reached my ears. "Mo, what do you do for a living?" Upon hearing this question, I glanced at Ouyang Feier, who appeared tense by the kitchen doorway, then turned to her father and replied casually, "Uncle, I work as a manager at a small company." "Oh, good." Seeing that her father did not press further, Ouyang Feier exhaled a sigh of relief. "Mo, what do your parents do?" Ouyang Feier's mother emerged from the kitchen, seemingly inquiring casually. "Some years ago, my family encountered a bit of trouble, and now I'm all alone," I replied truthfully. Upon hearing that I was now the sole occupant of my home, I noticed a glimmer of interest in Ouyang Feier's mother's eyes. "Mo, from now on, consider this place your home." Ouyang Feier had a sibling, and I was alone. If I were to marry Ouyang Feier, they would effectively gain a son, which undoubtedly endeared me to her mother even more. "Old man, dinner will be ready soon. Call Wen and tell her to come home early," Ouyang Jinghua said, picking up the phone to dial Ouyang Wen's number. "Hello, Wen. Your sister is back and has brought along your brother-in-law. Oh, you have a case to attend to and will be late? All right, we shall eat without you then." Chapter 4. Not intentional. Come, let's eat first. Mo, sit beside me. Let's share a few drinks, Ouyang Jinghua said, producing a bottle of Mao Dai. Before I could respond, Ouyang Feier interjected, "Dad, Wang Mo doesn't drink." She shot me a worried glance as she spoke. "How can a man not drink? You needn't meddle in everything. Come, Mo, join your uncle for a few drinks," Ouyang Jinghua insisted, pouring 2 glasses of Mao Dai without hesitation. The enticing aroma of the liquor awakened my long-suppressed craving. Although Ouyang Feier was signaling me to decline, I chose to ignore her and, with a broad smile, sat beside Ouyang Jinghua, raising my glass to clink with his. Excellent. Now that's what a man should do. My willingness to drink pleased Ouyang Jinghua, while Ouyang Feier's expression grew increasingly anxious, as if she feared I might overindulge and ruin the charade. As we continued to drink, the conversation between Ouyang Jinghua and me grew more animated, while Ouyang Feier's worry deepened, fearing I might unwittingly expose myself. However, her concerns were unfounded. My tolerance for liquor was substantial, having only consumed a modest amount. As we exchanged drinks and enjoyed our meal, Ouyang Jingwa expressed his satisfaction. You would make an excellent soldier, should you choose to enlist. After several cups of liquor, he began to show signs of inebriation, prompting me to assist him to his room for rest, while Ouyang Feier and her mother tidied up the dining area. 15 minutes later, Ouyang Feier took my hand to leave, but her mother intervened. After all this time, why rush to leave? Not a chance. You're staying here tonight. There are plenty of rooms. You and Xiao Mo can share your old room. Mom, wait. Xiao Mo. Here is a new set of pajamas that your uncle has never worn. Ouyang Feier, his mother interrupted, handing me the sleepwear without acknowledging her daughter's protest. I exchanged a glance with Ouyang Feier, pondering the implications of sharing a bed with the goddess of my affections. Alas, I was left with no choice in the matter. At that moment, I wore a somewhat mischievous expression, fully aware of the predicament I found myself in. Mom, all right, it's settled then. Oh, let Xiao and Mo have a shower first, and then you can go. I'll check on your father. After her mother left the room, I cast a teasing glance at Ouyang Feier and whispered, we agreed this was merely a pretense of being a boyfriend. No one mentioned sharing a bed. Are you planning to pay me extra? Upon hearing my words, Ouyang Feier, his eyes flared with indignation as she shot me an incredulous glare. How absurd! I merely whistled playfully as I headed towards the bathroom, leaving her fuming behind me. I found amusement in provoking Ouyang Feier as sire. Having had a few relationships in the past, I had not been with anyone for over 6 months. As I showered, I found myself entertaining inappropriate thoughts, though I quickly dismissed them. Even if we share a room tonight, sharing a bed was out of the question, a boundary I was keen to maintain. After showering, I gently knocked on Ouyang Feier's bedroom door. Come in. Her voice floated through. I entered to find Ouyang Feier clad in pajamas that were not the silk ones I had envisioned, but rather simple cotton ones that concealed her figure entirely. This minor disappointment was quickly overshadowed by the sight of a cool mat laid by the window, topped with a blanket. Under her cold stare, I settled onto the mat, draping the blanket over myself, assuring her, rest easy, I am a man of integrity. Sure, I believe that, Ouyang Feier muttered, rising to take her own shower. As I surveyed her room, adorned with various cartoon decorations, it struck me how it resembled that of a little girl, revealing a hidden childlike innocence beneath Ouyang Feier's seemingly aloof exterior. 20 minutes later, the door swung open, and Ouyang Feier emerged from the shower, radiant even without makeup. I could not help but exclaim, a water lily emerging from the mist, naturally adorned, truly a beauty. The only response was the sound of the lights being turned off, plunging me into darkness. Moments later, I heard Ouyang Feier shifting on her bed. I wondered if she wore a bra. 36C indeed. The sense of shampoo and body wash wafted in the air, igniting my imagination. I attempted to strike up a conversation, but she remained unresponsive, leaving me rebuffed. Eventually, with a resigned sigh, I ceased my attempts and drifted off to sleep, reflecting on the past. In the midst of a deep slumber, I felt a gentle slap on my face accompanied by a voice. Hey, wake up, wake up. I slowly blinked awake to find the bedside lamp illuminating the room. Ouyang Feier frowned, gently patting my face. What is the matter? I inquired, bemused. What's the matter? You were snoring so loudly that I couldn't sleep, she replied. Snoring? I had no idea. I feigned innocence. Ouyang Feier looked exasperated. No, you cannot fall asleep. You must wait until I'm asleep before you can sleep. Are you going to sleep first? Are you sure? I scanned her with a glance and said, if you feel comfortable sleeping first, then go ahead. Upon noticing my gaze lingering on her chest, Ouyang Feier hurriedly covered herself, though there was no need. Her cotton pajamas revealed nothing. So how can you avoid snoring? Get into bed, I replied decisively. No way. Ouyang Feier immediately rejected the idea. Then bear with it. I'm so sleepy. Good night. I turned away, slipping back into the embrace of slumber, and of course, the sound of snoring resumed. Damn it, bastard. In the morning, as I was blissfully asleep, a sudden shriek pierced my ears, followed by a sharp pain in my chest. The discomfort jolted me awake, and I sat up abruptly. You jerk. When did you get into bed? Ouyang Feier glared at me with fiery eyes. How could I have ended up in bed? I distinctly remember sleeping on a cool mat last night. It's quite strange. I shook my head innocently, rubbing my chest as I said, Ouyang Feier, I am merely your hired boyfriend. Getting hit is not part of the job. Bastard. Another pillow flew towards me. Stop. I swear I didn't do it on purpose. The air conditioning was a bit cold, and I must have climbed into bed in my sleep. Who would believe that? Ouyang Fei'er muttered, checking her pajamas, which were intact, before finally letting me go. 15 minutes later, Ouyang Fei'er and I emerged from the room. Both of you are up. Come have breakfast. Ouyang Fei'er's mother smiled at us. Good morning, Auntie. I'm so sorry for sleeping in. No problem. Huh? Fei'er, why do you look so worn out? You have dark circles under your eyes. Young people need to know moderation. Don't overexert yourselves at night. Mom, I chuckled awkwardly, not expecting Ouyang Fei'er's mother to think that way. Ouyang Fei'er went to the bathroom first, followed by me 10 minutes later. I felt a bit unwell, and upon entering the bathroom, I began to relieve myself. However, before I could finish, the bathroom door suddenly swung open, and a woman in a pink pajama set, yawning and with her eyes closed, walked in. By the time I realized what was happening, she was already pulling down her pants and heading toward the toilet. What on earth? I was taken aback, but upon seeing her face, I recognized her as Ouyang Wan, Ouyang Fei'er's younger sister. I never expected to meet my sister-in-law under such circumstances. Stop, I shouted, hastily covering my eyes. Yet at that moment, Ouyang Wan had already pulled down her pants slightly. Ah, a scream echoed in the bathroom, sharp enough to pierce the eardrums. I knew it would end up like this. Ouyang Wan bolted out of the bathroom, slamming the door behind her. Frantically, I pulled up my pants. My bowel movement had retreated in fright, and it was impossible to continue. I quickly tidied myself up and opened the bathroom door to step out. Ouyang Fei'er glared at me furiously at the bathroom entrance. I was in the bathroom, and your sister barged in without knocking, scaring me half to death. I patted my chest, feigning innocence. You, come back to the room with me. Ouyang Fei'er pointed at me and commanded. Once back in her room, she finally revealed her assertive side. What were you doing in the bathroom when my sister walked in? I was using the toilet. She barged in while rubbing her eyes and yawning. So she probably didn't see anything, I replied. What did you see? Ouyang Fei'er's gaze was piercing, fixed on my eyes. Years of experience in the corporate world had instilled in her a keen sense of judgment. She believed she could detect any hint of deceit. I shook my head, saying nothing. I was so stunned I didn't see anything. My expression was utterly innocent, and my gaze was calm. Come on, if I said I saw even a hint of Ouyang Wan's modesty, I would be doomed. However, she was too inexperienced to catch my subtlety. After all, I'd seen my fair share of dramatic scenes. Seeing my composed expression and innocent demeanor, Ouyang Fei'er finally nodded, saying, as long as he didn't see anything. Chapter 5, a contest of wits. When Ouyang Fei'er and I left the bedroom, Ouyang Wan was already in casual attire, standing in the living room. With her short, choppy hair, a fitted tank top, and loose sweatpants, she had a slender frame, yet her muscles spoke of rigorous training. Hello, I'm your girlfriend's sister, Ouyang Wan. She extended her hand. Hello, I'm Wang Mo. I should have informed Wan beforehand of my arrival to avoid the misunderstanding earlier. I shook her hand with an apologetic expression. No problem, brother-in-law. You don't need to worry about it, Ouyang Wan smiled. Upon seeing her smile, I thought the matter was settled. But then a low voice reached my ears. You're in trouble. Damn. I stared at Ouyang Wan in shock. Yet she wore an innocent smile, as if she had just delivered that ominous warning. Brother-in-law, breakfast is ready. Oh, I replied, secretly thinking, you think I'm afraid of you? During breakfast, Ouyang Wan asked brother-in-law, how did you meet my sister? Before I could respond, she continued, my sister is famously cold. Can you handle her? Your sister has a gentle side too, I answered. However, it seemed Ouyang Wan didn't hear my response, and turned her gaze to her sister, saying, sister, why don't you peel an egg for brother-in-law? Ouyang Fei'er's expression faltered, and she replied awkwardly, he has hands. Can't he peel it himself? Sister, is he really your boyfriend? You two don't seem affectionate at all. Ouyang Wan's eyes sparkled mischievously. Fei'er, I'll feed you. As soon as Ouyang Wan finished her sentence, I swiftly peeled an egg and offered it to Ouyang Fei'er. Ouyang Fei'er frowned slightly. Throughout her life, aside from her father, she had never allowed another man to feed her. Deep down, she felt a strong aversion, but under the watchful eyes of her parents and sister, she knew she could not refuse my request. If she were caught, her mother would undoubtedly introduce her to countless suitors. Thus, Ouyang Fei'er reluctantly accepted the egg I offered her. Watching her obediently eat the egg, I felt a surge of triumph. If those lecherous colleagues of mine found out I was feeding Ouyang Fei'er, would they not be consumed by jealousy? After breakfast, Ouyang Fei'er and I prepared to leave. But as we reached the downstairs, Wen's voice rang out. Sister, I'm off today too. Let us go shopping. Don't you have a case? Feier countered. I've finished, sister. I haven't bought clothes in ages. You can't be stingy. All right, Wang Mo you. Feier was about to let me leave first when Wen quickly interjected. Let brother-in-law come with us. He can help carry our things. This. Isn't it inappropriate? Feier appeared conflicted. What is inappropriate? Unless brother-in-law is just a hired hand to deal with our parents. One, ever the straightforward one, hit the nail on the head. Such nonsense. We slept together last night. Feier shot a glare at her sister before turning to me and saying, then let's go together. I didn't mind. After all, spending a weekend with two stunning beauties was a delight. Feier drove, with Wen seated in the passenger seat while I was alone in the back. Upon arriving at the mall, I finally understood the meaning behind Wen's earlier remark. You're doomed. Brother-in-law, this dress is only 18,000 yuan. I really want it. I glanced at Feier, who discreetly slipped me a credit card, prompting me to jovially declare, buy it. Brother-in-law, these shoes are gorgeous, only 6,000 yuan. What a bargain. I replied without a hint of hesitation buy. It was delightful to indulge in such extravagant spending without using my own money. Brother-in-law, what about this piece of clothing? Wen seemed determined to make me spend lavishly, and I cheerfully acquiesced, embracing the mantra of buy. However, Feier wore a frown. At this rate, my credit card with a limit of 100,000 yuan would soon be maxed out. I already had 5 bags filled with clothes, skirts, pants, shoes, and handbags, totaling over 40,000 yuan. Wen looked satisfied, her gaze toward me carrying a hint of provocation, as if to say, this is your punishment for this morning's incident. Feigning indifference, I replied, Wen, is there anything else you want? Don't hold back. Your brother-in-law will cover it. Yet, internally I thought, since it's your sister's money, go ahead and spend. Seeing her sister's shopping spree had not intimidated Wen. She suddenly suggested, sister, let's buy some lingerie. Without waiting for Feier to respond, she pulled her sister toward the lingerie section, turning back to remind me, brother-in-law, keep up. I sighed, as a man, trailing behind them to pick out lingerie, felt rather awkward. Nevertheless, I followed suit. The lingerie section was filled with women, and I was the lone male, drawing curious glances. However, I steel myself, adopting an expression of calm detachment as I trailed behind Feier and Wen. They wouldn't embarrass me. I silently challenged Wen. While Wen browsed the lingerie, she discreetly observed me, noticing my indifference to the stares. She seemed slightly disheartened and eventually selected only a couple of items before leaving the section. After shopping for most of the day, Feier and Wen grew tired. So we headed to a CAF on the first floor of the mall. Wen glanced back at me, and I raised an eyebrow in a challenging manner. She scoffed and shook her fist at me. On this busy weekend, as we reached the first floor, we suddenly heard a woman's voice nearby. Where's my wallet? Ah, my bag has been slashed. There's a thief. Someone has stolen my wallet. Normally, I wouldn't bother with such incidents, but with Feier and her sister present, especially since Wen was a police officer, she hurried over to the distressed woman. I'm a police officer. What happened? Wen inquired. My bag was slashed, and my wallet and phone are missing. The woman handed her bag to Wen, revealing a fresh cut, clearly indicating the thief had just struck. 2 security guards arrived, and Wen instructed them. I'm a police officer. Notify the mall manager and request the surveillance footage immediately. Yes, we'll inform the manager right away. The guards responded. I rolled my eyes and muttered, by the time you review the footage and identify the thief, they'll be long gone. Upon hearing my skepticism, Wen grew slightly irritated. With so many people around, the thief isn't going to have thief written on their forehead. Without the footage, how can we identify the suspect? If you don't understand, stop pretending to know. I scoffed and swiftly made my way toward the mall entrance. Just as 2 young men were about to exit, I grasped them by the nape of their necks and flung them backward, causing them to crash to the ground. Hey! One of the pierced youths cursed, attempting to rise. But before he could, I delivered a swift kick to his face. The other, with bleached hair, momentarily exhibited fear, scrambling to his feet and brandishing a knife, shouting, "Get lost, or I'll kill you." Before he could finish, Wen swiftly subdued him from behind with a police maneuver, twisting his arm until the knife clattered to the ground. Mall security rushed over, quickly restraining the two young men. When the surveillance footage was reviewed, it became apparent that these two were indeed the thieves, having committed multiple offenses. They had no stolen items on them, as there was a third accomplice who had already escaped. Nearby police officers soon took the two into custody, and after the handover, Yang regarded me with curiosity. "What are you staring at? Did I grow flowers on my face?" I asked. "Brother-in-law, you have some skills. How did you know they were thieves?" Yang inquired. Feeling parched and fatigued, I had no desire to elaborate. "I'll treat you and your sister to a meal." Yang appeared eager, genuinely curious about how I had deduced the identity of the thieves. "I haven't had French cuisine in ages," I mused to myself. After a few seconds of scrutiny, Yang finally replied, "All right, let's go for French cuisine." "Wen, don't feel obligated," I said, regarding her with a teasing smile. "Brother-in-law, you bought me so many things this morning. I can certainly afford a meal for you and my sister," Yang said, a forced smile gracing her face. Realizing she was insistent, I decided to accept her offer with good grace, turning to Yang Fair, who nodded in agreement. As we exited the mall, I quietly muttered, "Honestly, I would have been satisfied with a bowl of Lantau beef noodles." Upon saying this, I sensed a fleeting, predatory glint in Wen's eyes. "Hey, little one, you're no match for me in this game." I silently reveled in my triumph. Chapter 6. A clever scheme being in a small third-tier city. There was only one French restaurant. Once seated, I wasted no time in ordering, all the while observing Wen's expressions. It wasn't until her brows knitted together that I finally told the waiter, "That's all for now." Phew. Upon halting my order, I noticed Wen's tension dissipate. But then I added, "If it's not enough, we can order more." Her expression tightened once again, and she shot me a fiery glare, saying, "Aren't you worried about overeating?" "I'm not worried. If I can't finish, I'll take it home," I replied with a raised eyebrow. What kind of person is my sister's husband?" Yang began to whine to her sister. Yang Fair shot me a glare, which I feigned ignorance of. "He's just a poser, not your real boyfriend. Why are you trying to ingratiate yourself with your sister's husband?" My upbringing in martial arts emphasized resilience and directness, shaping my forthright nature, and I had no tolerance for nonsense. If I could transform rigidity into softness and cultivate inner strength, I would achieve a harmonious balance of yin and yang. Leaning towards moderation, this would signify true mastery. However, I'm still far from this realm. At present, my temperament is simple. If one does not provoke me, I shall not provoke them. Should they offend me, I will inevitably retaliate. "Brother-in-law, how did you discern that those two were thieves?" Yang inquired. "Do not tell me it was merely because one wore earrings and the other had dyed yellow hair." I did not rush to answer her question. Instead, I glanced at the menu once more and remarked, "Have we forgotten to order something?" "What?" Wen's expression tightened. "Beverages, of course. Let us open a bottle of Lafite." I replied with a smile. Yang was taken aback. "I have no money left. This has already cost me a month's salary. Brother-in-law, spare me. Otherwise, I can return the items I bought this morning." Seeing that Yang had conceded, I decided not to press further. "Very well, let be. Little one, challenging me has taught you a lesson, hasn't it? Brother-in-law, please tell me how you spotted those two thieves in the crowd." Yang was evidently quite concerned about this matter. Martial arts evolved from the brutalities of the battlefield, with the fundamental requirement being keen observation and acute awareness. In unfamiliar surroundings, one must swiftly assess who harbors ill intentions. With mastery, one can perceive the emotions of every individual at a glance. Ancient generals, amidst thousands of troops, would strike down their enemies' leaders not only through unparalleled skill, but also through their ability to observe and listen, avoiding crucial threats while seeking vulnerabilities. When the three of us arrived at the first floor of the mall, I instinctively scanned the area and spotted two young men extracting a wallet and a phone from a 30-something woman's bag. Initially, I intended to mind my own business, but Wen's provocation compelled me to intervene and apprehend the nearly fleeing duo. However, I did not wish to reveal the truth to Wen, nor did I want her to know I was a practitioner of martial arts. Thus, I calmly cut a piece of beef, placed it in my mouth, and said simply, "Intuition. You." Wen stood abruptly, teetering on the edge of anger, unable to believe in such nonsense as intuition. Her earlier concession had merely been a ploy to uncover how I detected the thieves. "Wen, I am your brother-in-law, and you are a police officer. remain calm. I leisurely continued to enjoy my steak, unfazed by her agitation. Wen, stop it. Ouyang Fei, well aware of her sister's temperament, feared that Ouyang Wen might lash out at me in her frustration. Ultimately, Ouyang Wen sat back down in exasperation, wordlessly confronting her steak. Not long after, I noticed her eyes darting with a mischievous glint, and my heart skipped a beat. This little rascal must be concocting some scheme. Brother-in-law, would like to play with guns? Ouyang Wen's face bore the expression of a wolf eyeing a rabbit. Perhaps. I elongated my response, contemplating her intentions. This afternoon, I will take you and sister to the police shooting range. Is that all right? Of course, as long as I am with you. Ouyang Wen exuded confidence. Very well. I nodded in agreement. Ouyang Fei, however, looked at her sister with confusion. Sister, we need to head home this afternoon. We cannot go to the police station today. Perhaps next time. Sister, you cannot abandon me now that you have a brother-in-law. Besides, he has already agreed. Faya, let us go. Every man has a heart that yearns to wield a firearm, I interjected. All right. Ultimately, Ouyang Fei relented. After settling the bill and exiting the French restaurant, the three of us drove towards the municipal criminal police station. Upon arriving at the training ground, Ouyang Wen indeed led us inside, but we were only permitted into the combat training room. Ouyang Fei, and I were not allowed in the shooting range. Brother-in-law, I sincerely apologize. They only allow you and sister to observe the combat room, and you cannot enter the shooting range or touch the firearms. I made a mistake. I truly apologize. I noticed that although Ouyang Wen expressed her apologies, her face bore no trace of contrition. Rather, she seemed to revel in some hidden scheme. It's nothing, I replied with a slight smile. This little girl brought me to the combat training room with the intention of giving me a good thrashing, but alas, she would soon realize her miscalculation. Brother-in-law, why don't we practice a bit since we are already here? Ouyang Wen finally revealed her true intentions. Wen, stop it. If we are not allowed in, then let us leave. Ouyang Fei had already deduced her sister's plans. Ouyang Wen ignored her sister and turned to me, saying, Brother-in-law, I am a girl, and you are a man. I'm not afraid. Surely you're not afraid? Using a tactic to provoke me. I smiled at Ouyang Wen and nodded. Very well. Let us have some fun. It has been a while since I engaged in physical activity. Excellent. I will borrow you a training outfit. Ouyang Wen beamed, having successfully lured me in. When I emerged in loose-fitting white training attire, Ouyang Wen awaited me, exuding confidence. Brother-in-law, you were quite formidable when you confronted those two thieves. Let's spar a bit. Of course. I maintained a light smile. Wen, Ouyang Fei interjected. Sister, I'm just playing with brother-in-law. I won't hurt him. Before her sister could respond, Ouyang Wen dashed towards me, delivering a kick aimed at my abdomen. As her right leg swung towards me, she announced, Brother-in-law, watch out. Observing the impending kick, I could have simply stepped back to evade it, but to temper Ouyang Wen's enthusiasm, I resolved to stand my ground. My right foot slid forward into a stance, my left knee bent, and I thrust my right fist from my side. Half-step collapsing punch. Bang! My punch struck directly at the sole of Ouyang Wen's foot, and I saw her facial muscles twitch instantly before she staggered back, retreating several steps, her foot lifted in response to the pain, gasping in shock. I had not exerted my full strength. I had only used a third of my power. Had I unleashed the full force of the collapsing punch, the result would have been far more severe for her. In days of yore, Master Gui Yunshin's half-step collapsing punch was legendary. This was not mere talk. Moments later, Ouyang Wen regained her composure and exclaimed, Brother-in-law, I must admit, you possess considerable strength. Let's try again. With that, she charged at me once more. This time, instead of kick, she aimed a punch at my nose. As her fist approached, I stepped forward to meet her, executing a chopping strike. The chopping strike is like an axe. It first rises before descending. My right palm moved from my chest, soaring above my head, and with a resounding clap, I intercepted Ouyang Wen's punch. The principle of martial arts states, upon hearing a sound, one must advance. Thus, upon hearing the impact, my right palm swung downwards towards her, landing with a thud against her chest. I felt the softness beneath my palm and eased my force. Though I had tempered my strength, Ouyang Wen's body still flew backward, landing with a thud on the ground, her large eyes wide with disbelief. She could not comprehend why, despite her formidable grappling and combat skills honed in both the police academy and the Criminal Investigation Division, she was unable to withstand even a single move from me. Wen, are you all right? Ouyang Fei-er, her face etched with concern, rushed to Ouyang Wen's side and helped her up. Sister, I'm fine. Ouyang Wen dismissed her sister's worry and approached me directly. Brother-in-law, I didn't realize you were so skilled. Huh, skilled? Just now I simply pushed forward, and somehow you went flying. Are you all right? I feigned ignorance, all the while my gaze lingering on Ouyang Wen's chest, recalling the softness I had encountered when my palm struck her there. I mused to myself that Ouyang Wen's measurements must be at least 36 C. Brother-in-law, don't fool me. In the police force, my grappling skills are strong, and only a few can best me. That kick felt like striking steel, and your slap had such explosive power that it sent me flying like I was hit by a bull. As she spoke, Ouyang Wen lifted her pristine right foot, revealing a bruise on the sole. Sit down. Let me help you alleviate the bruise, or you'll be in pain for days. Seeing the bruise on her foot stirred a pang of guilt in me, though I had only exerted a third of my strength. The force of my strike had nonetheless injured her. Wen, are you all right? Ouyang Fei-er, noticing the bruise, inquired anxiously, casting a reproachful glance at me. Sister, I'm fine. Ouyang Wen replied with a smile, her gaze drifting toward me as if she had discovered a new world. Brother-in-law, have you practiced martial arts? A folk master? Chapter 7, The Mischievous Son. Sit down. I instructed Ouyang Wen to take a seat on the floor, then took her delicate foot in my hands and began to massage it with utmost seriousness. Initially, I focused on the bruise, familiar with such injuries from my childhood days of boxing practice. My technique was adept and effective. However, my attention gradually shifted to her exquisite foot, as soft as fine jade, devoid of any rigidity. Her 5 toes resembled 5 lustrous pearls, pale and rounded, their nails shimmering with a hint of fluorescence. Noticing the change in my demeanor, Ouyang Wen's face flushed, and she wiggled her right foot. Brother-in-law, I feel much better. Don't rush. I must work the bruise out, or you won't be able to walk tomorrow. I quickly refocused and resumed my careful ministrations. Ouyang Fei-er, preoccupied with her sister's injury, remained oblivious to the subtle tension between us. After about 10 minutes of massaging, the bruise on Ouyang Wen's foot finally dissipated. All done. I set her foot down and stood up. Brother-in-law, you are remarkable. You must know martial arts. You must be a master. Teach me, please, teach me. Ouyang Wen took a few steps, sensing that her foot no longer pained her, and rushed to pull my arm. Although she sported a boyish haircut and dressed like a tomboy, her striking beauty shone through, radiating youthful vigor from her frequent exercise. To my surprise, she exhibited a certain martial enthusiasm. After being effortlessly defeated, she was not angry, but rather exhilarated, as if she had unearthed a hidden treasure, persistently begging me to teach her a few moves. However, imparting martial arts knowledge is no trivial matter. It requires rituals of bathing, changing clothes, lighting incense, and bowing to the ancestors, 3 kneels and 9 knocks, a solemn and serious affair. Once a master-student relationship is established, their fates become intertwined, sharing both glory and misfortune. The adage, once a teacher, forever a father, encapsulates this ancient bond, unlike the teacher-student dynamics in modern schools. Thus, as inheritors of martial traditions, we loathe it when others, upon discovering our skills, demand demonstrations or plead for instruction. Demonstrate? What nonsense! Martial arts are for combat, not performance. Teach a few moves? That's ridiculous. Such knowledge is reserved for those who have undergone the proper rites. Upon hearing Ouyang Wen's request, I felt a flicker of annoyance and furrowed my brow. However, I quickly dismissed it, for Ouyang Wen appeared as nothing more than a child playfully seeking attention, making it impossible for me to be angry. When a woman pouts, it is already hard to resist. When a school beauty does the same, the allure is magnified. Brother-in-law, please teach me. What martial arts do I know? That was merely a stroke of luck. I adamantly denied any skill. Brother-in-law, all right, Wen, stop teasing. It's time for us to head home. Ouyang Fei-er interjected sternly before Ouyang Wen could continue. Ouyang Wen glanced between her sister and me, then reluctantly nodded. All right then. Yet, I could see in Ouyang Wen's eyes that she would not easily let this go. However, I was unbothered by her persistence. After all, I was merely a pretend boyfriend, not truly Ouyang Fei-er's partner, and Ouyang Wen was not my sister-in-law. After today, I would return to my role as a security guard. While Ouyang Feier would continue her duties as a sales director, our paths unlikely to cross again, alleviating my concerns about her pursuit. Although I had alleviated the bruise on Ouyang Wen's foot, she still needed to rest. Thus, Ouyang Feier drove her home before heading to the company with me. "This is your payment," Ouyang Feier said, handing me an envelope while driving. I accepted it and glanced inside. It contained 3,000 yuan, equivalent to more than a month's salary for me. "Settled," I proclaimed with a grin. Ouyang Feier frowned slightly, but said nothing. The BMW swiftly entered the employee dormitory area of the Wanjia Group headquarters. I waved goodbye to Ouyang Feier as I stepped out, making my way toward the dormitory. Upon returning to my room, I was immediately surrounded by colleagues. Even employees from other dorms gathered around. "Mo Ge, you didn't come home last night, and today, the beautiful Ouyang personally drove you back. Is there something going on between you two?" A chubby colleague asked with a lewd grin. "Get lost. Come on, Mo Ge. Tell us." "Yeah, share the details." A chorus of lewd remarks followed. I feigned seriousness, chastising them. "How could you think so lowly? My relationship with Director Ouyang is purely platonic." "Yeah, right," they retorted, laughing derisively. Just as I prepared to shower, the security team leader, Su Bing, walked in. "Wang Montak, you're on duty tonight." "But I'm on break these 2 days. It was already arranged," I replied, glancing at Su Bing. "We're short-staffed, so I just adjusted the schedule." "You're on tonight," he shot back, glaring at me. I had no idea what I had done to offend him. "Understood," I replied, not wanting to stir trouble, knowing that as team leader, Su Bing had the authority to make such changes. I turned and entered the bathroom, ready to shower off the sweat from the hot July weather. However, just as I began to undress, Su Bing's voice echoed from outside again. "Thinking you can climb into Ouyang Feier's bed and act all high and mighty at the company? I'll make sure to get rid of you soon." Damn it, I couldn't be bothered with Su Bing. He truly believed he was in charge. Hearing his words, which seemed deliberately loud enough for me to hear, sparked a surge of anger within me. "You little brat, I may not show my authority, but don't mistake me for a pushover." I am uncertain as to why Su Bing harbors resentment towards me. He originally intended for his cousin to remain at the headquarters, a power he possessed, yet unexpectedly, the administrative manager personally endorsed my name. Consequently, I remained at the headquarters while Su Bing's cousin was reassigned to another branch, which left Su Bing seething with bitterness. Determined to oust me, with a sudden force, I kicked open the restroom door and emerged. Su Bing, initially startled, soon glared at me with a dark expression, exclaiming, "Wang Mo, do you wish to lose your job? Who allowed you to kick the door and damage company property?" Infuriated, I lifted my right foot and aimed a kick at his abdomen. Seeing my aggression, Su Bing's eyes gleamed with a cunning satisfaction. He was my height, over 6 feet, but his physique was muscular, a result of his military background. He was well-versed in combat, unafraid of me, and perhaps even relished the idea of me striking first, as it would provide him a legitimate reason to retaliate, potentially leading to my dismissal from Wanjia Group for initiating the fight. This was Su Bing's cunning plan. He swiftly stepped back to evade my kick, then lunged forward, throwing a punch in my head while cursing, "You little brat, let me show you." However, his taunts were abruptly silenced as his body crashed backward, colliding with several sinks before he fell to the floor with a thud. "Ouch!" Su Bing groaned, clutching his abdomen in pain. The security guards in the dormitory were momentarily stunned. They were well aware of Su Bing's prowess in fights, often overpowering them with ease. They had not anticipated that in the blink of an eye, he would be knocked to the ground, seemingly unable to rise anytime soon. My initial kick had missed, igniting my fury. As Su Bing lunged at me again, I pivoted and executed a technique from Xingyi Quan known as the bear emerges from the cave. This move consists of 3 strikes aimed at vital points: the shoulder to the chest, the elbow to the abdomen, and the palm to the groin. Had Su Bing been my true adversary, he would not merely be groaning on the ground, but could have easily met his demise. The center line is crucial in martial arts. Breaching it can lead to severe injury or death. Thus, such aggressive techniques are typically reserved for dire situations, except when facing an unskilled opponent. In this instance, I merely employed an elbow strike to Su Bing's abdomen, withholding the full force of the shoulder and palm strikes. Consequently, while he writhed in pain, he was not gravely injured, as my blow was delivered with only a third of my strength, enough to cause discomfort but insufficient to shatter his insides. "You scoundrel, I have nothing to hide with Director Ouyang. If you continue to slander me behind my back, I'll make it a point to confront you every time I see you. I was not naive, thus I invoked Ouyang Fei's name, emphasizing that my actions against Su Bing stemmed from his malicious defamation of both our reputations. This way, should the matter escalate to the administrative department, the consequences for whom would remain uncertain. Ouch! Ouch! It hurts so much. Su Bing, drenched in sweat, writhed on the floor. I, indifferent to his plight, whistled as I made my way back to the restroom to continue my shower. Shortly thereafter, the security guards, snapping out of their astonishment, hurriedly lifted Su Bing and placed him on a bed. By the time I emerged from my shower, Su Bing had ceased his moaning, though his complexion remained pale. With a fierce glare, he warned me, "Wang Mo, prepare to be fired." I cast him a sidelong glance, scoffing, "If you can't manage your foul mouth, I won't hesitate to give you a good thrashing." With that, I raised my hand, causing Su Bing to quickly retract his head in fear. "Scoundrel," I muttered, whistling as I exited the dormitory. Chapter 8. Mind your own business. Initially, I had intended to spend the evening at a nightclub, hoping to meet someone attractive, especially after being stirred by the allure of the Ouyang sisters. However, I ultimately restrained myself, displaying a measure of self-control. Having recently joined Wanjia Group, I couldn't afford to lose my job so soon, as my few thousand yuan would barely last a few days. At Wanjia Group, at least my living costs were covered. After wandering around and enjoying a bowl of beef and potato rice, I returned to the company. On Saturday night, the office was devoid of employees, with a night shift serving merely to prevent theft. Originally, another individual was supposed to work the night shift alongside Sherpongzi, but Su Bing had swapped me in. "Sherpongzi, I'll cover the first half of the night. You take the second half," I announced as I entered the security room, where Sherpongzi was engrossed in his phone. "Mo, is it true that you have a fling with Ouyang Fei? I heard she's quite." "Get lost." I shot him a glare before he could finish. "Fine, I won't say another word." Sherpongzi, feeling rebuffed, withdrew to the small bed in the security room to continue playing on his phone while I took a rubber baton and commenced my patrol around the company. Although I often lived carelessly, I still felt a duty to fulfill my responsibilities given my salary. Around 8 on a summer night, Wanjia Group's headquarters, situated in a luxurious area of the city center, provided a picturesque view of numerous beautiful women out for an evening stroll, a sight to behold. After admiring the view for a while and wandering a few laps in the lobby, I returned to the security room, where Sherpongzi had fallen asleep, his snores echoing throughout the room. I glanced at him before adopting the Santi Shi stance to practice. The Santi Shi is the foundation of Xingyi Quan. Without it, one's techniques become mere flashy displays devoid of substance. Traditional martial arts emphasize the cultivation of internal energy, a practice derived from Taoism. However, the methodologies of cultivating energy within Taoism are intricate and enigmatic, requiring innate talent, which I, not being a practitioner of Taoism, can only vaguely comprehend. Xingyi Quan was founded by the renowned Southern Song General Yu Fei, and while many are familiar with his name, few recognize his master, a remarkable figure named Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong had 5 disciples during his lifetime. The first was Lu Junyi, the second Lin Chong, the third Shi Wengong, and his final disciple, who was also his adopted son, was Yu Fei. He also had an unnamed disciple, the legendary Wu Song. Thus, Xingyi Quan is truly a martial art for battlefield combat, devoid of any frills. Every move is succinct, aimed solely at delivering a decisive blow in the shortest time possible. The essence of Xingyi Quan lies in the Santi Shi, a simplified version of Taoist energy cultivation techniques. While it may not facilitate the unlocking of the body's meridians or the cultivation of profound internal energy, its simplicity allows for broader dissemination and, when perfected, can indeed open the 12 primary meridians. At present, I have unlocked 10 of the 12, leaving only the liver and kidney meridians yet to be opened. Should I succeed in this endeavor, I would attain the status of a true martial arts master. To master the art of transformation, one may be honored as a grandmaster. When one's entire essence embraces the elixir of life, one transcends into the realm of martial enlightenment. Known as an earthly immortal, in the annals of ancient martial arts, only Zhang Sanfeng of Wudong has achieved such a state. As for the practitioners of the Tao, throughout history, they have often been reclusive, eschewing worldly affairs and dedicating themselves solely to the pursuit of the heavenly way, shrouded in enigma and profound mystery, making it rare for an ordinary person to encounter one of their kind. Upon entering the practice of the 3-body style, The rumbling snores of the stout man beside me and the cacophony of the bustling streets outside faded into oblivion, allowing me to become wholly absorbed in a wondrous sensation. My body felt akin to a furnace, exuding warmth, while a stream of heat coursed through my meridians, though this flow remained beyond my control. The emergence of this warmth was a consequence of the three bodies method, which, while merely a simplified approach to the Taoist art of energy cultivation, is neither difficult to learn nor hard to propagate. However, to harness the heat generated within is an impossibility. Those truly endowed with wisdom in the Taoist teachings may achieve this, but we practitioners of Xingyi can only yield to the natural flow. After 3 hours, I concluded my practice, grasped my rubber baton, and exited the security room, preparing to patrol the building once more before handing over to the stout man. Approaching midnight, the streets outside had quieted, with only the occasional vehicle or pedestrian passing by. The Wanjia group, situated in the heart of the CBD, is known for its commendable security, and my patrol was merely a routine task. Bored, I stood behind the glass door of the lobby, gazing outside at the distant neon lights casting a soft glow. Suddenly, a staggering figure caught my eye, followed closely by 5 men wielding machetes. Unexpectedly, there seemed to be some excitement this evening. My boredom peaked. I watched as the staggering figure, perhaps noticing me, dashed towards the lobby of the building. As he drew near, I recognized him as a young man of 18 or 19, his leg seemingly injured and his arm bleeding from a recent wound. "Brother, please help me call the police," he implored loudly through the glass door. I remained unmoved, wearing an expression akin to that of an onlooker at a play. Indifferent as I was, I despised meddling in others' affairs. Upon seeing my expression, despair flickered in the youth's eyes. With a final determination, he ceased his flight, bending his knees inward and adopting a stance reminiscent of Wing Chun. Wing Chun? I pondered in silence, questioning whether his technique was authentic or merely a show. The young man, recognizing his inability to escape due to his injury, assumed a desperate posture. Soon, the 5 men with machetes surrounded him. "Niogong, you dare to cross paths with Brother Yao?" Yao has his eyes on Xiaolon. "Brothers, Yao has spoken. He wants 3 of this brat's fingers." The leader, a scar-faced man, shouted, "Xiaolon is my woman. If that Yao dares to lay a finger on her, I will haunt him as a ghost." The youth, Niogong, roared back defiantly. Your woman? Tonight, she belongs to Brother Yao," retorted the scar-faced man. "Enough." Niogong suddenly lunged forward, twisting his waist and throwing a powerful punch aimed at the man's face. The scar-faced man, taken aback by the injured Niogong's ferocity, found himself unable to evade the blow, yet his years of experience in brawls served him well. He swung his machete in an attempt to fend off Niogong. Bang! To his astonishment, Niogong, undeterred by the risk of injury, pressed forward, delivering a fierce blow that sent the scar-faced man reeling back, darkness engulfing his vision. That punch possesses some skill. It appears he is not merely showboating. Upon witnessing Niogong's strike, I discerned that he indeed had studied authentic Wing Chun techniques, albeit his prowess was rather mediocre, as evidenced by the 5 thugs encircling him. Niogong's punch had sent the scar-faced man staggering, but he himself had sustained a gash from the machete. "Finish him!" The bloodied scar-faced man shouted to his remaining henchmen, his nose broken and his face a mask of pain. With another slash, Niogong found himself pushed to the glass door of the building, his strength waning. His earlier bravado had somewhat disoriented the 4 thugs, who now approached cautiously, closing in on him. Creak! I opened the glass door and stepped outside. Since Niogong could be considered a practitioner of martial arts, I felt compelled to intervene. We, the custodians of martial traditions, adhere to the belief that one must protect those who carry the art. Given Niogong's authentic Wing Chun techniques, I could not allow him to perish before my eyes. "Brothers, let us disperse for tonight," I declared, positioning myself in front of Niogong and fixing my gaze on the 4-armed men. "Get lost, you little security guard. Don't meddle in our affairs, or I'll break your legs," they shouted in response. Bang! Just as their threats echoed, I swiftly closed the distance between us. One man swung his machete, but I deftly sidestepped the blade, which grazed my nose. In the next moment, I surged into his embrace and executed a bear emerges from the cave technique, driving my shoulder into his chest and my elbow into his abdomen. I applied just enough force to incapacitate him. Though I spared his lower regions, he flew backward, crashing to the ground, unmoving. Seizing the moment of shock among the remaining 3, I launched myself at another thug with a tiger pounce technique, exuding an aura reminiscent of a fierce tiger descending upon its prey. My sudden aggression startled him, causing his reaction to falter, and before he could retaliate, my palm struck his chest. Bang! His body soared like a kite severed from its string, crashing against a stone pillar before collapsing to the ground, unconscious. With two of them incapacitated, I turned my icy gaze toward the remaining two men. Thud, thud, thud. Under the weight of my stare, they involuntarily retreated a few steps, fear etched upon their faces. Leave, I commanded, narrowing my eyes. Realizing their position was futile, they hastily gathered their fallen comrades and fled. You'll pay for this, little security guard. Dare to meddle in Brother Yao's affairs, and your end is nigh. The scar-faced man threatened as they retreated several meters away. Such threats were beneath my concern. Chapter 9. Taking action, I helped Nyogong, who was teetering on the brink of collapse, inspecting his wounds. His left arm was severely cut, the blade having exposed bone, while his right leg bore a slight fracture, and the wound on his chest was the least grave. You won't die. Go to the hospital. I advised him. No, I must save Xiaolan. Nyogong protested, picking up a machete and staggering in the direction where the scar-faced man and his gang had fled. Frowning, I initially intended to disregard his plight, but ultimately, I could not bear to turn my back, considering Nyogong's status as a martial practitioner. I quickly caught up to him, pulling him back and shouting, "Are you trying to get yourself killed? If you keep bleeding, you won't need anyone to finish you off." Thud! To my surprise, Nyogong dropped to his knees before me, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded, "Brother, I know your skills surpass mine. Please, save Xiaolan. Get up." How can a martial artist kneel so easily? I barked, anger boiling within me. A man should only kneel to heaven, earth, and his parents. Yet, Nyogong remained steadfast on the ground, refusing to rise. "Brother, as long as you save Xiaolan, my life will belong to you. Please." The heart-wrenching sorrow that engulfed Nyogong stirred the long-sealed doors of my heart, which had remained untouched for 5 years. 5 years ago, the misfortunes that befell my family plunged me into an abyss of despair, a profound anguish that eroded my very being. Since that moment, I became heartless and cynical, unable to emerge from the shadow cast a year prior. "You wait here," I softened my tone. "Stay put." Nyogong slowly rose to his feet as I hurried towards the dormitory building. 5 minutes later, I returned with a porcelain bottle and a roll of white gauze in hand. The porcelain bottle contained an ancestral remedy for knife wounds. I swiftly bandaged Nyogong's injury and then instructed him, "Lead the way." "Thank you, brother." Nyogong, limping on his right leg, hurriedly moved in the direction we had come from, while I followed closely behind. After a brief period, we came upon an establishment named Blue Moon Nightclub. The first floor housed a dance hall. The second and third floors were KTV private rooms. The fourth floor was a bathing center, and the fifth to seventh floors comprised guest rooms. The ninth floor was the office of Yao Jiuji, while the 10th floor featured a rooftop restaurant, providing a comprehensive leisure experience in a bustling area, ensuring a thriving business. During our journey, I gleaned the details of the situation from Nyogong. He was a security guard at Blue Moon, akin to a low-ranking thug like Scarface. Jiang Xiaolan, a waitress in the rooftop restaurant, was quite charming, and the two quickly fell in love after their acquaintance. However, on this fateful night, the owner of Blue Moon, Yao Jiuji, had taken a liking to Jiang Xiaolan, insisting she accompany him for drinks. Enraged at the sight of his beloved being disrespected, Nyogong fought back, but unfortunately, he was outnumbered and injured during his escape. Yao Jiuji threatened to sever 3 of his fingers and commanded Scarface to retrieve Nyogong, intending to humiliate Jiang Xiaolan in front of him. "Wait for me here." I halted about 30 meters from Blue Moon and turned to Nyogong. I'll wait," he replied nervously. I shot him an impatient glance. "Fine, brother. You must rescue Xiaolan. Otherwise, stop rambling," I retorted, striding purposefully towards Blue Moon. Yao Jiuji had transformed the 9th floor into an office and lounge, with his private quarters established as Room 905, symbolically referencing the supreme status. Instead of taking the elevator, I opted for the fire escape to reach the 9th floor. Upon arrival, I found the entire floor teeming with thugs, clearly barring entry to outsiders. However, for me, they were mere decorations. I pushed open the door to the fire escape and stepped inside. "Who the hell are you? Do you want to die?" 4 men in the corridor shouted as they spotted me emerging in a security uniform. However, before their insults could fully escape their lips, I sprang into action, striking like lightning. With a series of powerful blows, I swiftly incapacitated the 4 thugs in the corridor. To rescue the captive and make a clean getaway, I needed to act quickly. If surrounded, I could easily meet my end, for men like Yao Jiuzhi undoubtedly possessed firearms. While I was unafraid of knives, a gun was a different matter altogether. Thus, I resolved to strike decisively, catching them off guard, and swiftly subdue Yao Jiuzhi to facilitate my escape. Having subdued the 4 thugs, I dashed to the door of room 905 and kicked it open with a forceful blow, the door splintering upon impact. As I entered, my gaze swept across the room, and I felt a wave of relief wash over me. Inside room 905 were 5 individuals. A portly man in his 40s lounging on a sofa, 2 burly men in black suits standing behind him, Scarface with his head bowed before the man, and a woman who lay unconscious on the floor. Niugang had shown me a picture of Jiang Xiaolan earlier. She was the one now lying there. As I burst into the room, all 4 individuals turned their gaze towards me. Yao Jiuzhi and Scarface were momentarily stunned, but the 2 men in black suits reacted first, leaping towards me as the door crashed open. One attempted to choke me while the other circled behind, executing their moves with deadly precision. Recognizing their technique as that of former special forces, I knew I had to act swiftly to avoid being ensnared. I launched myself forward, executing a swift punch, the sound of impact resonating through the air. The first black-clad assailant was sent flying, his chest caving in as he spewed blood, collapsing into unconsciousness. With lightning speed, I turned my attention to Yao Jiuzhi, who was seated on the sofa. I unleashed a deadly maneuver from Xingyi Quan, my hand seizing his throat. "Move, and I will take your life," I warned coldly. "Everyone stay still," Yao Jiuzhi shouted, recognizing the lethal intent in my eyes. The commotion had drawn the attention of nearby thugs, who were now rushing towards room 905. I tucked the unconscious Jiang Xiaolan under my arm and tightened my grip on Yao Jiuzhi's throat, lifting him from his seat. "Please, Brother Yao, escort us downstairs." "Brother, if you dare touch me, you won't leave here alive." After a brief moment of panic, Yao Jiuzhi quickly regained his composure. "Is that so?" I replied, my gaze icy as I increased the pressure on his throat. He began to choke, his face turning red as his eyes rolled back, limbs twitching. The thugs at the door began to stir restlessly. Sensing the moment was right, I eased my grip slightly. "Brother Yao, I'm just a poor security guard. I wouldn't mind trading lives. How about we give it a try?" I fixed my cold gaze on the gasping Yao Jiuzhi. "Hey, everyone step aside." Yao Jiuzhi, seasoned in the ways of the underworld, quickly recognized the gravity of his situation and shouted for the thugs at the door to disperse. "Let them all return to their rooms," I instructed him. "Didn't you hear? What are you waiting for? Back to your rooms," Yao Jiuzhi bellowed. Realizing that his life was worth far more than my own, he merely wanted to ensure his survival, confident that once free from my grasp, he could have me dealt with easily. As the thugs cleared the doorway, I continued to hold Jiang Xiaolan and grip Yao Jiuzhi's throat tightly, stepping cautiously towards the exit and into the fire escape. Throughout this ordeal, Yao Jiuzhi maintained a calm demeanor befitting an experienced player in the game. "Brother, with such exceptional skills, why not follow me, Yao Jiuzhi? I assure you, you will not be neglected. How does an annual salary of 300,000 sound?" "Thank you for your appreciation, Brother Yao, but I am not interested. If you desire that young lady, it can be settled with a mere word. There is no need for such grand gestures." I could hardly be bothered to engage with Yao Jiuzhi. If it weren't for such theatrics, I might struggle to even lay eyes on you, let alone rescue anyone. "Brother, in this world, we merely seek wealth. Name your price, and I, Yao Jiuzhi, will not haggle. Stick with me, and you shall never suffer losses." As we descended to the first floor, Yao Jiuzhi continued his incessant chatter. I offered him a slight smile before delivering a swift kick to his abdomen. Then, with Jiang Xiaolan in tow, we dashed through the grand entrance of the Blue Moon nightclub. Once on the street, Yao Jiuzhi would certainly not dare to unleash his cadre of henchmen wielding machetes in pursuit, unless he wished to relinquish his standing in this world. In the shadows, violence may go unnoticed by the authorities, but to act brazenly would land one in prison in an instant. 30 meters away, Niugang had already hailed a taxi. Upon seeing me emerge with Jiang Xiaolan, he waved frantically. I rushed over, carrying the unconscious Jiang Xiaolan, and we slipped into the taxi. Drive, I commanded. The taxi sped off into the night. 30 minutes later, the three of us found ourselves in Chunyang village, a community known for its affordable housing where many migrant workers reside, making it a suitable hideout. Xiaolan, wake up! Niu Gong exileme. Worry etched across his face as he looked at the unconscious Jiang Xiaolan. She is fine. She just fainted, I reassured him. Emoga, thank you. From now on, my life is yours. Niogang knelt before me once again. Get up. A man's knees should not bow unless to the heavens, I said, pulling him to his feet. I see you are a practitioner of the martial arts. That is why I lent my assistance. Montak, you've offended Yao Lu Ji on my behalf. You may face constant troubles now. Niogang remarked, a hint of shame in his voice. Is that so? I narrowed my eyes, my gaze turning icy. Chapter 10. The female disciple in this world. I am solitary and unencumbered, akin to a lone wolf. Thus I harbor no fear of Yao Jiuji. Had I been fearful, I would not have assisted Niogang in rescuing anyone. Should Yao Jiuji truly pursue me with malice, I would gladly show him the wrath of an indignant man, spilling blood in the process. That evening, I secured a room for Niogang and Jiang Xiaolan in Chunyang village, allowing them a temporary refuge. Tomorrow morning, you both must leave the city and lay low. He instructed Niugong. Emoga, what about you? Yao Jiuji is a venomous snake. He will not let this go, Niogang warned. A snake, you say? Umph. I scoffed, preparing to turn away. Emoga, after I send Xiaolan away, I will return immediately. Please leave me your number, Niogang implored. I only intervened because I deemed you a practitioner of the martial arts, I replied, wishing to disengage from Niogang, but he stood resolutely in my path. Regardless, my life now belongs to you, Emoga. Though my skills may be lacking, I am a man of my word. I gazed into Niogang's eyes for a few moments. His unwavering resolve suggested sincerity. He was not without merit. Loyalty and righteousness could serve him well in this life. I pondered this silently, then gave him my phone number before finally taking my leave. Upon returning to the headquarters of Wanjia Group, I found Sher Pongzi still fast asleep in the security room. It was already past 2 in the morning, and he had yet to awaken. Normally, he would be on duty, but his slumber spared me from some inconvenience. I kicked him lightly, announcing, rise and fulfill your duty. It is my turn to sleep. Oh, what time is it? Sher Pongzi groggily climbed from his makeshift bed. It's past 2. My apologies, I overslept, he mumbled. I disregarded him and collapsed onto the cot, exhausted after 2 hours of commotion. Soon, I drifted into a deep slumber, unperturbed by the prospect of Yao Jiuji's retaliation. I woke at 5 in the morning, began my morning jog, and practiced some martial arts before heading to the cafeteria for breakfast. After eating, I returned to my dormitory, collapsing onto my bed for more sleep. I was blissfully unaware of time passing when my phone, resting beside my bed, began ringing incessantly. Groggily, I reached for it. Hello. Who is this? Wang Mo, it's Ouyang Feier. Director Ouyang, what brings you to disturb my sleep? I grumbled, still half asleep. I apologize for interrupting, but I have an urgent matter. Can you come downstairs? I'm waiting at the entrance of her dormitory. Ouyang Feier replied, her tone tinged with concern. What is it? I protested, reluctant to leave my bed after only 3 hours of sleep. My sister insists on visiting me today. And I told my family we were living together. If she arrives and doesn't find you, all my efforts will be in vain. I need to ask you. Ouyang Feier explained anxiously. Can one deceive for a moment, but not for a lifetime? If I can deceive for a day, so be it. I have no desire for matchmaking or marriage at this early hour, I retorted. Is there any compensation? I queried, sitting up. Yes. If you can help me with my sister, I will pay you 3,000 as a service fee. All right, for the sake of our friendship, I will assist you once more. I felt a surge of satisfaction. An additional 3,000 in my pocket would suffice for a while, even if Wanjia Group were to dismiss me. Thank you. Ouyang Feier hung up, muttering under her breath, that rascal, taking advantage and still complaining. 10 minutes later, I appeared before Ouyang Feier, dressed casually and stifling yawns. Get in the car, she instructed, starting the engine and driving out of the Wanjia Group employee dormitory. Dressed in denim shorts and a pink t-shirt, Ouyang Feier's legs were strikingly beautiful, momentarily leaving me dizzy. My gaze lingered on her legs until she shot me an admonishing glance, prompting me to shift my attention elsewhere. Soon, drowsiness overtook me, and I dozed off in the car. Jaka community is only a 15-minute drive from the Wanjia Group headquarters. This was my first visit to Ouyang Feier's home, and I was surprised to find it was a one-bedroom apartment, yet it exuded warmth. I heard your salary is in the 7 figures. Why do you live in a one-bedroom? I inquired, puzzled. I'm here alone. It's just right for me, Ouyang Feier replied, rolling her eyes at me. Oh, I'm so tired. Could you find me a place to sleep? I only got 3 hours last night and was awakened early today, I complained. Well, Ouyang Feier's face revealed her hesitation. No man had ever entered her room before. Didn't we share a bed at your parents' house 2 days ago? I teased. Rascal, she exclaimed, stepping on my foot, causing me to wince in pain. Ultimately, she relented and led me into her bedroom, knowing that if I were to sleep on the couch, her sister Ouyang Wen's arrival would surely expose our ruse. Ouyang Feier's bed was adorned with a large teddy bear, nearly as tall as a person, occupying a significant portion of the bed. As I gazed at the plush bear, an amusing image of Ouyang Feier cuddling it came to mind, and I couldn't help but fantasize. Release that bear. Let me take its place. I soon drifted back into the realm of dreams, yet before long, I was roused once again. Brother-in-law, rise and shine. The sun has graced your backside. As the voice rang out, I felt a firm slap on my posterior. My eyes flew open to find Ouyang Wen standing by the bed, her smile radiant. Goodness, could this madcap girl have been the one to strike me? I felt a wave of annoyance wash over me inwardly. Brother-in-law, I've made up my mind. I want to be your disciple and learn martial arts. Ouyang Wen indeed exhibited characteristics of a martial arts enthusiast. As I blinked sleepily at her, I noticed she was dressed in a dark patterned tank top paired with white capri pants, her short, tousled hair enhancing her striking appearance. She was equally captivating as her sister, Ouyang Feier, who often donned a slim-fit t-shirt with denim shorts. As the ancients said, beauty is a feast for the eyes. How true that is. I muttered softly to myself. What did you say? She inquired. Nothing. You've surpassed the age for practicing martial arts. Diligently honing the police force's hand-to-hand combat techniques will suffice, I replied. No way. I want to practice martial arts. I researched it, and as long as I'm under 30, I can still train. Ouyang Wen declared, her determination unwavering. I don't know martial arts. I'm not lying. I truly don't. I don't believe you. Teach me, please. Ouyang Wen pouted and playfully tugged at my arm, shaking it vigorously. The force of her actions inadvertently caused my hand to brush against her soft bosom. A rush of thoughts flooded my mind. Wen, stop fooling around. Ouyang Feier entered the room just then. Sister, if you let brother-in-law teach me martial arts, I promise to behave. Ouyang Wen pouted again. The fierce female officer of the municipal criminal police was now acting coy. Her colleagues would surely be taken aback if they witnessed this. The reason Ouyang Wen was so close to me was that she had discovered my cohabitation with her sister, Ouyang Feier, and having maintained a close bond with her sister since childhood, she naturally regarded me, her brother-in-law, as family and thus felt comfortable behaving this way. Wang Mo, if you truly know martial arts, could you teach Wen? Ouyang Feier, feeling exasperated by her sister's insistence, hesitated before asking. With 2 beauties of school flower caliber seated beside me, their eager gazes made it difficult for me to refuse outright. Was this a beauty trap? Indeed, it certainly felt like one, a double beauty trap. I sighed inwardly. Very well. I finally nodded and said, I practice the national art of Xingyi Quan, founded by Yu Fei. The national art is a deadly skill, and Xingyi Quan, evolving from battlefield combat, possesses immense destructive power. However, it is not something one can master in a few days. It requires perseverance and diligent practice. Rest assured, brother-in-law, I will practice diligently, Ouyang Wen replied, a glimmer of determination gracing her delicate features. Becoming a disciple of the national art is a significant matter. Once you pledge allegiance, you shall consider me as a father for life. And you must undergo a cleansing ritual, kneeling thrice and bowing 9 times. Are you willing? I asked with utmost seriousness. It requires that much formality? She clearly had not anticipated the gravity of the initiation into the national art. This is a tradition of the national art, I confirmed. Wang Mo, woman will only learn a half-form technique. Would you? Ouyang Feier began to speak, but paused upon witnessing my serious demeanor. Swallowing her words and looking to her sister for her decision. Wen, this is no joking matter. Think carefully. Once you become my disciple, you will step into the world of martial arts, becoming a bearer of the national art, which will naturally add a measure of duty and ties to your heart. You will no longer just be a police officer, but also a martial artist. Can't martial artists enter the 6 doors? Ouyang queried. In modern times, it is permissible. However, in the past, serving as a henchman was disgraceful to the martial arts community. Then that is settled. Ouyang's expression morphed into one of resolve. Brother-in-law, I have decided to become your disciple and learn genuine national art. Very well, since you have made your decision. I shall first teach you the method of the chopping fist and the 5 elements fist. The chopping fist belongs to the metal element, corresponding to the lungs. With diligent practice, your breath will become long and steady. If, after a month, you can deliver 100 consecutive chopping fists without gasping for breath, I will formally accept you as my disciple. Yes, brother-in-law, I will pass the test. Ouyang exclaimed, waving her delicate little fists before me. What a beautiful girl. How could she possess such a fervor for martial arts? I mused silently. Chapter 11. The burning wooden sword technique. I instructed Ouyang, one in the chopping fist. And after a month, if she could deliver 100 without losing her breath, I would accept her as my disciple. This condition appeared simple enough, and Ouyang readily agreed. I chuckled inwardly. The chopping fist belongs to the metal element closely linked to the lungs, demanding substantial lung capacity. To strike 100 consecutive chopping fists without turning red or breathless is no small feat. It would require at least 3 months of arduous training to accomplish. Thus, I was confident that she would not complete this task, and I would naturally not accept her as my disciple. Wrists must be relaxed. Palms must be steady. I guided Ouyang's delicate hand, a flurry of thoughts swirling within me. Hips must be raised. I playfully tapped her petite rear. Ouch! Ouyang focused intently on her training. I felt a sense of satisfaction. The little imp dared to slap my backside earlier, and now she had received her comeuppance. How delightful! Yet, I reminded myself to remain composed. Being labeled a lecher would not be ideal. To correct form, I engaged in a thorough demonstration of close contact. Ouyang watched with a furrowed brow, her lips poised to speak several times but hesitating. In truth, I had no intention of taking advantage of Ouyang. Xingyi Quan is an internal martial art, and since the chopping fist is closely related to the lungs, even a slight deviation in form could potentially harm her lungs. Therefore, I had to teach her hand in hand and continually adjust her movements. The national art comprises practice methods, combat techniques, and performance routines. I taught Ouyang the authentic practice method of the chopping fist, which strengthens the body and enhances lung capacity. However, practicing for a millennium would not equip her to fight. The combat techniques are the essence of the national art, passed down only to dedicated disciples by their masters. Each combat technique has been refined through the blood and experience of predecessors, specifically intended for combat. As for performance routines, they are merely for show, aesthetically pleasing but lacking practical application. At noon, Ouyang personally prepared 3 dishes and a soup, surprising me with her culinary skills. As I ate, I gazed at her in astonishment, internally reflecting, she truly excels in both the kitchen and the parlor. If I were truly her boyfriend, I would be quite fortunate. Brother-in-law, why are you staring at my sister? Did you not know she could cook? Ouyang's voice broke my reverie. Of course I know. Your sister cooks for me every day, doesn't she? Il replied, glancing at Ouyang. A hint of annoyance flickered in Ouyang's eyes. Yet she could only nod in acknowledgement before her sister. After the meal, Ouyang received a call from the criminal police team regarding a case and left promptly. Once she departed, Ouyang pulled out 3,000 yuan from her wallet and handed it to me. I accepted the money and, while stowing it away in my pocket, remarked, earning money is no easy feat. At my words, Ouyang shot me an irritated glare. I chuckled softly to myself. I was deliberately trying to provoke her. After taking a nap on Ouyang's bed in the morning and enjoying her home-cooked meal at noon, I had earned 3,000 yuan in less than 10 hours. Truly, this money came too easily. Though I may present a somewhat roguish demeanor, appearing rather carefree, I would never entangle myself with Ouyang in a manner befitting a scoundrel. Thus, upon the conclusion of our encounter, I rose to depart. Just then, Ouyang called out to me. Director Ouyang, do you have something to discuss? I inquired. She hesitated, stammering, you, managing only to utter a single word, you. If Director Ouyang has something to say, please do so. You aren't about to confess your feelings for me, are you? I remarked, tossing my hair nonchalantly. Ouyang flushed, then cleared her throat, stating, would you consider being my assistant? An assistant? Director Ouyang, you can't possibly have developed feelings for me, can you? I scanned her form with my gaze. Let's be serious. I'm speaking of a genuine matter. My assistant Zhao has resigned, leaving a vacancy. The monthly salary is 5,000, which exceeds what you earn as a security guard, Ouyang Feier asserted earnestly. But I lack any relevant skills, I protested. It's quite simple. You would primarily answer my calls and deliver documents. If there are social engagements, you would serve as my driver. Also, at times, you might even need to help me fend off unwanted drinks, she elaborated on the assistant's duties. So, it's essentially being your lackey and bodyguard. If you don't want me, then so be it. Ouyang Feier felt a twinge of grievance. Several new university graduates were vying to be her assistant. It surprised her that I did not appreciate the offer. I would be more than willing. Who holds a grudge against money? Furthermore, the prospect of being by director Ouyang's side daily is indeed a delightful thought, I quickly replied. Can you drive? She asked. I can. I'm an experienced driver. Well then, come to my office tomorrow. Okay. I whistled cheerfully as I left Ouyang Feier's residence, feeling elated. Initially, I believed I would have no further entanglements with her. Yet the notion of becoming her assistant meant I would be in her company nearly every day. Perhaps, I mused, this proximity could lead to something more. The Jia community is not too far from the Wanjia group, so I decided to walk back. With my upper body remaining still, I practiced the half-step crushing fist technique, each step a deliberate motion, the energy circulating within me, unnoticed by passersby, who might merely perceive my gait as peculiar. For martial artists, every movement, whether standing or sitting, is an exercise in discipline. The decline of traditional martial arts is not solely due to the advent of firearms. A more profound reason lies in the modern society's restlessness. Mastery of martial arts necessitates the cultivation of inner peace, the ability to endure solitude and monotony. While some may persist through 1,000 repetitions of a single movement, few can sustain the practice through 10,000 or even 100,000. Yet, true mastery requires countless repetitions to form a reflex, enabling one to react instinctively in combat. The essence of martial arts lies in swiftness. Without conditioned reflexes, one cannot effectively respond to an opponent's strikes. To reach the Wanjia group, I traversed an ancient street renowned in the city, the Antique Street. Today was Sunday, and throngs of people filled the market. With rising living standards and an increase in affluent individuals, the trade of antiques had flourished. I often visited this street, hoping to stumble upon ancient martial arts manuscripts. Thus, I paused my practice and strolled into the bustling market. The antique street boasted a myriad of artifacts: porcelain, bronze, jade, carvings, and paintings, though most were replicas, with genuine items being rare and dependent on one's discerning eye. My knowledge of antiques was limited, yet I could identify genuine martial arts manuals at a glance. Paper may be aged, but the content cannot be fabricated. Unfortunately, over the years, I had not encountered a single valuable manuscript. There were few vendors selling ancient texts, so I quickly scanned the offerings. Just as I was about to leave empty-handed, I spotted a middle-aged woman with 3 books before her. One was particularly thin, comprising only a dozen pages, and appeared to have been scorched. My interest piqued upon seeing an illustration of a monk wielding a knife. Could it be a manual on knife techniques? I approached her stall, eagerly picking up the slender tome to peruse its contents. The 13 pages included 2 illustrations of figures, albeit poorly rendered, yet the accompanying annotations were remarkably detailed, clearly marking the meridians involved. The remaining 11 pages were filled with traditional characters, penned in a robust calligraphic style. Each page contained roughly a few dozen characters, totaling less than 500, yet I found myself utterly entranced. Young man, if you wish to read, go to the library. Don't block my business here. The woman's voice interrupted my reverie. I gently closed the book, my heart racing with excitement, for this manuscript contained the cultivation secrets of the burning wood knife technique, one of the Shaolin's 72 unique skills. In earlier times, such knowledge would have been priceless. The Shaolin Temple is revered as a bastion of martial arts, largely due to its legendary techniques. While these skills may seem simple at a glance, they are perilous for the untrained. The essence of these 72 techniques lies in their cultivation secrets, refined over millennia at the temple. A mere glance might grant understanding, yet without guidance, one may never grasp their true nature. In my hands lay the genuine cultivation secrets of the burning wooden knife technique, a method of delivering force that, when perfected, could cleave a tree as thick as a bowl with a single stroke, igniting it through rapid friction, hence the name. Due to recent conflicts, many of the Shaolin's techniques have faded into obscurity, once strictly guarded within the temple's walls, now drifting into the world. The current Shaolin temple in Hunan is but a mere shell, with few authentic techniques remaining and even fewer true monks. Most are merely performers masquerading as martial artists for financial gain. The manuscript in my possession held immense value for me, yet to others, it might seem worthless. I was exhilarated internally, though I maintained an outward calm. Is this a martial arts manual? I innocently inquired of the woman. Young man, you have an excellent eye. This has been passed down from my ancestors. She rambled on about its origins, concluding earnestly, my father-in-law once said, this book was once a treasure. What is the price? I asked after she finished her tale, skeptical of her narrative. Everything in the antique street comes with a story, seeing that you recognize its worth. I'll let it go for a mere 10,000, she declared, raising a finger before me. 10,000 for this flimsy thing? It's hardly worth using as toilet paper. Why don't you rob a bank instead? I retorted, turning to leave. Wait, don't go, give me a price. She called after me as I made my exit. Seriously, 10,000? Do you think I'm a fool? In the eyes of an expert, this is a piece of worthless junk. I've already grasped the essence of the burning wood knife technique after a single glance. The only reason I deconsider purchasing it would be to prevent it from falling into the hands of someone who might ruin it. 100, I countered. I too extended a finger and shook it lightly. Brother, isn't this a bit excessive? Let's add a little more. To be frank, this item is worth not a penny. A martial arts manual? It's laughable. One might think they're watching a television drama. Moreover, such manuals are abundant online. I merely found the calligraphy vigorous and somewhat poetic, intending to take it back as a piece for practice. Would you sell it for 100 yuan? If not, then so be it. Take it away. The woman waved her hand dismissively. In truth, she had not spent a single cent on these books. She had picked them up from a recycling station, their appearance somewhat worn, and placed them on her stall, hoping for a stroke of luck in selling them. I tossed 100 yuan to her and departed with the essence of the burning wood sword technique. The burning wood sword technique embodies the power of striking. With all 6 meridians of the 3 yang and 3 yin of my hands unblocked, practicing it posed no difficulty whatsoever. It seemed I would need to purchase a small Qing knife from Tmall. Gazing at the meridians depicted in the 2 illustrations, I mused silently. The burning wood sword technique requires 50,000 repetitions with a correct exertion method to achieve minor success, and 300,000 for significant mastery. Thus, I resolved that once I acquired the small Qing knife, I must strike 500 times daily. In 3 months, I would attain minor success. As for significant mastery, it would take at least 1.5 to 2 years, and that was due to my prior unblocking of the 6 meridians. Contentedly, I returned to the dormitory of the Wanjia Group headquarters, only to unexpectedly encounter 3 suspicious men loitering at the entrance. It seemed that Yao Jiuji had already caught wind of my presence. I squinted slightly, a glint of cold light flashing in my eyes. The practitioners of the martial world had not been active in the city for too long, and it appeared these underworld figures had forgotten that the martial world was forever the domain of martial artists. This city is not a hub for martial arts, with very few practitioners around. Thus, the underworld has long been under the control of the ruffians from the early 90s. Of course, they are no longer the petty thugs of yore. They have since amassed wealth. In the Tang, Song, Ming, and Qing dynasties, the government controlled the legitimate world, while the martial world governed the underworld, with ruffians and petty criminals serving as mere pawns. In the 21st century, the martial world still exerts control over many areas of dark influence, such as Xingyi in Hebei, Sini in Shaanxi, Tai Chi in Hunan, Mantis in Shandong, and Wing Chun in Guangdong. However, my city possesses only my line of Xingyi, with no other inheritances, leaving the underworld forces dominated by non-martial individuals. Yao Jiuji is a local tyrant, running a trading company and managing the Blue Moon nightclub. Although I held no fear of Yao Jiuji, I cannot afford to be careless. As the saying goes, money can make the devil push the mill. With just a few 100,000, Yao Jiuji could easily create endless troubles for me. Upon noticing me, the 3 men quickly averted their gaze, one producing a phone, presumably to report my whereabouts to Yao Jiuji. I strode directly towards them, and to my surprise, they fled at the sight of me. It appeared that Yao Jiuji had merely tasked them with surveillance. Frowning slightly at their retreat, I speculated inwardly. I chose not to pursue them, but returned to my dormitory, taking a refreshing shower that greatly improved my comfort. However, upon exiting the bathroom, I noticed the security captain, Su Bing, observing me with a gleeful expression. I could not be bothered with Su Bing. I planned to move out of the communal dormitory in a few days to assist Ouyang Feier, earning a monthly salary of 5,000 yuan. With bonuses, I could easily afford to rent a one-bedroom apartment nearby. The housing prices in our city are not steep. A one-bedroom apartment in the city center rents for around 1,500 yuan monthly. As a security guard, my salary would leave little after rent, but as an assistant, I could comfortably manage the 1,500 yuan rent. It was only just past 3 o'clock, well before mealtime, so I lay down on my bed and began to meticulously study the essence of the burning wood sword technique. Yet, not long after lying down, Su Bing's voice reached my ears. Wang Mo, this morning, Yao Ji's men came looking for you. I was taken aback. Su Bing actually knew who Yao Jiuji was. It seemed he had some connections in the underworld. Oh, I acknowledged, choosing not to engage further. Wang Mo, although you are skilled, few who offend Yao Ge come to a good end, Su Bing remarked, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Enough. I glared at him. Wang Mo. Yao Ge has issued orders to break one of your legs, Su Bing continued. Hearing Su Bing's claim that Yao Jiuji intended to break my leg ignited a killing intent within me. Practitioners of the martial world aspire to traverse the rivers and lakes, seeking swift retribution. 10 steps to slay a man, leaving no trace behind. Once the matter is settled, I shall brush off my clothes and disappear, concealing my identity and name. This is how Li Bai depicted ancient heroes. Though I was born in the 21st century and donned modern attire, I still harbored the heart of a chivalrous spirit. If Yao Jiuji wished to break my leg, I would not simply await his arrival. Strike first to gain the upper hand. Offense is always the best defense, and I held no fear of Yao Jiuji. Suddenly, I leaped off the bed, startling Su Bing, who looked at me with a tense expression. What do you intend to do? Don't worry, I won't hit you, I replied, striding towards the dormitory exit. Just as I stepped out the door, Su Bing's voice called out again. Don't be fooled by Wang Mo's bravado. He offended Yao Ge last night, and in a few days, he will be crippled. Let's see how he maintains his arrogance then. A surge of anger rose within me. It felt terrible to have my life in someone else's hands. Yao Jiuji, since you wish to break my leg, let me show you the might of a martial artist. My eyes gleamed with determination. Upon exiting the dormitory, I once again spotted the 3 sneaky men. However, I disregarded them and headed straight for the park. Once there, I selected a secluded spot and began to practice my punches. Chopping, drilling, collapsing cannon, horizontal, bear form, dragon form, tiger form, the 12 forms of Xingyi. Though I only specialized in 3. After several rounds of practice, my mood gradually settled, and I began to contemplate how to eliminate Yao Jiuji without leaving a trace. Killing is easy, but achieving the goal of brushing off one's clothes and disappearing, remaining hidden from view and name, is a challenging endeavor. With cameras everywhere, it is exceedingly difficult to ensure a perfect crime, leaving no evidence behind. Ultimately, I could devise no feasible plan, and my agitation grew. Consequently, I shifted my body and concealed myself amid the park's foliage. The 3 men trailing me soon emerged from their hiding spots, rushing to the area where I had just practiced, scanning the surroundings. What are you looking for? I had not actually left. Rather, I had hidden myself, and in a swift motion, I appeared behind them. Bang, bang, bang. With lightning speed, 3 punches struck from behind, knocking all 3 down. Subsequently, I raised my foot and kicked at their faces. Bang, bang, bang. After venting my frustrations, the 3 lay unconscious, bloodied. Damn it, I cursed under my breath. Turning to leave, after wandering around the city center, I entered a Walmart but did not linger inside. I quickly exited through another entrance. This is an effective method to shake off a tail. Once I was certain no one was following me, I boldly sought out a restaurant to dine. While eating, my phone rang. It was Neo Gang's number. After a moment's thought, I pressed the answer button. Hello, Mo Gu, it's Neo Gang. I've sent Xiaolan back home and will be returning by bus tonight. Why are you coming back? I asked Neo Gang. To stay with Xiaolan for a while longer, he replied. Mo Gu, I know Yao Jiuji will definitely seek trouble with you, although my skills are lacking. Every additional person adds to our strength. Besides, I've been a subordinate of Yao Jiuji for over a year, so I know him well, Neo Gang said. I'll help you. I'm not afraid of Yao Jiuji causing trouble. You stay with Xiaolan and don't come back to create more chaos, I instructed before hanging up the call. At 10 o'clock in the evening, I found myself in the vibrant confines of Xinyi Hall, swaying my body to the thunderous beats of the music, my eyes scanning the crowd in search of a target. In recent days, the fiery allure of the Ouyang sisters, Ouyang Feier and Ouyang Wan, had ignited a longing within me, prompting my nocturnal excursion to hunt for prey. As for the matter concerning Yao Jiu, I found myself at an impasse, opting instead for a strategy of patience. Before long, a girl with a white tank top and hot pants caught my attention, her ponytail swaying as she moved among the men in the hall. Her face bore no signs of wear, yet she exuded a lively and carefree spirit, mingling effortlessly. Just as I was about to approach her, the lights flickered, revealing her hand diving into the pocket of a man she was dancing with. In an instant, a wallet was extracted, and, as she danced away, the man remained blissfully unaware of his loss. A thief, I realized with an epiphany. No wonder she was so keen to switch partners. I had mistakenly thought her to be merely flirtatious, but now it was clear she was pilfering wallets. I slowly moved closer to her, but she quickly sensed my intentions, smiling and grinding against me. Seizing the opportunity, I made a bold move, but in the blink of an eye, her fingers slipped into my pocket, retrieving my wallet. Instinctively, I caught her wrist in a firm grip. "Quite bold, aren't you?" I remarked with a smirk. "Let me go, you're hurting me." Her face contorted in distress as she struggled against my hold. "One more move, and I'll call security," I threatened, irritation boiling within me from the sharp pain radiating from my leg where she had kicked me. The bouncers here often had ties to the underworld, and if caught stealing, this girl would face dire consequences. Upon hearing my words, the girl ceased her resistance, transforming from a feisty little tiger into a meek kitten, her eyes pleading as she implored, "Big brother, please let me go." "No," I replied, maintaining my gaze. "Big brother, if you let me go, I'll do anything you want." Her act of vulnerability was almost palpable. "Anything?" My eyes drifted to her chest, which was provocatively accentuated by her top. Rather than shy away, she puffed out her chest, her tone sultry as she said, "Big brother, if you let me go, I'll be yours for the night." "Is that so?" I questioned, noting the cunning glint in her eyes. Such a girl is not easily swayed. They rarely open their hearts or heed a man's sweet nothings. Thus, I resolved to release her. If I had chosen to employ certain tactics, perhaps I could have indulged in some reckless adventure with her tonight. But that would betray my principles. Though I may seem heartless, I adhere to a personal code. I do not take advantage of women. After a moment's contemplation, I said, "It appears you are a lone swan. Otherwise, your accomplices would have come to your rescue by now. Be wise." I retrieved my wallet and released her wrist. With newfound freedom, she turned away, disdainfully huffing, "What is it to you?" before disappearing into the throng of dancers. I resumed my search for the next target. A woman with long, straight black hair caught my eye, seated at the bar, nursing a drink while ignoring advances from several men. I smiled slightly and approached her. Taking a seat beside her, I ordered a glass of iced brandy, sipping while admiring her from the side. Before I could finish my drink, she turned to me, asking, "Do you find me attractive?" A quietly blooming rose, yearning for someone to appreciate her, I replied. Although I had not encountered countless women, my martial training granted me a keen observational skill and an acute intuition. Even upon sitting down, I sensed an aura of solitude emanating from her. My words appeared to take her by surprise, and she raised her glass in a toast, downing its contents. I mirrored her action, draining my brandy, then extended my hand. "May I have this dance?" "Certainly," she agreed. Just then, chaos erupted in the dance floor as the ponytailed girl, clad only in her underwear, emerged from the back. Her face swollen, blood streaming from her mouth and nose, and her left eye bruised. She desperately attempted to flee through the crowd. With a swift motion, a security guard intercepted her, delivering a kick to her back, sending her sprawling to the ground at my feet. "Help me, please," she cried, but the onlookers recoiled, unwilling to intervene. In that moment, I became the focal point of her desperate plea, as she clung to my leg, sobbing, "Save me, call the police. They're not human." Having already warned her to tread wisely, I felt a twinge of sympathy for her plight, but had no desire to involve myself further. She had chosen to steal in a den of thieves, and now she must face the consequences of her actions. Each person must be accountable for their choices. I am not a villain, yet I am certainly not a fool. I possess my own boundaries when it comes to helping others. Two security guards attempted to lift her from the ground, but she clung to me, refusing to let go. I scanned the area for the long-haired woman, but she had vanished without a trace. How unfortunate. A wave of discontent washed over me. Just moments ago, I was on the brink of something promising. Tonight, with my long, straight hair, I was certain I would find myself in a hotel room. Yet now, thanks to the commotion caused by the girl with the ponytail, it all felt futile. Anger bubbled within me, and with a swift motion, I shook off her grasp effortlessly and turned towards the exit, my interest in pursuing my quarry evaporating. However, after taking only a couple of steps, the security guard's admonitions halted me in my tracks. Damn it. That wretched girl dared to stir trouble in a place protected by Brother Yao. One of the guards bore a bite mark on his arm, blood trickling from it as he raged. Brother Yao's territory? I paused, my expression sharpening. If this was indeed Brother Yao's domain, then I would certainly intervene. I retraced my steps without another word, and, with a resounding punch, sent the foul-mouthed guard sprawling to the ground. In the next instant, I pivoted, my right elbow crashing into the ribs of another guard. The impact echoed as he crumpled to the floor, clutching his side, incapacitated for the moment. Let us go. I yanked the ponytail girl upright and, hand in hand, dashed toward the nightclub's entrance. Get out of my way, I shouted at the crowd that blocked our path. As we neared the exit, a guard wielding a rubber baton obstructed us, swinging it towards my head. I leaned back, executing a swift kick that landed squarely in his abdomen, while his attack was delayed by my backward lean. With a thud, the guard collided with the glass door. And seizing the opportunity, I pulled the ponytail girl outside the Xingyi Quan nightclub. After fleeing 2 blocks, we finally halted. Phew, phew, she gasped thank you. I released her hand and replied, no need to thank me, before turning to leave. Hey, she called, catching up to me. Do you need something? I glanced back at her, questioning. Nothing. Just, why did you save me? None of your concern, and you don't need to thank me, I replied, curtly, attempting to walk away again, but her footsteps followed closely behind. Why are you following me? I frowned, turning to face her. I don't have a dime to my name and nowhere to stay tonight. She stood there in only her undergarments, arms wrapped around herself, looking utterly pitiful. Why are you following me if you have no money? I asked, my irritation growing as I thought, damn, does she really see me as a soft touch, a fool? I had only chosen not to involve myself in her affairs because of my grudge against Brother Yao. I sobbed, she whimpered, her bruised eyes gazing at me. Seeing my impatience, she burst into tears. Women are truly troublesome. I felt my resolve weaken under the power of her tears. Reluctantly, I pulled out my wallet and handed her 100 yuan, saying, find a hotel for the night. No need to thank me. Just call me Lei Feng. To my surprise, she returned the money, tears streaming down her face, saying, can I stay with you tonight? I studied her face for several seconds before reclaiming the cash and wrapping my arm around her shoulders, leading her to a nearby hotel. Chapter 14. Gossip at 5 in the morning, I awoke punctually as I had done for years to practice boxing. Glancing at the ponytail girl nestled beside me, I recalled the wildness of the previous night, a smile creeping onto my lips. She was quite captivating. Yet, a tinge of regret surfaced. She was not the type to engage in a fleeting encounter, disappearing at dawn without a trace. I felt I should have held back last night, but it was too late for such thoughts now. There was a park nearby, and I ventured there to practice my punches. By 8, I returned to the hotel with breakfast, finding the ponytail girl awake. As I entered, she was scolding me for being a scoundrel for slipping away after our encounter. It's time to eat, I said, my face flushing. I had indeed contemplated leaving after my workout, but I ultimately returned with food. I could not be a man without responsibility. Escaping might have alleviated my troubles, but I would have lost respect for myself. Avoidance was never my nature. Hey, you didn't leave? She asked, astonished. I want to buy breakfast. Oh, I thought you would just walk away. Isn't a one-night stand supposed to end with both parties parting ways at dawn, acting as if they never met again? I feigned ignorance. What one-night stand? If you deny it, I'll report you for rape, she said through a mouthful of food. So it was true. I felt a rush of frustration. I was not afraid of her threat. The police were not foolish, and my conscience was clear. It was merely a matter of reconciling my upbringing with my actions. Responsibility. A man must always bear the weight of his actions, never shying away from challenges. Those are my grandfather's words. I'm Wang Mo, a security guard at Wangjia Group. What is your name? I introduced myself. A security guard? She exclaimed, shocked. Damn, I thought you were someone important. I retorted. Only a fool would think a one-night stand would leave them unscathed. Who is in denial? Since you saved me last night, how about you give me 10,000 yuan, and we'll call it even? She said, already resigned to her misfortune. That suited me just fine, though I didn't have that much money. I only have 5,000 on me. That's all I can offer. I displayed the contents of my wallet. What about a bank card? She asked, rummaging through my wallet. I don't have one. This is all I possess, I replied, blinking. How unlucky for me. Stuck with a security guard, she grumbled. Can I leave now? Go ahead, disappear from my sight. She waved me off with an air of impatience. All right. I felt a wave of relief and hurriedly exited the room, fearing she would change her mind. Once outside the hotel, I felt lighter and began to hum an old tune. The skies of the liberated zone are blue. The people of the liberated zone are so fond. I had thought she would be difficult, yet it was so easily resolved. With someone like her, I truly wanted no strings attached. A fleeting dalliance was all I desired. If she clung on, it would undoubtedly lead to endless trouble. One could not be harsh towards a woman they had shared a bed with, unless she willingly wished for me to vanish. Before 9, I returned punctually to the Wanjia Group headquarters. At 10, Ouyang Fei called, requesting my presence in her office on the 17th floor. I took the elevator up, and upon my arrival, she led me to the personnel department on the 16th floor. Ouyang Fei, though young, held the position of sales director at Wanjia Group, not merely due to her captivating beauty, but also her competence. She had the authority to make decisions regarding the assistant director position, as she was the one overseeing the work. The manager of the Human Resources Department requested me to fill out several forms. Throughout this process, he scrutinized me with a perplexed expression, seemingly unable to fathom why the stunning Ouyang Fei would take an interest in someone like me. Upon completing the forms, the HR department presented me with a new name badge, marking the moment I officially became Ouyang Fei's assistant. After changing out of my security uniform at noon, I went out on a suit for work every day. Ouyang Fei led me back to the 18th floor, offering me instructions along the way. Yes, Director Ouyang, I replied, relieved that she had previously purchased a suit for me when I pretended to be her boyfriend, which proved fortuitous for the afternoon ahead. This will be your office. She indicated a small room adjacent to hers, labeled as the sales director's assistant. I felt an exhilarating sense of disbelief. Had I truly transformed into a white-collar worker? Remember to change into your suit this afternoon and accompany me for an outing, Ouyang Fei instructed as she prepared to return to her office. Understood, I replied, eager to acclimate to my new environment. Director Ouyang, I called out to her just as she was about to leave. Is there something else? She inquired. Would it be possible for you to lend me some money? I gave all my cash to a girl with a ponytail earlier, and I find myself utterly broke, hoping to rent a place nearby. Ouyang Fei furrowed her brow and asked, Did I not give you 6,000 yuan last week? I spent it all, I confessed. She studied me for a few moments before finally saying, Come with me to retrieve some. Thank you, Director Ouyang. If you ever need my assistance, please don't hesitate to ask. There's no charge, I said with a smile. After borrowing 10,000 yuan from Ouyang Fei, I had essentially anticipated my salary for the next 2 months. Upon returning to the dormitory, I began packing my belongings. News of my promotion to assistant to the director had already spread throughout the headquarters of Wanjia Group, and as soon as I entered the dormitory, I was surrounded by a group of security personnel. Mo Gu, you're incredible. You've only been here a few days and already become Director Ouyang's assistant. One of them exclaimed, Mo Gu, teach us how to attract a woman like Director Ouyang. Is it your prowess in bed that won her over? Another teased, Get lost. I retorted, uninterested in their banter, stuffing my clothes into a travel bag and leaving without a backward glance. What a show off, I heard the captain of the security team, Su Bing. Mutta, Yao Go won't let him off easy. He won't be able to flaunt it for long. Just 500 meters from Wanjia Group, there was a residential complex called Century City, featuring 50 square meter, 1-bedroom apartments designed for single white-collar workers, fully furnished and beautifully renovated. Available for 1,500 yuan a month with a deposit of 3 months' rent. I chose an apartment on the 6th floor and signed a contract, paying a total of 6,000 yuan. Later that afternoon, dressed in the suit Ouyang Fei had previously bought for me, I confidently entered the Wanjia Group headquarters and took the elevator to the 17th floor. Inside the elevator, several people cast curious glances in my direction, perplexed as to how the breathtaking Ouyang Fei could possibly be interested in someone like me, a mere security guard. In truth, I shared a unique bond with Ouyang Fei. having saved her at Daling Mountain Park and encountering her again at the Wanjia Group headquarters. Assistant Wang, Director Ouyang enjoys a cup of coffee in the afternoon. Don't forget to brew it for her, Lu Jia, a veteran of the sales department, advised me with a smile. Thank you, Lu Jia, I replied, making my way to the break area for coffee, tea, and bottled water. I couldn't help but wonder how I had managed to secure the position of Director Ouyang's assistant. As I took only a few steps, a voice called from behind, "Hey." I turned to see a bespectacled young man staring at me, who quickly averted his gaze when I met his eyes. The position of director's assistant was highly coveted, and my sudden appointment had undoubtedly stirred discontent among many, including Xingyi, a recent university graduate and intern in the sales department. He had endeavored tirelessly to win Ouyang Feier's favor, only to see the position awarded to someone like me, a security guard. Ouyang Feier's BMW was provided by the company, and in the afternoon, I drove her to meet several clients, concluding my first day as her assistant. However, the following morning, gossip circulated throughout the building. Have you heard? The new sales director's assistant is Ouyang Feier's kept boy. Really? Ouyang Feier doesn't seem like that kind of person. She's always so aloof. Could she really be keeping a boy toy? You don't understand. The colder someone appears, the stronger their desires often are. A regular person could never satisfy them. That little security guard must possess extraordinary skills to win Ouyang Feier's affection. I was incensed upon hearing the gossip circulating throughout the building. However, with so many people discussing it, I felt powerless to retaliate. I couldn't possibly confront everyone. When delivering documents to Ouyang Feier, I found her demeanor calm, leading me to believe she hadn't heard the rumors. Yet, as I prepared to leave, she called out to me, "Wang Mo, wait a moment." "Yes?" "Focus on your work and disregard the rumors." Ouyang Feier was actually comforting me. A smirk crept on my face as I replied, "As long as you don't mind." I couldn't care less. If what they're saying were true, how wonderful that would be. Upon hearing my words, Ouyang Feier shot me a stern look and said, "Just go." I chuckled as I exited her office. That woman. Just as I closed the door, I heard her stomp in frustration. Chapter 15. Encounter. As I was leaving work, I spotted Niu Gang peering around the entrance of Wanjia Group. When he saw me emerge from the building, he waved. "Mo. I frowned slightly and hurried over. "I told you to recover at home. Why are you back?" I questioned him sternly. "Mo, although I'm not skilled in fighting, I don't wish to run away." "I don't want you to face Yao Juji alone," Niu Gang replied earnestly. I stared into his eyes for a few moments, noticing the determination within, and I abandoned my intention to send him away. "I don't take care of the disabled. If you want to stay and help, then make sure to look after yourself first." I glanced at his injured leg and said, "Mo, don't worry, I will take care of myself." "Do you have a place to stay?" Niu Gang shook his head. "Come with me." I led him to a nearby restaurant for a meal and then to a supermarket for some essentials. Afterward, I took a long route back to Century City, wanting to keep my new address secret from Yao Juji. I was cautious after work, fearing someone might be following me. Upon returning to my rented apartment, I told Niu Gang, "You'll sleep on the sofa." "Thank you, Mo. Since you call me Mo, there's no need to be polite." I tossed him a can of Tsingtao beer and asked, "Having worked for Yao Juji for a year, you must know something about the local underworld. Share what you know." "Sure, Mo." We sat on the sofa, sipping beer as he recounted everything he knew. The underworld in our city is surprisingly fragmented, lacking a unified leader. The largest factions consist of 5 groups. In the Northern District, there is the Ilu Feng Transportation Company, owned by Wen Li, which nearly monopolizes the city's transportation industry. The cargo station area is his territory. The Western District is dominated by the Flower Snake Gang, led by Hua Kongan, known as Hua Matsi, who specializes in the flesh trade, with the majority of the city's escorts under his control. The Eastern District, the Old Town, is home to the Bai Lian Group, established by the Bai brothers Bai Shouwen and Bai Shouwu in the early 1990s. They gathered a number of followers and built a substantial foundation, and although they have since cleaned up their act, they have transformed into the Bai Lian Group, which encompasses hotels, dining, and real estate. The Southern District is the high-tech zone recently developed, where the 2 primary forces are the Yao Family Trade Company, led by Yao Jiuji, and the Chong Fa Pharmaceutical Factory, operated by Li Chong. Yao Jiuji's trade company primarily deals in smuggling, and he also owns the Blue Moon nightclub alongside various bars, KTVs, and bathhouses in that area. On the surface, Li Chong appears to be in the pharmaceutical business and has been recognized as an outstanding entrepreneur in the city. Yet there are persistent rumors that he is the mastermind behind the city's illicit drug trade. Thus, it seems Yao Jiuzhi is indeed a significant figure in the city. After hearing Niu Gang's introduction, I spoke up. Yes, he employs over 200 henchmen, and those who offend him in the southern district rarely end up well. Niu Gang said solemnly. I nodded, my brow slightly furrowed, realizing that I had underestimated Yao Jiuzhi's influence. He wields both wealth and power, with over 200 enforcers under his command, making him a formidable opponent. It appears that my previous surprise attack on the Blue Moon nightclub caught him off guard, allowing me to subdue him alone. Had he been prepared, eliminating him would not have been an easy task. Recently, you should exercise caution when going out, avoid being followed, and leverage your past connections to gather information on Yao Jiuzhi, I advised Niu Gang. Understood, Mo Gu. Knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in every battle. I resolved to take things one step at a time. As long as Yao Jiuzhi refrained from using firearms, I would not fear him. The next day, I went to the bank to open an account, and after activating my Alipay online, I spent 800 yuan on Tmall to purchase a 2-foot-long, finely crafted steel knife. I requested the vendor to sharpen it and create a blood groove. 3 days later, the item arrived, and I found it exquisite. Modern steel blades, though not divine weapons, are certainly top-tier armaments by ancient standards. Henceforth, I dedicated my days not only to practicing Xingyi Quan, but also to honing my skills with the wooden knife. During this period, it seemed Yao Jiuzhi had forgotten about me, as no one was sent to follow or intercept me at the Wan Jia Group headquarters. Niu Gang reached out to one of Yao Jiuzhi's subordinates he was close with, but did not uncover any useful information. Yao Jiuzhi is a venomous snake, vengeful and unforgiving. He will not let us off easily, Niu Gang asserted. You should monitor the Blue Moon nightclub daily, notify me of any developments, and ensure you remain undetected, I instructed him. I understand, Mo Gu, you can rest assured. After becoming Ouyang Feier's assistant, I found the workload even more exhausting than being a security guard. My days were filled with answering calls, delivering documents, driving, and accompanying Ouyang Feier to meet clients and dine, leaving me in a whirlwind of activity. After tirelessly working for half a month, Ouyang Feier finally secured a 10 million yuan contract. Following dinner with the client, it was already past 10 in the evening. I supported the slightly intoxicated Ouyang Feier into the BMW, then headed towards the Jia community. Wang Mo, Ouyang Feier called from the back seat. Let's not head back just yet. Director Ouyang, where would you like to go? I parked the car, turning to glance at her. Ouyang Feier, with her cheeks flushed and eyes hazy from the drink, looked alluring, her shirt's collar slightly undone, making it hard for me to swallow my excitement. Stay composed, stay composed. Let us find a KTV, I want to sing. It seemed Ouyang Feier was in a particularly good mood tonight and had the desire to sing. Very well, I thought to myself. Might we share an intimate moment after our karaoke session? I drove slowly, spotting a starry KTV nearby. I found a parking spot, secured the vehicle, and led Ouyang Feier towards the establishment. As we approached the entrance, Ouyang Feier handed me a credit card. I declined, gently pushing her hand back. It's my treat. Just kidding. I wouldn't let a beautiful woman pay when I'm with her. Ouyang Feier scrutinized me for a few seconds before acquiescing, saying fine. She is a clever woman, perceptive enough to recognize my need for pride as a man. I pushed open the door, ushering Ouyang Feier into the starry KTV. The receptionists, initially strikingly beautiful and provocatively dressed, instantly faded in comparison to Ouyang Feier, who radiated an unmatched allure. Normally, I would have lingered my gaze on the receptionists, but now, with a stunning beauty by my side, I found no interest in the mere sparrows. I booked a luxurious room, and a server escorted us to the 3rd floor. As the elevator opened, a provocatively dressed woman rushed out. Upon seeing her, I was taken aback, thinking, what a coincidence. This woman, with a ponytail, was the one I had rescued at the Xingyi nightclub half a month ago, with whom I had also shared a room. She dashed out a couple of steps, then halted, turning to exclaim, oh. Not wanting to engage with her, I hurriedly stepped into the elevator with Ouyang Feier. Wait. Just as the doors were about to close, the ponytailed woman rushed back and squeezed into the elevator. Hey, little security guard, don't you remember me? While she spoke to me, her gaze was fixated on Ouyang Feier. A beauty of Ouyang Feier's caliber inevitably draws attention from everyone, regardless of gender. Ouyang Feier was unfazed by such attention, while I felt the pressure mounting. The ponytailed woman was certainly not someone easy to dismiss. Should she say something inappropriate in front of Ouyang Feier, my image would undoubtedly suffer in her eyes. Do we know each other? Oh, I recall now. I saved your life half a month ago. No need to thank me. My name is Lei Feng. I spoke with a hint of warning in my eyes. That night, I also honored you. The ponytailed woman replied with a smile. Cough, cough. I clear my throat, glancing at Ouyang Feier. I had no intention of allowing my plan to get close to Ouyang Feier to be disrupted by this ponytailed woman, turning my opportunity into a lost cause. A little security guard accompanied by a beauty more radiant than a star? Am I seeing things? The ponytailed woman said with a teasing smile. Wang Mo. Do you know her? Ouyang Feier in Kvilet. I saved her half a month ago, something like that. Ouyang Feier smidetslichtli. No need. We're not familiar, I hurriedly interjected. Fortunately, the elevator doors opened just then, arriving at the third floor. The server led Ouyang Feier to the luxurious room 305, while I pulled the ponytailed woman aside. Narrowing my eyes at her, I saved you without expecting anything in return. As for that night, we are even now. Don't be nervous. It seems this beauty holds significant importance in your heart. As the saying goes, a day as husband and wife results in 100 days of kindness. Moreover, we certainly didn't just share one encounter that night. Since fate has brought us together, why not invite me to sing a song as well? The girl with the ponytail seemed to harbor her own intentions. I am not the kind of man to abandon my principles, yet that morning, you were the one who told me to leave. Thus we are even now. Should you persist in your entanglement, do not blame me for being rude. I adhere to my own principles. Since we owe each other nothing, if the ponytailed girl fails to recognize this, I would not hesitate to teach her a lesson. Chapter 16. Stalking, don't be nervous. I will sing a couple of songs and then leave. I am not asking for any money, she declared, chasing after Ouyang Feier. I was taken aback. What began as a duet with Ouyang Feier had transformed into a trio, leaving me rather uncomfortable. After singing 2 songs, I chose to refrain from further participation. Ouyang Feier also sang very little, as the night was predominantly occupied by the ponytailed girl. A person without shame is invincible. No matter how hard I tried, I could not rid myself of her presence, and I had no intention of resorting to violence against a woman unless my limits were crossed. Around midnight, we exited the Xingyi KTV, and as I drove up in my BMW, the ponytailed girl's eyes suddenly sparkled, which made me uneasy. Sister Feier, could you drop me off somewhere? She asked with a bright smile. Sure, hop in. It is past midnight, and it's dangerous for a girl to walk alone at night. Ouyang Feier surprisingly agreed, which left me feeling quite frustrated. Dangerous? She is just a little delinquent, after all. I drove unhappily, and fortunately, she got out not long after. However, after dropping Ouyang Feier off, I was intercepted by the ponytail girl as I exited the Jia community. Damn, she just doesn't know when to quit. And she even took a taxi to follow me. I cursed under my breath. Without Ouyang Feier, she boldly opened the car door and took the passenger seat in my BMW. A security guard driving such a nice car? She observed with a playful glint in her eyes. I glanced at her and replied, think what you like. Where are we headed? To my place. This car belongs to the company. I am merely a security guard and driver. I have given you all my belongings before. I have no money left for you tonight. I was reluctant to engage with this clever woman. A security guard and driver? Ouyang Feier would go KTV with you? You must be some rich kid trying to experience life, she teased. Your imagination is quite vivid. Have you read too many web novels? Now, where are we going? If you want tea, tell me, then get out. I said we're going to my place. Just drive. She insisted. Don't regret it. I pressed the accelerator, and the BMW sped away. 20 minutes later, I brought the ponytailed girl to my rented apartment in Century City. Emoga, you're back. Oh, who is this? Niugong, who had been staying with me, opened the door. What a silly girl, I remarked, changing my shoes and heading to my room to grab my pajamas for a shower and sleep. The ponytailed girl entered the room, scrutinizing Nyogang, making him feel quite uncomfortable. So this is your type? But wait, you were quite fierce that night, she exclaimed. I was at a loss for words and chose not to explain. I am off to shower and sleep. You've seen enough, so please leave. I have spent all the money you gave me, and I have nowhere else to stay. I will be sleeping here tonight, she declared without hesitation. What? Stay here? On what grounds? I asked incredulously. On the grounds that we have been intimate. With a loud bang, the ponytailed girl shut the bedroom door, claiming my bed for herself. Damn it, she is really sticking to me now. Moments later, I shouted, but the closed door swallowed my words. Mo go. Is she your girlfriend? Niu Gang inquired, his face a mask of confusion. Girlfriend? I don't even know her name. Niu Gang's expression revealed his disbelief at my response. Forget it, I said, walking into the bathroom to take a shower. After I finished, I sat on the sofa, sharing a beer with Niu Gang. What news have you gathered today? I asked after taking a sip. Yao Jiuji has been accompanied by over a dozen bodyguards, and the fire escape of the Blue Moon nightclub has been locked. As for his whereabouts, I cannot ascertain. However what? A little brother from Blue Moon informed me of something. Yao Jiuji seems to be smuggling a large batch of illegally collected antiques and paintings abroad, which is why he's been too busy to deal with us. Niu Gang explained. Can you ascertain the specific time and the vehicles being used for smuggling? I pondered aloud. Niu Gang shook his head. That little brother owed me a favor, which is why he shared this information. He overheard it by chance, and his rank is too low to have access to specific details. Having already made an enemy of Yao Jiuji, if we could intercept this large shipment of antiques and paintings, it would undoubtedly inflict a significant financial blow. It could even cripple him. However, without an insider, it is impossible to grasp the specifics of Yao Jiuji's smuggling operations. After thinking for a moment, I asked Niu Gang, who is Yao Jiuji's most trusted aide? Huang San. He is the manager of Yao Jiuji's trading company, Niu Gang replied. Keep a close watch on Huang San over the next few days. And rent a van, I instructed, tossing him 2,000 yuan. Mo go, what are you planning? Yao Jiuji is always surrounded by bodyguards. Does Huang San enjoy the same protection? All right, Niu Gang nodded, understanding my intent. As Niu Gang and I discussed matters, the ponytailed girl emerged from the bathroom, dressed in shorts and a tank top, and sat beside us, grabbing a bottle of beer. What are you two plotting? She inquired. Robbing a bank. Want to listen? I shot back. The ponytail girl sized me up and asked, what exactly are you? I am just a humble security guard, as I've already told you. By the way, what is your name and profession? I had no intention of becoming entangled with her, thus I had not inquired about her identity during our previous encounter. However, given that we were meeting again and she was staying in my rented apartment, it was only natural to learn more about her background. Gu Chuxia. And you know my profession. Wang Montak Niu Gang. Are we forming a brotherhood here? Gu Chuxia chuckled. Last time at Xinhua Dieting, your skills were quite impressive. Why you seem like a beggar now, always short on cash? I asked, puzzled by Gu Chuxia's adeptness at thievery, yet her apparent lack of resources. Mind your own business. I've slept here, so don't bother knocking on my door, she retorted, finishing her beer and striding into the bedroom. Hey, that's my bed. Can I borrow it for a night? You won't be that stingy, will you? Gu Chuxia turned back, flashing a flirtatious smile. Sleep if you must, just for one night. You're so stingy. Bang. The bedroom door slammed shut. What do you mean stingy? If I were stingy, I would have kicked you out ages ago, I shouted, but Gu Chuxia offered no reply, leaving me feeling frustrated, as if my punch had landed on cotton. The next morning, I went to work, busy throughout the day. Upon returning to my rented room in the evening, I discovered that Gu Chuxia had already left a note behind. Being able to sing at KTV with someone like Ouyang Feier, you must be more than just a security guard and driver. But you're a decent person. I'll come back when I have time. I did not take the little delinquent seriously, yet Niu Gang had not returned by 8 o'clock that night. I grew worried and attempted to call his mobile, only to find it switched off, leaving me unable to reach him. Ding, ding, ding. At 8:50, my phone rang, and upon seeing the number belonged to Niu Gang, I promptly pressed the answer key. Hello, Niu Gang. What's the matter? Where are you? Montak Ge. I've located Huang San. I've been tailing him, so I didn't dare turn on my phone for fear you would call and alert him. Niu Gang's voice came through low and cautious. Where are you now? I'm at the Gateway Bar on Zhengyang Road. Huang San is inside drinking, and his car is parked in the underground garage below the building. All right, I'll be there. After hanging up, I swiftly departed from the Century City complex and hailed a taxi at the entrance. Driver, to Gateway Bar on Zhengyang Road. 20 minutes later, I entered the bar and quickly spotted Niu Gang, making my way straight to him. Mo go, is that Huang San? I inquired as I took a seat. The man by the window, wearing the gold watch. Following Niu Gang's gesture, I observed a slender man in his 30s, adorned with a gleaming gold watch on his left wrist, engaged in animated conversation with a woman. Drive the van to the underground garage and find a way to erase the surveillance footage, I instructed Niu Gang. Got it, he nodded. I've observed that there's only one person on duty at the security room below. I can handle it. Wait near the security room and don't act hastily. I'll call you before you make your move. Understood. Montag ge. Nyogang stood and proceeded towards the bar's entrance. I ordered a glass of whiskey on the rocks, sipping it slowly while keeping my peripheral vision on Huang Wei, who was 7 meters away. When observing someone, it's best to use your peripheral vision. Direct staring can easily arouse suspicion, especially among those accustomed to the streets, whose senses are finely tuned from daily encounters with danger. A fragrant breeze wafted in, and I looked up to find a figure seated across from me. What a coincidence! Gu Chuxia, what brings you here? Fishing for a mark? I was taken aback to encounter this little streetwise girl again. Do you think just because he's a man, I'd jump into bed with him? Why don't you buy me a drink? I have matters to attend to today, so please don't cause a disturbance. Go elsewhere, he replied sternly. Are you watching Huang-san? Gu Chuxia leaned closer, lowering her voice. Don't meddle. I narrowed my eyes, a glint of coldness flashing through them. Don't be nervous. If there's a big deal, I want in. How do you know Huang-san? I asked. I'm not new to this world. Huang-san is Yao Jio's right-hand man. How could I not know? Chapter 17. Seamless plans. I scrutinized Gu Chuxia, surprised that this little street girl was so well informed about the underworld. Since you know Huang-san is Yao Jio's confidant, dare you to join the fray? Aren't you afraid Yao Jio will send someone to dispose of you in the Mo Shui River? In our city, there lies the Mo Shui River, which runs through the entire district, often revealing decayed and unrecognizable corpses. Regardless of whether it's Yao Jio or Yao Ba, as long as there is profit to be made, I'm not concerned. It seems you are in dire need of money. I observed her closely for a few seconds. Indeed, Gu Chuxia admitted without hesitation, I need a substantial amount, so I'm willing to do anything to earn it. Would you dare commit murder? I whispered, ensuring only she could hear. That depends on the price. Gu Chuxia surprisingly showed no shock, her gaze reflecting a hint of determination. How much do you think Huang-san has on him? I raised my glass, taking a small sip. Not much cash, but his bank account must hold a significant sum. You're not considering kidnapping Huang-san, are you? Gu Chuxia scrutinized me. What? Are you scared? After we kidnap him, how do we extract the money from his bank account? Gu Chuxia queried. That is quite simple. If you wish to join, you'll need to show some sincerity. Initially, I intended to merely abduct Huang-san, extract information about Yao Jio's smuggling of cultural relics from him, and then eliminate him to sever Yao Jio's influence. However, Gu Chuxia's arrival sparked a new strategy in my mind. Given my current financial predicament, acquiring some funds from Huang-san would serve multiple purposes. It would be easy to extract Huang-san's bank card password through certain methods, yet transferring and laundering the money would present greater challenges. I needed an accomplice, and if Gu Chuxia was sincere, I intended to recruit her. What kind of sincerity? She inquired. For instance, why are you in such urgent need of money? Gu Chuxia furrowed her brows, remaining silent. You may choose not to speak, but now that you're aware of my plan, it won't be easy to back out. I shot her a cold glare. Who exactly are you? Under my intense gaze, her body quivered slightly. My grandfather trained me since childhood, adhering to the principles of ancient martial chivalry. I killed for the first time when I was merely 12, and for 5 years. My grandfather took me across the length of China, visiting various sections. Chivalry defies the law. Frankly speaking, my grandfather instilled in me the ideals of chivalry, prioritizing righteousness over life, so I have no fear of the law. In essence, the law holds no power over me. The cold glimmer in my eyes earlier carried a murderous intent. Gu Chuxia merely shivered slightly, which was quite remarkable. Had she been any more timid, she would have turned pale and lost her composure. First, tell me how you plan to extract the money from Huang-san's bank card. Gu Chuxia contemplated before asking. All right, I'll share, but you must provide a reason for me to trust you. Tonight, you'll board a plane to Dongguan in Guangdong, where over 600,000 workers reside, a melting pot of all kinds. Obtaining several unfamiliar bank cards, there is not a difficult task. I ultimately decided to divulge a bit to Gu Chuxia. Why go to Dongguan? I could also acquire several unfamiliar bank cards here, she countered. I scoffed. Should anything go awry, it would be far too easy for local police to trace bank cards. However, in Dongguan, with 6 million workers from all over the country, locating a few individuals would be significantly more challenging than in our city. Gu Chuxia nodded, asking, and then, once at Dongguan, you'll get as many unfamiliar bank cards as you can. I'll extract Huang-san's bank card password and use the ATM to transfer funds to these cards. Once the money is in, You'll leave Dongguan and withdraw cash from various locations nationwide. Avoid banks. Only use ATMs. With one card, you can withdraw 20,000 a day. If you have 10 cards, you can withdraw 200,000. It's best to cover the Northwest, Northeast, North China, Central China, South China, and Southwest regions to ensure widespread distribution. Even if we're eventually exposed, they 1T trace us. After I finished, Gu Chuxia stared at me wide-eyed, astonished. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? I felt a bit awkward under her gaze. Have you done this kind of thing before? She suddenly asked. First time. I doubt that. Gu Chuxia rolled her eyes. This method of extortion and withdrawal isn't foolproof, but it would certainly complicate matters for the police. Unless the case attracted the attention of the Ministry of Public Security and a coordinated national effort was made. It would be nearly impossible for local officers to trace us through the banking route. I spoke with utmost confidence. I'm in. Gu Chuxia had already been swayed by my plan. By simply withdrawing Huang San's money from the ATM, she could discreetly take all the funds in installments. The only precaution was to obscure her facial features while making the withdrawals. Sincerity. I fixed my gaze on Gu Chuxia and stated, if a substantial sum were to be extracted from Huang San's bank card, I could not afford to have Gu Chuxia vanish with the money, leaving me with nothing but a futile endeavor. Such an outcome was unacceptable to me. Gu Chuxia seemed to grasp this as well. Her brows furrowed in contemplation for a moment before her gaze hardened with determination. How much can I keep from the money we extract? 1/3, I replied. I have a younger sister, Gu Qiu, in Nanjing People's Hospital. She suffers from renal failure and requires dialysis every 2 weeks. All my resources are devoted to her care. If a suitable kidney can be found, the medical and recovery expenses will exceed $1 million. Therefore, I am in dire need of funds, substantial funds, Gu Chuxia explained. I held her gaze in silence. You can call the inpatient department at Nanjing People's Hospital right now to verify my claims. I lack the time to care for her, so I've kept her in the hospital with the assistance of a caregiver. Save my phone number and buy a plane ticket immediately, I instructed. Aren't you going to check? Gu Chuxia blinked, revealing a hint of doubt. I trust you, I smiled and replied. You. Gu Chuxia appeared somewhat taken aback. A few seconds later, she uttered, thank you. After saving my number, she rose to leave. At 10:30, Huang San exited the Gateway bar, embracing a woman. I trailed behind them while dialing Niu Gang's number. Hello, Brother Mo. Disable the security in the underground parking lot and turn off the surveillance. Understood. I ended the call with Niu Gang and followed closely behind Huang San toward the underground parking area. Oh, come on, Boss Huang. The woman in Huang San's arms cooed playfully. At that moment, I resembled a hunting leopard, muscles tense and poised for action. Huang San drove a black Buick Regal, parked beside a van rented by Niu Gang. As Huang San prepared to enter the vehicle with the woman, Niu Gang and I launched our attack simultaneously. I lunged forward, delivering a precise strike to the back of Huang San's head, knocking him unconscious. Meanwhile, Niu Gang enveloped the woman in an embrace from behind, covering her mouth with one hand while applying pressure to her neck with the other. The woman's eyes widened in terror as she let out a muffled cry before succumbing to unconsciousness. We stealthily seized Huang San from behind, ensuring that the woman did not see our faces. We dragged the unconscious Huang San into the van, while I placed the woman in a Huang San's Buick Regal. After leaving, I left a message on her phone. Should you meddle further, the Ink River shall be your final resting place. Niu Gang drove the van out of the underground parking lot, merging with the flow of traffic. Seated in the back, I retrieved the prepared rope and bound the unconscious Huang San securely, using tape to seal his mouth to prevent any potential outcry upon regaining consciousness. Brother Mo, where are we headed now? Niu Gang inquired while driving. Into the mountains. All right. 30 miles from the city center lies a mountain range known as Mailing Mountain, with its highest peak barely rising above 1,500 meters. It is not a renowned mountain, and only a third of the range has been developed for tourism. Most of the area remains in its wild state. My grandfather had once sent me to this undeveloped Mailing Mountain for half a year to hone my wilderness survival skills, so I was quite familiar with the terrain, especially the delectable wild rabbits whose flavors I still reminisce about. 40 minutes later, the van entered Mailing Mountain and halted in a grove on its outskirts. Niu Gang, robust in stature, dragged the frail Huang San behind me as we ventured deeper into the forest. Relying on my memory, I located a shrine dedicated to the mountain deity nestled deep within the Mailing Mountain range. where I had once resided for 6 months. The shrine, constructed from stone, remained sturdy despite years of neglect and overgrowth. Nyogang tossed Huang San to the ground. "Wake him up," I instructed Nyogang. Thud. Nyogang delivered 2 swift kicks to Huang San's abdomen, the sharp pain jolting him from unconsciousness. Huang San cried out in agony upon awakening, his eyes widening in panic as he surveyed his surroundings. However, the fear soon dissipated. "My friend, you seem unfamiliar to me. I wonder if Huang has offended you in any way. If it is money you seek, please name your price." Huang San, seasoned in the ways of the world, quickly regained his composure after the initial shock. Chapter 18. Intentional or accidental, I had no desire to engage with Huang San, merely signaling Nyogang with a glance to prompt him to bring Huang San back to consciousness. "All right." Nyogang rolled up his sleeves and grinned to Huang San. "What do you plan to do, my friend?" Thud, 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 was the answer as Nyogang unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks. "Stop, please. I beg you." Huang San's pleas were drowned out by the sound of Nyogang's relentless assault. I remained silent, allowing Nyogang to continue until Huang San's mouth was bloodied, at which point I nodded for him to cease the beating. Cough, cough, sputter. Bound and crumpled on the ground, Huang San coughed up blood. Although I regarded Nyogang's fighting skills as lackluster, he had indeed trained in authentic Wing Chun, and his powerful strikes were enough to break several of Huang San's ribs. "Friend, let us discuss this amicably," Huang San whimpered, his eyes filled with dread. I had rifled through Huang San's wallet earlier, discovering 3 credit cards, 2 bank cards, and over 5,000 in cash. As for his phone, I had discarded it into a storm drain back in the city center. I waved the 2 bank cards in front of Huang San and asked, "How much is in these accounts? What are the passwords?" I'll tell you. Huang San's tension eased as he realized that as long as I wasn't seeking revenge, his life was safe. "But before you proceed, consider this. If the passwords are incorrect, I will crush your fingers one by one with a stone." I fixed a steely gaze on Huang San as I spoke. I won't lie. Just let me go once you get the money," he pleaded. "Enough with the dilly-dallying. Speak." "Friend, please guarantee that." Huang San attempted to haggle, but I stepped on the back of his right hand, applying pressure until the rocky ground left his hand a bloodied mess, eliciting tears of pain from Huang San. "I'll tell you. The passwords for both cards are 369258. One has over 80,000 and the other has 500,000. Is that all?" I frowned. "If it's insufficient, name a price, and I'll arrange for more," Huang San offered. "Oomph." I scoffed, ignoring Huang San, fully aware of his intentions. A simple phone call would summon scores of his subordinates, led by Yao Jiuji, to rescue him. I handed the 2 bank cards to Nyogang and instructed him to verify the passwords at the nearest town, mailing town. After Nyogang departed, I resumed my interrogation of Huang San. "Tell me about Yao Jiuji." Upon hearing the name, Huang San's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes darting nervously. "Friend, are you at odds with Brother Yao?" I remarked. "It seems you are still lacking in wisdom. Dealing with a seasoned veteran like Huang San, one must not afford him excessive opportunities to speak." Without hesitation, I seized a stone the size of my fist and struck it down onto his left pinky finger. The sound of a loud crack echoed, and his entire pinky was shattered. My speed was such that it took Huang San about a second to begin his anguished screams. Writhing on the ground, "It hurts so much. You bastard, if I fall into your hands, I will make you wish for life and death." He cursed vehemently. "Is that so?" I smirked slightly, pressing my foot firmly onto his left wrist and bringing the stone down once more. Crack! His ring finger was reduced to a bloody mess, the bone pulverized. "How long can you endure this? 3 fingers? 4? Or perhaps all 10 fingers will be crushed, and you still won't utter a word. I eagerly await your response." I taunted him, my tone laced with amusement. "You lunatic! You're a monster." Huang San's fear was palpable as he beheld my smile. His insults prompted me to lift the stone again. "I beg you, don't hit me anymore. It hurts too much." Huang San was genuinely frightened now. The pain had shattered his mental defenses. Even death was preferable to experiencing the agony of having his fingers smashed. He began to slowly divulge information about Yao Jiuji, yet he skirted around the topic of the recently prepared antiques for smuggling abroad. "You're not being truthful." I grew weary of his evasions and struck again. The sound of flesh being crushed resonated as I smashed his middle finger, rendering it unrecognizable. "You ought to be called Huang Qiji now. If you continue to be dishonest, I wouldn't mind reducing you to Huang Liuji, Huang Wuji." Huang San's screams echoed again for over 5 minutes, his voice now hoarse and his breath weakening. I'll tell you everything, just please after I finish. Don't kill me. Huang San, no novice, realized that such torment rarely left a survivor. The most crucial information he stubbornly withheld, knowing that revealing it would eliminate any reason for him to live. If you had spoken earlier, I might have granted you a swift end. Otherwise, I will shatter every bone in your body while keeping you alive, letting you endure the torment for 7 nights before you finally die. I suspect you've tasted such agony before, and I look forward to your performance. A smile returned to my face. You monster! I will haunt you even in death. Huang San spat in defiance. Speak. My expression shifted instantly, my previous mirth vanishing, replaced by a chilling glare. Huang San's tirade ceased abruptly as we locked eyes for several seconds. However, before I proceed, I wish to know the reason, I stated. Huang San, aware of his impending demise, ultimately capitulated, seeking a merciful end. Yao Jiuji intended to cripple me, and I despise being threatened. He believes that wealth and power can dictate life and death, but I shall demonstrate the wrath of an ordinary man, where blood spills in every direction. I revealed to Huang San the truth, for in my eyes, he was already dead. The moment I decided to bind him, I had no intention of allowing him to leave Meiling-shan alive. Aren't you afraid? Huang San asked, astonished. He assumed I had a deep-seated vendetta against Yao Jiuji, for those in their line of work often bore blood on their hands. Yet he was unprepared for the reality that merely uttering a threat had provoked my tempestuous retribution. With him as the first casualty. How dare you, Yao Jiuji? Why choose to provoke a madman? Huang San cursed as he lay on the ground. I observed him without interruption. The long night was mine to command. After several minutes of his curses, his voice dwindled, and he looked at me once more, asking, Do I have no chance of survival? What do you think? I retorted, You are more ruthless than Yao Jiuji. Provoking you is tantamount to a death sentence. Huang San admitted. I remained silent, awaiting his revelation about the antiques. Very well, I shall tell you. Yao Jiuji spent 3 years and 200 million RMB to acquire 5 exceptional antiques, and he has already negotiated with a foreign antiquities company. The total sale price is 100 million USD, and next Monday, those antiques will be concealed within a shipment of valves exported abroad. The customs officials are long-standing acquaintances, maintaining ties for over a decade. What are the vehicle numbers? What time will they leave the city? I continue my inquiries. At 8 a.m. on Monday, 6 large container trucks will depart from the Mouting Expressway toll booth. One of them, XB58977, contains those 5 antiques. Huang San disclosed everything. I noted the vehicle number in my phone's memo app. Grant me a swift end. Not so fast. If the bank card password is correct, I shall grant you a swift end, I said. Are you in need of money? Huang San queried. Who isn't in need of money? Now that Huang San had revealed everything, I no longer felt the need to torment him further. I have another bank card in my home safe, containing my savings from the past decade, totaling 6 million. Could it buy me my life? Huang San exhibited a flicker of desperation. If I were to switch places with you, would you spare me? I countered. Why did that bastard Yao Jiuji provoke you? Huang San resumed his tirade against Yao Jiuji. I paid him no heed as I stepped outside the mountain god temple, gazing up at the starry sky, lost in thoughts of my childhood spent deep within Meiling-shan. Grandfather, what truly happened during the fire 5 years ago? I will uncover the truth. The ringing of my phone jolted me from my reverie. Hello, Mo. The password is correct, and the amounts match. One card has 86,000, and the other has 500,000. Niogang's excited voice came through. All right, return. I hung up, re-entering the mountain god temple, and when I emerged again, Huang San had transformed into a lifeless corpse. The fire 5 years prior had robbed me of all my family, plunging me into sorrow, and I had lived in a daze for 5 years. But just now, I suddenly recognized the strangeness surrounding that inferno. From this moment on, my life regained purpose. I would uncover the truth behind that fire 5 years ago. Was it an accident, or was it deliberate? If it was intentional, I would ensure that the hidden hand behind it faced the most brutal torment imaginable. My parents were not practitioners of martial arts, so they could not be the cause. The only explanation lay in some past grudge held by my grandfather. Yet, my grandfather's life was complex and mysterious, with many matters unknown to me, rendering me helpless to investigate. When the fire ignited, I was undergoing wilderness survival training in Meiling-shan, thus escaping the disaster. By the time I returned, everything had changed beyond recognition. If revenge was the goal, why had I encountered no martial arts masters attempting to harm me in these 5 years? I furrow my brow, confusion evident in my eyes. After pondering for a long while without finding clarity, I finally sighed. Alas, I can only proceed step by step. The first priority is to make myself stronger. Chapter 19. An appointment. When Yo Gang returned, he brought back a hoe and a shovel from the van. Together, we dug a deep pit and buried Huang San in the depths of the Mailing forest. It wouldn't be long before he would become nothing more than a pile of bones. The next morning, we returned to the city. It was Friday, and I had work to attend to, so I handed Yo Gang the 2 bank cards, instructing him to await my news. After a shower and donning a suit, I departed from the Century City complex, while Yo Gang stayed behind to rest. On my way to work, I bought a savory pancake, eating it as I made my way to the headquarters of Wanjia Group. Next Monday, Yao Jiuji is set to transport the artifacts out of the city. How can I prevent him from doing so? I thought of Ouyang Wen. While delivering documents to Ouyang Feier, I lingered in her office for a moment. Is there something you need? Ouyang Feier asked, glancing at the documents. Ouyang Director, what is Wenwen's phone number? I inquired. Huh? Upon hearing my question about her sister Ouyang Wen, Ouyang Feier immediately ceased her review of the documents, looked up at me with a wary expression, and asked, what do you need Wenwen's number for? I have some information I wanted to share with her, but perhaps it's best to let it go, I replied, feigning difficulty. Ouyang Feier, clearly intrigued given the mention of Ouyang Wen, pressed for clarification. Don't be evasive. What news do you wish to convey to Wenwen? I glanced through the blinds to ensure no one was observing Ouyang Feier's office, then approached her and leaned in to whisper. Just as I was about to speak, she abruptly stood up, her brows furrowed. If you have something to say, just say it. I'm not accustomed to whispering in my ear. Wenwen is eager to learn martial arts, and I wanted to ask her how her practice of the chopping punch is progressing. After some contemplation, I ultimately opted not to divulge the smuggling of artifacts to Ouyang Feier, instead fabricating a more respectable reason. Ouyang Feier looked at me with curiosity, a hint of skepticism in her eyes. Really? Indeed. I nodded affirmatively. Ouyang Feier furrowed her brows slightly, then picked up her phone. Wenwen's number is 138XXXXXXX. Thank you. Ouyang Director. I exited her office and promptly dialed Ouyang Wen's number. After 5 rings, her voice came through. Hello, Wenwen, are you free this noon? Brother-in-law, is that you? I'm free. What is up? Ouyang Wen sounded slightly surprised, perhaps not expecting my call. Could you come to Wanjia Group for a meal? I have something to discuss with you. Sure. I've been wanting to talk to you too. The chopping punch you taught me is quite challenging to practice. I can only manage 20 before I'm out of breath. Am I just terrible at this? Hearing her words, I felt a flush of embarrassment. Fortunately, she was not in front of me. It was originally my intention to dishearten her. To achieve 100 flawless chopping punches in a month was utterly unrealistic. Cough, cough. I clear my throat. Perhaps you need to practice more. Yes, that is possible. I've been busy with a few cases lately. Ouyang Wen chatted briefly about her cases. Don't forget to come over at noon. I have something important to discuss. I reminded her once more. Got it, brother-in-law. You're so nagging. By the way, can you invite my sister and have her treat us? Okay. After hanging up, I made my way back to Ouyang Feier's office. Ouyang Director, Wenwen is coming over for lunch. Let us all eat together. All right. You can call the nearby Lianhua restaurant to reserve a table. Understood. I nodded and left her office. Before the noon break, I received a call from Gu Chuxia, who had flown to Guangqing the previous night. Did she really manage to sort out the bank cards in just one morning? I speculated quietly. Hello, Gu Chuxia, have you completed the task? I answered her inquiry. Yes. All set. It's quite straightforward for us. There are 10 bank cards, each belonging to individuals from different provinces, specifically from mountainous areas. Unless the police scour half of China, they won't trace it back to us. Am I impressive or what? Gu Chuxia's voice brimmed with pride, followed by her urgent question. Have you secured the funds on your end? Yes, Huang Sen only has 2 cards, totaling 580,000. Send me the numbers for all 10 cards, and I'll transfer 60,000 to you from 1 card. You can withdraw from 3 different cities. Only 580,000. Why not just withdraw everything in Guangqing? Absolutely not. Caution is paramount. If Huang Sen has gone missing and the police trace his bank accounts, they could follow the leads right back to us. Therefore, we must withdraw from 3 different provincial cities. Understand? I emphasized to Gu Chuxia. Got it. Oh, and don't forget to visit my sister Gu Chio at the South City People's Hospital this weekend. Understood. I'll hang up now. 10 minutes later, I received the numbers for the 10 bank cards along with the issuing banks. After receiving the message, I promptly forwarded it to Nyo Gang and called him. Hello, Brother Mo. Transfer 60,000 from each card at secluded ATMs and remember to block the cameras with a hat. He instructed Nyo Gang. Understood. Not long after I finished my call with Nyo Gang, Ouyang Feier approached me. When one is about to arrive, don't let anything slip. Understood. I'll head out first. Let's meet downstairs. Okay. Ouyang Feier nodded. After descending the stairs, I waited in front of the Wanja Group headquarters for Ouyang Wan. After a couple of minutes, a police car pulled up and Ouyang Wan's head popped out. Brother-in-law, my sister isn't down yet? I just called her. She said she would be down shortly. I replied, get in the car. We'll wait for her here. This was my first time riding in a police car, and I was surprised to find another person inside. A man in his 30s, over 6 feet tall, with a muscular build and sharp eyes, exuding a faint air of menace. Clearly, he was not an ordinary individual. I glanced at the driver, Ouyang Wan. Brother-in-law, this is our captain, Guitao. He heard you were an expert in martial arts, so he specifically came to meet you today. Ouyang Wan introduced. Hello, Captain Gua. I extended my hand. Hello. Guitao reciprocated, his palm rough and flat, indicative of years spent hitting punching bags. When he gripped my hand, he applied pressure, and I instantly understood his intention. This captain was quite competitive. I maintained my composure, gradually increasing my grip strength while smiling at Guitao. Captain Gua, your name is well known. It's an honor to meet you today. As soon as the word honor escaped my lips, Guitao echoed na, unable to withstand my grasp, which felt like an iron vice. I sensed it was time to ease up before offending him, so I promptly relaxed my grip. Martial artists despise such trivial tests upon first meeting, which is why I sought to mildly admonish Guitao. Impressive. Guitao, however, took it in stride, rubbing his right hand and giving me a thumbs up. Captain, I'm not exaggerating. My brother-in-law is quite formidable, Ouyang Wan boasted from the front seat, as if my prowess reflected her own. What are you two discussing? Ouyang Feier arrived. Sister, why are you only coming down now? Hurry and get in the car. Ouyang Feier opened the door and sat in the passenger seat. As soon as she entered, I noticed Guitao's eyes light up. Having served as Ouyang Feier's assistant for over half a month, I was already accustomed to his reaction. While Ouyang Wan was also a stunning beauty, she often dressed in athletic attire, eschewing makeup, her short hair lacking a touch of femininity. In contrast, Ouyang Feier had cascading waves of long hair, a hint of makeup on her face, dressed in a professional skirt and stockings that accentuated her legs. Truly captivating. If a man didn't react as Guitao had upon seeing her for the first time, I would find it odd. Captain, are you mesmerized? This is my sister, Ouyang Feier, but she is already taken. Ouyang Wan teasingly remarked to Captain Guitao, indicating a good rapport between them. Ahem. Guitao coughed awkwardly a few times, but soon regained his composure and jested with me, saying, if I were 10 years younger, I would surely compete with you. I chuckled softly, remaining silent, yet inwardly mused. Brother is also a pretender. I truly wonder what kind of man could capture Ouyang Feier's heart. Having ordered the dishes in advance, our party of 4 arrived at Lianhua Restaurant, and the food was promptly served. As I dined, I pondered whether or not to disclose the matter regarding Yao Juji. If it were just Ouyang Wan, I would certainly share, but with Guitao present, the situation had shifted. What if he inquired about my source? I would be at a loss for words. Perhaps I could deceive Ouyang Wan, considering she is ostensibly my sister-in-law. What should I do? The dilemma gnawed at me. Brother-in-law, didn't you summon me for a reason? Ouyang Wan suddenly inquired. Yes, there is something. What is it? She paused her chopsticks, fixing her gaze on me, while Ouyang Feier looked on with curiosity. I stammered. What? Is it inconvenient for you here? Guitao remarked with a chuckle upon noticing my hesitation. Captain Gua, you jest. There is nothing inconvenient. Here is the thing. A few days ago, I rescued a subordinate of Yao Juji, who informed me that Yao Juji will smuggle a batch of cultural relics through the Mo Ting Highway toll station next Monday, valued at several hundred million. Finally, I revealed the matter, hoping that Yao Juji would be incapacitated, and as for my own vulnerabilities, I would take it as it comes. After all, with this information alone, Guitao could do little against me. Chapter 20. Outsiders with skill what? Both Ouyang Wan and Gua Tao sprang to their feet upon hearing my news. Are you certain they will leave the city next Monday from the Mo Ting highway entrance? Gua Tao asked, his face grave. The subordinate of Yao Jiuji mentioned that he would be using 6 container trucks to transport the artifacts, relying on long-standing connections at customs. I blinked, sensing something amiss. Why were Gua Tao and Ouyang Wan so agitated? Gua Tao's brow furrowed in deep thought, while Ouyang Wan attempted to speak but was silenced by him. Your information is timely. We shall treat you to a meal another day. Ouyang Wan, we must leave. Gua Tao abandoned his meal, escorting Ouyang Wan out of Lianhua restaurant. I exchanged glances with Ouyang Feier, both of us bewildered. Later, I learned that Ouyang Wan and her team had been preoccupied with a smuggling case, as Yao Jiuji possessed a golden Buddha that needed to be retrieved as per orders from above. However, the information they had indicated that Yao Jiuji's convoy would depart the city on Tuesday via another highway, completely contradicting what I had provided. Now that I had divulged the information to Gua Tao and Ouyang Wan, whether they could intercept Yao Jiuji's cargo was beyond my control. I could only leave it to fate. If they were to be apprehended, Yao Jiuji would undoubtedly suffer severe consequences. If not, it would simply mean that Yao Jiuji's luck had held. Wang Mo, Ouyang Feier's voice jolted me from my reverie. Accompany me to the Huang family group this afternoon. All right, I nodded in agreement. Ouyang Feier seemed to have more to say, but ultimately hesitated and remained silent. The Huang family group is a large corporation, on par with the Wanjia group, and the two have numerous business dealings. In the afternoon, I drove Ouyang Feier to the Huang family group, where we were unexpectedly greeted by Huang Wei, the man who had shamefully abandoned Ouyang Feier to the thugs during that night at Daling Mountain Park. Feier, he greeted her brazenly. Ouyang Feier's expression turned frosty as she replied, Mr. Huang, we are not that familiar. About that night, Mr. Huang, I am here to discuss business today. Very well. Huang Wei, the eldest son of the Huang family and the current vice president of the Huang family group, was considered a talent in the business world, though he was oblivious to the fact that only Ouyang Feier and I knew he was a coward. The matter was straightforward, and Ouyang Feier quickly reached an agreement with the business manager. As we were leaving, Huang Wei called out to her, Director Ouyang, may I have a word? He glanced at me before addressing her. Mr. Huang, please speak. It's nothing significant. A fleeting glimmer of malice crossed Huang Wei's gaze, but vanished almost immediately, though it did not escape my notice. How could this coward be a venomous snake? I thought, feeling a twinge of concern for Ouyang Feier. Huang Wei clearly harbored deep feelings for her. These rich scions, when stripped of their privileged FA aids, may appear as mere sheep, but don their affluent attire, and they become far more dangerous than anyone else. Yet, this worry flitted through my mind and dissipated. I was merely being overly cautious. Ouyang Feier's father, Ouyang Jiangwo, seemed to hold a significant position in the city, and Huang Wei wouldn't dare to act against her. Huang Wei personally escorted us to the entrance, accompanied by a man in his 40s, dressed in a traditional style and wearing cloth shoes, exuding a calm and steady demeanor. He appears to be a master of some martial art. I wonder what style he practices? I thought, glancing at the middle-aged man. The martial arts culture in this city is not thriving, with our family being the sole practitioners of Xingyi Quan. I was intrigued to see a practitioner of traditional martial arts beside Huang Wei today. Goodbye, Ouyang Feier said, leaving the Huang family group headquarters without looking back. I opened the car door for her, and we drove away. Does Huang frequently harass you? I suddenly asked Ouyang Feier as I drove. Huh? How do you know? She replied, looking astonished. Just a guess. I'm not a fool. Your demeanor at noon and Huang Wei's gaze earlier gave me a clue. Should I give him a beating? I smirked. Don't act recklessly. Since that incident, Huang Wei has spent a fortune hiring a martial artist from outside, the very man who accompanied him earlier. They say he's incredibly formidable. Even 3 retired Special Forces soldiers are no match for him, Ouyang Feier explained. How about we pretend to be in a relationship? If you became my girlfriend, Huang Wei would surely give up and stop bothering you. You winked at Ouyang Feier. Initially, I expected her to scold me, but to my surprise, she smiled, momentarily stunning me with her beauty. Watch the road, she exclaimed. I quickly turned back, swerving slightly to regain control of the car. The allure of a beautiful woman can indeed be perilous, I thought, feeling a rush of panic as I almost collided with the roadside barrier. Drive carefully and stop daydreaming, Ouyang Feier admonished from behind. Yemo no fool. And even if I were, encountering you would make anyone lose their composure, I retorted. Such flattery, Ouyang Feier replied. Hee hee. I chuckled, refraining from teasing her further and focusing on the road. A few minutes later, Ouyang Feier broke the silence once more. Vam Montakam? This weekend. My parents would like you to come over for dinner. Sure, I responded eagerly. Ouyang Feier pouted and remarked, My parents truly regard you as a prospective son-in-law. What should we do? I confidently replied, Let's turn this charade into reality. I am not lacking in self-assurance. In truth, I held little regard for the various second-generation heirs. My grandfather had instilled in me a chivalrous spirit and a pure heart. My confidence was innate. After all, I had traveled extensively across the land with my grandfather, gaining exposure to the broader world. Heh, you are quite self-assured. Ouyang Feier chuckled, unable to reconcile my demeanor with her image of a Prince Charming. I smiled, choosing to remain silent, while secretly contemplating, one day, when I achieve success, perhaps then I will be worthy of you. Noticing my silence, Ouyang Feier feared that her previous words had wounded my pride and quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it that way. You're great, but... I turned to her, my expression serious, momentarily stunning her. In the next instant, my stern demeanor melted into a smile as I said, You will inevitably fall for me. How vain! Ouyang Feier retorted. Isn't it customary for a hero to save a damsel, and for the damsel to offer herself in return? I feigned regret. I was too kind that day, allowing you to dismiss me with just 500 yuan. You greedy soul, Ouyang Feier teased. If you had been a bit more gentlemanly that night, perhaps there would have been opportunities, but alas, you only saw the 500. I missed such a splendid chance. Heavens, grant me a few rascals to thrash. I lamented, eliciting laughter from her. Later that evening, after work, I first saw Ouyang Feier home before returning to the Century City community in my BMW. As her bodyguard, driver, and assistant, I typically drove, and she would call upon me when needed. Having spent over half a month together, we had grown familiar, and she began to take me everywhere. The key reason Ouyang Feier felt comfortable around me was the purity in my eyes. Despite my occasional mischievous demeanor and playful banter, I would never overstep my boundaries. My inner pride would not allow me to act inappropriately unless Ouyang Feier willingly permitted it. For someone with a pure heart, clean eyes are the best weapon to gain a woman's trust. Upon returning to my rented apartment, I found Niu Gang in the living room, drinking beer and watching television. As soon as he saw me, he stood up. Mo, go your back. Did everything go smoothly? Yes, all the funds have been transferred from Huang San's bank card. I replied, Good work. When Gu Chuxiao returns, we'll split the profits, each getting 190,000. Mo, good, just give me 100,000. I raised my hand to interrupt him. I consider you a brother. No need for such formalities. Thank you, Mo, good. I patted his shoulder, advising, Make sure to practice your boxing more often instead of just watching TV. Right? Niu Gang nodded in agreement. In the coming days, keep an eye on the Blue Moon nightclub and check on your friend, Yao Jiuji's situation, I instructed him. Understood, Mo Ge. That night, after practicing my martial arts in the park, I began honing my technique with a wooden knife. Having already opened the channels of my 3 Yang and 3 Yin, controlling my energy came easily, yet mastery remained distant. 1 slice, 2 slices, 3 slices. I struck the air with my 2-foot-long knife in a mechanical rhythm. 100 slices, 200 slices, 300 slices. Sweat streamed down my cheeks, and steam began to rise from my head, but I pressed on, determined to complete 500 slices before resting. Traditional martial arts can be a tedious endeavor. Only those with steadfast will can endure the practice. As I reached 469 slices, my phone, resting nearby, suddenly rang. I frowned, feeling a twinge of annoyance. However, upon catching a glimpse of Ouyang Feier's name, I immediately abandoned my practice and swiftly answered the call. Hello, Director Ouyang calling so late? Are you inviting me for a midnight snack? Wang Mo, hurry over. Ouyang Feier's voice conveyed urgency. What's wrong? Where are you? I ceased my playful banter. At home, just come quickly. Understood. I drove to the Jiahe community, and when I knocked on Ouyang Feier's door, I found nothing amiss, save for her anxious demeanor and pale complexion. What happened? I inquired. The power went out suddenly. It has never happened before, so I wanted to check if the entire community was affected, but she trailed off, clutching her chest in fear. There's no need to be afraid. I'm here. I gently embraced her, resting her head on my shoulder as she appeared distressed. After a few moments, Ouyang Feier continued. When I opened the door, I saw a shadowy figure wearing a mask standing outside, and I screamed, quickly shutting the door. And then, I pressed. I was stunned. By the time I regained my senses, the power was back on, and when I looked through the peephole, there was no one outside. Describing her ordeal, Ouyang Feier trembled, and I could sense her fear. I immediately called you, and then contacted the property management, but the security said there was no power outage in the community. However, what I experienced was definitely not an illusion. Do you believe me? She asked, her pale face seeking reassurance. I believe you. I will find out who is playing these tricks. There is nothing to fear now. I gently patted her back, urging her to sit on the sofa. I entered the kitchen, heated some milk from the refrigerator, and poured a cup for her. While she drank, I stepped outside to inspect the staircase. The electrical meter was located at the corner of the stairwell in a simple iron box that could be easily opened with minimal lock-picking skills, allowing someone to turn off the power to her apartment. It seemed someone had intentionally frightened Ouyang Feier. Returning to the room, I faced her and inquired, "Have you had any disputes with anyone in the community?" Ouyang Feier shook her head, stating no. "Any business grievances?" "No." I furrowed my brow. This complicates matters. Clearly, someone turned off your power and deliberately sought to scare you. Who would be so bored? Ouyang Feier questioned, skeptical. The world is vast. There are always a few oddballs willing to engage in such antics, I replied, shrugging. What should I do? She asked anxiously, the warm milk failing to quell her fears. You have two options. First, return to your parents' home. Second, find a boyfriend. I offered her these suggestions. I'm 28. I can't keep living with my parents. I need independence. She quickly rejected the first option. Then it seems finding a boyfriend is the only way. I grinned at her. No, you are mistaken. I have a ready-made choice. Ouyang Feier gradually calmed down, and a playful smile crept onto her pale face. What do you mean? Aren't you already in need of a driver and bodyguard? Moreover, you are a chivalrous hero. I presume you wouldn't mind spending a few days on the couch, would you? Of course not. But are you not afraid of me knocking on your door in the middle of the night? I flashed a mischievous grin, fixing my gaze upon her ample bosom. Not at all, for you're quite proud. Ouyang Feier shot me a meaningful glance. I remained silent, yet was internally taken aback. The pride I had concealed so well had been unraveled by her perceptive observation, all within a mere fortnight of acquaintance. I returned to fetch my clothes. Is it permissible to retrieve them tomorrow? Ouyang Feier halted me, saying, I am quite frightened at present. I gazed into her eyes for several seconds before finally nodding and replying, very well, you may sleep in the bedroom while I stand guard outside. Thank you. Ouyang Feier, visibly exhausted from the earlier fright, expressed her gratitude and turned to enter the bedroom. I ventured into the kitchen to check the fridge, only to find it devoid of beer, which left me rather disappointed. Reluctantly, I descended to the car to retrieve my wooden knife and resumed practicing my blade techniques in the living room. After completing 500 repetitions, I took a refreshing shower and settled onto the sofa with a drink, watching television. Suddenly, the bedroom door creaked open, and Ouyang Feier sauntered over to me. I turned my head to glance at her and inquired, What is it? I cannot sleep. Whenever I close my eyes, that shadow with the ghostly mask invades my thoughts. She confided while ruffling her hair. Fear not, for I am here, I reassured her. I know you. A hint of distress crossed Ouyang Feier's face. What is it? Could you accompany me in the bedroom? If you could hold my hand, perhaps that would help me fall asleep. As long as you're not concerned about my primal instincts flaring up. I am not worried, she replied, turning toward the bedroom, and I followed her inside. Ouyang Feier, clad in a pink silk nightgown, could ignite the desires of any man, myself included, yet I fought desperately to restrain myself. She lay on the bed while I sat at its edge, holding her delicate hand. Would you like me to tell you a story? I asked, feigning calmness. Sure. Please do not speak. Just sit quietly with me, if you will. Ouyang Feier opened her eyes and offered me a faint smile. Very well. Deep within me, a battle raged between righteousness and wickedness. Ouyang Feier merely sought a strong hand to soothe her troubled heart and dispel her earlier fears. Yet she remained oblivious to the extent of temptation she posed to me, lying in bed in her nightgown. Before I knew it, Ouyang Feier had fallen asleep, her breathing steady. I longed to withdraw my hand and escape this cursed bedroom, but discovered that she clutched my hand tightly in her slumber. Oh dear, at dawn, the conflict between my inner evil and virtue remained unresolved, yet I felt a sense of relief as Ouyang Feier awakened. I'm sorry for making you. Ouyang Feier began, but I waved my hand dismissively, bending down to hastily exit. Goodness, As a normal man, my morning reaction was entirely natural. Yet why did I feel a tinge of embarrassment? Ouyang Fei'er regarded me quizzically as I rushed from the bedroom, and upon noticing the tent my trousers had formed, her face flushed crimson. I apologize. I was selfish. When I emerged from the bathroom, Ouyang Fei'er stood at the door, speaking softly. Perhaps it would be best for me to move back in with my parents. Had you suggested that last night, I would have wholeheartedly agreed, but now. No. I shook my head. Why not? I must capture that despicable scoundrel. He subjected me to a night of torment, I replied through clenched teeth. Ouyang Fei'er stared at me in astonishment for a few seconds before suddenly bursting into laughter. You still find it amusing? I'm sorry, but allow me a moment to laugh. It will be brief. Ouyang Fei'er exhibited all play for Sida. We enjoyed breakfast at a small dumpling shop outside the community, where Ouyang Fei'er kept her gaze fixed on me. Is there something on my face? I asked, stuffing a dumpling into my mouth, my words muffled. Perhaps I could sell this current apartment and purchase a 2-bedroom unit for us to cohabit, Ouyang Fei'er suggested earnestly. I shook my head vigorously, exclaiming, Do you realize the immense temptation you present to a normal man? Ouyang Fei'er's notion of cohabitation was merely shared renting, a jest. Living with a beauty more stunning than a movie star without any physical contact would be sheer torture rather than enjoyment. Do not be so quick to refuse. I believe this idea is splendid. Just consider it. You could save on rent. I could treat you to a lavish meal each week. And I would even pay you an additional 3,000 yuan per month. What do you think? Ouyang Fei'er's voice was laden with allure. I was taken aback by her remarkable trust in me. In truth, unbeknownst to her, during our time at Daling Mountain Park, she had felt utterly helpless and terrified, thinking all was lost. Yet, at her moment of despair, I had appeared unexpectedly, like a hero descending from the heavens, rescuing her from the shadows. Women are drawn to heroes. It is an ancient genetic inheritance and a natural law. From that moment, I had unwittingly entered her heart, though she had yet to realize it. For otherwise, with her icy demeanor, how could she possibly seek a man to serve as her assistant and bodyguard, let alone venture out for karaoke with him? Well, ultimately, I found myself inexplicably agreeing, and as soon as the words left my mouth, regret washed over me. Was this not inviting trouble? Splendid. I shall visit the agency shortly. Will you accompany me? Ouyang Fei'er appeared quite elated. No, I have matters to attend to. Oh, but do not forget, my parents have invited us to dinner tonight. Ouyang Fei'er reminded me. Yes, the car is yours. I shall arrive at Jia Community at 5 o'clock. I handed her the keys to the BMW. But aren't you busy? The car is yours to use. Very well. I reclaimed the keys. After finishing breakfast, I drove away from Jia Community, stopping midway to purchase some fruit before heading to Nanjing People's Hospital. I had promised Gu Chuxiao that I would visit her sister, Gu Qiu, over the weekend. Upon arriving at the hospital, I found Gu Qiu on the 4th floor of the inpatient department. Hello, Iam Vang Montak. Your sister asked me to visit you. Gu Qiu appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old, yet she looked exceedingly haggard. Ah, so you're Wang Mo. My sister called me about you. I nodded, offering a smile as I inquired. How are you feeling? What else can I feel? I wish I could just die. Living is nothing but a burden for my sister, Gu Qiu lamented. Once we find a suitable kidney donor, everything will improve, I attempted to comfort her. Finding a suitable kidney donor is futile. We lack the funds. Money will be managed. Do not worry, I reassured her. Gu Qiu regarded me with a puzzled expression and asked, Are you my sister's boyfriend? No, I shook my head. Then why are you helping us? Are you wealthy and wish to perform a charitable act? Not quite. Then why? Gu Qiu pressed further, her confusion deepening. Shall we take a walk? I suggested, eager to divert the conversation. Sure. I am nearly going stir-crazy in here. Upon hearing the prospect of a walk, Gu Qiu seemed quite excited. Chapter 22. Threats. Gu Qiu closed her laptop, and in that instant, I caught a glimpse of a complex series of programs on the screen. What was that? I inquired. I designed a program. Upon being asked about her computer project, Gu Qiu seemed to open up, speaking animatedly. In truth, I comprehended little of what she spoke. However, one thing became abundantly clear to me. Gu Qiu is likely a prodigy in the realm of computers. Heaven may have taken something from you, yet it surely compensates in another aspect. The 21st century is an era dominated by the internet, and the value of a computer genius is immeasurable. Are you self-taught? Yes. I seem to possess an innate affinity for computer programming. Perhaps I am indeed a genius. For the first time, Gu Qiu beamed with a smile. You are a computer genius. I encouraged her. Thank you. You should pursue further studies in the computer science department of the best university, I suggested. That is my dream, but I only attended half a year of high school before being ensnared by this wretched illness. At this point, Guccio's expression fell into utter despondency. Everything shall pass. Trust me, you will recover and gain admission to the finest university for further study, I said with unwavering conviction. At that moment, I had made a decision. I wished to make a long-term investment. Ancient noble families nurtured loyal warriors, and if I were to cultivate my own influence, I must have companions of absolute loyalty by my side. Upon arriving at the hospital's lower level, Guccio noticed my BMW and asked once more if I were wealthy. I had to explain that I was merely a humble assistant and the car belonged to the company. Ultimately, under Guccio's puzzled gaze, I took her to the ocean park. I spent the entire morning accompanying Guccio in playful activities and treated her to lunch before returning her to the hospital. Will you visit me often in the future? Guccio asked with a face full of anticipation as I departed. I nodded and replied yes. After leaving the hospital, I drove back to the Century City residential complex. Niu Gang, who had been keeping watch all night, was now dozing on the sofa, but he instantly awoke as I walked in. Brother Mo, you're back, he mumbled, still groggy. How is the situation with Yao Jiuji? I inquired. He dispatched over 100 subordinates to frantically search the city for Huang San, and we should also apprehend that girl who was with him that night. Yao Jiuji has already located her, and that's all I've gathered. Niu Gong replied. What does it matter if he found her? As long as he hasn't reported it? At this critical juncture, Yao Jiuji would not dare to report it, Niu Gang remarked. Indeed, I nodded in agreement. The police are currently exerting all efforts to hunt down a golden Buddha in Yao Jiuji's possession. If he were to report it, it would only invite trouble upon himself. Should Ouyang 1 and her team succeed in intercepting the artifacts Yao Jiuji is smuggling, then it would spell his downfall. However, I did not place all my bets on Ouyang 1 and Guitao. I instructed Niu Gang to keep a close watch on the Blue Moon nightclub over the next few days. If Yao Jiuji's presence were to be detected, I would gladly add to his troubles at the opportune moment. With nothing pressing in the afternoon, I practiced martial arts in the park for the entire afternoon. After returning, I showered and changed, arriving punctually at Jia Community by 5 o'clock. Ouyang Feier was clad in a black sleeveless dress that fell just above her knees, complemented by a pair of elegant black high-heeled sandals, her delicate, fair legs glimmering with a radiant sheen, leaving me momentarily breathless. Do you find it beautiful? Ouyang Feier asked with a slight smile upon noticing my astonished expression. Absolutely breathtaking, I replied earnestly. I wore it specifically for you. She winked at me. Really? My excitement was palpable. Don't misinterpret. This is a reward for your agreement to cohabitate with me. Ouyang Feier teased playfully. Oh Buddha, please take this enchanting temptress away. I cannot bear it any longer. I feigned exasperation. Stop it. Drive already. She giggled, pushing me lightly. I ceased my jesting and began to drive seriously, yet inwardly. I mused. One day, I shall claim this captivating enchantress for myself. During my second visit, Ouyang Feier's parents were even more welcoming, inviting us to stay the night again. Regrettably, I still found myself on the floor, but this time, Ouyang Feier was not as frosty as before. She engaged in conversation with me until she eventually drifted off to sleep. The following morning, after breakfast, I received a call from Guccio. She had already withdrawn her funds and flown back. Feier, I have matters to attend to and must leave, I informed Ouyang Feier. Huh. Then please say goodbye to my parents first, she cautioned, wary of revealing too much. All right, I nodded, then bid farewell to Ouyang Jiangwo and his wife before departing. I left the BMW with Ouyang Feier and stepped outside the community, preparing to hail a taxi. Suddenly, a Mercedes-Benz halted before me, and I furrowed my brow, my muscles tensing. The window slowly rolled down, and I initially presumed it to be Yao Jiuji. However, to my surprise, it was Huang Wei. I don't care what your relationship with Ouyang Feier is, but you must leave her side immediately. Otherwise, do not blame me for my rudeness, Huang Wei threatened. Damn, this coward dares to threaten me, I thought, feeling a surge of irritation as I shot him a defiant glance. Who do you think you are? I retorted insolently. Go on then, Huang Wei scoffed, and Mercedes drove off. However, just as the car pulled away, 6 young men appeared behind me, encircling me with malicious intent. Damn, how despicable. My contempt for Huang Wei grew, and I began to suspect that the prank targeting Ouyang Feier the previous night might have been orchestrated by him. Don't provoke me. Otherwise, I'll make it so your own mother's 1T recognize you, I warned the 6 approaching youths. Kid, you're quite bold. Take him down, commanded one of the young men wearing sunglasses, evidently their leader. Upon his command, the other 5 lunged at me with fists and kicks. My eyes narrowed, glinting dangerously as the first assailant aimed a punch at my head. I swiftly seized his wrist with my left hand, bending my knees, drawing my chest in, and pivoting, executing a shoulder throw that sent him flying. Thud! His body arced through the air, crashing into the 2 young men standing behind me, sending them sprawling. The 4th assailant's fist was now directed at me. I raised my left arm to block his strike, simultaneously stepping forward with my right foot, turning my body to the right and delivering a powerful elbow strike directly to his cheek. With a resounding crack, his head snapped sideways, and I heard the distinct sound of 3 teeth flying from his mouth. As my elbow connected with his cheek, my left elbow followed through, striking him in the solar plexus, causing him to cry out in agony as he collapsed to the ground, groaning. The 3 who had just regained their footing were still recovering when I dashed towards them, effortlessly dispatching them without the need for any martial arts techniques. Left hook, right hook, and an uppercut sent them crashing back to the ground. It took no more than half a minute to take down 4 of them, leaving the remaining 2 utterly dumbfounded, especially the one in sunglasses. As I approached him, his speech faltered. Didanti, come closer. He stammered, suddenly brandishing a knife. Seeking death, are we? My eyes glinted with cold fury, and I felt a tinge of murderous intent. The young man beside the one in sunglasses swung a punch at me, but before it could reach my face, I swiftly kicked him in the abdomen. Bang! Ouch! The 5th youth crumpled to the ground from my powerful kick. From a young age, I have practiced martial arts, and my punches and kicks possess considerable strength. Engaging with these petty thugs feels somewhat like overkill. Typically, after enduring a single strike from me, they curl up on the ground in agony for quite some time. Suddenly, a man in sunglasses lunged at my abdomen with a knife. Damn it! I cursed, advancing rather than retreating. In one swift motion, I seized his wrist with my left hand, applying pressure to his joint, and he cried out in pain, letting the knife clatter to the ground. I did not release his wrist. Instead, I unleashed a fierce punch towards his face, all the while admonishing him. I warned you. I'll hit you so hard your mother wouldn't recognize you. Hud, hud, hud. I rained a flurry of punches upon the man in sunglasses, transforming his visage into a bloody mess before finally ceasing my assault. When I relinquished my grip, he collapsed to the ground like a limp noodle, having been rendered unconscious by my blows. The 6 thugs fell one after another in no more than 2 minutes. To avoid attracting the attention of the police, I swiftly departed the scene, but not before casting a glance at the nearby Mercedes. I am a person who believes in settling scores. Since Wang Wei, this coward, had provoked me today, a grudge had undoubtedly been established. Moreover, Wang Wei continued to harbor feelings for Ouyang Feier, who in my heart had already become my own private garden. I am not a generous person. I will not allow anyone to encroach upon my territory. Whoever dares to harbor ulterior motives will face severe consequences. Unbeknownst to me, Huang Wei was currently conversing with a middle-aged man in a black jacket inside the Mercedes. This fellow is rather formidable, Huang Wei remarked upon witnessing my defeat of the 6 thugs he had dispatched. He likely practices Xingyi Quan, although he didn't showcase it earlier. His stance reveals his proficiency, the middle-aged man replied in a low voice. He practices martial arts too? Huang Wei inquired, glancing at the middle-aged man. Indeed, the man nodded. He might even be quite powerful. More powerful than you? Huang Wei asked, a hint of surprise in his tone. One can only ascertain that through competition, the middle-aged man stated as he exited the car. Chapter 23. The Battle of National Arts. Noticing the middle-aged man following me, I furrowed my brow slightly before making my way to Shueisha Park in the East City. Upon entering the park, I sought a secluded spot to pause, turning to the man trailing behind me and asking, "Friend, what do you wish to convey?" "I am here to exchange services for a fee," the middle-aged man responded, his expression inscrutable. "Then let us begin," I declared, adopting the stance of a fierce tiger emerging from its lair. Beyond the fundamental 5 elements of Xingyi Quan, the advanced techniques delve into the 12 shapes, of which few can claim mastery overall. I, however, have honed my skills in the dragon, tiger, and bear forms, with particular emphasis on the tiger's shape. Sensing a hint of danger from the middle-aged man's aura, I instinctively unleashed my most adept form, the tiger. With the fierce tiger emerging, I retracted my head, drew in my chest, tightened my abdomen, bent my knees, and raised my right hand in a protective claw, while my left hand shielded my lower regions. My back arched like a dragon, coiling in preparation as my feet remained planted in the unchanging three-body stance. The three-body stance inherently embodies the concept of accumulating strength, and with my back arched, I harnessed that power, combining it for an explosive strike. As I displayed my stance, the middle-aged man's eyes narrowed, and his body shifted, revealing the movements of Bagua as he circled around me. "Ah, so you're a practitioner of Bagua. Which lineage do you belong to?" I asked, my gaze fixed on him, mirroring his movements. "I am Xingyi Quan, a disciple of the Chun lineage of Bagua." He introduced himself. "I am Wang Mo, a disciple of the Shui lineage of Xingyi Quan," I replied. After decades, a disciple of the Shui lineage dares to show himself. Xingyi Quan chuckled, his words laced with sarcasm. Many years ago, Master Shui Dian perished at the hands of the government, and his disciples faded into obscurity to safeguard themselves. Refraining from claiming the title of Shui lineage practitioners, Xingyi Quan was mocking my status as a bearer of the Shui lineage. Indeed, if Master Chun were aware that his disciples have bowed to a few measures of rice, I wonder if he would rise in anger from the grave. I retorted with a smirk. "Enough of your verbal sparring. Let us see your skills." Xingyi Quan suddenly lunged forward, delivering a swift palm strike toward my head. I narrowed my eyes as the sound of cracking bones echoed from my back, propelling me forward as I raised my palms in a defensive maneuver, executing the tiger washes face technique. Though primarily defensive, this technique is imbued with an offensive force, allowing me to respond vigorously to any incoming attacks. Seeing my defense, Xingyi Quan swiftly rotated his body, employing the old tortoise vortex technique to evade my strike and position himself to my left, launching a thrusting palm aimed at my midsection. In the realm of martial arts, there exists a saying: Tai Chi is cunning, Bagua is slippery, and Xingyi Quan is lethal. Bagua, formerly known as the 8 ceiling palms, employs curved strikes, whereas Xingyi Quan is characterized by its direct and forceful approach. Xingyi Quan's maneuver illustrated the fluidity of Bagua to perfection. Sensing his figure vanish before me, I quickly crouched, pivoting on my left foot and sweeping my right foot outward in a circular motion, a technique known as white tiger sweeps tail, completing a 360-degree arc. In the heat of battle, one cannot afford to rely solely on visual judgment. Reaction is key. The essence of martial arts lies in speed and instinct. Each technique embodies a chain of interconnected moves, with every attack being both offensive and defensive. During combat, one must rely on reflexes rather than conscious thought. As the saying goes, striking should be as natural as walking. As I crouched down, Xingyi Quan's thrust could not reach me. Any further attempt would result in his hand colliding with my arm, while my right foot swept toward his ankle. Xingyi Quan had no choice but to retreat a step, and as I extended my crouched body, my palms surged forward in an offensive thrust, an embodiment of the ferocious tiger's assault. With the momentum of the tiger behind me, Xingyi Quan's expression turned serious. He had no time to alter his strategy. "Huh!" he exclaimed, unleashing his palms like a whirlwind, employing the wind-splitting palm. Bang! Our palms collided, halting my advance while Xingyi Quan staggered back 3 steps. Seizing the moment, I pressed forward with a series of powerful strikes, executing the tiger crashes the mountain technique. Bang! The force of my strike resonated, revealing the true might of my attack. Xingyi Quan's expression shifted, initially dismissive of my capabilities. He now realized the gravity of the situation as he was pushed back. My strikes carried immense power, and the speed of my assault left him with little opportunity to employ evasive maneuvers. "Humph!" Xingyi Quan scoffed, veins bulging as he unleashed the great stone-crushing palm. The authentic Bagua does not include the great breaking stone palm. The most formidable technique of the Chung-style Bagua is the dragon form palm, while most powerful technique of the Yin style is the ox tongue palm. As for the great breaking stone palm, it is essentially a form of hard martial arts. All the skills of Bagua are concentrated in the palms, hence the necessity to cultivate the iron sand palm. Some descendants of Bagua have integrated the Shaolin great breaking stone palm into their practice after reaching a certain level with the iron sand palm. I was taken aback to discover that Xingyi Quan could also perform the great breaking stone palm. Bang! Bang! Our fists met our palms. My assault came to an abrupt halt, and a sharp pain radiated from my knuckles. Xingyi Quan's great breaking stone palm was formidable. Step! Step! This time, both Xingyi Quan and I retreated a step simultaneously, our gazes locking, neither of us making an immediate move. I had not anticipated that such a small place as Fushan City would conceal an authentic Shui-style Xingyi practitioner. Xingyi Quan spoke up. I squinted slightly, remaining silent, awaiting his next words. Your tiger form is quite impressive. Within 50 moves, neither of us can claim victory. After 50 moves, we shall abide by fate, Xingyi Quan continued. I nodded in acknowledgement, admitting the truth in his words. He had at least opened 8 meridians and practiced the authentic Chun-style Bagua techniques, making victory a daunting task. As the battle progressed, the most likely outcome would be one of us severely injured or dead. The decline of national martial arts is disheartening. Shall we cease here? Xingyi Quan queried with a look of inquiry in his eyes. You dictate the terms of engagement. Yet presume there are no challengers in Fushan's martial realm? If you wish to depart, you shall receive another blow from me. As I spoke, I stepped forward, my back foot pivoting, and my right fist shot out like lightning. Half-step burst fist. The tiger form was my strongest technique, while the half-step burst fist was my ultimate strike. Although it paled in comparison to Master Gui Yunshin's half-step burst fist from years past, I had grasped the threshold of its spiral force. The spiral energy of the half-step burst fist entwined from my feet to my knees, hips, spine, arms, and finally to my knuckles, all infused with a twisting power. This spiral force bore similarities to the spiral energy of the Bagua dragon form palm, though with notable differences. The spiral force of the half-step burst fist aimed to repel all obstructions while amplifying the striking power, embodying a bold and masculine vigor. Conversely, the spiral energy of the Chun-style Bagua dragon form palm, while outwardly fierce, ultimately adheres to the traditionally soft and yielding essence of Bagua, with a hint of masculinity. Indeed, the Tai Chi silk reeling energy is also a form of spiral force, and each of the 3 major internal martial arts schools has its unique interpretation of this concept. With all my strength, I unleashed the half-step burst fist, channeling the entirety of my twisting energy to my right fist before releasing it. Bang! Whoosh! The air erupted with a thunderous sound. My fist, like a bolt of lightning, whistled through the air, reaching Xingyi Quan's chest in the blink of an eye. Had my punch landed, it would have rendered him incapacitated. Xingyi Quan, not daring to hold back, adopted a serious demeanor, stepping back with one foot. His upper body rotating to the left, his right palm facing upwards as he arched a line from his right side. Reversing dragon form palm. Xingyi Quan executed the Chun-style dragon form palm, though I was uncertain of his proficiency. Slap! His dragon form palm struck my fist. The spiral energy within my burst fist aimed to deflect his dragon form palm, while his palm's inward spiral energy sought to deflect my fist askew. At the point of contact, a resonating explosion of energy erupted. Bang! Subsequently, my half-step burst fist veered slightly. Had Xingyi Quan not turned his body beforehand, it would have struck true. Alas, as he performed the dragon form palm, he had already shifted to the left, causing my fist to graze past his clothing. Despite the misfire, I did not pause. My left foot propelled forward as I executed bear emerges from cave, driving my left shoulder toward Xingyi Quan's solar plexus while my left elbow targeted his abdomen, simultaneously striking downward with my left palm. Bear emerges from cave is a fierce close-quarters assault. However, Xingyi Quan's Bagua was too elusive. After deflecting my half-step burst fist with his reversing dragon form palm, his body became like a swift turtle, gliding past mine, leaving my follow-up bear emerges from cave attack to hit nothing but air. After the miss, rather than turning immediately, I took a step forward before suddenly pivoting. Xingyi Quan mirrored my movements, stepping forward before turning. This maneuver was to prevent the opponent from launching a counterattack. By stepping forward, not only could one evade potential counterstrikes, but it also created distance, allowing time for a reactive counter. Thus, we parted ways, promising to meet again. Xingyi Quan clasped his fists and turned to leave. He had indeed come to Fushan City for monetary gain, initially believing the martial atmosphere to be lackluster, expecting an easy profit. Unfortunately for him, he encountered me, whose skills matched his, and with the authentic Shui style, Xingyi's fierce techniques. Compounded by my youthful vigor being 2 decades greater than his, the odds were not in his favor. The fear of prolonging the fight weighed heavily. As time wore on, the likelihood of injury would shift towards him, given that his stamina would inevitably wane first. We bore no deep-seated enmity, and Xingyi Quan would not be reckless enough to fight to the death over money. Thus he chose to withdraw. Chapter 24. News until Xingyi Quan's figure vanished. I remained contemplating. Indeed, money can move mountains, as someone like Wang Mo could hire a master of Bagua like Xingyi Quan as a bodyguard. Lacking the ability to unlock all 12 primary meridians, I could not claim the title of a true master of national martial arts. Though national martial arts may have fallen into decline, its roots run deep, with numerous practitioners still active in the community. Individuals like Xingyi Quan are likely not few in number. It seems I must exercise caution when encountering successors of martial traditions in the future. Without having cultivated my inner strength, I had yet to ascend to another level, and I must not underestimate other martial artists. In my youthful arrogance, I had already opened 10 meridians by my 20s, leading me to feel quite proud. Yet my battle with Xingyi Quan today instilled a newfound caution within me. To persist in practicing ancient martial arts amidst the steel and concrete of modern society speaks volumes about one's determination. Any practitioner possessing the authentic lineage of national martial arts cannot be deemed mediocre. Of course, those merely dabbling in it are another story. I exited Shueisha Park, hailed a taxi, and returned to the Century City Central apartment. As I opened the door and stepped inside, I found Gu Chuxia and Niu Gang staring blankly at a pile of money. 58,000 lei on the coffee table. Mo Gu, why are you back so late? Gu Chuxia inquired upon seeing me enter. Mo Gu, Niu Gong Ekut. Something came up. Was everything smooth? I asked Gu Chuxia. Pesta suet, montake. I retrieved the money from 3 provinces. When I withdrew it, my disguise was so effective that even I barely recognized myself. Moreover, I presented the police with a conundrum. Hee. Gu Chuxia replied, her pride evident. What conundrum? Don't get too clever, I said, a tinge of worry creeping in. While withdrawing the money, I purposely created a scar on my right arm using a prop. Even if the police review the ATM surveillance, they will mistakenly target someone with a scar on their right arm. Quite clever, right? Gu Chuxia beamed, pride radiating from her face. Impressive, I acknowledged. Gu Chuxia's smugness grew, but my next statement wiped the triumph from her face. However, it's merely a small cleverness, I remarked, deflating her ego. Oomph. Gu Chuxia huffed, unwilling to concede. All right, let us divide the money. I redirected the conversation towards the distribution of funds, which piqued the interest of both Niu Gang and Gu Chuxia. Mo Gu, you promised to give me a third. Gu Chuxia's expression tightened, perhaps fearing I would not honor my word. I smiled at her, remaining silent as I reached for 40,000 and handed it to Niu Gang, then took another 40 for myself, pushing the remaining 500,000 towards Gu Chuxia. This is all yours. Gu Chuxia was taken aback, as was Niu Gang. Originally, we had agreed to split the money 3 ways. Yet I had given the lion's share to Gu Chuxia. Mo Gu, what is this? Gu Chuxia stared at me, her face filled with confusion after a few seconds of silence. I chose not to respond to her question, but turned my gaze towards Niu Gang. Niu Gang, do you have any objections to my distribution of funds? None at all. My life belongs to you, Mo Gu. Niu Gang shook his head. That's good to hear. I nodded, then turned back to Gu Chuxia. Yesterday, I visited Gu Chio at the South City People's Hospital, and I have decided to use this money for her treatment. Gu Chuxia exclaimed in surprise, never having imagined my generosity. After a brief moment of astonishment, she collected herself, looked up at me, and said, Mo Gu, regardless of your motives, since you are willing to give me 500,000, I will remember this kindness and will follow you in the future. Your primary task now is to take care of your sister. Everything else can wait. If the funds are insufficient, just let me know, and I will find a way. I spoke sincerely to Gu Chuxia, devoid of any pretense or falsehood. My genuine desire was to assist her, and in return, I hoped for the loyalty of her and her sister, particularly Gu Chio, whom I believed to be a computer prodigy. This was not only an investment, but also a gamble, yet I had great faith in my judgment. Gu Chuxia gazed into my eyes for several seconds before finally uttering, "Thank you." She then placed the 500,000 into her travel bag and departed. Once Gu Chuxia left, I inquired about Yao Jiuji's situation with Niu Gang, who shook his head and said, "Mo go. Yao Jiuji has been quiet, residing in a luxurious suite on the 9th floor of the Blue Moon nightclub for the past few days." I furrow my brow, quietly pondering whether Ouyang Wan and Guitao would be able to intercept Yao Jiuji's smuggling crew tomorrow. However, it was beyond my control, so I merely entertained the thought briefly before dismissing it. The outcome would reveal itself the following day. The next day at work, my mind wandered, and I contemplated calling Ouyang Wan to subtly inquire about the situation, yet I hesitated, fearing she might become suspicious. Although she was Ouyang Fer's sister and my nominal sister-in-law, she was still a police officer, undoubtedly possessing a high level of vigilance. Thus, I refrained from calling her to inquire about Yao Jiuji. During lunch at the cafeteria, I occupied a corner seat, distractedly shoveling rice into my mouth. Suddenly, a figure carrying a tray of food sat down across from me, accompanied by a cacophony of whispers. "Look, Ouyang Fei is sitting across from that little security guard. Wang Mo." "What little security guard?" "He is now the big assistant." "What big assistant?" "He is merely Ouyang Fei's kept man. To be chosen by Ouyang Fei is a skill. If you have the ability, why not get her to support you? Please." I glanced up to see Ouyang Fei smiling at me, asking, "May I sit here?" Please do, Director Ouyang." Within the company, I addressed Ouyang Fei as Director Ouyang. After she sat down, I leaned in and quietly remarked, "There are already many rumors about us in the company. Are you not concerned about dining together in public? Let them talk. Do you mind?" Ouyang Fei replied, her inner strength evident, a quality befitting her role as sales director. "I have no qualms. I wouldn't want to tarnish your reputation." I chuckled in response. "If I'm not afraid, why should you be?" Ouyang Fei shot me a glance. I shrugged, falling silent. "By the way, my house will sell this week, and I'm planning to buy a new 2-bedroom apartment. Don't forget what you promised me that day." Ouyang Fei reminded me. How could I forget such a fortunate opportunity to cohabit with a stunning beauty? I responded cheekily. "By the way, you should sleep in my living room tonight." Did someone knock on your door again last night?" I looked at Ouyang Fei, inquiring. "I stayed at my parents' house, but what if someone plays tricks when I return tonight?" "You promised to ensure my safety." Ouyang Fei seemed genuinely apprehensive about the events from that night. "All right," I nodded, then added, "You could have Wenwen sleep over with you. She is a police officer, and with her there, anyone attempting mischief could be taken straight to the police station. Wenwen is busy with cases, returning home only at midnight. Her schedule is unpredictable, and sharing a bed with her would disrupt my rest." "Oh, I see. By the way, I wonder if the information Wenwen and I provided last time helped them catch the smugglers?" I feigned casual curiosity. "You could just call her to ask." Ouyang Fei glanced at me. "Never mind. It might interfere with her work. How about we invite her to dinner tonight instead?" I suggested. Ouyang Fei shook her head, saying she has been quite busy and might not have the time. Last night, she returned home, took a shower, slept for 3 hours, and then left again. "Oh, then let us wait until she is free." I dropped the subject of Ouyang Wan and engaged in light conversation with Ouyang Fei, enjoying a pleasant lunch. On my way back to the 17th floor, I encountered Xingyi, who shot me a glance and, with a forced grin, remarked, "Assistant Wang, you seem to have a close relationship with Director Ouyang." I shot him a look, but chose to remain silent. I had no desire to engage with such a petty individual. Graduating from a prestigious university meant little when one displayed such pettiness. He would likely never achieve anything significant and would remain a mere nuisance. Noticing my indifference, Xingyi began chatting with a colleague nearby, subtly suggesting insinuations meant to irritate those in the know while leaving others puzzled. Such self-declared cleverness. When the elevator reached the 17th floor, I shot Xingyi a glare and said, "People like you are beneath my notice. However, should you continue to provoke me, I would not hesitate to teach you a lesson." "Huh." After I walked away, Xingyi spat in my direction and muttered insults under his breath. Though I did not hear him, otherwise, I would have ensured he regretted those words. In the afternoon, I unexpectedly received a call from Ouyang Wan. "Hello, brother-in-law. Wenwen, is there something you need?" I was taken aback. "Not much. I just wanted to inform you that we checked the smuggling crew you mentioned regarding Yao Jiuji this morning, and there was no evidence." "Oh, perhaps the little brother of Yao Jiuji. I misled you and disrupted your plans." I expressed my apologies to Ouyang Wan. "No worries. By the way, brother-in-law, can you still find that little brother of Yao Jiuji you saved?" Ouyang Wan inquired. I was startled, quickly realizing her intention behind the call. She wanted to trace the source of the information. If what she said was true, and they found nothing that morning, there would be no need to pursue the source further. Her questioning suggested they had found some clues, contrary to their claims of having found nothing. I rapidly analyzed the implications of Yang Wen's words. "Brother-in-law, are you still there?" Yang Wen's voice broke through my thoughts. Wen. The night I encountered Yao Jiuji's little brother, he was being chased, and I intervened. I haven't seen him since. Oh, that is fine then. Goodbye, brother-in-law. Goodbye. After hanging up, I fell into deep contemplation. Chapter 25. The Shadow Under Such Excruciating Torture. Huang San would undoubtedly not deceive me. My brow furrowed as I sank into contemplation. Could it be that Yao Jiuji discovered Huang San's disappearance and subsequently altered his previous plans? Impossible. He would not simply change a meticulously crafted scheme for the sake of one missing individual. Smuggling cultural relics is a complex web, where a single thread pulled can unravel the entire tapestry. Such significant alterations would only arise from a dire crisis, as each change entails immense human and material resources. My mind raced, striving to uncover the most plausible explanation. Yang Wen and Guo Tao had been investigating the cultural relic smuggling case recently. Yet Yao Jiuji brazenly conducted major smuggling operations right under their noses. At this thought, I felt as though I had grasped an elusive thread. The criminal police department had an informant within Yao Jiuji's ranks. Narrowing my eyes, I reached the conclusion that seemed most rational. Yao Jiuji's audacity to operate in such a manner indicated his fearlessness. But why was he so untroubled? The answer became evident, and, coupled with the current situation, I was nearly certain that Yao Jiuji possessed insider information. Indeed, money can move mountains. And it seemed that my plan to use Guo Tao and others to bring Yao Jiuji to justice was likely doomed to fail. I felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. The peril I had faced to extract information from Huang San had seemingly been in vain. Knowing the outcome would be like taking matters into my own hands and orchestrating a traffic accident on the highway, perhaps exposing Yao Jiuji's crimes to the public, or at the very least causing him some trouble. Yet, having informed Guo Tao and the others, it appeared that not a ripple had been stirred. How infuriating! Regret washed over me. I should not have placed my trust in Guo Tao and his team. Regret serves no purpose, and for the moment, I could not conceive a strategy to deal with Yao Jiuji. I could only hope that Guo Tao and the others would uncover evidence of his smuggling activities. Should I warn Yang Wen that there might be an informant in their ranks? I pondered silently. Better not to entangle myself further. It is wiser to avoid unnecessary complications. As for Yao Jiuji, I would devise a plan to deal with him in due course. After work, I returned to the Century City apartment to fetch a few changes of clothes, then drove Ouyang Fei towards the Jia community. "Are we dining there tonight?" she asked from the passenger seat, brushing her long hair aside. Her graceful manner momentarily stunned me, but I quickly regained my composure and thought, what a captivating enchantress. "I usually dine at street stalls," I replied. "Street stalls are unsanitary. Let us just prepare something at home. Stop at the supermarket ahead. I need to buy some vegetables," Ouyang Fei suggested. Having lived independently for quite some time, she was quite the culinary adept, seamlessly managing both kitchen and parlor. The thought of our future cohabitation, where I could occasionally savor her cooking, made me whistle in delight. Ouyang Fei chuckled, saying, "My cooking comes at a premium, you know. It's priceless and rare. Given that you're my bodyguard, I'll charge you 500 for a meal." "What? 500 for a meal?" I exclaimed in astonishment. "Don't be so shocked. Since you'll be living with me, I'll pay you an extra 3,000 a month. That's enough for 6 meals, starting from today," Ouyang Fei replied with a grin. I had thought I was getting quite the deal, living with a beautiful woman while earning additional income. But it seemed that the extra income was a mere illusion. I might not even earn enough to cover my meals. Chuckling at my predicament, Ouyang Fei burst into laughter. I parked in the underground lot of the Run FA supermarket, and together we strolled into the store. As I pushed the shopping cart, she perused the vegetables ahead, and in that fleeting moment, I felt as if we were a couple blissfully navigating our daily lives. "Fei," I called to her as she selected vegetables. She turned to glance at me, her eyes shimmering with curiosity. "Don't we look like a couple shopping together?" I teased with a playful grin. Upon hearing my words, her cheeks flushed momentarily, but she quickly regained her composure and shot me a glare, declaring, "Not at all. I chuckled, refraining from further teasing her. Back at the Jiahe community, Ouyang Fei'er began preparing dinner while I languished on the couch, watching television. As she worked up a sweat, she noticed me lounging with an air of nonchalance and remarked, "The price for this meal has gone up. It's now 1,000. You can't do this to me," I protested with a look of feigned grievance. Come over and serve the dishes." Fine. Dinner was sumptuous, featuring sweet and sour ribs, braised fish, 2 vegetable dishes, and shrimp, fungus, and wintermelon soup. The aromas wafting from her cooking made my mouth water. Noticing my eager expression, Ouyang Fei'er smiled and said, "Dig in." At her command, I naturally accepted the rice she served and began to eat. Initially, Ouyang Fei'er didn't find anything amiss, but as I started to enjoy my meal, she suddenly realized, why did I just serve him rice? Her face flushed as she covertly glanced at me. Seeing that I was thoroughly enjoying my meal without any unusual reactions, she felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, this rascal hadn't noticed. In truth, I was reveling in the moment, though I kept my delight concealed. "Enchantress, you will eventually be my dish," I mused inwardly, savoring my triumph. Just as I was basking in my secret satisfaction, the lights in the room abruptly went out. Ouyang Fei'er screamed, and in the next moment, I felt her small hands gripping my arm tightly. "Don't be afraid. I'm here," I reassured her gently, patting her back. The power outage was hardly alarming. Her intense reaction stemmed primarily from the last incident when a shadowy figure wearing a mask had stood outside her door. My frustration surged. The warm and intimate atmosphere had been shattered by this sudden darkness. After calming Ouyang Fei'er for a moment, I stood up, my eyes adjusting to the unexpected gloom. I walked towards the door, but Ouyang Fei'er clung to my arm, reluctant to let me go. "Don't worry. I'll catch the troublemaker," I whispered to her. Eventually, she released my arm. Approaching the door, I swiftly opened it, and indeed, a shadowy figure wearing a menacing black mask stood outside. Upon seeing me, the figure emitted a soft sound of surprise, but my fury ignited, and I kicked out at him. "How dare you play tricks in front of me?" Bang! Crash! Thud! My powerful kick sent the shadow crashing against the wall before he collapsed to the ground, groaning in pain. Bang! 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 I unleashed a flurry of kicks and punches on the figure sprawled on the floor, venting my pent-up anger. "How dare you ruin my good fortune? I'll make you pay." I seethed inwardly. "Wang Mo, stop." Ouyang Fei'er suddenly appeared beside me, holding a flashlight. As she shone it on the figure, we noticed a pool of blood forming on the floor, prompting her to urgently intervene. After halting my assault, I rushed to the hallway to restore the power, and the lights flickered back on. The shadow lay curled on the floor, moaning, "Ouch. Oh, it hurts." I bent down to remove his mask, revealing the face of a lecherous middle-aged man before Ouyang Fei'er and me. "Fei'er, do you recognize him?" I turned to inquire of Ouyang Fei'er, who shook her head in confusion, utterly perplexed as to why this individual would act in such a manner. "Why is he attempting to frighten you?" I said, "Fei'er, please return to your room. I shall question him briefly." With that, I seized the man by his hair and dragged him towards the fire escape. A flicker of reluctance passed across Ouyang Fei'er's face, yet she ultimately said nothing and turned back towards the room. Once we arrived at the fire escape, I forcefully slammed his head against the wall. "Bang! Please stop. I beg you." The lecherous man pleaded, his face smeared with blood. "Who incited you to do this?" I asked, my eyes piercing him with icy intensity. "No one commanded me," he hastily divulged, revealing himself to be a pervert who had been captivated by Ouyang Fei'er's beauty, more striking than that of a star, and upon learning she lived alone, devised this twisted scheme to harass her. Upon hearing his confession, I pressed my foot down upon his neck with force, and he gasped for breath, clutching my leg weakly. Fear etched in his eyes as his tongue lolled out, his breaths becoming increasingly shallow. Just as he teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, I swiftly released my hold. "Cough! Cough! Wheeze! Wheeze!" He gasped for air, having narrowly escaped death. "If I ever see you again, you shall regret ever being born," I declared, unleashing my murderous intent, which struck him like 2 sharp swords, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. "I won't dare again, I swear." The lecherous man was genuinely terrified, realizing he had mere seconds left to live. "Get out," I barked, turning to exit the fire escape. Chapter 26. Roar upon my return. I found Ouyang Fei'er sitting anxiously on the sofa. "What happened?" she inquired. "A perverted man," I repeated the lecher's words. Ouyang Faya guspit in shook. It's all your fault for being so beautiful. My gaze lingered on her, prompting her to tug at her skirt nervously. However, her knee-length skirt adequately concealed her modesty, revealing only her delicate, fair calves and petite feet. Unbeknownst to us, while we conversed, the lecherous man had already slipped away from the fire escape and exited the Jiahe community. Approximately 100 meters away, a luxury Land Rover awaited, and as the lecher approached, the window rolled down to reveal Huang Wei's face. "What happened to you?" he asked, puzzled. "Young master, there's a man in Ouyang Feier's home," the lecherous man replied. "What?" Huang Wei's expression morphed into disbelief. "Ouyang Feier, the renowned ice beauty of the city? How could she possibly have a man in her home? Is her little assistant truly her kept boy?" The gossip from the Wanjia Group headquarters had already reached Huang Wei's ears, and having witnessed my visit to Ouyang Feier, his parents' house, just last weekend, his suspicions intensified. That wretched woman. I pursued her for over a year, and she always acts cold towards me. Turns out it was all an act, entangled with a lowly security guard. Had I known this, I should have taken measures to claim her body long ago. Huang Wei seethed through gritted teeth. After cursing Ouyang Feier for a while, he turned to the lecherous man and asked, "Did you reveal my presence?" "No. How could I possibly expose the young master? I merely claimed to be a perverted man, lusting after Ouyang Feier's beauty," the lecherous man responded. "Good job," Huang Wei said, waving him off, and the man limped away. After the lecherous man departed, Huang Wei cast a venomous glance towards the Jiahe community. "Ouyang Feier, you wretched woman, I will make you moan beneath me one day," he thought to himself. He then instructed his driver, Xiao Lu, contact Brother Yao. "Yes, young master," replied Lu Chuan, who had served Huang Wei for 6 years and was considered his confidant. "Young master, that little security guard possesses impressive skills. Zhang Jinshan couldn't even handle him. Could Brother Yao's man be a match? That bastard Zhang Jinshan claims to be the authentic heir of Bagua Palm. Nonsense. I've given him so much money, yet he can't even deal with a mere security guard. Now he has gone missing, and I will not spare him when I find him. As for Brother Yao's men, while they may not match the security guard one-on-one, a group wielding machetes would surely ensure that the guard doesn't escape alive," Huang Wei said with a venomous glare. "Young master is wise," Lu Chuan flattered. "Stop the flattery and contact Yao Jiuji immediately," Huang Wei commanded. "Yes, young master." Unaware of Huang Wei's conversation, I never imagined I had been deceived by the lecherous man. Ouyang Feier and I resumed our meal, yet the earlier tension had dissipated. After dining, I suggested a stroll, to which Ouyang Feier readily agreed. We meandered along the banks of the Mo Shui River, engaging in light-hearted conversation. "Wang Mo, why didn't you pursue higher education?" Ouyang Feier asked. "I did, but I wasn't accepted," I replied. "You're quite intelligent. How could you fail to gain admission?" Having spent time together, Ouyang Feier had developed some understanding of me, thus her incredulity in my admission. Martial arts, as I understand it, is divided into 3 levels. Ming Jin, which develops the body's strength, and Jin, which emerges after all 12 meridians are opened, reaching the limits of physical power and nurturing the inner strength, a form of mental power. It may sound mystical, yet the essence of mental power is omnipresent in daily life. A simple example: concentrating on studying for an hour yields better results than a day of distracted study. That is the power of the mind. To integrate this force into martial arts, one must push the body to its limits, clearing the yang and yin meridians of both hands and feet to cultivate in Jin. Following in Jin comes Hua Jin, or transforming the mind, which involves developing the brain. The pinnacle of physical training leads to the awakening of the mind, a process referred to as Hua Jin or Hua Now in martial arts. Modern science stimulates brain cells through continuous use, which has its limitations. Excessive brain usage activates cells while simultaneously killing them, more activation than loss. However, martial arts activate brain cells through internal cultivation, ultimately achieving a state of unity between man and nature, reaching the pinnacle of enlightenment. Thus, although my martial arts practice has not yet reached the stage of dedicated brain development, the daily practice of the Santi posture generates a flow of energy from my spine to my brain, making it difficult not to be intelligent. This is why Ouyang Feier perceives me as quite clever. One cannot have both fish and bear's paw. If I wish to focus on martial arts, I must forego academics. And if I pursue knowledge, I cannot wholeheartedly dedicate myself to martial arts, I concluded. We live in an age of technology. Martial arts have become a cultural relic. What uses it to spend so much time honing it? Ouyang Fei'er questioned, her expression one of confusion. I smiled, but chose not to respond. Everyone has their own beliefs, and martial arts are not as the world perceives them. Yet I did not wish to explain this to Ouyang Fei'er. Noticing my silence, she adeptly shifted the topic. Have you ever had a girlfriend? She asked. I glanced at her in surprise. I was just asking casually, she replied. Ouyang Fei'er felt a twinge of guilt, uncertain as to why she had suddenly posed such a question. No, I shook my head. Over the past 5 years, I had dallied with several women, yet none were my girlfriend, so my denial should not be deemed a falsehood. Oh, Ouyang Fei'er responded, followed by a moment of silence. Have you ever had a boyfriend? I countered. No, during high school, many boys wrote me notes, but I handed them all to the office. Looking back, I realized I was rather cruel. She chuckled. What about university? Isn't it dubbed the paradise of romance? I inquired further. In university, many remarkable boys pursued me. Yet I felt no attraction, which left me perplexed and fearful that I might have same-sex inclinations. Is that true? I asked, gazing intently at Ouyang Fei'er. Of course not, she replied, rolling her eyes. Unbeknownst to her, the way she did so held an enticing quality, more captivating than her serious demeanor. That's good, I mumbled softly. What? Ouyang Fei'er asked. What does your ideal Prince Charming look like? I can't say, but I believe I will feel it when he appears, she answered. You must feel it now, right? I teased, brimming with pride. No, don't deny it. I've seen through all the mists. I certainly have not. Then why is your face flushed? Am I blushing? Ouyang Fei'er quickly touched her face. At that moment, I burst into laughter. You rascal. Ouyang Fei'er playfully punched me, and we began a frolic by the Ink River. Meanwhile, she was internally questioning herself. Could he truly be the one? She had never been so intimate with a male before, yet in his presence, she felt relaxed and secure, as if they had known each other for ages. Was he indeed the one? While I bantered and played with Ouyang Fei'er, I failed to notice a Land Rover parked 100 meters away, where a face twisted in anger was observing us. Huang Wei, witnessing our closeness, glared with venomous eyes and bellowed at the driver, Lu Chuan. Have you contacted Yao Jiuji? Young master, Yao Jiuji said he is currently busy and cannot attend to you. If there is something urgent, we should reach out to his subordinate, Scar Zhou, Lu Chuan cautiously replied. What? That bastard Yao Jiuji, Huang Wei cursed. Forget it. Call Scar Zhou immediately and inform him of the whereabouts of that little security guard and Ouyang Fei'er. Tell him if he can come and break the little security guard's leg, I will pay him 1 million. Understood, young master. Lu Chuan began dialing Scar Zhou's number. Exhausted from our stroll, Ouyang Fei'er and I stumbled upon a barbecue stall, ordering dozens of skewers and 2 chilled beers. Suddenly, 2 vans screeched to a halt in front of the stall, and a dozen young men emerged, led by a scar-faced man. I recognized him as the one who had chased after Nyogang that fateful night. Simultaneously, the scar-faced man spotted me, and upon realizing I was the one who had abducted Yao Jiuji, he involuntarily trembled. Brother Zhou, that's the pair of dog lovers Huang Xiao mentioned. That girl is stunning, even more so than movie stars. One of Scar Zhou's subordinates gawked at Ouyang Fei'er. Scar Zhou furrowed his brow, glanced at me, and turned away. Brother Zhou, we should go back. Huang Xiao said. The subordinate attempted to speak, but was cut off by Scar Zhou's reprimand. Don't you understand my words? Return. Yes, Brother Zhou. The subordinates wore puzzled expressions as they followed Scar Zhou back to the van, leaving in less than 3 minutes. I shrugged in confusion, dismissing the incident, and continued chatting with Ouyang Fei'er. Meanwhile, Huang Wei, seated in the Land Rover, was taken aback. What just happened? Initially, he had anticipated a scene of me suffering a brutal beating, yet he was astonished that Scar Zhou merely glanced at me before leaving, seemingly fearful. Call that bastard Scar Zhou and ask him what the hell is going on. Huang Wei's roar echoed within the Land Rover. Chapter 27. Unending troubles. Huang Wei watched me and Ouyang Fei'er strolling closely, laughing, and his fury ignited. He called Yao Jiuji, seeking to have me dealt with. Yet Yao Jiuji, preoccupied with smuggling a batch of priceless artifacts worth over 100 million, ignored Huang Wei's pleas. Thus, Huang Wei resorted to contacting Scar Zhou, promising him 1 million to break my leg. When Scar Zhou arrived with a dozen subordinates wielding knives and clubs, upon recognizing me, He turned around and left within 3 minutes, sending Huang Wei into a frenzy. He was unaware that Scarjo had been severely beaten by me over half a month ago and had witnessed my abduction of Yao Jiuji to rescue Xiaolon. Thus, when he realized Huang Wei wanted him to punish me, he promptly departed. Brother Zhou, why not take the million for breaking a leg? One of the van's subordinates queried, confusion etched on their faces. Scars Zhou shot him a glare, then turned to the others in the van. That person is not to be trifled with. We might end up paying our own medical bills instead of earning that million. Scars Zhou replied with irritation. Really? That person is so formidable? One person can take on all of us? To be frank, that was the very person who stormed into the Blue Moon nightclub to abduct Yao Ge the other day. The van's occupants gasped, for they had been on guard duty at the nightclub that night and were unaware of my identity. Just then, Scars Zhou's phone rang. Hello, Scars Zhou. What are you doing? Don't you want to earn that million? Huang Wei's furious voice boomed from the other end. Young master, something urgent came up unexpectedly. My apologies. Scars Zhou quickly replied before hanging up, muttering to himself, screw it. $1 million to break that person's leg? I wouldn't do it for $2 million with that man's prowess. Yao Ge would be dead before he even thought to resist. Inside the Land Rover, Huang Wei stared at his phone, his expression twisting grotesquely. After a few seconds, his muscles contorted, veins bulging. Damn it, Scars Zhou dared to hang up on me. As Huang Wei unleashed a torrent of curses within the Land Rover, I continued enjoying beer and barbecue with Ouyang Feier. The appearance and swift departure of Scars Zhou barely registered in my mind. If they dared to attack me in public with weapons, I wouldn't hesitate to retaliate. As Scars Zhou and his entourage of several men wielding machetes and clubs made their appearance, I felt a flicker of anticipation. If they dared to act, I would have justifiable grounds for self-defense. As long as I did not end their lives, it would not be deemed excessive. However, I would ensure that they spent the rest of their lives in wheelchairs, suffering. To my dismay, upon recognizing me, Scars Zhou turned and fled, leaving me thoroughly frustrated. Ouyang Feier, visibly anxious, suggested, Wang Mo, perhaps we should leave. Those men were quite intimidating. It's all right. After grilling so many skewers, it would be a shame to waste them, I reassured her with a smile. Very well. After a few glasses of chilled beer, Ouyang Feier's cheeks flushed a vibrant red, resembling a tempting red apple. I couldn't help but gaze a little too intently, saliva pooling at my feet. Noticing my foolish expression, Ouyang Feier playfully remarked, seemingly unperturbed by my lack of decorum, wanting to tease me. In the past, such an expression would have earned me a frosty glare from her. Enchantress, you are simply irresistible, I exclaimed earnestly. You are the real enchantress, she retorted. I am Tang Sung, and you are the enchantress. Come, devour me. I shall offer no resistance, I joked with a grin. Get lost. Ouyang Feier playfully punched my arm. Just then, a Mitsubishi Jeep came to a stop in front of the barbecue stall, and Ouyang Wan, Guitao, and 2 other young men emerged from the vehicle. Sister, brother-in-law, are you here for barbecue too? Ouyang Wan called out as she spotted us and hurried over. Wan, Ouyang Feier, and I stood up. What brings you here? Just came to grab a late-night snack, Ouyang Wan replied, as Guitao and the 2 other detectives approached. After brief introductions, the already alluring Ouyang Feier became even more captivating with the alcohol. Guitao seemed slightly more composed, yet the 2 detectives beside him were visibly entranced by Ouyang Feier. Cough, cough. Guitao cleared his throat, snapping his subordinates back to reality. Shall we eat together? I invited Ouyang Wan and her companions. Sure, Ouyang Wan agreed. Guitao nodded, and his 2 partners quickly brought another table over to combine with ours. Initially, I had hoped to gather information regarding the progress of the smuggling case. Yet Guitao remained tight-lipped, revealing nothing. Consequently, I planned to take Ouyang Feier and leave, but before departing, I subtly hinted to Guitao, Captain Gua, regarding the case being overseen by the Ministry of Public Security. It seems that Yao Jiu is brazenly smuggling right under your nose. Quite the character, indeed. Don't let us catch him with evidence, or he won't be able to handle the consequences. Guitao's gaze sharpened, studying me intently, his expression inscrutable. I wished to avoid lingering. Guitao was too enigmatic, and I preferred not to engage with him further. After bidding farewell to Guitao and Ouyang Wan's group, Ouyang Feier and I continued our stroll along the banks of the Ink River. Shall we head back? He suggested to Ouyang Feier. I don't want to go back. She shook her head. Then let us walk a bit longer. Wang Mo, have you ever been to a disco? Ouyang Feier zudden die Asket. Yes, I have. That place is deafeningly loud and filled with smoke. Not suitable for you, I replied. I've never been to such a place. Would you take me once? A glimmer of excitement sparkled in her eyes. I gazed at her face, pondering. Are you entering your rebellious phase? Expecting her to counter. I was surprised when she took a moment to reflect before responding, perhaps. Lately, I've been yearning to do something out of the ordinary. Ah, I see. All right then. Let us go. I hailed a taxi, taking Ouyang Fei'er to the nearest starlight disco. The blaring music assaulted our senses. Vibrant neon lights illuminated the dance floor. Sweat flew, and men and women writhed in a frenzy, liberating their pent-up hormones. Ouyang Fei'er appeared a bit shy, so I ordered 2 glasses of whiskey on the rocks. Drink up. Perhaps it will help you loosen up on the dance floor, I said loudly, as conversation was only possible through shouting in the disco. Ouyang Fei'er glanced at him, lifted her glass, and surprisingly downed it in one go. After the whiskey, her complexion deepened to a richer hue, her demeanor becoming even more alluring, her eyes glimmering with a restless spark. I too finished my drink and took her hand, leading her to the dance floor. Initially hesitant, Ouyang Fei'er soon let go, her entire being moving to the rhythm. Her devilish figure and angelic face, combined with her wild movements, made her irresistibly captivating. Before long, she had drawn the attention of everyone on the dance floor. What had once been a collection of beautiful, alluring women paled in comparison to Ouyang Fei'er, who quickly became the center of attention, creating a small vacuum around us. The men in the disco were transfixed by her, while the women exhibited expressions of envy and admiration. At first, a few strikingly attractive, provocatively dressed women attempted to stake their claim in the dance floor. Yet upon standing beside Ouyang Fei'er, they realized they were merely imitating her and quickly retreated. Beautiful girl, a towering Caucasian man, suddenly appeared before us, his gaze fixated on Ouyang Fei'er, brimming with raw desire. As he bumped into me, attempting to displace me from her side, his plan backfired as I swiftly elbowed him in the ribs with a warning gesture. With a grunt, he staggered back, while I discreetly signaled Ouyang Fei'er to head towards the bar. Hey, buddy, you bumped into me. The man clearly did not wish to let us go. Reaching for my shoulder, as his hand grazed my right shoulder, my muscles twitched, propelling his hand away as I quickly sidestepped and crashed into him. Black bear crashing into a tree. Thud! The man, towering over 6 feet tall, was sent sprawling several meters away, colliding with 4 dancers in the process. I shot a cold glare at the fallen man before taking Ouyang Fei'er's hand and making our way towards the exit. However, 2 security guards approached, blocking our path. Friend, fighting is not allowed in the disco, one guard stated. The Caucasian man initiated it. We are leaving now, I replied, regardless of who started it. You need to come with us to the security room, the guard insisted. Behind them, another guard, appearing to be in his mid-20s with a dragon tattoo coiling around his neck, approached. His predatory gaze fixated on Ouyang Fei'er, revealing intentions that were far from innocent. Chapter 28. Escaping the disco. Typically, security at a disco would prefer you to leave quickly after a fight, as once outside, they would not care what transpired. However, the security at Starlight Disco seemed intent on dragging us to their security room, and the guard with the dragon tattoo harbored intentions that were clearly malicious. I found myself caught between fury and laughter at the sight of this little security guard, who seemed to believe that a dragon tattoo on his neck conferred upon him the stature of a dark overlord. Tonight, anyone daring to lay a hand on Ouyang Fei'er would undoubtedly regret it for a lifetime. However, just as I was about to take action, a bespectacled, rotund young man suddenly appeared before the tattooed head of security, wearing a broad smile as he said, "Brother Qinglong, these are my friends. It's their first time here, and they're unfamiliar with the rules. Please don't be too harsh on them." The bespectacled man discreetly winked at me as he spoke. Amused, I found his sycophantic antics rather entertaining. "Chun, who do you think you are? Get the hell out of my way, and tell your friends to be wise," the tattooed head of security sneered, his gaze increasingly brazen as it roamed over Ouyang Fei'er. "Brother Qinglong. Oh no. Fud. Chun, even your father wouldn't dare cross the flowery snake gang. You're playing with fire. Get lost, or I'll break your legs, and your father's business will be in ruins." I was surprised to discover that the head of security was affiliated with the flowery snake gang. Chun, oblivious to the fact that Qinglong was present at the Star Dream Bar, had thought he could rely on a casual acquaintance to help him rescue the damsel in distress. His plan crumbled as Qing Long, infuriated, kicked him to the ground. Take them to the security room, Qing Long commanded the two guards, his eyes burning with desire as they fell upon Ouyang Fei'er. Death wish. My eyes narrowed, exuding a murderous intent as I spat two words through clenched teeth. I had never been a good person, nor was I one to abide by the law. Standing tall and emboldened by the drink I had consumed, I felt invincible. The moment Qing Long finished speaking, my body sprang into action. Whoosh! Bang! The guard on my right, his rubber baton still raised. Barely had time to react before my fist connected with his throat. His eyes rolled back as he gasped for air, collapsing in an instant. Bang! In the next moment, my left elbow thrust upward, striking the guard on my left behind the ear, sending him crashing to the ground as well. With the two guards incapacitated, a step forward, my right fist launching a powerful strike towards Qing Long. Crack! The sound echoed sharply as my fist met its target. I sensed a deadly threat emanating from Qing Long. Failing to eliminate him now could lead to endless troubles down the line. In my mind, he posed a greater danger than Yao Jiuji, who was restrained by his own ties. Qing Long's eyes, devoid of attachments, radiated a cruel intensity, marking him as a formidable adversary. Qing Long had been a fighter since childhood, honing his skills through countless brawls, and had transformed into a muscular powerhouse from hours spent in the gym. Few could match him in combat, and his fierce temperament earned him a prominent position as the right-hand man of the Flowery Snake Gang's leader, Hua Matzi. Qing Long, originally named Zhui Gang, had adopted the moniker Qing Long upon joining the gang, while the second in command, a woman named Lu Qing, commanded a legion of followers. And her true nature remained a mystery to those who had not shared her bed. Qing Long's disbelief was palpable as he witnessed the swift defeat of the two guards before him. I unleashed a fierce punch, striking him squarely on the arms, forcing him to shield his face. Bang! My blow shattered his defenses, and a look of shock crossed his face as his arms went numb from the impact. In an instant, he recoiled, shouting, "Attack him!" Having breached Qing Long's guard, I sought to seize his throat, but he evaded my grasp with remarkable agility. Impressive. Unfortunately for him, he had crossed paths with me. I noted inwardly. 7 or 8 guards rushed to Qing Long's side, blocking my advance as he retreated, shaking out his injured arms while staring at me in disbelief. The points of contact where my fists had struck were now bruised and swollen, and the pain rendered him temporarily incapacitated. Beat him to a pulp, he bellowed to the guards before me. Faced with 7 guards wielding batons and rubber sticks, I could not afford to hold back, especially with Ouyang Fei'er behind me. I would not allow her to suffer even a scratch. Whoosh! The foremost guard raised his baton high, aiming to strike my head. I stepped forward, executing a swift move, my palms thrusting forward in a tiger leap. Crack! My strike was lightning fast. Before the guard's baton could land a blow, my foot connected forcefully with the first guard's shin. The sound of bones snapping echoed as his leg broke beneath my weight. His scream was cut short as my tiger leap slammed into his chest, sending him flying into another guard, both collapsing in a heap, unconscious. Bang, bang, bang. I pressed forward without hesitation, Ouyang Fei'er in tow. And with each step I took, 2 guards fell to the ground, either unconscious or writhing in pain. After 4 strides, all 7 guards were laid out before me. 5 lay unconscious, while 2 were left moaning in agony. Yet Qing Long had vanished from sight. You got away this time, but our next encounter, I thought darkly, a glint of malice flickering in my eyes. Let us go. I turned to Ouyang Fei'er, who looked pale from shock, clutching my arm tightly. With the security no longer obstructing our path, I hurriedly led her out of the Star Dream Bar. I intended to hail a taxi, but the bustling area made it difficult to find one. So I opted to walk towards the Jaha community. Just then, a Jeep Wrangler pulled up in front of us, and Chin's head popped out. "Big brother, let me give you a ride." I glanced at him and replied, "Sure, but you can get out." I hadn't planned on acknowledging him, but given Ouyang Fei'er's fright, I wanted to get her home quickly, and with no taxis in sight, I accepted his offer for the vehicle. "All right, big brother." Chin promptly rolled out of the Jeep, his round face beaming as he said, "Here, that's my business card. Take the car if you like it. Return it whenever you're done." He handed me a business card with a smile. He did not resist, which took me by surprise. As for why he lent me his car, I couldn't be bothered to think about it. I reached out to take his business card, glanced at it, stuffed it into my pocket, and thanked him before getting into the Jeep Wrangler with Ouyang Fei'er. The roar of the engine filled the air. Chinafati's vehicle ran on diesel, boasting ample power. I pressed the accelerator and sped away. Is that your friend? Ouyang Faya inquired, her expression brightening a bit after a few minutes of driving. What? Is that fat guy your friend? She asked again. I don't know him. Oh. Then why did he lend us his car? Ouyang Faya luokit puzzled. Nothing comes from nothing. There's always a hidden agenda. After a moment of contemplation, she chose not to press further. After a brief silence, I said, Fayer, I'm sorry for scaring you earlier. Is it always like that in the nightclub? She asked, a hint of confusion in her voice. Not exactly. Just what? Just that you're incredibly beautiful. How could you not know the allure you possess in a place like that? I retorted. Ouyang Fayer blinked her innocent eyes and shook her head, bewildered. I don't know. In a crowd, you outshone them all. The other girls seemed mere commoners beside you, I explained. Even so, I can understand the actions of that white guy. But why did the bouncer stop us from leaving? Ouyang Fayer questioned, clearly baffled. Having never encountered the darker side of society, she regarded the worst of the world as merely the machinations of business rivalries, unaware that society harbors both light and shadow, sometimes blatantly disregarding the law. The tattooed man was from the Flower Snake Gang. He had his eyes on you, I clarified. Does he want to forcefully take? Ouyang Fayer was quite astute, though she had never considered such possibilities before. Upon my subtle hint, she grasped the implications. This can't be true. We live in a lawful society. He wouldn't dare. I chuckled softly, patting her shoulder. Perhaps I misjudged the situation. Some truths I wished to shield her from. For those sordid realities did not belong to her world. Chapter 29. The troublesome fatty. The following morning, Ouyang Fayer and I went about our usual routines for work. She appeared in good spirits, seemingly unperturbed by last night's events. It was an ordinary day with no significant incidents, until upon returning to the Jaha community, I suddenly noticed the red Jeep Wrangler parked below, recalling that it was the vehicle lent to me by a fat man when I took Ouyang Fayer from the Xingyi nightclub. Fat man? I muttered under my breath. And the image of Chun the fatty heroically rescuing a damsel, only to be kicked down by Zhuo Qinglong, danced in my mind. After a moment's thought, I fished out the business card he had given me. Chun Tianchi, special assistant to the chairman of Haitan Hotel, phone number 138XXXX. I dialed his number, and after 3 rings, a male voice answered. Hello, is this Chun Tianchi? I asked. Yes, who is this? The impatience in his tone was palpable. At the entrance of Nanchang Durunfa supermarket, returning your Jeep. Without waiting for response, I hung up. I informed Ouyang Fayer and drove the Wrangler out of the Jia community. The supermarket was not far, and I arrived in about 10 minutes. Chun the fatty had yet to arrive, so I waited in the car. After about 7 or 8 minutes, a red Ferrari pulled up in front of me. Chun the fatty, beaming with a smile, said, Brother, is the Jeep uncomfortable? Would you prefer to drive this Ferrari instead? A rich second generation, I remarked as I stepped out of the vehicle. Hee, my dad is wealthy, and I'm his only son. I might as well enjoy it, Chun the fatty chuckled, his jowls shaking with mirth. Is Haitan Hotel your family's? Yes, if you wish to stay, just mention my name, Chun the fatty, and you'll have no charges. Nothing comes for free. I tossed him the keys to the Wrangler and turned to leave. However, to my surprise, Chun the fatty chased after me. Do you need something? I turned to him, raising an eyebrow. Brother, do you take in little brothers? He looked at me with eager anticipation. I scrutinized him, pondering whether this rich second generation was perhaps lacking in common sense. Brother, the moves you used against Zhuo Qinglong last night, were they Xingyi Quan? Chun the fatty inquired. Excitement etched across his face. What? You know Xingyi Quan? I was intrigued. Few people cared about traditional martial arts these days. Of course, Tai Chi, Bagua, and Xingyi, these 3 major internal styles. I've loved martial arts since childhood and even trained at Shaolin Temple, he replied. You trained at Shaolin Temple? I assessed him from head to toe. Standing at about 175 centimeters and weighing at least 200 pounds, he hardly appeared to be a martial artist. True practitioners of martial arts possess great strength and eat copiously, yet they are never overweight due to rigorous training that develops muscle density far beyond that of an average person. The renowned martial artist Bruce Lee, known for his creation of Jeet Kune Do, was actually a disciple of Wing Chun. Despite his lean appearance, his strikes were powerful. And true martial artists do not have excess fat. Their bodies are honed into muscle. The density of a martial artist's muscles and bones transforms. When the density of a particular muscle or bone exceeds 5 times that of an average person, one can perform feats like breaking stone, a phenomenon known as hard qigong. The sight of Chun the fatty, laden with flesh, being labeled a martial artist seemed absurd to me. Yet, his subsequent actions shifted my perception of him. Well, I stayed at Shaolin for 5 years, but sadly, I only learned a set of Taizu, Chun Quan. If you don't believe me, I can demonstrate, Chun the fatty declared, adopting a stance and beginning to perform Taizu Chun Quan. Taizu Chun Quan, also known as the 32 Postures Long Fist, was created by Song Taizu Zhao Kuangyin and plays a significant role in the history of Chinese martial arts, influencing later styles such as Tai Chi, Xingyi Quan, and Tongbei Quan, earning it the nickname Mother of All Fists. In my youth, I too practiced Taizu Chun Quan to strengthen my physique until I was 12, after which my grandfather introduced me to Xingyi Quan, allowing me to formally train in it. Chun the fatty executed the Taizu Chun Quan with considerable proficiency and precision. Indeed, you have practiced Taizu Chun Quan and must have put in substantial effort, I acknowledged, nodding in approval. Why didn't they teach you the entry-level Luohan Quan at Shaolin and instead taught you Taizu Chun Quan? I inquired. I never shaved my head. My father was wealthy and paid a monk 100,000 to teach me this set of Taizu Chun Quan. As a child, I was thrilled, but as I grew older, I found it impractical for fighting and felt cheated, so I stopped practicing, leading to my gradual weight gain, Chun the fatty explained. The martial monk did not deceive you. This is indeed the authentic Taizu Chun Quan, a foundational practice that strengthens the body. Your father's investment of 100,000 was not in vain. Had you persisted in your training until now, although you may still be unable to utilize your skills for combat, your agility, flexibility, reflexes, endurance, and physical strength would far surpass that of an ordinary person. I contemplated this, and since Chun, the plump fellow, practiced genuine Taizu Chun Quan, he seemed to have a certain affinity with traditional martial arts. Thus, I patiently began to explain to him. He did not lie to me. But why, despite training in martial arts, can he not fight? This question had troubled Chun for many years, transitioning from fervent enthusiasm for martial arts to skepticism and ultimately disbelief. He had nearly lost faith in the discipline. However, after witnessing my prowess last night as I dispatched a security guard at Ximing nightclub and easily bested Left Qinglong, the embers of his martial passion reignited within him. This was precisely why, when I urged Ouyang Feier to flee the nightclub, Chun unhesitatingly lent me his Jeep Wrangler. He was neither foolish nor gullible. He simply recognized me as the first person he had encountered capable of truly utilizing martial arts in a fight. Traditional martial arts are divided into 3 components: practice methods, combat techniques, and performance routines. The Taizu Chun Quan you practice falls under the category of performance routines, I elaborated. Performance routines? Brother, let me treat you to a meal. Please share more with me, Chun earnestly implored. A meal will suffice. Let us sit in that CAF over there. I initially intended to decline, but upon meeting his gaze, I reconsidered. In his 20s, his eyes radiated a fervent flame, an expression of intense longing and passion. I recognized that fire. I'd seen in my own eyes when my grandfather taught me Xingyi Quan. Such a fervent gaze could only emerge from a profound love for something bordering on madness. Therefore, I resolved to indulge Chun and elucidate the intricacies of traditional martial arts. After arriving at the CAF, I ordered 2 cups of coffee and began to explain the principles of martial arts practice, combat techniques, and performance routines. I provided a detailed account, ultimately summarizing that practice is about accumulating strength, combat techniques are about exerting power, and performance routines are for display. Upon hearing my explanation, Chen's expression shifted to one of enlightenment. So that's how it is. I finally understand. I smiled, preparing to leave, feeling that I had repaid his kindness in lending his vehicle. Brother, could you take me as your disciple? Chen suddenly stood in my path, his eyes filled with longing. Observing the fervor in his gaze, I swallowed my initial refusal. What is your weight? 223 pounds, he replied. I will grant you 3 months. If you can reduce your weight to below 140 pounds by then, I shall accept you as my disciple. If you fail, do not bother me again. I stated with unwavering seriousness. 140 pounds. Chen's expression faltered, and he muttered in disbelief. To shed 83 pounds in 3 months seemed an impossible feat. What? You believe you cannot do it? I probed. No, I will absolutely succeed. Chen clenched his fists, resolute. With rigorous training and a disciplined diet, losing 30 pounds in a month is not unattainable. I have faith in you, I teased, encouraging him before departing the CF. Yet, after taking only a few steps, Chun caught up with me again. Brother, do you have a business card? Please give me one. Understanding, he sought to know my name. I adhered to martial arts etiquette and clasped my hands, declaring, I am Wang Mo, a disciple of the Shui school of Xingyi Quan. Montak Ge, Chun exclaimed. I smiled faintly, preparing to leave once more, but this persistent fellow pursued me yet again. Is there anything else? I frowned. Mo Go, please don't be upset. I cannot drive 2 vehicles alone. Could you help me by driving this Jeep Wrangler? Chun cautiously extended the keys to me. I scrutinized his face for several moments before ultimately accepting the keys. Chun's expression brightened, but my next words stunned him. If you do not lose the weight within 3 months, even if you offer me a mountain of gold, I will not teach you martial arts. Chun stood frozen, and I seized the opportunity to depart. What obstinate fellow he is. Chapter 30. The soft blade. As I drove the Jeep back to Jia Community, I contemplated that Ouyang Feier must have prepared dinner, and I whistled cheerfully as I ascended the stairs. Upon reaching the door, I noticed it was ajar, accompanied by Ouyang Feier's sharp reprimand. Huang Wei, please leave. Feier, I am sincere towards you, that night. Hearing Huang Wei's voice, my expression shifted instantly, brows furrowing as a chill crept into my gaze. I pushed the door open and stepped inside. In the living room, Ouyang Feier wore a frosty expression, pointing at the door and ordering Huang Wei to leave, yet he remained stubbornly unmoving. Wang Mo, you're back, Ouyang Feier exclaimed, rushing to my side. Her arm entwined with mine as she turned to Huang Wei, asserting, this is my boyfriend Wang Mo. We are living together. Feiya, how could you possibly be interested in a mere security guard? I refused to believe it. Huang Wei shot back, jealousy etched across his face. In an unexpected moment, Ouyang Feier softly kissed my lips, fixing her gaze on Huang Wei as she declared, do you believe it now? Please do not harass me any longer. Leave my home. Huang Wei transitioned from astonishment to fury, his facial muscles contorting as he glared at me, jealousy igniting in his eyes. Little security guard, just wait, he warned before preparing to exit. I glared coldly at Huang Wei's departing figure, contemplating that should he dare harbor ill intentions towards Ouyang Feier, I would ensure he wished he had never been born. Generally speaking, given Ouyang Feier's family background, Huang Wei would not dare entertain improper thoughts. But one can never be too cautious. Huang Wei, a privileged youth, had always gotten what he desired, and should he be thwarted, he might resort to desperate measures. Once Huang Wei departed, Ouyang Feier promptly released my arm and lowered her head, avoiding my gaze. I noticed her cheeks had flushed to the roots of her ears. Although the kiss had been fleeting, it likely marked her first. I will take responsibility, I blurted out unexpectedly. Stop saying nonsense. Ouyang Feier shot me a glare. I only did that to make Huang Wei give up. Do not misconstrue it. I do not misconstrue, but that kiss should be your first, right? I smirked, reiterating, I will take responsibility. You need not worry about that, Ouyang Feier replied, her face growing even redder. I am not the kind of man who shirks responsibility. That is not the issue. Let us eat. Ouyang Feier waved her hands, heading toward the kitchen. Haha, I chuckled. I will not eat. And I plan to go 3 days without brushing my teeth. Why? Ouyang Feier glared at me, demanding an explanation. I remained silent, merely licking my lips. Upon witnessing my action, Ouyang Feier quickly grasped its implication, her face flushing crimson, reaching her neck. With a stomp of her foot, she exclaimed, "You scoundrel! A big scoundrel!" That evening, I lingered in Ouyang Feier's room, inventing various excuses to engage her in conversation. However, when 9:30 struck, she sternly issued me an eviction order, and I had no choice but to obediently exit her room. I sat on the sofa in the living room, sipping beer, quietly reflecting. Thanks to that fool Huang Wei, I took a step closer with Ouyang Feier today. Otherwise, despite living together for half a year, I would have never dared to initiate a kiss with her. With Ouyang Feier's beauty and grace, if she were unwilling, a mere glance from her could deter any bold advances from me. The next morning, as we headed to work, Ouyang Feier noticed that the Red Wrangler was still parked downstairs. Curiously, she asked, "Wang Mo, didn't T return the car?" I replied honestly, "I returned it yesterday." But Fatty Chun insisted I keep it, so I had no choice but to drive back. "Do you know him?" "No," I shook my head. "That guy is quite strange," Ouyang Feier remarked with a puzzled expression. "It is indeed peculiar, but I have no car. And if he is willing to let me drive it, I'll take it," I shrugged nonchalantly. Beware of flattery. It often harbors ulterior motives. Don't worry, I assured her with a smile meant to ease her concerns. Upon arriving at the office, the CEO of Wanjia Group summoned Ouyang Feier to his office on the 18th floor. After half an hour, she returned with her brows tightly knitted. I entered her office, holding a document, and inquired what happened. Glancing at me, she replied, "This morning, Huang's group transferred a 60 million yuan order that was meant for us to Bai's group. Wasn't that order agreed upon last week? Revenge is a dish best served cold. Yesterday, Ouyang Feier thoroughly offended Huang Wei, and today, the repercussions emerged. Did Wan Deming scold you for this?" I asked, referring to the president of Wanjia Group. "No, he just instructed me to find out the reason and ordered that, by any means necessary, we must secure that large order from Huang's group." Ouyang Feier's expression reflected her distress. It was evident that Huang Wei was demonstrating his power, and to secure that order, she would have to pay a price. For Ouyang Feier, a direct monetary bribe from Huang Wei would bear little weight. Even if he offered her 100 million yuan, she might not even spare him a glance. Yet, Huang Wei was now using Wan Deming's influence to compel her to seek his favor, a particularly insidious tactic. Although losing a 60 million yuan order was not a monumental issue for Wanjia Group, the business dealings between Wanjia Group and Huang's group totaled over 1 billion yuan. Wan Deming valued the relationship between the two groups, and this order served as a significant signal, hence his stern directive to Ouyang Feier. Wan Deming was also aware of Huang Wei's affections for Ouyang Feier. "What do you intend to do? Seek Huang Wei's help?" After pondering for a moment, I asked her. Ouyang Feier frowned, remaining silent. "It's clear that Huang Wei is leveraging Wan Deming's authority to pressure you into submission," I remarked. "I understand, but I must speak with Huang Wei. Is this job that important to you?" I inquired, slightly furrowing my brow. Ouyang Feier met my gaze and replied, "Since graduating, I've been with Wanjia Group, starting as a salesperson and working my way up to the position of sales director over 5 years. This place embodies my hard work and youth. I don't want to give it up lightly." "I see. I'll accompany you." "All right." Ouyang Feier stood up, grabbing her bag as she headed toward the office exit. Half an hour later, I drove her to the headquarters of Huang's group and found ourselves in Huang Wei's office. "Director Ouyang, what brings you here?" Huang Wei, seated in his executive chair, looked at her with a smug expression, secretly thinking, "You wretched woman, aren't you here to plead with me?" "Huang Wei, this morning Huang's group transferred an order originally meant for Wanjia Group to Bai's group. I'm curious about the reasons behind this. Didn't we reach a verbal agreement last week regarding that order?" Ouyang Feier adjusted her demeanor and questioned Huang Wei. "It was merely a verbal agreement. I've changed my mind. It's as simple as that," Huang Wei replied arrogantly. Ouyang Feier felt a surge of anger at his response, but her expression remained mostly unchanged, save for a slight furrowing of her brow, before she composed herself again. "Huang Wei, business people value integrity. Your fickleness could tarnish Huang's group's reputation," Ouyang Feier countered. "I'm sorry, Director Ouyang, but Bai's group offered a lower price. It's only natural for a businessman to pursue profit," Huang Wei stated. Ouyang Feier took a deep breath and said, "Huang Wei, whatever price Bai's group offered, Wanjia Group can match it. After all, our two groups have collaborated for 3 years. Is that so?" Huang Wei pondered for a moment, then glanced at me and said, "Director Ouyang, please have your bodyguard step outside. We need to discuss this privately." "All right." Ouyang Feier nodded and turned to me, saying, "Wang Mo, please wait for me outside." I hesitated, but ultimately nodded and left Huang Wei's office. I couldn't help but worry about whether Ouyang Feier could withstand Huang Wei's pressure. Huang Wei was indeed ruthless, directly striking at Ouyang Feier's weak point. She now faced a dilemma. Rejecting Huang Wei's advances risked losing the position she had fought hard for over 5 years. Accepting them would force her to confront her own principles. I sat in the corridor, my eyes squinting as I contemplated. If Ouyang Feier were to leave Wanjia Group over this, I would ensure Huang Wei paid a heavy price. But what if she succumbed? No. Feier would never yield. She was not that kind of woman. Moreover, her upbringing forbade her from being the type to sell herself for money. My heart waged a fierce battle between justice and malevolence. Ultimately, justice prevailed. I firmly believed Ouyang Feier would uphold her principles and resist Huang Wei's pressure, which relied on financial manipulation. "Huang Wei, I will strip you of your wealth one day, leaving you with nothing." I vowed silently. For someone like him, who had grown up in privilege, Nothing could be more torturous than being reduced to poverty. I had long declared I was not a good person. Ouyang Fei'er was the woman I cherished. If she were threatened, I could not remain passive. As for how to retaliate, beating Huang Wei or even killing him seemed too lenient. Only by rendering him destitute, making him wish for death, would be the most brutal and merciless revenge. The wait was excruciating. Time seemed to crawl. Finally, the door to Huang Wei's office swung open, and Ouyang Fei'er stormed out, her face flushed with anger. Fei'er, are you all right? I rushed to her side. I'm fine. Let's talk outside. Ouyang Fei'er trembled slightly, clearly agitated by Huang Wei's words. Director Ouyang, if you have second thoughts, my door is always open for you. Huang Wei's arrogant voice echoed from within the office. Damn it. I seethed. Wanted to rush back in and confront him, but Ouyang Fei'er gripped my arm, restraining me. Don't act rashly, she urged, pulling me away from the headquarters of Huang's group. While in the car, Ouyang Fei'er briefly conveyed Huang Wei's request to me. Even without her words, I could surmise the essence of it. It was merely the typical demands a man might place upon a woman. What do you intend to do next? I inquired of Ouyang Fei'er. I had already flatly refused Huang Wei's request, yet he would likely continue transferring contracts that rightfully belonged to Wanjia Group to Baisha Group, jeopardizing my position as sales director. Ouyang Fei'er furrowed her brows and replied, I plan to resign. Are you really considering quitting? I asked. Yes, she nodded. I'll submit my resignation as soon as I return. Resigning might be wise. Working for others is not a sustainable path, I remarked. See, Ouyang Fei'er opted tempus. Exhaling a deep breath. What if we start our own company? I suggested after pondering for a moment. Start our own company? Ouyang Fei'er appeared surprised. Perhaps having never entertained such an idea. Indeed, if we establish our own firm, we won't have to answer to anyone else, regardless of our successes or failures. I smiled at her, but starting a company is quite challenging, and what project would we undertake? Although Ouyang Fei'er voiced her doubts, a spark ignited in her eyes, indicating a shift in her spirit. It is indeed a challenge, yet could also be quite feasible. As for projects, we could delve into real estate, I suggested. Huang Group was founded on real estate, its primary business being property development. 1/3 of the buildings in the city were erected by them. Wanjia Group focused on building materials and home appliances, with real estate as a secondary venture. Baisha Group started in the hospitality industry and later expanded into building materials, also dabbling in real estate. The real estate sector has been the most lucrative industry over the past decade. Although it has slowed down in our small city, it is only just beginning to blossom. Numerous shanty towns within the city remain undeveloped, particularly along the banks of the Mo Shui River, where a significant shanty town still awaits transformation. This area along the river is prime real estate. But do we have sufficient funds? Ouyang Fei'er turned to me from the passenger seat. Even without funds, we can still pursue it, I said with a mysterious smile. How we do that? Ouyang Fei'er inquired, her curiosity piqued. I turned the car around, no longer heading to Wanjia Group's headquarters, but instead driving towards the Mo Shui River. We traversed the riverbanks from the South City to the East City. The South City, being a new area, was characterized by parks and upscale residential districts, along with high-rise office buildings, all fully developed. However, upon entering the East City's old district, we encountered a striking shanty town, approximately a kilometer long, starkly juxtaposed between the high-end neighborhoods and office buildings on either side of the river. I parked the car and pointed towards the shanty town, asking Ouyang Fei'er, doesn't this shanty town seem out of place? Yes, she nodded in agreement. If we, who are not involved in real estate or urban planning, find this shanty town so conspicuous, surely the major real estate companies like Wanjia Group, Huang Group, and Baisha Group, along with the City Planning Bureau, have noticed the only shanty town along the Mo Shui River? I countered, reflecting on how I had previously passed by, without much thought, only to have this striking shanty town emerge in my mind after mentioning starting a company to Ouyang Fei'er. The complexities surrounding this shanty town were profound. A well-known local real estate firm, Group 168, met its demise due to this very area. When attempts were made to demolish the shanty town, violent clashes erupted, resulting in the deaths of over 100 individuals, shocking the central government. Several key city leaders were dismissed, and numerous senior executives from Group 168 were imprisoned, leading to the firm's downfall. Ouyang Fei'er was well-versed in the history of this shanty town. Oh, how do you know so much about events from over a decade ago? I asked her. Wanjia Group had devised a development plan that I participated in, which included research on this solitary shantytown. Unfortunately, the city's leaders were disinterested in the area, and Wanjia Group's plans ultimately fell through. I believe Huang Group and Baisha Group must have similar plans, but no one dares to approach this land, Ouyang Feier explained. Why is that? I asked, perplexed. Because the chairman of Group 168, Jiang Jinlong, stated before his imprisonment that this land was the last hope for his company. If anyone dared to compete with him, he would stop at nothing upon his release. Ouyang Feier paused, casting a glance at me before asking, "Do you know who Jiang Jinlong is?" Yes, I nodded. He was a formidable figure, someone whose mere presence could send tremors through our city. Though he had been imprisoned, his shadow still loomed large. The two brothers of Baisha Group, Baishowen and Baishowu, were once insignificant followers of Jiang Jinlong. When will Jiang Jinlong be released? I inquired. This year, he should be out in a little over 2 months. Therefore, Wanjia Group, Huang Group, and Baisha Group have dusted off their long-buried development plans and are redesigning them. As for how to participate, I'm not entirely sure, as my primary focus has been on building material sales, Ouyang Feier recounted. Regardless of Jiang Jinlong, we should gather funds and use these 2 months to acquire the best properties in this shantytown, I proposed to Ouyang Feier. That Ouyang Feier hesitated. We live in a society governed by law. Should we truly fear a former convict? The city portrays Jiang Jinlong as almost mythical. If he were truly that formidable, this shantytown would have been developed long ago. Ouyang Feier expressed her concerns. Fortune favors the bold. If trouble arises, I will bear the brunt of it, I assured her. But could this be dangerous? Ouyang Feier appeared apprehensive. You need not involve yourself. I will handle everything. If any danger arises, let Jiang Jinlong come after me, I reassured her. After contemplating for a moment, Ouyang Feier ultimately shook her head, saying, if there is risk, we should face it together. Besides, we live in a lawful society now, not like a decade ago when everything was chaotic following the reforms. Subsequently, Ouyang Feier and I did not rush back to Wanjia Group. Instead, we embarked on a thorough inspection of the shantytown. We spent an entire day traversing the area, during which Ouyang Feier reviewed the planning documents previously commissioned by Wanjia Group, correlating them with the current state of the roads and neighborhoods around us. In the end, we identified 6 crucial properties within the shantytown. 4 of them lined the riverbank, with 2 more to the south. These 6 buildings represented the core of the shantytown. Any attempt at development would be impossible without addressing them, as they were pivotal to the transformation of the area. After an exhausting day, we entered a Cantonese restaurant for a meal, discussing our next steps as we dined. Wang Mo, if we secure these 6 buildings, we will grasp the lifeblood of this shantytown. However, it will undoubtedly provoke Jiang Jinlong, Ouyang Feier warned me. And what of it? I stand alone. If I choose not to sell, what can he do? I replied nonchalantly. As for you, starting today, you should move back in with your parents. With your uncle's status, Jiang Jinlong would not dare to act openly against you. Ouyang Feier nodded, then posed the most pressing question. With my savings from the past few years, along with the proceeds from selling my house, I can muster at most 3 million. Although these 6 houses are dilapidated and primarily occupied by the elderly, everyone in the city knows their value. Therefore, I estimate that each house is worth at least 1 million. This area, predominantly inhabited by migrant workers and a handful of elderly residents, has seen the young move away. Yet, the value of the properties is well recognized, making it nearly impossible to acquire them at a bargain. I pondered for a moment and remarked, isn't 1 million per house a bit low? A few days prior, during a conversation with Manager Zhao from the real estate department of Wanjia Group, he inadvertently mentioned that if the company were to develop the area, their budget would be between 800,000 to 1 million per house. Ouyang Feier was not speaking frivolously when she quoted 1 million. In that case, we need to prepare 1.5 million per house, totaling 9 million for 6 houses. Subtracting your 3 million, we still lack 6 million in funds. My brow furrowed. Being financially destitute, I wondered where I could possibly acquire that 6 million. Chapter 32. The path of choices. Both Ouyang Feier and I became troubled over the issue of funding. Let it go. With my qualifications, I could easily secure a good position at any company, I suggested. Ouyang Feier countered, a life of dependence on others is not suitable for you. You need your own company to showcase your talents. Though I had known her for less than a month, I had come to understand her somewhat. Ouyang Feier is the type of woman who despises being seen merely as a pretty face, the more others praise her beauty. the more determined she becomes to prove her worth and capabilities in her career. A saying circulating online aptly describes her. She could easily rely on her looks but insists on earning her keep through her abilities. Thus, I told her that a life of dependence would stifle her talents, as employers would primarily focus on her appearance, rendering her skills superfluous in their eyes. However, we simply do not have enough money. Perhaps we should abandon real estate and start with a small business instead, Ouyang Feier proposed. I shook my head firmly. No, we shall pursue real estate. This dilapidated area is our first pot of gold. If we start with small ventures, it may take us a decade to earn our initial fortune. The money. I will find a way to resolve the funding issue. Before Ouyang Feier could finish her sentence, I interjected. What method do you have? She asked, puzzled considering I was merely a lowly security guard and assistant. There must be a way. It's not 60 million or 6 billion. 6 million is neither too little nor too much. I flashed a confident smile. Ouyang Feier nodded, falling silent as she resumed her meal. Once you resign, immediately register a company and start engaging with the owners of these 6 houses. I will work on securing the funds, I instructed her. Understood, she replied with a nod. That evening, I helped Ouyang Feier move her belongings back to her parents' home, as we needed to expedite the sale of the Jiahe community properties. As I prepared to leave her parents' house, she accompanied me downstairs. Wang Mo, I feel like I've lost my mind. We've known each other for less than a month, yet I find myself inexplicably trusting your words. With a sense of calm settling in, Ouyang Feier gazed intently into my eyes and earnestly asked, Can I truly trust you? Yes, trust me. If the heavens were to fall, I would support you. I assured her with a nod. Very well, let us take this chance. At worst, we'll end up broke. The hesitation in Ouyang Feier's eyes vanished. I smiled slightly and remarked, Do you know why you trust me so much? Why? Perhaps in our past lives, we were husband and wife. Get lost. You were taking advantage of me. Ouyang Feier playfully punched me, but I did not flinch as her punch lacked any force. Feeling more like a gentle massage, after some playful banter, I drove away in the Wrangler, having returned the BMW that Wanjia Group had provided for Ouyang Feier. After leaving her parents' home, I parked the Wrangler by the roadside and dialed Chun Pengzi's number. He was the only wealthy person I knew, a second-generation rich kid. Hello, Emoga, what is up? Chun Pengzi's voice came through, brimming with excitement. I need your assistance with something. Are you available? I inquired. Absolutely. He responded eagerly. Let us meet at Gateway Bar on Zhengyang Road in half an hour. Got it, Emoga. After ending the call, I drove toward Zhengyang Road. The traffic was somewhat congested, causing me to take 20 minutes to arrive. When I walked into Gateway Bar, Chun Pengzi was already there. Emoga, he called out, waving as I entered. What would you like to drink? I asked. Whiskey, he replied. Soon, the waiter brought a glass of whiskey on the rocks. What brings you here? Montak. Chun Pengzi was more anxious than I was. I took a sip of my drink before answering. I need to borrow some money. How much do you need? Chun Pengzi asked, surprisingly straightforward. 10 million. I held up a finger. 10 million. His expression shifted, clearly taken aback. He had not anticipated such a hefty request. While he might have lent me a few thousand or tens of thousands, 10 million was no small matter. Even his father couldn't just produce such an amount at will. I don't have that much. After a moment of contemplation, Chun Pengzi looked apologetic. If you sell your Ferrari and Wrangler, it should fetch a decent sum, right? I suggested, knowing the worth of both vehicles. While the Wrangler might fetch around 500,000, Chun Pengzi's Ferrari was worth at least 5 million. Conflicted. Don't strain yourself, I said, downing my drink and pretending to stand up to leave. Wait, Emoga. I didn't say I wouldn't lend you money, but I honestly don't have that much. My father gives me a monthly allowance of only 100,000, and although the cars are in my name, they won't sell for much. The new Ferrari is worth over 5 million, but a second-hand one might only go for 300,000. Chun Pengzi called after me. Actually, I have 80,000 saved up. If I sell the Ferrari, I could probably get around 300,000 for it. That would give us a total of 400,000, but we would still be 6 million short compared to 10 million. After much contemplation, Chun Pengzi finally resolved to help. He had a genuine desire to learn martial arts and merely lacked a true master to guide him. Compared to wealth, Chun, the chubby fellow, felt that martial arts held greater significance for him. As for money, his father possessed a fortune amounting to billions, and after selling his Ferrari, he could easily purchase a new one. However, he was acutely aware that if he refused my request now, I would never pass on the true essence of martial arts to him, even if he exerted himself to reduce his weight to below 140 pounds in just 3 months. A rich second generation like you can't even lend 600,000? I found myself compelled to press Chun, for he was the only wealthy individual I knew. Chun shook his head and replied, Mo Gu, don't be deceived by the lavish lifestyles of us rich kids. It might seem like we have endless funds, but our monthly allowances are quite limited. As for luxury cars and mansions, before he could finish, I interrupted, having caught wind of the word mansion. Chun, do you still have a mansion? I inquired. Yes, it's a gift from my father for my 18th birthday, he nodded, but immediately after, a look of regret crossed his face. Mo Gu, if I sell the villa my father gave me, he would kill me. I can borrow it for half a year, and I will return the money immediately after, I proposed. Chun hesitated, clearly reluctant to part with his villa, yet he did not want to sever his path to learning authentic martial arts. I'll give you half a month. After that, transfer the money to this account. Consider it a favor owed to you, I stated, handing him a pre-prepared account number. My grandfather once said that it is better to owe money than to owe favors, as human debts are the hardest to repay. Yet at that moment, I had no other choice. If Chun could generously lend me the money, it would indeed merit our friendship, and I would owe him a favor. After a silence that seemed to stretch on indefinitely, Chun finally nodded and said, all right. I patted his shoulder and stood up to leave the Gateway Bar. At that moment, Chun's stature in my mind grew significantly. He was either a fool or destined for greatness. My grandfather also said that the most challenging aspect of life is the balance of gain and loss. Only by relinquishing certain things can one acquire others. The path of gain and loss is intertwined with one's destiny. Having only met Chun once, his willingness to sell his house and car to lend me money either indicated that he was a simpleton, though that seemed unlikely, or that he had made a significant choice, sacrificing wealth for the pursuit of martial arts. It had been Chun's lifelong dream to practice martial arts, but he had never encountered a master to guide him until now. I had offered him a glimmer of hope to realize that dream, prompting him to make a sacrifice. However, this decision would transform his life irrevocably. Had he not met me or lent me the money, he might have remained just another affluent second-generation heir. Yet from the moment he agreed to lend me the money, the trajectory of his life shifted dramatically, drawing him into the turbulent undercurrents of Fushan City, and before long, he would become one of my 4 formidable subordinates, the Smiling Tiger. Chun Tianchi. Chapter 33. Xingyi Quan Ouyang Feier began preparing the materials to register a company, while I tirelessly visited the residents of the 6 houses. The sellers were asking exorbitant prices, 2 million at the outset, and the lowest asking price was still 6 million, exceeding both Ouyang Feier's and my budget. The residents of this shanty town had been remarkably united over a decade ago, sharing the same surname and a common ancestry, having settled here during the Ming Dynasty, which gave them a history of several hundred years. Real estate in our city is not particularly expensive. A 2-bedroom apartment in the city center costs around 1 million. Yet, the houses in the shanty town were low, dilapidated structures, and the sellers' demands were shocking. 2 million was far beyond our expectations. During dinner, after a long day, Ouyang Feier and I met at the Ludong restaurant. How did it go? What did they ask for? She inquired. 3 people demanded 2 million. 2 others asked for 8 million, and the least was 6 million. They wouldn't budge despite my efforts, I replied, frustration evident on my face. In the days when Jiang Jinlong was at his peak, the Qijiao people never backed down, resulting in a stalemate. They claimed to be descendants of General Qi from the Ming Dynasty, boasting strong territorial pride. Even now, in the 21st century, their mindset has begun to shift. If we had approached them about buying a house a decade ago, we would have been thrown out immediately, Ouyang Feier remarked. Having researched the Qijia clan over the past few days, after considering her words, I sighed, if it's 2 million, then so be it. As long as we secure these 6 properties, we'll recoup that money from Jiang Jinlong eventually. Wang Mo, I feel like we've both gone mad. Daring to target Jiang Jinlong, Ouyang Feier said, shrugging. Jiang Jinlong is not a god. What is so fearful about him? I replied nonchalantly. By the way, Wang Mo, if we can persuade the patriarch of the Qijia clan, we might not need to spend so much, she suggested. The patriarch of the Qijia clan? I raised an eyebrow, momentarily transported to ancient times. How could there still be a patriarch? I recalled a large manor in the center of the shanty town, rumored to be the residence of the Qijia patriarch, though was generally inaccessible to outsiders. Ouyang Feier had gathered detailed information. I furrowed my brow and pondered for a moment before responding. All right, I'll pay a visit to the patriarch of the Xingyi clan tomorrow. Be careful, Ouyang Feier advised. Don't worry. By the way, Wang Mo, we still haven't settled on a name for our company. What do you think we should call it? She asked. Mo Fei Group? I suggested with a smile. Disgusting. She shot me a glare, though to me, she radiated charm. But Mo Fei Group does sound quite appealing. She conceded after a brief pause. That's because we share a bond, I teased. Be serious. Fine. I matched her gaze, sensing the need to tone down my playful demeanor. For now, we can't call it group. Let us name it Mo Fei Company Limited. You'll hold 51 of the shares, and I'll take 49. How's that sound? After a moment of reflection, Ouyang Feier agreed. All right. Then it's settled. I've already rented a storefront for a year, and I'll head to the business registration office tomorrow. Great. I nodded, adding, I've arranged the funding. It should be in the account within half a month. Where did you get so much money? Ouyang Feier asked, intrigued. I borrowed it. From whom? From that Chun fellow who lent me the Wrangler. Oh, did you know him before? I didn't. Then why did he lend you such a large sum? She probed further. He wants to learn martial arts, and I happen to be the legitimate heir of the Shui school of Xingyi, plain and simple. Is that so? Ouyang Feier seemed skeptical, but I offered no further explanation as the truth stood clear. While many regarded martial arts as worthless to Chun and me, it was worth its weight in gold. The next day, Ouyang Feier took the materials to register the company, while I headed to the heart of the shanty town, preparing to visit the patriarch of the Xingyi clan. After searching for quite some time in the central area, I still could not locate the so-called ancient manor that Ouyang Feier had mentioned. How strange. I furrowed my brow, sensing something amiss, and began to search more meticulously. Half an hour later, I could gradually sense something unusual. The central area resembled a labyrinth, and I found myself perpetually circling the periphery, unable to penetrate its depths. Could it be that the Wei family constructed their abode according to some intricate formation? This thought suddenly emerged in my mind. With this notion, I retrieved my phone and activated the compass application, aligning myself with a specific direction before embarking towards the center. With the compass as my guide, I finally comprehended why I had been endlessly looping. Within the narrow, winding alleys of blue stone, one could easily become disoriented, mistaking south for north. However, with the compass's assistance, I successfully navigated out of a blue stone alley and was met with an expanse of a broad blue stone road, adorned with a few shops and vendors. The most striking feature was a grand, ancient residence positioned in the midst of the road. My presence momentarily startled the people on the blue stone path, their expressions shifting to one of vigilance. Although the outskirts of a shantytown had largely been rented to migrant workers, the center still housed members of the chief family, with secrets that remained elusive to outsiders. My arrival incited a stir, as 3 women selling vegetables and 2 men emerging from a nearby convenience store quickly encircled me. The women walked with a steady gait, grounded and seemingly adept in martial arts. The 2 men from the store were equally imposing, particularly one young man in his 20s, whose muscular physique made a significant impact. The phrase 32 routes of Chi family fist flashed through my mind upon seeing them. I had initially believed I was the sole martial artist in Fushan City, but it appeared that a branch of the Chi family had thrived here, with practitioners of Chi family boxing of all ages. Who are you? What brings you here? Inquired a man in his 30s. I am Wang Mo, a disciple of the Shui school of Xingyi, here to pay my respects to the Chi clan leader, I replied, adhering to the customs of the martial world. A disciple of Xingyi? The 5 of them scrutinized me. Are you from the city? Yes, I nodded. To my surprise, a lineage of the Shui school of Xingyi existed in the city. I had no idea a branch of General Chi's family resided here. Had I known, I would have visited sooner, I remarked. There are many frauds nowadays. Brother, allow me to verify his authenticity, said the muscular youth, stepping forward. He suddenly twisted his waist and executed a Chi family boxing move, twisting whip, sending his right fist, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind, towards my ear. As he moved, I reacted instinctively, my left hand rising in a tiger wash's face technique while stepping forward with my right foot, delivering a punch aimed at his armpit. Tiger wash's face combined with a forward thrust. Smack! A sharp pain shot through my left arm, and my head jolted slightly to the right. The force of his twisting whip was considerable, yet I managed to deflect it. The next moment, my punch struck the muscular man's armpit. Thud! The impact echoed, akin to striking leather. Initially, it felt as though I'd struck a layer of grease, soft and yielding, but suddenly a deep, guttural roar erupted from him, and his muscles hardened instantaneously. The shift from softness to hardness absorbed much of my force. Tiger roars iron shirt. I was taken aback, realizing the muscular youth possessed formidable skills. He brought his right elbow crashing down towards my arm while his hand reached for my shoulder, employing the Chi family's falling tiger technique to immobilize me. I raised my right shoulder and leapt, evading his grasp while retracting my right fist to my chest, aligning it parallel with my torso, channeling power from my feet to surge forward with a tiger interception. Boom! My right arm collided firmly with his elbow, producing a sharp sound. The next moment, he staggered back 3 steps while I merely retreated 1.5. I had exerted all my strength in that tiger interception. Knowing that he possessed the advanced iron shirt technique, I dared not hold back. The muscular youth, now 3 steps back, felt discontent and was about to retaliate. But the man in his 30s intervened, saying, "Mengzi, enough." "Brother," Chi Meng protested. "Cease this nonsense." The man shot a glare at Chi Meng, who reluctantly withdrew his fists, though his expression betrayed his dissatisfaction, having lost ground to me. Indeed, that was authentic Xingyi, the man in his 30s acknowledged, nodding at me, and led the way towards the grand, ancient residence. "I shall accompany you," Chi Meng called after me, hastily pursuing. Unbeknownst to me, Chi Meng was a standout among the younger generation of the Chi family, possessing exceptional skills and having mastered the iron shirt technique. He had diligently practiced the various forms of Chi family boxing since childhood and had opened 7 meridians. I had assumed that in Fushan City, no one could rival him. Yet he had just been bested by me, which surely weighed heavily on his mind. Chapter 34. Internal Affairs following the middle-aged man into the ancient residence. I found myself in a peculiar state of astonishment, realizing that in modern society, there still existed individuals residing in such traditional homes. The courtyard was immaculate and spacious, serving as a training ground, with an array of 18 different weapons on display and several youths practicing their martial arts. I marveled at how the Chi family preserved their ancient customs and traditions. I was ushered into the living room, where the furnishings further astonished me. Rosewood chairs graced either side, with a pure wool carpet in the center, and a striking portrait of a valiant figure clad in armor and astride a warhorse hung on the central wall. The ambience was entirely reminiscent of an ancient parlor, transporting me back to the Ming and Qing dynasties, evoking a sense of disorientation. This must be the portrait of General Qi, I mused, gazing at the image on the wall. Not long after I sat down, the middle-aged man emerged, supporting a venerable elder with flowing white hair. I immediately stood in respect. The elder, with a mane of silver hair and a beard that cascaded to his chest, bore numerous wrinkles, yet his eyes sparkled with vitality and authority. "This is the young man who bested Chi Meng," the middle-aged man indicated. "I am Wang Mo, a disciple of the Shui school of Xingyi, here to pay my respects," I declared, bowing in reverence. The legacy of General Qi, a national hero and patriotic leader, still thrived through his descendants, filling me with admiration. "I hear you had the upper hand over Chi Meng earlier?" The elder scrutinized me. "By luck." "Haha," I chuckled modestly. "Grandfather, had I been prepared, things would have been different," Chi Meng interjected, but was swiftly silenced by the elder. "Nonsense. In the heat of battle, does the enemy allow you to prepare before striking? Defeat is defeat, without excuse. The Chi family produces men of honor, not deceitful scoundrels." "Yes, grandfather, I was in the wrong," Chi Meng acquiesced, displaying a demeanor of submission. "Please take a seat. What brings you to seek me out?" The elder, dismissing Chi Meng, turned his gaze towards me. "General Qi, Jiang Zhenlong is about to be released from prison. I wonder what your intentions are?" I pondered briefly before posing my question. Upon hearing Jiang Zhenlong's name, the elder's expression shifted dramatically. "You are one of Jiang Zhenlong's people?" I shook my head and replied, "No." "Then why do you mention this person?" "Before he was imprisoned, Jiang Zhenlong left a remark that the land belonging to the Qi family was his, and that anyone who dared to touch it would face dire consequences. Now he's about to be released." "Umph. Do you think our Qi family would fear him?" Wei Gong snorted coldly. "Lord Qi, Jiang Zhenlong is not to be feared, but you should understand that now, along the entire Mo Shui River, only the Qi family's property remains unrenovated, surrounded by towering high-rises. This place stands in stark contrast to its surroundings. The city government has likely long wished to redevelop it, but lacks the funds. If Jiang Zhenlong is released and aligns himself with several real estate conglomerates in the city, funding will no longer be a problem. At that point, when the government issues a permit, how will Lord Qi respond? The times have changed. We are no longer in the same situation as a decade ago. I had prepared my words beforehand, and I expressed my thoughts in one breath, leaving the outcome of convincing Lord Qi to chance. Initially, I only intended to acquire the rights to the 6 surrounding houses, but upon learning that this area was under the Qi family's control, especially with the patriarch still in charge, I altered my strategy. It seems impossible for the Qi family to maintain their ancient heritage. They will inevitably be swept away by the tide of reform. Are you also interested in our ancestral land? Lord Qi stared at me expressionlessly and inquired. Reform and development are the currents of history. They cannot be obstructed or altered. I merely wish to state that since change is inevitable, why does Lord Qi not take the initiative to rebuild this dilapidated area instead of allowing Jiang Zhenlong to benefit? I spoke with utmost sincerity. Lord Qi studied me for a moment before sighing and saying, reconstructing the ancestral land requires at least 5 billion in funding. Over the past decade, our Qi family has sought assistance, but the city government can only offer a maximum of 100 million and assist us in securing a 500 million loan from the bank, an utterly insufficient amount. The 3 major conglomerates in the city, the Huang Group, the Wan Group, and the Bai Group, are well-funded. Yet all 3 companies have intricate ties to the former 168 Group, making them unwilling to provide us with financial support. As for capital from outside the city, they dare not venture into this territory. After hearing Lord Qi's words, I understood that the Qi family did not wish to avoid redevelopment, but lacked the financial means to do so, forcing them to maintain the status quo. You are the one who wanted to purchase 6 houses on the outskirts a few days ago, aren't you? After a moment's pause, Lord Qi asked me again. I was taken aback, realizing that the Qi family remained remarkably united, and the patriarch was aware of my intentions. Indeed, I admit it, I replied. You wish to extract a piece of flesh from Jiang Zhenlong? Lord Qi continued questioning. Yes, I nodded again. You are indeed fearless, like a young calf unafraid of tigers. Lord Qi shook his head and remarked, I advise you not to wade into these murky waters. Does Jiang Zhenlong possess supernatural powers? I protested. He lacks supernatural powers, but his intellect is formidable, and he is a disciple of the Zhuojiao sect. He was invincible in Fushan, just a step away from mastering the 12 meridians. More than a decade has passed. He has likely already cultivated hidden strength. With your current abilities, encountering him would surely lead to defeat. Moreover, the 4 prominent figures in the city's 3 major conglomerates, Wan Hongshan of the Wan Group, Huang Biao of the Huang Group, and Bai Shouwen and Bai Shouwu of the Bai Group, were all once Jiang Zhenlong subordinates. Once Jiang Zhenlong is released, he will undoubtedly reconnect with these 4, and a storm of bloodshed will surely rise against our Qi family. Lord Qi said with a serious expression. We live in a society governed by law. I interjected. And what of it? The people do not report, and officials do not pursue the matter. Our Qi family has long made a pact with Jiang Zhenlong. Life and death depend on fate, and no one is permitted to wield governmental power. Thus, when our 2 factions clashed violently over a dozen times, it was only the last conflict, resulting in significant casualties, that drew the government's attention, leading to Jiang Zhenlong's imprisonment and a temporary calm. Lord Qi chuckled in response. Alas, adhering to our ancestral teachings, the Qi family has refrained from engaging in commerce. After more than a decade, our influence has dwindled significantly. However, it is also a dream for Jiang Zhenlong to easily seize our ancestral land. Therefore, young man, do not involve yourself in this matter. Depart quickly, Lord Qi advised me. What if the government forcibly demolishes the property? I countered. Forcible demolition? Do the Qi descendants fear death? 1 death may not attract attention, but what of 10? If it shocks the central government, the local leaders may find themselves in peril. Lord Qi scoffed. As I pondered this, I realized that the government had refrained from forcibly demolishing this dilapidated area for over a decade for a reason. Unless someone was willing to offer 50 billion yuan to the Qi family for redevelopment, who would willingly part with such money? The government would not engage in such practices, and the Qi family lacked the funds for development, resulting in the current stalemate. After listening to Lord Qi, I secretly speculated that Jiang Jinlong's past conflicts with the Qi family probably had the involvement of government leaders. Otherwise, why would several key officials be dismissed after the situation escalated? Lord Qi prepared to see me off, but I did not wish to leave empty-handed. After contemplating for a moment, I said, "Lord Qi, please stay." "Young man, what more do you wish to discuss?" Lord Qi asked. "The demolition and redevelopment are trends that cannot be resisted. Since it cannot be resisted, why not go with the flow?" I stated earnestly. "How can we go with the flow? The Qi family possesses land but lacks funds, while Jiang Jinlong has funds but lacks land. Why not sell him half of the land at a premium price and use the proceeds to renovate the remaining half?" I gazed intently into Lord Qi's eyes as I spoke. The Qi descendants would rather die than sell a single inch of ancestral land. Before Lord Qi could respond, Qi Meng, nearby, shouted indignantly. "Menger, stand down." Lord Qi reprimanded him. As soon as Qi Meng finished speaking, he was chastised by Lord Qi and reluctantly exited the hall, casting a fierce glare at me as he left. This is indeed a flexible approach, yet our Qi family has long been at odds with Jiang Jinlong. How can we bow to him? Lord Qi pondered aloud. "If Lord Qi trusts me, I can represent this matter entirely," I proposed, sensing a glimmer of hope for my plan's success. "How would you represent it entirely?" Lord Qi could transfer half of the Qi family's land and property to our Murphy Company, which would then sell it to Jiang Jinlong at a high price. Our company would take only a 1% commission from the proceeds. "What do you think?" I replied. "Jiang Jinlong is not easy to deal with. Are you not afraid he might assassinate you?" Lord Qi asked, gazing at me with curiosity. "If I were afraid, I wouldn't be here today," I replied with composure. "The proposal is indeed intriguing, but why should I trust you?" "Because, perhaps apart from me, no one else dares to tread in these murky waters in Fushan City," I responded. Lord Qi scrutinized me for a few seconds and said, "Indeed, you are fearless, possessing considerable audacity." "Grandfather, I am here." Qi Meng, who had been lurking outside, rushed in upon hearing Lord Qi call him. "You are to relay the order. All land and property rights east of the Qi family ancestral hall are to be transferred to this individual." "Grandfather." No need for further words. "Yes, grandfather." I was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend how readily Lord Qi agreed that land and property were worth billions. Was he not concerned I might sell it and abscond with the money? "Lord Qi, should we not sign a contract right now?" I inquired. Lord Qi waved his hand, glanced at me, and said, "To trust you is to trust you. The Qi family upholds its promises. If you violate that promise, it will be a matter of life and death. As for the contract, there will be someone to handle it for you. It is merely a formality." "Thank you for the trust, Mr. Qi." I clasped my fists in salute, and a sudden clarity washed over me. The other party presented land and property rights, while I staked my very existence. They were adhering strictly to the rules of the martial world, and as for the contract, it was merely a formality. Chapter 35. Submission or Defiance. Qi Meng led me away from the grand estate, casting me an irritated glance as he questioned, "What kind of enchantment did you place on our great-grandfather to have him transfer a portion of our ancestral land and property to you?" A smile crept across my face, but I remained silent. "Hey, I'm talking to you," he insisted. I shrugged. "Ask your great-grandfather yourself. If he could tell me, why would I need to ask you?" Qi Meng shot me a glare. "Then I am at a loss," I replied, raising my hands in a gesture of helplessness. A challenge arose. "Let us spar," Qi Meng declared, launching a strike directly at my face with a move from the Qi family's martial arts. In response, I countered with a powerful strike of my own. "You were so defiant earlier. This time I'll make you submit," I proclaimed, my voice booming. "Whoever concedes first is the grandson," Qi Meng roared back. "You think you have this in the bag? We shall see." Bang! Our fists collided and then separated, our bodies crashing together. Bang, bang, bang. Qi Meng, trained in formidable martial arts, seemed indomitable, protecting his vital points while allowing me to strike elsewhere. His attacks were swift and powerful, capable of overwhelming most opponents. But was I just any opponent? I unleashed the techniques of the tiger, dragon, and bare forms of Xingyi boxing, alternating my strikes with the ferocity of a tiger descending a mountain, the grace of 9 dragons soaring, and the ferocity of a bear emerging from its den. Yet each time I knocked Qi Meng down, he would spring back up as if unscathed, roaring anew as he charged at me. After countless exchanges, I finally saw an opening. This time, I thought I would ensure he could not rise again. Bang! With a lazy bear position, I struck him in the chest with my elbow and landed a punch on his chin, my body collapsing onto him. He coughed up blood. Yet in that moment of falling, he executed a counter move, kicking back and landing a blow to my abdomen that sent me staggering backward. I steadied myself, gritting my teeth against the pain, and looked at Qi Ming, battered and bruised, sprawled on the ground, and gasped, "Do you yield?" "Not a chance," he bellowed. "If you refuse to yield, then get up, and we shall continue. I'm exhausted. I need a moment." "All right, I shall grant you a brief respite." With that, I too collapsed onto the ground, utterly spent. Despite our efforts to hold back, every punch and kick had left me in agony. Now, I was in no better shape than Qi Ming, with bruises and a swollen mouth, the last kick nearly fracturing my insides, leaving a dark imprint on my abdomen. The pain unbearable. The air was thick with our heavy breaths. Not far away, Mr. Qi remarked to a middle-aged man beside him. Qi Ming should now understand that there are greater forces at play. The man nodded, noting it's remarkable how adept he has become with the tiger, dragon, and bear forms of Xingyi boxing. Without his protective training, he would hardly have lasted 100 exchanges. Mr. Qi agreed. This could be a blessing for Qi Ming. With a goal in sight, his potential may blossom rapidly. Apply some of our family's traditional medicinal brew to aid their recovery, he instructed. As the clock struck 4, I finally departed the Qi family's dilapidated neighborhood. Although the pain had yet to fully subside, it was manageable. A wave of excitement surged within me. I had acquired a sizable portion of the Qi family's ancestral land and property without spending a single penny. How could I not feel exhilarated? Yet amidst the thrill, a realization dawned. The Qi family had likely sought an instigator, their influence waning, and a direct confrontation with Jiang Jinlong would prove detrimental. The time had come for transformation in their neighborhood, an inevitable tide that no one could resist. My unexpected arrival might just be the assistance they required. I did not mind being used as a pawn, nor did I care about being drawn into the conflict between the Qi family and Jiang Jinlong. My sole concern was what I could gain amidst these undercurrents. No dragon crosses the river without sacrifice. One cannot reap rewards without first sowing seeds. I had allowed Ouyang Fei to borrow Chun Fatty's off-road vehicle, leaving me to take a taxi home. While in the cab, I called Ouyang Fei Fei, how are things progressing on your end? All set. The company is officially registered, she exclaimed, her voice brimming with excitement. Murphy holding gall. That day. Chairman Wang Mo, General Manager Ouyang Fei I chuckled softly and replied, I've made some progress here as well. Let us meet at the Ludong restaurant shortly. Sounds good. See you then. After hanging up, I pondered for a moment before dialing Chun Fatty's number. As soon as the phone rang, his voice came through. Murphy. Don't worry, the Ferrari is about to sell, and I've contacted an agent for the villa. No need to sell the car or the house, I interjected. What? Chun Fatty exclaimed, astonished. I said to hold off on selling the Ferrari and the villa. I've devised a plan for the finances, but I still owe you a favor. If you wish to learn authentic Xingyi boxing, feel free to seek me out. What? Murph, where are you? I'm coming to find you right now. He stammered in surprise. Let us meet at 9:30 at Cateway Bar, I instructed. Okay, Murph. After concluding my conversation with Chun Fatty, I recalled the Gu sisters from Nanxing. Since Gu Chuxiao acquired the 500,000 from Huang San, they had vanished. And I worried about her sister Gu Qiu's condition. I retrieved Gu Chuxiao's contact number and called. The phone rang 3 times before her weary voice answered. Hello? Murph, how is your sister? Have you found a suitable kidney donor? I inquired. No, she replied, her voice tinged with despair. Her condition has worsened. She just underwent emergency treatment and is currently in intensive care. What? Why didn't you inform me? I was taken aback. The last time I visited Gu Qiu, she seemed fine, and now her health had deteriorated so drastically. It was discovered too late. The doctor said if we cannot find a suitable donor soon. My sister may only have 6 months left, she sobbed. Furrowing my brow, I pondered for a moment before saying, take good care of your sister in the coming days. Once I finish my current obligations, I'll come to see you both. Rest assured, I will do everything in my power to ensure your sister's survival. Really? Murph, do you have a plan? Is it some sort of qi gong? Is it possible that Gu Chuxia is a bit incoherent? You will understand when the time comes. In any case, with my presence, I will ensure that Gu Qiu does not perish. I stated with utmost certainty. Woo-woo, Brother Mo, as long as you can save my sister, I will do anything you ask. I would serve you like a devoted servant for life. Gu Chuxia was extremely excited. Having been in despair, the sudden prospect of my ability to save her sister was simply exhilarating. All right, take good care of Guccio. I hung up. When I arrived at the Ludong restaurant, Ouyang Feier had already ordered the dishes and was waiting for me. Wang Mo, over here. Upon seeing me enter, Ouyang Feier stood up and waved. I walked over, my stomach growling at the sight of the food, and began to eat heartily. Ouyang Feier, however, looked at me with a puzzled expression and asked, "What happened to you? Did you get into a fight?" "No," I shook my head. "Then why are your clothes torn? Your face injured and your mouth bleeding?" Ouyang Feier observed me closely. "I had a spar with Qimeng," I replied. "Qimeng? Who is he?" "A member of the Qi family, quite formidable." "More so than you?" "Look at your face, it's bruised and your lip is split," Ouyang Feier questioned. "How could he compare to me?" "I turned him into a pig's head. He was in a worse state," I said proudly. As I mentioned Qimeng being a pig's head, he was sulking in a room, looking battered and bruised. "Wang Mo, I won't let this go. Next time we meet, we'll fight again, and I won't believe I can't defeat you." At Ludong restaurant, Ouyang Feier gave me a disapproving glance and asked, "Stop boasting. How did everything go?" "It's all taken care of." I looked at Ouyang Feier with a smug smile and recounted the details of my discussion with Qigong. After listening, Ouyang Feier's initial excitement turned to a frown as she said, "Wang Mo, I increasingly feel this matter is not simple. Why don't we refrain from getting involved in the feud between the Qi family and Jiang Zhenlong? Once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back. We're already on board. It won't be easy to disembark now." I shook my head and tossed a large shrimp into my mouth. "Is it really safe? I can't shake the feeling that we are playing with fire." Ouyang Feier genuinely looked worried. If it weren't dangerous, how could such a favorable opportunity fall into our laps? "We are merely taking risks for reward. Rest assured, I will handle everything," I reassured Ouyang Feier. Ouyang Feier nodded, saying nothing further, yet her expression spoke volumes. She remained apprehensive. Chapter 36. Midnight bell. As we dined, I discussed our plans with Ouyang Feier. Tomorrow, we would transfer the property and land to our company's name. "Yes," Ouyang Feier nodded and remarked, "if we succeed this time, our share will be at least 20 million, but..." Before she could finish her sentence, I interrupted, "There are no buts. Great fortunes come with risks. I will handle everything." Ouyang Feier looked at me with concern and chose not to speak further. After we finished our meal, Ouyang Feier offered to return the Wrangler to me, but I declined, telling her to drive it home while I took a cab to Gateway Bar. After returning to her parents' house, Ouyang Feier grew increasingly anxious and ended up confiding in her father, Ouyang Zhengwo, about our plans, a revelation I would later discover. "Dad, I need to talk to you about something." "What is it?" Ouyang Zhengwo, who was enjoying tea while watching television, turned off the TV upon seeing his daughter's serious expression and headed to the study. "Let's talk in the study." "All right, Dad." Once in the study, Ouyang Feier laid out the details of our scheme. Ouyang Zhengwo listened intently, his brow furrowing slightly before he spoke. "Dad, everything we're doing is legal, but I am genuinely worried." Ouyang Feier expressed her concerns over the past few days. After a moment of contemplation, Ouyang Zhengwo responded, "The Qi family's slum area is a thorn in the side of the city government. Engaging with them could provoke a backlash from the Qi family, potentially leading to public unrest. Thus, no leader wishes to touch this issue. However, if left alone, the slums severely impacts the city's appearance and obstructs the development of Fushan's reform and opening up." "Dad, can't the city government invest in its development?" Ouyang Feier inquired. "The government can develop it, but the Qi family demands that they retain ownership of the land post-development and that it be developed according to their specifications, essentially asking the government to subsidize them with billions. The city simply doesn't have that kind of money," Ouyang Zhengwo replied, shaking his head. "I see. Dad, I heard Jiang Zhenlong is about to be released from prison. What plans do you leaders in Fushan have?" Ouyang Feier pressed on. "What plans can we have? The main leaders in the city are merely turning a blind eye and taking it step by step. No one wants to get involved too soon. However, with you and Wang Mo stirring things up, it may indeed present a solution." Ouyang Zhengwo's eyes deepened with thought. "Dad, can you support us?" Ouyang Feier blinked hopefully. "Huh. It seems you want to pull your old man into this mess to be your backup. Truly, you are a bold girl. Before even getting married, you're already thinking of your husband over your father," Ouyang Zhengwo chuckled. "What are you talking about, Dad?" Ouyang Feier blushed. "All right. Tomorrow I will have a word with Uncle Zhao. He is also troubled by this matter. With you and Wang Mo causing a stir, this stagnant situation might just come to life. Once Uncle Zhao gives his approval, you have nothing to fear. Charge forward bravely. The party and the people will back you both. Thank you, Dad. While Ouyang Feier was chatting with her father, I was at Cateway Bar drinking with Chimpanzee. Chimpanzee, if you want to learn Xingyi Quan, I can take you as a disciple, but first, you need to shed that excess weight. I said, taking a sip of my drink. Master, please allow me to bow to you as your disciple. Chimpanzee, perhaps fearing I would change my mind, immediately knelt down with a thud, bowing deeply. However, when he attempted to bow again, I placed my hands on his shoulders, saying, one bow is enough for a named disciple. Martial arts training is arduous. If you can persevere for 3 years, we can then honor the Grandmaster and formally accept you. Thank you, Master. I will persevere. Chimpanzee's eyes sparkled with determination. Can you teach me something now? I pondered for a moment and replied, I will impart to you the foundational stances of Xingyi Quan, which is essentially internal skill. You must rise at 5 every morning to practice standing meditation. Remember, no vigorous activities 30 minutes before and after standing, and no drinking or restroom breaks. I will remember. Chimpanzee nodded seriously. I then led him out of Cateway Bar to a nearby garden, where I began explaining the practice of the 3-body posture in Xingyi Quan. All methods stem from the 3-body posture. It is the foundation of Xingyi Quan. Traditionally, one must stand for 3 years in this posture before a master can teach them the forms. My grandfather taught me this as well. The standing meditation can be quite monotonous, but is a true test of one's character. Enduring the solitude and persevering through the challenges can lead to greater achievements later on. Thus, I chose to teach the 3-body posture to Chimpanzee. The 3-body posture consists of 3 levels. The first level is stillness of body and mind. The second level is stillness of body, but movement of mind. The third level is movement of body and mind. The first level of mastery is characterized by a still body and an unperturbed mind, allowing one to cultivate physical strength and enhance one's power. The second level introduces movement of the mind while the body remains still, leading to the development of internal energy and gradually opening the 12 meridians within the body. The third level involves both body and mind in motion. Once the 12 meridians are fully connected, the entire body is filled with dynamic energy, strengthening the internal organs while simultaneously engaging the brain, a level I have yet to achieve. Currently, the instruction I impart to Chun, the plump student, pertains to the first level, focusing on developing the foundational strength of Xingyi Quan. I first guide him into a suitable stance, and then meticulously adjust his posture by palpating his muscles and bones, correcting the 3-body posture incrementally, for even the slightest error could lead to complications over time. The decline of traditional martial arts can be attributed in part to the necessity of hands-on instruction from a master, demanding considerable dedication to teach disciples. Consequently, regardless of the martial arts style or school, the number of adept students rarely exceeds 10, as the energy of any master is finite, making it implausible to cultivate a large number of direct disciples. After approximately 3 hours, I finally managed to adjust Chen's 3-body posture. I felt somewhat fatigued. From now on, besides your gym sessions for weight loss, you must diligently practice the 3-body stance I instructed. Yes, Master, he replied. Just call me Mo. Master sounded a bit awkward, I said. Isn't calling you brother a breach of respect? Once a teacher, always a father, he insisted stubbornly. Suit yourself. I'm heading back now. I'm a bit tired. Master, let me drive you back, he offered. No need, I'll take a stroll along the river. I waved my hand, turning to leave. Half an hour later, I returned to the Century City apartment. Ouyang Feier had sold her house in the Jia community and moved back to her parents' home in the East City, prompting me to return to the Century City apartment as well. Upon my return, Niugang was absent, likely observing the movements of Yao Jiuji. After completing my standing exercises, practicing punches and honing my techniques with the burning wood knife, I was drenched in sweat and utterly exhausted. After a hot shower, I glanced at the clock. It was already 1 a.m, and Niugang had yet to return. I left the living room light on for him and headed to bed. I don't know how much time passed, but I was abruptly awakened from a deep slumber by the ringing of my phone on the bedside table. With my eyes still closed, I answered hello. Emogu. Yao Jiuji has been at the trading company for the past few days, and just now, 5 container trucks just left, came Niugang's anxious voice from the other end. Oh, I was still in a semi-conscious state, my mind responding sluggishly. I suspect those trucks are carrying smuggled artifacts. I'm following closely behind them. Niugang's urgency was palpable. I finally awakened fully. Are you certain? I can't guarantee, but I have at least an 80% certainty. My friend mentioned that Yao Jiuji has been irritable with his subordinates lately, and tonight, just as Captain Gui's team withdrew, Yao Jiuji's trading company made its move. Niu Gang swiftly relayed what he had gathered about Yao Jiuji over the past few days. I had been preoccupied with matters concerning the Qijia shantytown, leaving Yao Jiuji's observations to Niu Gang, and now it seemed a situation had arisen. Are they heading towards the highway exit? I pondered, inquiring of Niu Gang. Currently, we are on Fushun Road, likely heading towards Mo Ting Bridge, he replied. Mo Ting Bridge. I murmured, realizing that once they crossed it, they would directly access the highway, reaching the port in 5 hours. It appeared Yao Jiuji had insiders within the police force, as the timing was too precise. The moment Gui Tao's team withdrew, he sprang into action. This was concerning. Yao Jiuji was a potential threat. Once he smuggled the artifacts out, he would certainly come after me. The best defense is a good offense. A saying from the martial arts canon aptly applies to life and endeavors. Emogo, what should we do now? Came Niu Gang's urgent inquiry. In no more than 5 minutes, Yao Jiuji's convoy will reach the Mo Ting Bridge toll station. A fierce glint crossed my eyes as I instructed. Drive the van ahead of them and stage an accident at the toll station to buy us some time. Understood. Niu Gong affirmed. Be careful. I understand. Mu Ye. He hung up. After ending the call, I glanced at the clock. It was 3:30 in the morning, the time when one feels most fatigued. Yao Jiuji certainly chose an opportune moment. I promptly dialed Yang Wen's number, but after 5 rings, she had yet to answer. Pick up the phone, pick up the phone, pick up the phone. I urged silently. Finally, after the 7th ring, her drowsy voice came through. Hello. Who is it? Wen, it's your brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, why are you calling me so late? I just got off my night shift and was about to sleep. Yang Wen's complaint surfaced, but I interrupted her when one of my friends had an accident at the Mo Ting toll station. An accident? You should call the traffic police. Was it a DUI? Don't expect me to pull any strings for you. It's not a DUI. The main issue is that the vehicle he collided with is a container truck from Yao Jiuji's trading company, and I hear there are several others behind it. What? Where? Yang Wen immediately became alert. They had been tracking Yao Jiuji for a long time. It was suspicious that his convoy was attempting to leave the city just after their surveillance was lifted. Mo Ting Bridge toll station. Thank you, brother-in-law. This information is invaluable and will greatly assist us. I'll treat you to a meal another day, she said before hanging up. Listening to the dial tone on my phone, I couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Treat me to a meal? As long as you don't suspect me. I'll be grateful. Chapter 37. Provocation this night. Sleep was elusive, so I opted to rise, grabbing a few cans of beer and settling on the balcony, gazing at the distant neon lights while sipping slowly. I found myself worrying about Niu Gang. Several times I picked up my phone only to set it down again. If there's news, Niu Gang will contact me immediately. As time trickled by, having consumed 3 cans of beer, my phone suddenly rang. As soon as it began to ring, I snatched it up. Hello, Niu Gang. How are you? Emogo, I'm fine. Just a scrape. But the rented van is totaled. As long as you're all right. Have Gui Tao and his team arrived? Relieved to hear Niu Gang was uninjured, I began inquiring about Yao Jiuji's convoy. They have arrived, and at that moment, Niu Gang succinctly recounted the incident. He had collided with the lead vehicle of Yao Jiuji's convoy while overtaking, promptly calling for an ambulance. Since the accident occurred at the toll station, the 5 trucks had no chance of departing. Niu Gang made a scene, adamantly refusing to let the toll station release the vehicles. Upon realizing it was a traffic accident with one party having called the police, the toll station staff were reluctant to let the 5 trucks pass, leading to a stalemate. Initially, the opposing party offered him 10,000 yuan, but Niu Gang refused, prompting them to resort to threats, and several drivers attempted to physically confront him. Niu, having just learned the authentic Wing Chun Kung Fu, had not dedicated himself to rigorous practice. However, he possessed a fiery temper and considerable boldness. As soon as his opponent made a move, he would unleash a flurry of strikes, while vociferously shouting to attract the attention of passersby. Gui Tao and Yang Wen arrived even before the traffic police. Although they lacked a search warrant, they managed to have the 5 container trucks temporarily detained by the arriving officers, ensuring that no one could approach them. As for whether any contraband artifacts smuggled by Yao Jiuji were discovered within the containers, I remained unaware. In the distance, the sky gradually brightened. I had plans to accompany Ouyang Feier to sign a partnership agreement with the Qi family and handle the transfer procedures, so I decided against sleeping further. Instead, I changed my clothes and headed outside. During this time, I had been practicing martial arts every morning in the garden of the Century City compound. Chinese martial arts constituted the foundation of my existence. Regardless of how busy or weary I was, my training had never faltered. After standing in the sandy posture for an hour, I began to practice the 5 elements fist, including the tiger, dragon, and bear forms. I concluded my session with 200 strikes using a burning wooden knife before finally pausing, as the sun had already risen. At 8 o'clock, Neo returned from outside. "Why are you back so late?" I inquired. "I wasted some time at the traffic bureau," he replied. "Any updates?" Neo shook his head, saying, "Captain Gua and the others have yet to apply for a search warrant, but they have taken control of Yao Jiuji's 5 container trucks." "Is that so?" "It seems there are people in the police station connected to Yao Jiuji. Otherwise, a search warrant wouldn't take this long," I muttered and then told Neo, "You should get some sleep." "Okay." He nodded and began to shower and rest. After a long night of work, nearly leading to disaster, he was indeed exhausted. At 9:30, I took a taxi to the storefront rented by Ouyang Feier at number 369 Maching Road. Upon my arrival, she was already there, tidying up the place. The storefront was modest, divided into front and back sections, roughly 60 square meters in size, with a sign hanging at the entrance, although it was covered by red silk. "Feier, I'm here." I greeted her, preparing to remove the red cloth. However, she stopped me. "Don't uncover it." "Why?" I asked, puzzled. "I've picked an auspicious date. The day after tomorrow is a propitious day for opening, and we should invite more people to celebrate and set off firecrackers for the opening ceremony," Ouyang Feier replied, rolling her eyes at me. "Isn't that a bit extravagant?" I smirked. "Come on, doing business is about seeking good fortune. Don't speak carelessly," she retorted, compelling me to spit 3 times. Upon entering the storefront, I noticed she had also set up an altar with a statue of the god of wealth. As I opened my mouth to comment, Ouyang Feier's warning glare silenced me, forcing me to swallow my words. "May fortune and prosperity bless us," I murmured as I lit 3 sticks of incense. "I have a contract ready. Soon we will sign with the Chief family and proceed to the housing authority for the transfer paperwork." Today, Ouyang Feier wore a professional outfit, a knee-length navy suit dress complemented by sheer stockings and stylish half-heeled shoes, exuding elegance and competence. When she noticed I was still in jeans and a t-shirt, her brows furrowed slightly. "Why aren't you in formal attire?" "You can wear it," I chuckled in reply. "From now on, formal attire is mandatory, and you must wear a tie," she insisted. "There are only the 2 of us in the company," I shrugged nonchalantly. "Even so, both of us must dress appropriately. It is the most basic respect for our own company," she stated, her expression serious. "Fine, inodid, ultimata di conceding." Though I muttered under my breath, "It's not like you're my wife." "What did you say?" "Ouyang Feier glerdot. Nothing at all. I will dutifully comply with my wife's demands," I replied with a grin. "Who is your wife?" She shot back, glaring at me. "Whoever cares about my clothing is my wife. If others meddle, I will certainly ignore them," I replied defiantly. "Whether you care or not, I won't bother with you." "You rascal," she retorted, rolling her eyes before turning back to review the contract we were about to sign with the Chief family, exposing her back to me. I found myself captivated by her figure, particularly the way her dress hugged her curves, and I felt a heat rising within me, tempted to reach out and touch her. Just as I was indulging in my thoughts of Ouyang Feier, a Range Rover pulled up outside. I turned to see Huang Wei stepping out of the vehicle, striding directly toward us. He cast a glance my way before approaching Ouyang Feier and saying, "Feier, don't resist futilely, running such a small company. I assure you that with just a word from me, you won't be able to make a single sale for a year. Feier isn't your plaything. We are not that familiar, so please show some respect," Ouyang Feier replied, her brows furrowed tightly as she moved closer to me, distancing herself from Huang Wei. Grasping Feier's hand, I pulled her behind me, narrowing my eyes at Huang Wei as I stated, "Feier is my girlfriend. If you dare to harass her again, don't blame me for being rude. Leave now." "Little security guard, do you think you can fight just because you know some martial arts?" Huang Wei scoffed, not backing down, his arrogance unabated. "Get out." I pointed toward the door, my patience waning. "I'm not leaving. Come and fight me," Huang Wei taunted, growing bolder. "Fine." "What?" Huang Wei blinked in surprise. With a swift stride, I closed the distance and delivered a punch to his face, following up with a barrage of strikes. You dare hit me? You're dead," Huang Wei yelled, his face bloodied. Seeing him injured, Ouyang Feier grew anxious and rushed to grab my arm, saying, Wang Mo, stop. I paused, shrugging in response. What a world we live in. He asked for it. Don't you think that request is a bit perverse? Ouyang Feier shot me a glare, replying, enough. I then seized Huang Wei by the hair and tossed him out of the storefront. Thud. You wait. I will make you pay. Huang Wei yelled as he scrambled to his feet and jumped into his Range Rover, speeding away while shouting threats at me. Though I had left him bloodied, I had not struck him with full force. It was merely for show. Huang Wei's family possessed vast wealth, and his father, Huang Hanshan, was a representative in the People's Congress of Fushan City. To truly injure him in broad daylight would invite significant repercussions for myself. Money can move mountains. It's not just a saying. Wealth can influence the world, and society is far from the ideal we envision, I remarked dismissively. Be careful. Huang Wei is petty. After you hurt him today, he will certainly retaliate, Ouyang Feier warned, concern etched on her face. It's fine. Yes, just a nobody. His father is the real threat, I replied nonchalantly. An open attack is easy to evade, but a hidden one is insidious. Don't take it lightly. Got it. Stop nagging, I replied, exasperated. Who are you calling a nag? Ouyang Feier pinched the soft flesh of my waist. Ow. Please stop. I was wrong. I yelped in pain. I engaged in playful banter with Ouyang Feier for a while before driving her towards the Chijia shantytown in my off-road vehicle. We were greeted by Chi Ming, whose facial bruises had faded, a testament to the efficacy of the family's traditional medicinal liquor. However, his gaze towards me was still filled with indignation. Xiao Mingzi, why are you still so obstinate? I teased him with a swagger. I refuse to be called Xiao Mingzi. My name is Chi Ming, the fierce tiger, he retorted, glaring at me. I couldn't help but recall how he had looked like a beaten cat the previous day, and I smirked, digging into my ear. Yesterday doesn't count. Come at me again today, and let us see your punches. Chi Ming could hardly tolerate my mockery and swung a punch in my direction. Chi Ming, stop it. The authoritative voice of Qi Gong rang out, halting Chi Ming mid-swing. He lowered his head and stood aside, though his peripheral glare remained defiant. What a laugh. This child has been spoiled since childhood, Qi Gong remarked apologetically to me and Ouyang Feier. It's nothing. I waved my hand dismissively as I followed Qi Gong into the living room. Passing by Chi Ming, I deliberately shot him a provocative glance. He could only glare back at me fiercely. He dared not act out in front of Qi Gong. The contract prepared by Feier aligned perfectly with the terms I had previously discussed with Qi Gong. After a swift review, he signed without hesitation, and everything proceeded smoothly. At noon, Feier and I enjoyed a meal in the spacious courtyard of the Qi family. In the afternoon, Qi Gong instructed a middle-aged man from yesterday and Chi Ming to accompany Feier and me to collect signatures for the transfer agreements from various households. Perhaps Qi Gong had already coordinated with the clan members, for the task unfolded effortlessly. By the end of the afternoon, we had completed hundreds of property transfer agreements. On our drive back, Feier and I agreed that starting tomorrow, she would handle the transfer procedures at the housing authority to expedite the transfer of the hundreds of properties into the name of our company, Mo Fei. Let us celebrate. I'll treat you to a French dinner, I suggested while driving. Maybe another day. I'm quite exhausted today, she replied, having managed hundreds of agreements. Faye was Unterstand abliefatiget. Although Qi Gong had prepped the clan members, each agreement required Feier to explain the terms to the property owners repeatedly. After countless reiterations throughout the afternoon, she appeared utterly drained as she sat in the car. All right, I'll take you home. Rest early, I said. She nodded and closed her eyes, clearly worn out. I initially intended to avoid going upstairs, but unexpectedly encountered Ouyang when downstairs. Brother-in-law, isn't it too coincidental that your friend was in a car accident? Ouyang pulled me aside, scrutinizing me with curiosity. Oh, what coincidence? What are you talking about? You're confusing me. I feigned innocence. Stop pretending, brother-in-law. Have you been monitoring Yao Jiuji? Ouyang was unconvinced by my denials. Monitoring Yao Jiuji? Why would I do that? I don't even know him. I shook my head, resolutely refuting the claim. Yao Jiuji threatened to break someone's leg. You must know about that, right? Is Yao Jiuji part of the underworld? I exclaimed. Woman, you must apprehend him. We live in a society governed by law. We cannot allow such individuals to be arrogant, I said with righteous indignation. All right, I won't press you further, Ouyang conceded, seeing my fervent denial. Did you find any smuggled artifacts in Yao Jiuji's vehicle? I inquired. Yang shot me a sly glance, her expression reminiscent of a cunning fox. Brother-in-law, do you wish to know? I nodded eagerly, satisfying my curiosity. Hee, not telling you, she giggled mischievously. If you're not telling me, you must have found something, I muttered to myself. We did find something, but it was... Yang when teased, drawing out her words with a playful expression. But what? Hurry and tell me. Not telling you. I'm going to sleep now. I'm exhausted, she declared. I also made my way upstairs, as Yang Feier followed suit. The two sisters yawned simultaneously, their fatigue evident as they ascended the stairs. I lingered downstairs, feeling a pang of frustration. Had they truly found illicit items in Yao Jiuji's car? After reflecting for a moment, I promptly took out my phone and dialed Niugang's number. Hello, Niugang. Please call your friend and inquire whether Yao Jiuji has been taken away by the police, I instructed. All right, Mo. I'll call him shortly. After hanging up, I drove away from Yang Feier's parents' neighborhood. I was uncertain if Feier was eager to return home solely due to her exhaustion or also because she wished to learn the outcome of her father's discussion with Uncle Zhao. Upon returning home, Yang headed for a shower, while Yang Feier was summoned to her father's study. Dad, today I went with Wang Mo to sign the transfer agreements with the Qi family. In the coming days, I'll visit the housing authority to transfer all these properties into our company's name. Have you reached a conclusion with Uncle Zhao? Ouyang Faya in Kviat. Uncle Zhao has agreed, but you and Wang Mo must conduct everything by the book. No shortcuts, understood? Ouyang Zhangwo stated sternly. Yes, I understand, Ouyang Feier nodded, finally releasing the tension she had held onto during this period. Who is Uncle Zhao? He is the top leader in Fushan City, since he has consented. As long as Feier and I adhere to proper procedures, no one would dare to cause us trouble. Unfortunately, as events would later prove, Ouyang Feier's assumptions were overly naive. The higher-ups' approval of this method for resolving the Qi family's shantytown issue only guaranteed that the visible forces would not trouble our company. But the hidden complications remained ours to navigate. No one could hope to effortlessly earn over 20 million in one go. Suddenly, my phone rang, and seeing it was Niugang calling, I quickly answered. Hello, Niugong. Mo. I just spoke with my friend. He said that this morning the police took Yao Jiuji away, but he was released in the afternoon. He is unclear on the details. I see. Please keep a close watch on Yao Jiuji over the next few days and stay in touch with your friend, I instructed. Understood, Montake. After ending the call with Niugang, I pondered why Guotao and the others apprehended Yao Jiuji only to release him again. Regrettably, Yang had revealed nothing earlier, leaving me at a loss. Never mind. Yao Jiuji is likely preoccupied with his troubles involving artifacts and the police, and for now, he wouldn't have the energy to deal with me. As long as Niugang keeps an eye on him, I reassure myself, allowing the matter to drift from my thoughts. I stopped to purchase some fruits and a bouquet of flowers before driving to the Nanxing People's Hospital. I trusted that Ouyang Feier would competently handle the transfer of the Qi family's properties. I need not worry. As for Yao Jiuji, Niugang would keep a watchful eye, and he posed no immediate threat. I then recalled Gu Chuxia and Gu Qiu, the two sisters. I had always remembered Gu Qiu's talent with computers and planned to send her to the finest university after her recovery, and then to America for further studies. Upon her return, I intended to recruit her to serve under me. Arriving at the Nanxing People's Hospital, I called Gu Chuxia from downstairs in the inpatient department. Gu Qiu was still in the intensive care unit, so I took only the bouquet of flowers and ascended to see her. Outside the intensive care unit, I encountered Gu Chuxia, who appeared haggard, her eyes reddened, likely from recent tears. Inside the ICU, Gu Qiu was surrounded by an array of instruments and tubes, lying in a state of unconsciousness. Mo. Can you truly save my sister? Gu Chuxia looked at me with a face full of hope as she asked. Rest assured, with my presence, Gu Qiu will certainly be fine. I envision sending her to the finest university in the nation, and after graduation, she will continue her studies in America. I offered Gu Chuxia a reassuring smile. Is that true, Mo? But the doctor said my sister can only survive for half a year if a kidney source cannot be found. Woo-woo. Gu Chuxia broke down in tears. All right, stop crying. Trust me, I will make a trip to the capital immediately. I patted Gu Chuxia's shoulder and said, upon hearing my intention to go to the capital, Gu Chuxia ceased her weeping and looked up at me, asking, Mo, what will you do in the capital? I smiled slightly and replied, When it comes to medicine, both Western and traditional Chinese medicine have their merits, but in profound matters, traditional Chinese medicine excels. It emphasizes aligning with nature and unlocking one's inherent potential, often achieving miraculous results. Gu Chuxia remained silent, yet her expression was one of intense anxiety. The legendary healer Li Ximiao, who specializes in treating leaders, owes my grandfather an immense favor from years past. This time, I intended to seek his assistance to save Gu Qiu's life. I firmly believed that if he intervened, Gu Qiu would surely be all right. Really? Gu Chuxia grasped my arm, her face alight with excitement. Yes, I nodded, saying, I will set off for the capital tonight. Prepare here, and once I arrange everything, we will transfer Gu Qiu to the capital. All right, Mo Gu, thank you so much. If you save Gu Qiu, I will be your servant for life, Gu Chuxia exclaimed, her words tumbling out in excitement. No need for servitude. Just take good care of Gu Qiu, I reassured her. Rest assured, Mo Gu, I will take good care of Gu Qiu, she replied, though a hint of confusion lingered within her. Why was I placing such importance on Gu Qiu? Yet at that moment, her sole focus was on saving her sister's life, and she would agree to any condition. After leaving Nancheng People's Hospital, I dined at a nearby restaurant and subsequently called Ouyang Fei and Yogang to inform them of my trip to the capital. That evening, I boarded the high-speed train to the capital. Li Ximiao, a contemporary medical sage, is renowned for his unique 9-palace silver needle technique, having saved patients in advanced stages of cancer. At the age of 93, he had previously treated leaders behind the red walls. When my grandfather took me to the capital years ago, he introduced me to Li Ximiao and mentioned that Li owed him a great favor, which I could call upon in times of need. This time, I intended to utilize that favor to save Gu Qiu. I had not considered whether it was a fair exchange. I simply trusted my judgment. In hindsight, my choice proved correct. Gu Qiu possessed an intelligence quotient of 160 and later became a valuable assistant of mine, ranking among the 4 great kings, known as the Cunning Fox. Chapter 39. The copper token at 9 o'clock the following morning, I arrived in the capital, hailed a taxi, and proceeded directly to the residence of the esteemed healer. Li Ximiao, though he had reached an advanced age, his vitality was remarkable, and his mind remained clear as he recognized me instantly. Xiao Mo, how is your grandfather? He passed away 5 years ago. Ah, the cycle of life. No one can escape it, Li Ximiao sighed, a trace of sorrow crossing his face, though it was uncertain whether it was for my grandfather's passing or for his own mortality. Grandfather Li, I have come to seek your help. Speak. I owe your grandfather a great favor, and it is time to repay it. If I delay any longer, there may be no opportunity left. Li Ximiao stated. Grandfather Li, you are in such good health, you could easily live another 1 or 200 years. Living another 1 or 200 years would make me an old demon. Now, tell me your matter. Li Ximiao waved his hand dismissively. I wish to ask you to save someone. She is suffering from uremia, and the doctors in Fushan City say they cannot find a suitable kidney source. She has only half a year left to live. I briefly outlined Gu Qiu's condition. Immediately transfer the patient over. Discuss the details with Xiao Zhang. Once she arrives, I will personally treat her. You can rest assured. Thank you, Grandfather Li. After conversing with him for a while longer, I took my leave. Xiao Zhang, a student of Grandfather Li, is actually over 50 years old and serves as the director of a major hospital in the capital. With Director Zhang's coordination, the South City People's Hospital swiftly arranged for an ambulance and medical personnel to escort Gu Qiu to the capital. Upon my return from the capital, Gu Chuxia and Gu Qiu were already en route. However, according to Niu Gang, who had gone to assist, the director of South City People's Hospital had been inquiring about Director Zhang's situation with Gu Chuxia, wearing a fawning expression and hoping she would introduce him to Zhang. Later, I learned that Director Zhang also held a position in the Ministry of Health, explaining the South City director's eagerness to connect with him. Nevertheless, these matters were of little concern to me. As long as Gu Qiu was saved, Li Ximiao's favor would not have been in vain. What developments have there been with Yao Jiuzhi during my absence? I inquired of Niu Gang. He shook his head, replying none. After Yao Jiuzhi returned from the police station, he hasn't gone out again, and his subordinates are unaware of what transpired. I pondered for a moment and said, continue to keep an eye on him. Understood. Niu Gong nodded. After a shower and a change of clothes, I called Ouyang Fei. Hello, Wang Mo. Where have you been? The company just signed a deal worth billions, and you've gone missing. Don't you have any sense of responsibility? Ouyang Fei-er's voice rang out sharply as soon as the call connected. After knowing Ouyang Fei-er for so long, this was the first time I had witnessed her anger. I had forgotten my phone charger when I hurried to the capital, resulting in my phone being off for days. And Ouyang Fei-er was unable to reach me. Fei-er, let me explain. Listen. You irresponsible man. How can I partner with you in this venture? A friend of mine has a terminal illness, and the doctor said she can only live for half a year. I went to the capital to find a doctor for her. I apologize for not bringing my charger. I interrupted Ouyang Fei-er, hastily explaining the situation. Have you found a good doctor? Ouyang Fei-er, being kind-hearted, softened her tone after hearing my explanation. Yes, she's being transferred to a major hospital in the capital. Is there anything I can assist with? Everything is taken care of, thank you. Come back to the company quickly. I'm swamped these days. Also, Ouyang Fei-er's voice suddenly turned tense. What else? I inquired urgently. It's nothing. We can discuss it when you come to the company. All right. I'll be there shortly. 20 minutes later, I arrived at Missouri Ching Road, number 369, at Mo Fei Corporation. The office was beginning to take shape with several desks, computers, and printers set up. Upon entering, I found Ouyang Fei-er printing documents. What is going on? Ouyang Fei-er paused her printing upon seeing me and rubbed her temples, appearing fatigued. You've done well as a hands-off manager, leaving me to handle billions of land and property deals. I've been running to the housing authority every day, and finally, everything was sorted out this morning just as you showed up. Forget it. Ouyang Fei-er waved her hand and said, What do you think this is? I discovered it this morning when I came to the office. As she spoke, Ouyang Fei-er opened the drawer of her desk and handed me an envelope. I took the envelope and poured out its contents, revealing a palm-sized copper token with a single character on the front. The back depicted a dragon soaring among the clouds, beneath which flowed a great river. This must be Jiang Jinlong's token. A flicker of surprise crossed my eyes. I had just reached an agreement with the Qi family to transfer half of the property and land to my company's name. And yet Jiang Jinlong, still imprisoned, had already received the news and sent his token. I speculated it was indeed Jiang Jinlong's token. Wang Mo, what do you think Jiang Jinlong means by this? Ouyang Fei-er asked, her face etched with concern. Sending only the token without a word suggests we should be smart and willingly deliver the Qi family's land to him. I replied after a moment's thought. Isn't that outright robbery? Ouyang Fei-er exclaimed. This man seems quite formidable. Even from prison, he wields significant power. Once he is released, the dark forces in Fushan might undergo a tremendous upheaval. I murmured, my brow furrowed. Wang Mo, what shall we do now? Ouyang Fei-er asked, visibly anxious. Do not worry. I will handle everything. Please find someone to assess the precise value of the land we hold and provide me with a figure so I can negotiate with Jiang Jinlong. I instructed her. All right, I will calculate it as soon as possible. But what if Jiang Jinlong refuses to negotiate with us? Ouyang Fei-er expressed her ongoing concern. When the Americans refused to negotiate with us, our founder made them feel the sting of power, and then they complied. I replied with a slight smile, revealing my confidence. Perhaps encouraged by my demeanor, Ouyang Fei-er gradually relaxed, her tension dissipating. Jiang Jinlong was once very powerful. You must be cautious, she warned me. Rest assured, no matter how powerful he was, after more than a decade in prison, he is no longer the same. He is like a setting sun, while I am a rising sun. I have no reason to fear him, I boldly asserted in front of Ouyang Fei-er. Yet, inwardly, I was far from calm. I had come to understand the true nature of my adversary after my discussions with Qigong. In terms of personal strength, Jiang Jinlong might have already honed his skills to a formidable level, while I had only just begun to develop mine. The current leaders of the three major groups, Wan Jia Group as Chairman Wan Hongshan, Huang S Group as Chairman Huang Biao, and the Bai brothers, Bai Xiuwen and Bai Xiuwu, were all once Jiang Jinlong as subordinates. Once he is released from prison, these four would undoubtedly rally behind him. Their wealth and influence in Fushan are unmatched. Thus, the upcoming battle will be arduous. However, I do not fear it. My only concern is for Ouyang Fei-er. But given Ouyang Jiangwo's status, Jiang Jinlong will not dare to harm her unless he is truly desperate. Initially, I had my eye on the Qi family as Shantytown, merely to earn my first pot of gold to confront Huang Wei and ultimately dismantle Huang's group. Yet, events have veered from that original intent, bringing Jiang Jinlong, a formidable figure in Fushan, into the fray. While Ouyang Feier and I were strategizing, 5 individuals were seated in an inconspicuous tea house in Fushan, engaged in a crucial discussion. These 5 were Wan Hongshan, Huang Biao, Bai Xiuwen, Bai Xiuwu, and an elderly man with white hair. Jiang Gong. I propose we eliminate that brat before Brother Long is released, Huang Biao suggested. I concur. The land belonging to the Qi family has been under our watch since Brother Long's imprisonment. After all these years, we never anticipated this little pest would provoke us just as Brother Long is about to be released, Bai Xiuwu added. Second brother, let us heed Jiang Gong's counsel. Bai Xiuwen interjected, glancing at his younger brother. Indeed, we should listen to Jiang Gong before making any decisions, Wan Hongshan chimed in, and all eyes turned to the elderly man. Jiang Gong, once Jiang Jinlong's strategist and most trusted confidant, had opened this modest tea house in Fushan after Jiang Jinlong's incarceration. You 4 are astute. Brother Long has instructed me to send out his token. Let us allow him to resolve this upon his release, Jiang Gong remarked, before taking a sip from his teacup, choosing to disregard their inquiries. Years ago, Wan Hongshan, Huang Biao, Bai Xiuwen, and Bai Xiu were merely Jiang Jinlong's subordinates, not particularly distinguished. However, following the downfall of Group 168 and Jiang Jinlong's imprisonment, they swiftly ascended in status. While outsiders assumed they would promptly return to Jiang Jinlong's fold upon his release, the reality was far more complex. Over the past decade, the successes of Wan Hongshan, Huang Biao, Bai Xiuwen, and Bai Xiu were largely due to their own efforts, and they had since reformed into legitimate businessmen. After years of being the top dogs, it was unreasonable to expect them to bow to Jiang Jinlong again. However, they were fully aware of the formidable reputation Jiang Jinlong maintained, which compelled them to gather and assess his current strength. If anyone remained loyal to Jiang Jinlong, it was undoubtedly the elderly man sipping tea before them. When they arrived, Wan Hongshan and his companions had prepared 2 plans. If Jiang Jinlong had merely lost his reputation, they would maintain a facade of politeness. As they were no longer the same individuals willing to acknowledge him as their leader, if he still possessed hidden power, they would strive to negotiate a cooperative arrangement without severing ties. However, Jiang Gong saw through their intentions immediately and revealed nothing, leaving Wan Hongshan and his companions frustrated. Ultimately, they left the tea house in discontent. As they exited, Huang Biao asserted, I will not relinquish my hard-earned company to Jiang Jinlong. The times have changed, and I refuse to believe he can turn the tides upon his release. You are right, Brother Huang. We were once Jiang Jinlong's subordinates, but the wealth we hold now is the fruit of our own labor over the years. If he demands too much, we must unite against him, Wan Hongshan agreed. Bai Xiuwen and Bai Xiu nodded in agreement, stating, the Qi family's land is a vast vortex. If Jiang Jinlong desires it, we may concede. But if he seeks money from us, he will receive none. Indeed none. Wan Hongshan, Huang Biao, Bai Xiuwen, and Bai Xiu reached a unanimous consensus. They were no longer the individuals they once were, and they had no intention of returning to being Jiang Jinlong's subordinates. I am unaware of these matters, and the Qi family is also not particularly informed. To outsiders, it may seem that after the collapse of the 168 group, the assets were possibly transferred to the 4 individuals of Wan Hongshan. However, the reality is far from this. After the departure of these 4, Jiang Gong gazed at their retreating figures, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes as he muttered under his breath, humph, for oblivious fools. They were never qualified to undermine Jinlong back then, yet now they act as if they had become astute. The assets that had been transferred to the United States were accounted for, and after years of investment, the current amount stands at a middle-aged man in his 40s entered and handed a folder to the elderly gentleman with white hair. Jiang Gong opened the folder, nodded, and remarked, once Jinlong emerges, this money will suffice for him to rise again. As for Wan Hongshan, Huang Biao, and the other petty figures, let them bask in glory for a while. When the time comes, we shall reclaim all the assets they clandestinely appropriated from the 168 group. Though Wan Hongshan and his companions did not directly benefit from the collapse of Jiang Jinlong's 168 group, they nonetheless covertly absorbed a significant amount of assets belonging to the company. This explains how they managed to expand their businesses into their current scale within a mere decade. As their 3 groups thrived on the foundation laid by the colossal 168 group, the news of Jiang Jinlong's imminent release from prison not only caused concern for Wan Hongshan and Huang Biao, but also instilled fear among the forces in Fushan City. as Jiang Zhenlong had once navigated both the lawful and unlawful realms with ease. The most apprehensive were Li Chong and Yao Jiozhi from the Southern District, as they were newly ascendant figures who had never crossed paths with Jiang Zhenlong, having only heard whispers of his name. It was later revealed to me that when Li from the North City, Ilu Feng Transportation Company, and Huang Matzi from the Flower Snake Gang were once Jiang Zhenlong's capable assistants in the underworld. Even while imprisoned, Jiang Zhenlong managed to control funds in America through Jiangong and exert influence in Fushan through Li and Huang Matzi. Truly a formidable character. I was the first to learn about the Qi family's half-land transfer, indicating his significant underground power in Fushan City. Days later, Wan Hongshan, Huang Biao, and the Bai brothers, Bai Xiuwen and Bai Xiuwu, received the news. One day, the four gathered at the Tianfu Club owned by Huang Biao. Have you heard? Half of the Qi family's land has been transferred to a company named Murphy. Huang Biao was the first to speak. Wan Hongshan and the others nodded in acknowledgement. I had someone investigate, and Murphy Corporation has no ties to Jiang Zhenlong. The legal representative is a man named Wang Mo, but I discovered that it is actually Ouyang Zhangwo's daughter, Ouyang Feier, who is running it, Bai Xiuwen stated. Could it be that Wang Mo is merely a fade? Is the government truly behind this? Wan Hongshan's gaze shifted, contemplating the possibility. It is plausible. The Qi family's shantytown has become a thorn in the government side. If Jiang Zhenlong emerges and challenges the Qi family, the officials may find it unbearable, Bai Xiuwen nodded, his initial reaction also inclining towards the thought that Murphy Corporation might have government connections. If there is indeed government involvement, we can invest in acquiring it for development. The government lacks sufficient funds for such projects and will rely on our three conglomerates, Huang Biao suggested. Calm down, brother Huang. Let us observe for now. After all, Jiang Zhenlong is about to be released. Wan Hongshan and the others shook their heads in disagreement with Huang Biao's proposal. Ultimately, they reached a consensus to wait until Jiang Zhenlong's release before making any decisions. 3 days later, Huang Wei learned of the situation and clandestinely brought a few individuals to our Murphy company, concealing it from his father. At that moment, Ouyang Feier and I were idly chatting in the office. Wang Mo relinquished the Qi family's land, Huang Wei declared arrogantly upon entering. I cast a glance at him, inwardly pondering where this fool derived his confidence. He always strutted in such a manner, believing that a handful of money made him invincible. It seemed I had been too lenient on him before. Huang Wei, please leave. Ouyang Feier stood up, pointing towards the door. Feier, I'm here to discuss business. You can't just kick your customers out, Huang Wei retorted with a smirk. Since young Master Huang is here to conduct business, please have a seat, I smiled at him, contemplating my next move. Huang Wei lounged on the sofa, crossing his legs, and said, Wang Mo, transfer the Qi family's land to our Huang group. If you hold on to it, you won't know how you perish. Huang Wei wore a mysterious expression. Very well, what price do you propose, young Master Huang? I maintained my smile. 500 million. How about that? You've probably never seen so much money in your life, Huang Wei scoffed after announcing the sum. Wow, what a lot of pocket change. I feigned surprise. All right, sign here, and 500 million will be yours. Huang Wei genuinely regarded me as a simpleton and tossed a contract on my desk, expecting me to comply. In an instant, I flipped my demeanor, seized the contract, and hurled it back at Huang Wei's face, scolding, get lost. I have no time for your nonsense. If you want to buy, bring 50 billion. I was furious, not taking his arrogance lightly. Wang Mo, I see you wish to court disaster. I'm coming to buy your land to save you. Yet you get out. Huang Wei continued to prattle, but I abruptly stood up and raised my hand towards him. He immediately cowered and fled, having previously tasted my ferocity. Originally, he intended to summon Yao Jiozhi's underlings to teach me a lesson, but upon learning that it was me, Yao Jiozhi's scar-faced thug shook his head vigorously, refusing the job regardless of the pay, which left Huang Wei utterly frustrated. Today, he had assumed that as a country bumpkin, 500 million would daze me, and once the land was in his hands, he would flaunt his success before his father. Unfortunately, things did not go as he had hoped. Young Master Huang, it seems Wang Mo has offended Hua Snake Gang's Zhuo Qinglong, one of Huang Wei's assistants remarked as they drove away. Really? Huang Wei's eyes lit up. I heard from others that Wang Mo had an altercation with someone from the Hua Snake Gang at a disco. Excellent. Can either of you get in touch with Zhuo Qinglong from the Hua Snake Gang? Huang Wei's two assistants were primarily there to indulge him in revelry and stir up trouble, offering little help with business matters. I know a friend who is acquainted with one of Zhuo Qinglong's subordinates. I'll try to reach out. Good. Contact them immediately and say I'm treating Zhuo Qinglong to a meal. Huang Wei's excitement surged. Though Yao Jiuzhi had a bit of a reputation in the South District, he was not in the same league as the Hua Snake Gang, which was a true force in the underworld, operating according to the code of the streets with loyalty, yet also displaying a ruthless streak. I dismissed Huang Wei, intending to first amass wealth before dealing a blow to the Huang group, rendering Huang Wei a pauper and forcing him to pay the price for leveraging Ouyang Fei'er. While Fei'er had moved on from this incident, I had not forgotten. A gentleman does not forget a grudge. However, my primary focus remained on Jiang Zhenlong, who would be released in half a month. A seismic shift in Fushan City was about to unfold. Chapter 41. The first meeting, I was unaware of Huang Wei's relentless pursuit of Zhuo Qinglong from the Hua Snake Gang. Even if I had known, I would not have taken it to heart, as all my energy was directed toward the imminent release of Jiang Zhenlong. Not only I, but nearly all factions in Fushan City were closely watching Jiang Zhenlong, and even the government regarded this matter with utmost seriousness. Tomorrow, Jiang Zhenlong will be released from prison. Before his release, only Huang Wei approached me and Ouyang Fei'er, expressing an interest in purchasing half of the property rights we hold in the Qijia slum area. No one else has made a move. Wang Mo, what do you think will happen after Jiang Zhenlong is released? Ouyang Fei'er appeared quite anxious. I don't know. Regardless of his actions, if he wishes to acquire something, he must pay for it. If he attempts to seize it through force or underhanded methods, I will stand my ground, I shrugged nonchalantly. Wang Mo, there's something I must tell you now, but please forgive me first. Ouyang Fei'er bit her lip, gathering courage to speak. What is it? I was taken aback. Please forgive me first. All right, I forgive you. Wang Montak, I disclosed our agreement with the Qijia family to my father, and he shared this matter with Uncle Zhao. A hint of apology crossed Ouyang Fei'er's face. I had entrusted her with keeping this a secret, but she had faltered. I furrowed my brow for a moment, but quickly relaxed. Who is Uncle Zhao? Zhao Weiman. Ouyang Fei'er replied. Our local official from Fushan City? I exclaimed in surprise. Yes, she nodded. So, your father. He is also a city leader and was once a comrade of Uncle Zhao. I had only known that Ouyang Zhangwo was a leader in some bureau, unaware that he held a significant position and had a former comrade relationship with the top official. What did Zhao Weiman say? He advised us to consider the government, the country, and the people, and not just focus on profit. It would be best to resolve this matter perfectly, Ouyang Fei'er said. What does thinking of the country and the people mean, if not allowing us to cheaply hand over the land to Jiang Zhenlong and avoid trouble? I felt a wave of discontent wash over me upon hearing Ouyang Fei'er's words. It's not about selling it for a pittance. It's just close enough. He can't intimidate Jiang Zhenlong. We won't be the scapegoats. This matter ends here. I shook my head. What nonsense. Bullies always target the weak. Jiang Zhenlong is formidable. And so is the Qijia family. The honest will be oppressed. This is unjust. Why should the virtuous be victimized? The suffering of the honest indicates a societal illness. Only when the virtuous are protected and the wicked punished can society thrive. Ouyang Fei'er appeared hesitant to speak, but, seeing my expression, refrained from further urging me, simply stating, Uncle Zhao is not that kind of person. Since childhood, I have admired the life of chivalry, valuing loyalty to one's conscience. It is impossible for me to compromise my will or engage in pretense with villains. I have always detested the oppression of the honest, and the thought of being forced into submission is utterly unacceptable. When faced with adversity, I shall confront it. If Jiang Zhenlong desires something, he must pay for it. If he seeks my life, he must offer his own in exchange. The following day, no one came to the office. It was eerily quiet. On the third day during the day, still no one arrived. In the afternoon, Ouyang Fei'er left early, and with nowhere else to go, I remained in the office, idly passing the time. At 5 o'clock, as I prepared to close up for dinner, a Mercedes-Benz pulled up in front of the office. Two men in black suits and sunglasses emerged from the vehicle. One approached me and inquired, Are you Mr. Wang Mo? I glanced at him and then at the Mercedes. My intuition sharpening, and I nodded, Yes, what is it? Please get in. Our boss wishes to speak with you. Kidnapping? I shot a sidelong glance at the man in black. After you. He gestured with a flourish. Not interested, I turned to walk away, feeling no fear of these bodyguards. Mr. Wang, since you have the courage to take on the Qijia land, why not join Jiang for a meal? A deep, husky voice called from the car. revealing that Jiang Jinlong was inside. I halted abruptly and leaned to catch a glimpse within, spotting a man in his 50s with a square face, a beard, dressed in traditional attire, his hair meticulously styled and his clothes exquisitely tailored. His aura exuded nobility, and though he bore a slight smile, it commanded a palpable sense of authority. Indeed, Jiang Jinlong was a figure of significance. His mere presence overshadowed most. Mr. Jiang invites you. How could Wang dare refuse? Recognizing Jiang Jinlong in the car, I understood that I had no choice but to accept his invitation. With a smile, I climbed into the Mercedes. Mr. Wang, such bravery. Are you not afraid that getting in easily might lead to difficulty in getting out? Jiang Jinlong's words held double meaning. Haha, Mr. Jiang is jesting. A man of your stature wouldn't need to handle matters personally if you wish to deal with Wang, I replied with a chuckle. However, the mood shifted as Jiang Jinlong's tone turned serious. I want the land you hold from the Qijia family. His assertion left no room for negotiation. Certainly, I replied readily, smiling. As long as Mr. Jiang can meet the price, we can sign the transfer agreement immediately. But in the next moment, cold sweat trickled down my cheek as a gun was pressed against my temple. Jiang Jinlong had drawn his weapon swiftly, catching me completely off guard. The metallic sensation in my temple made it clear this was indeed a real gun. Mr. Wang, what price do you have in mind? Jiang Jinlong asked. The gun still aimed at me. 30 billion RMB. My mind raced for a strategy. Ouyang Feier had consulted the most professional institutions to assess the land's value, which would not exceed 20 billion. Although the gun was at my head, I gritted my teeth and blurted out an exorbitant figure. How much? Click. The sound of the gun's safety being disengaged rang in my ears. 30 billion RMB. My life is worth that much, not a penny less. Faced with life and death, I chose to gamble. I doubted Jiang Jinlong would dare to kill right after his release. If I were to perish, CCTV footage would record the event, ensuring he could not escape responsibility. I gambled that he was merely trying to intimidate me, and my wager was my own life. Although the stakes were high, my grandfather instilled in me a sense of pride that forbade me from bowing to Jiang Jinlong. A man can be killed, but not humiliated. If I yield at the barrel of his gun, my life would be over. Bold of you, I shall grant you what you desire. Jiang Jinlong's voice turned chillingly cold. The shift in his tone intensified the pressure on me. Would he dare to kill? In the next second, I brushed aside those thoughts, turning suddenly to face Jiang Jinlong, shifting the gun from my temple to my forehead. If I blink, I might as well be dead. I glared at Jiang Jinlong, unwavering. Suddenly, the trigger was pulled without warning, producing a sharp sound. My heart raced. My body tingled as if jolted by electricity. My muscles tensed, veins bulged. Yet my eyelids remained defiantly open, fixed on Jiang Jinlong. Haha, a true man. I recall the last time I played this game. The other fellow was so terrified he wet himself. Jiang Jinlong suddenly burst into laughter, tossing the handgun aside. Just a toy gun, merely a jest with Mr. Wang. No offense intended. No offense. My rage ignited instantly as I launched my left elbow like lightning toward his throat. However, Jiang Jinlong seemed to anticipate my move. His right hand transformed into a claw, swiftly grasping my elbow. In an instant, a searing pain shot through my left elbow, a dark force coursing through my body, leaving me momentarily weak. Damn, internal energy. I gasped inwardly. Crack. Seizing my moment of vulnerability, Jiang Jinlong executed a wrist lock, twisting my left arm behind my back while pressing my head against the car window. Has the fire been extinguished, Mr. Wang? Go to hell, I thought fiercely, and as his grip on my neck loosened slightly, I suddenly slammed my head backward into his face. Bang! A sharp pain shot through Jiang Jinlong's nose, blood streaming forth as my strike blossomed like a peach blossom. Crack! Ouch! Yet in the next moment, my left arm was wrenched away, and with a brutal force, he slammed my head against the window, producing a resounding thud. My vision darkened, stars dancing before my eyes, and my left arm lost all sensation. But my retaliation was swift and fierce. I pivoted to the right, executing a golden dragon coiling pillar move, my right elbow pressed against my ribs, crashing toward Jiang Jinlong while my right hand clawed toward his throat. A dual attack, first to the solar plexus, then to the throat. Jiang Jinlong, caught off guard, believed that disarming my left arm had neutralized my threat. He did not foresee my counterattack arriving at his chest in an instant. Bang! Pain shot through Jiang Jinlong's chest, his facial muscles convulsing as I poured all my strength into that elbow strike. My right hand swiftly seized his throat. Yet, before I could apply pressure, the bodyguard sitting above suddenly produced a handgun, pressing it against my head. The sound of the bullet being chambered echoed ominously. This was a genuine firearm, and the bullet was already in the chamber. As the bodyguard's gun was drawn, my hand released its grip on Jiang Jinlong's neck. For I understood that with Jiang Jinlong's mastery of internal energy, I could not swiftly snap his neck, but the bodyguard's gun could obliterate my own head in an instant. A wise man does not rush into danger. It was not yet time for a true fight, so I ultimately relinquished my hold. Chapter 42. Jiang, cough cough. Jiang Jinlong cleared his throat, straightening his clothes and hair, wiping the blood from his face with a tissue before finally turning to me. Put the gun away. He glared at the bodyguard, who promptly lowered the weapon, ejecting the bullet and securing the safety. I gazed at Jiang Jinlong, pondering how this situation would unfold. Little brother, you are indeed a man. I admire you. Come work with me. I have only one daughter, soon returning from the United States. You shall be my son-in-law, and this floating city will be our domain. Jiang Jinlong appraised me, speaking as if I were a prize. I could hardly believe his words. My expression momentarily stunned. I replied, I'm not interested. Jiang Jinlong remained unfazed, scrutinizing me before asking, You practice Xingyi Quan? I nodded, gently cradling my left arm before suddenly snapping it back into place with a sharp crack, enduring the pain to restore my dislocated limb. During this time, Jiang Jinlong merely observed without interference. After reattaching my arm, I spoke, 30 billion RMB for the land. If you're interested, come find me. Now, I wish to exit the vehicle. Once you become my son-in-law, I can offer you not just 30 billion, but 300 billion, Jiang Jinlong persisted. I reiterated, I'm not interested. I refuse to live off others. You have character. In a couple of days, my daughter Jiang Yi will return. Perhaps you two could befriend one another. Jiang Jinlong seemed intent on matchmaking, leaving me speechless. Just moments ago, we had battled fiercely, and now he was offering his daughter to me. Either he was delusional, or I was mishearing. I had no desire to remain in Jiang Jinlong's car any longer, uncertain of what further antics he might devise. I called out again, Stop the car. Jiang Jinlong glanced at me, then gently tapped the driver's shoulder, prompting the Mercedes to halt swiftly at the roadside. I opened the door, stepped out, and walked away without looking back. Such character, such courage, reminiscent of my own younger days, Jiang Jinlong muttered softly after I had distanced myself. Well, I was too far to hear. Damn it, I was utterly humiliated today. I have never faced such a significant setback in my life, twice held at gunpoint, and during our struggle, Jiang Jinlong had neutralized my strength with his internal energy and dislocated my arm. Thankfully, I gritted my teeth and retaliated. Otherwise, my first encounter with Jiang Jinlong would have ended in utter defeat. After contemplating for a while, I felt a swell of pride. Could it be that I possess such charm? Jiang Jinlong is determined to marry his daughter off to me? Alas, how had I never realized my own allure before? I did not share this episode with Ouyang Feier. In the subsequent days, Jiang Jinlong did not seek me out, as if he were in no rush to develop the Qijia shantytown. A week passed, and Ouyang Feier and I remained idle. Wang Mo, could we be mistaken? Jiang Jinlong may not want that land at all. Ouyang Feier expressed her doubts. Impossible. He sought that land over a decade ago, after all these years. He desires it even more. It is a wound in his heart. Unless he secures it, he shall find no peace in his life, I replied with certainty. In truth, Jiang Jinlong had already approached me, engaged in combat, and even proposed marrying his daughter to me. I simply chose not to disclose these events to Ouyang Feier. Then why has he not approached us since his release? Ouyang Feier questioned, puzzled. This is a psychological game. Surely, as a top student, you understand? The more you desire something, the more you must feign indifference. Only then can you negotiate effectively. I spoke with confidence, but psychological warfare requires finesse. If we linger too long, he may not fear that we will relinquish the land. Ouyang Feier furrowed her brow. At the very least, we should find someone to make contact and probe the price. I shrugged, remaining silent, as I had already communicated the price of 30 billion RMB to Jiang Jinlong. Suddenly, as Ouyang Feier and I discussed Jiang Jinlong, a red BMW pulled up in front of our office. A stunning woman emerged from the vehicle, clad in a black dress and dark sunglasses, her long, golden waves cascading down her back. With flawless white legs adorned in black high-heeled sandals, her toenails painted black. She possessed a remarkable figure, with slender, pale legs, an alluring S-curve, and height comparable to Ouyang Fei'er. As she entered, she removed her sunglasses, and in that instant, my eyes widened with delight. Indeed, she was a stunning beauty, equally as captivating as Ouyang Fei'er. To put it succinctly, if Ouyang Fei'er were an ice beauty, then this woman was a sun-kissed beauty. As soon as she removed her sunglasses, the room seemed to brighten significantly. "Hello, may I inquire if this is the Murphy Company?" The radiant beauty smiled naturally. "Yes, Ouyang Fei'er," and I stood up. "I am Xingyi, and you must be Wang Mo, so you're Ouyang Fei'er?" Jiang extended her hand toward us with enthusiasm. Upon hearing her name, I recalled a conversation I had with Jiang Zhenlong a week ago, who mentioned that his daughter was also named Jiang Yi. Goodness, that old fellow must be trying to use a beauty ploy on me. I must remain vigilant. However, this girl is extraordinarily beautiful. If not for Ouyang Fei'er by my side, I might have succumbed to her charms. I secretly heightened my alertness and shook Jiang Yi's hand. "May I ask what brings you here, Miss Jiang?" Ouyang Fei'er inquired. "I am the general manager of Group 168. Here to discuss matters regarding the ancestral land of the Qi family," Jiang Yi replied, her smile unwavering and composed. "Please have a seat." I regained my composure, shaken out of my reverie by her beauty. The three of us settled on the sofa and commenced a lengthy discussion. Jiang Yi began. "I understand that while your company possesses land, you lack the funds for development. Therefore, Group 168 seeks to collaborate with you to develop the land you hold." Just as I was about to respond, I noticed Ouyang Fei'er subtly signaling me, compelling me to sip my tea slowly, relinquishing the negotiations to her. "Miss Jiang, although our company lacks funds, we can mortgage the land to the bank and secure a loan for development," Ouyang Fei'er countered. "You are indeed correct. But while you can mortgage the land for a loan, my understanding is that the bank would not extend more than 500 million RMB for that parcel. This amount would be insufficient for your needs. Am I mistaken?" Jiang Yi maintained her smile. "This girl is quite formidable. It appears she came well prepared." I mused internally, for she was accurate in her assessment. The bank would not offer more than 500 million for the land, a fact Ouyang Fei'er had already confirmed. At that moment, Ouyang Fei'er exhibited her assertive side, undeterred by Jiang Yi's precise statements. She replied with a smile, "Miss Jiang, I wonder if you have visited that shanty town or conducted an on-site inspection. It is situated by the Mo River, surrounded by upscale residential areas and bustling commercial districts. Given this prime location, development would be profitable. We could easily secure loans of 20 or 30 billion from the bank. However, the reality is more complex. If we possessed an intact parcel, the bank would be eager to lend. Yet we only hold a fraction, while the majority remains with the Qi family. The Qi family is renowned in Fushan, and thus the bank harbors significant reservations about lending a substantial amount. If the Qi family opts not to develop, this small portion would lack the necessary infrastructure and marketability, as it connects with three sides to land owned by the Wei family. The bank fears losses and has thus only agreed to lend 500 million. Furthermore, the Qi patriarch signed a contract to sell the land, not to develop it, and sold it at a premium to Jiang Zhenlong. They require cash. Wei Gong had approached the bank previously, but calculated that securing a loan would necessitate his clan vacating the ancestral land, as repaying the loan would require selling the property at a high price to affluent buyers, and at least 2/3 of the land would need to be sold to cover the debt. Conversely, the Qi patriarch's intention is to allow his clan to remain on ancestral land. The land transfer contract he signed with me aims to use 2/5 of the land to finance the development of the remaining 3/5, which is a more advantageous arrangement than a bank loan. 3/5 of the land is sufficient for the Qi family to continue residing there, but 1/3 clearly falls short. As for the additional funds, I would need to extract them from Jiang Zhenlong. In essence, Jiang Zhenlong is determined to acquire this land. The Qi family is reluctant to sell entirely and does not wish to confront him directly. Hence I serve as the intermediary, earning a 1% commission. If I can withstand Jiang Zhenlong's pressure, a commission of tens of millions awaits. If I falter, all will be in vain. Chapter 43. The banquet at Hongmen, Ouyang Fei'er and Jiang Yi engaged in a fierce duel of wits, neither yielding an inch. Jiang Yi recognized our vulnerability, our lack of funds and inability to secure a bank loan. Thus she pressed for a lower price, while we were aware of Jiang Jinlong's weaknesses, compelling Ouyang Feier to stand her ground. We propose a collaborative development. We provide the capital, you provide the land. And the final profits would be 60% for us and 40% for you. This is the final offer from Group 168, Jiang Yi stated. Before Ouyang Feier could respond, I interjected, we are only selling the land. We are not interested in collaborative development. If your Group 168 wishes to purchase our land, you must demonstrate sincerity. Sincerity? I am here as a representative of Group 168, Jiang Yi replied, casting a glance my way. I'll reiterate, we are not interested in collaborating with any company. We are simply selling, I insisted. Very well, what price do you propose for the land you possess? Jiang Yi inquired, furrowing her brows. 3 billion, I stated. Oh my God, you might as well rob a bank. Jiang Yi exclaimed, her excitement leading her to slip into English, having just returned from the United States. If your Group 168 doesn't want it, there is no need to say we're robbing a bank, I responded innocently. If you lack sincerity, then let it be. I shall take my leave. Jiang Yi snapped her folder shut and rose to depart. My gaze remained fixed on her retreating figure as Ouyang Feier whispered, if you keep staring, your eyes might fall out. I quickly diverted my gaze back to Ouyang Feier, grinning. Are you jealous? Not at all. Ouyang Feier pinched her nose, revealing a hint of exhaustion. The recent verbal sparring with Jiang Yi had been mentally taxing. What shall we do next? Jiang Jinlong will surely not accept 30 billion. 30 billion, not a penny less, I asserted. Actually, if we sold for 20 billion, we would still profit 20 million. Ouyang Feier attempted to persuade me, but I waved my hand, causing her to swallow her words. I had an agreement with the Qi patriarch, although it was not explicitly stated in the contract. He would require at least 25 billion for the development of the remaining land. Thus, we must sell for 30 billion. I am confident that Jiang Jinlong will ultimately purchase it, for this land is a thorn in his side. Until he possesses it, he will feel the pain each day. Everyone has their own demons. For instance, if you are dismissed from a company, it could be a severe blow to your self-esteem, lingering in your mind for an extended period. However, if you resign voluntarily, your confidence remains intact, and you suffer no harm. This is the most fundamental of everyday mental struggles. Jiang Jinlong, because of this land, not only lost his position at Group 168, but also endured over a decade of imprisonment. How could he not be haunted by this? He is undeniably determined to acquire this land. If he fails to do so, his peace of mind will elude him for the rest of his life. The more capable a person is, the heavier their burdens of the heart. The practice of martial arts often encounters psychological obstacles, commonly referred to as bottlenecks. I have been stuck at the 11th meridian for 5 years. Had it not been for the upheaval in my family 5 years ago, I might have already traversed the 12 primary meridians and cultivated my inner strength. Once, my grandfather regarded me as a prodigy in martial arts, believing I had the potential to connect the Ren and Du meridians, cleanse my internal organs, enhance my brain, and ultimately achieve a state of effortless mastery. Regrettably, due to that tremendous upheaval 5 years ago, my internal skills have made no progress whatsoever. This represents my psychological barrier, my bottleneck. Everyone faces such inner demons, albeit in varying degrees. Jiang Yi stormed back to the office, fuming. It is worth mentioning that before his release from prison, Jiang Jinlong had already acquired a building in the city center. Upon his release, the 168 group promptly resumed operations, with his first business venture targeting the Q family slum area. Who has angered my little princess? Jiang Jinlong inquired with a smile as he observed his daughter, Jiang Yi, hurrying into his office. That Wang has no sincerity whatsoever. I spent days crafting a cooperative development project, and he didn't even bother to glance at it, insisting he only sells and does not develop. Do you know how much he's asking, Dad? Jiang Yi exclaimed, still seething with frustration. How much? Jiang Jinlong asked. 30 billion RMB. He might as well rob a bank, Jiang Yi declared, plopping down onto the sofa. My dear, do not be angry. This fellow thinks he has me at his mercy, Jiang Jinlong consoled, pouring his beloved daughter a cup of tea. Dad, is that piece of land truly that important to you? After all these years, Jiang Yi's words trailed off abruptly as she noticed a glint of coldness in her father's eyes, prompting her to fall silent. The ancestral land of the Q family must be secured, Jiang Jinlong stated with unwavering determination. However, Wang's asking price is utterly outrageous. I had someone assess it, And the land is worth at most 20 billion, Jiang Yi retorted, pouting. Dad, since you're so determined to buy it, I will negotiate with him tomorrow and ensure the price remains within 20 billion. Jiang Jinlong shook his head. That rascal will not lower his price. He intends to sell it to me at a high price. If that is the case, shall we simply purchase it? Jiang Yi cautiously inquired, looking into her father's eyes. Jiang Jinlong did not respond, but instead changed the subject. You should invite Wang for dinner tonight. Ah, why? Jiang Yi was taken aback. Wang resembles the young me, daring, ruthless, and intelligent. He is also a disciple of Xingyi, a person of the martial world. He is, in essence, a younger version of myself, and I like him. I wish for him to be my son-in-law, Jiang Jinlong replied earnestly. What? I cannot agree to that. Dad, I already have a boyfriend. Jiang Yi protested. That fellow will? He can forget about becoming my son-in-law for life. Jiang Jinlong countered. Why? Is there something wrong with Will? On the surface, he appears formidable, but deep down he is a coward. I have a keen eye for people, and in a few days, I will provide him with a sum to return to America. If he refuses, I shall break his third leg, Jiang Jinlong stated without a hint of negotiation. No, you must not treat Will that way. I love him, and he loves me. Jiang Yi resisted. I'm doing this for your own good. Now go and invite Wang for dinner. I refuse, Jiang Yi stated firmly. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Jinlong suggested, then I will arrange it. You will accompany your father. Aye. It is settled. Jiang Gong, arrange a dinner with Wang, and tell him I am inviting him to the Yunhai Hotel. Jiang Jinlong commanded before Jiang Yi could protest further. That evening, I had intended to invite Ouyang Feier for dinner, but unexpectedly, a subordinate of Jiang Jinlong called to inform me that Jiang Jinlong had reserved a table at the Yunhai Hotel for dinner tonight. After a moment's consideration, I agreed. I will go too, Ouyang Feier said. I shook my head in refusal, fearing that Jiang Jinlong might set a trap for me. The last time we were in the car, he had pointed a gun at my head twice. I could not predict what might happen during dinner. Alone, I could manage to escape if anything went awry, but if Ouyang Feier accompanied me, it could hinder my ability to protect her. Therefore, I was resolute in my decision to keep Ouyang Feier from joining me. Feier, Jiang Jinlong, is not a good person. His invitation is likely a trap. If something goes wrong, I may not be able to protect you, I cautioned. Ouyang Feier, being astute, nodded in understanding. You must be careful. If anything happens, call the police immediately and contact me as soon as you return. Rest assured, I will see what schemes Jiang Jinlong has in store, I replied, offering her a reassuring smile. She then handed me the keys to her Wrangler, saying, today, the car is yours. It may come in handy if anything happens. All right. I nodded, accepting the keys. After work, Ouyang Feier took a taxi home for dinner while I drove the SUV towards the Yunhai Hotel. Not long after leaving the office, I noticed a black Land Rover following closely behind me. As I drove, I pondered Jiang Jinlong's intentions, why he had invited me for dinner, whether it was a trap, and how I might extricate myself if necessary. My thoughts consumed me, causing me to overlook the vehicle tailing me. Due to the evening rush hour, it took me 40 minutes to reach the Yunhai Hotel. After parking, I made my way inside. Shortly after entering, Huang Wei emerged from the black Land Rover that had been following me, hastening towards me while dialing a number on his phone. Unaware that Huang Wei had entered the hotel as well, I chose to ignore him. Compared to Jiang Jinlong, Huang Wei was merely a nuisance. I proceeded to the top-floor revolving restaurant of the Yunhai Hotel, which Jiang Jinlong had reserved entirely. The top floor features a revolving restaurant that accommodates around 20 diners, surrounded by glass, offering a panoramic view of the night skyline of Foshanchi. Upon reaching the entrance, I noticed two bodyguards in black suits and sunglasses flanking the door, alongside an elderly man with white hair. Upon seeing me, the elderly man approached and said, "Are you Mr. Wang Mo?" Yes, I nodded. "Please come in, Mr. Jiang has been waiting for you." He gestured for me to enter. With my posture straight and head held high, I walked into the revolving restaurant, where 3 individuals were seated. In addition to Jiang Jinlong, I was surprised to find Jiang Yi there, along with a young Caucasian man. "Wang Mo, come and sit." Jiang Jinlong beckoned as I entered, displaying a familiarity that caught me off guard. Initially, I had approached with a stance ready for confrontation, but Jiang Jinlong's warm demeanor disarmed me, causing my earlier vigilance to falter. I quickly adjusted my expression, smiling as I approached him. "Mr. Jiang, what is the purpose of this dinner invitation?" I inquired. "Do not be anxious. Take a seat. It is merely a meal, Nothing of great significance, Jiang Jinlong replied. Oh, I wore a skeptical expression. Today, we shall not discuss business, Jiang Jinlong continued. As the host wishes. Very well, Mr. Jiang. Please have the waiter serve the dishes, Jiang Jinlong called out to an elderly man at the entrance, then gestured towards Jiang He, introducing her to me. This is my daughter, Jiang He. You must have met this morning. Indeed, I have. Greetings, Miss Jiang. I nodded, offering her a smile. Jiang He let out a disdainful huff, leaning toward a Caucasian man named Will beside her. Jiang Jinlong did not introduce this American, seemingly disregarding his presence. However, Will stood up, extending his hand towards me. Hello? I am Will, Jiang Yi's boyfriend. I glanced at Jiang Jinlong, then at Jiang Yi, perplexed. What scheme were this father and daughter concocting, and why had they brought an outsider? Despite my confusion, I stood up out of basic courtesy, shook Will's hand lightly, and said, hello. Soon after, Jiang Yi exchanged affectionate greetings with Will, while Jiang Jinlong appeared quite amiable. A stark contrast to the preceding week, when he had threatened me with a fake gun. However, I remained alert, uncertain if he was truly sane. As Mr. Jiang went to summon the waiter, the grand entrance of the revolving restaurant was suddenly thrust open with a loud bang. I furrowed my brow and stood up, my muscles tensing, ready for confrontation. Yet, upon looking at Jiang Jinlong, I noticed a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes, his earlier jovial demeanor replaced with a frost-laden expression. 4 individuals barged in, led by Huang Wei, whom I recognized, followed by another familiar face, Zhuo Qinglong of the Flower Snake Gang. This was the same individual who had attempted to harass Ouyang Feier during our previous nightclub visit. Had he not fled then, I would have ensured he could not recognize his own mother. Unbeknownst to me, Huang Wei had been seeking an opportunity to settle scores with me, but his lackey, Scarface Joe, had refrained from taking on the task. Upon discovering my conflict with Zhuo Qinglong, he had connected with him. The moment I left the office today, Huang Wei had followed me in his car, and upon my arrival at Yunhai Grand Hotel, he promptly contacted Zhuo Qinglong, who was conveniently nearby, bringing along 2 henchmen. Thus, the scene of their abrupt entrance unfolded. Brothers, this is the bastard, Huang Wei pointed at me, smugly addressing Zhuo Qinglong. However, as he turned to face Zhuo Qinglong, he sensed something was amiss. Zhuo's face had turned pale, trembling slightly. Brother Zhuo, what is the matter? Isn't this the little brat who offended you the other day? Just break one of his legs and slap. Zhuo Qinglong delivered a fierce slap across Huang Wei's face, instantly swelling one side. Huang Wei stared at Zhuo baffled, unable to comprehend why someone he had summoned would strike him. Brother Zhuo, what are you doing? Shut your mouth. Zhuo Qinglong roared, kicking Huang Wei to the ground. Gesturing to his 2 henchmen, they quickly dragged the still yelling Huang Wei toward the exit. Wait. Jiang Jinlong interjected. I could see that as he spoke, Zhuo Qinglong trembled even more violently. He urgently instructed his henchmen, wait, bring him back. Huang Wei was dragged back. What is happening? I pondered. Though one thing was clear. Huang Wei and Zhuo Qinglong's presence was not orchestrated by Jiang Jinlong. As it was not his arrangement, I slowly resumed my seat, curiously observing Jiang Jinlong, contemplating, you invite me for a meal, and now someone disrupts, clearly disrespecting you. I am eager to witness how much influence remains with someone who once held such power in Fushan City after all these years. Since it did not concern me, I adopted a detached attitude, prepared to watch the unfolding drama. Brother Zhuo, what is the meaning of this? I invite guests for a meal, and you come to ruin it. Jiang Jinlong's voice was not loud, yet I sensed a trace of coldness in his tone. Thud! Zhuo Qinglong suddenly knelt, exclaiming, brother, it is all a misunderstanding. Had I known you were hosting, I wouldn't have dared to intrude. Is that so? I find that hard to believe. Given you've spent over a decade in prison, and now you behave as if you are above it all. Jiang Jinlong's tone grew increasingly frigid. I understood his ire. Many years prior, even a glance from him would have sent someone like Zhuo Qinglong trembling. Now, freshly released from prison, to have his gathering interrupted like this was a severe blow to his dignity. In the world of the underworld, face matters significantly, and Jiang Jinlong, just out of prison, was particularly sensitive to his reputation. Please spare me, brother Jiang. It is all a misunderstanding. Huang paid me to. Zhuo Qinglong genuinely appeared frightened, while Huang Wei, who was oblivious to Jiang Jinlong's identity, felt the tension in the air. He knew their gang leader, Hua Matzi, would not dare breathe in Jiang Jinlong's presence. And now he had disrupted Jiang Jinlong's meal, filled with regret and wishing to turn on Huang Wei. Enough, Jiang Jinlong waved his hand, and Zhuo Qinglong ceased his pleas. You claim this man wanted you to break Wang Mo's leg? Jiang Jinlong queried Zhuo Qinglong. Yes, brother Jiang. Is he Huang Biao's son? Indeed. In that case, proceed to break his leg, Jiang Jinlong commanded. Understood, brother Jiang. Zhuo Qinglong, now filled with animosity toward Huang Wei, no longer sought to plead. Standing up to retrieve a baton from one of his henchmen, glaring at Huang Wei. Brother Zhuo, what are you doing? Who is this old man? Huang Wei's face twisted in shock. I will offer you 1 million, no, 2 million. With that, Zhuo Qinglong raised the baton and struck Huang Wei's left knee with force. The sound of shattering bone echoed clearly. It hurts terribly. My father will not spare you. Nor you all. My father is Huang Biao, chairman of the Huang Group. He will not let this go. Huang Wei's left leg was rendered useless, the excruciating pain nearly causing him to lose consciousness, his screams reverberating through the revolving restaurant. Very well. Very well. Jiang Jinlong repeated thrice. Also, cripple his right leg and present him a Huang Biao, stating that it was I, Jiang Jinlong, who did this. The moment Huang Wei mentioned his father, Jiang Jinlong's fury escalated, ordering Zhuo Qinglong to render Huang Wei's right leg useless. Bang! Crack! This time, after one last scream, Huang Wei succumbed to unconsciousness. His two henchmen promptly carried him out, while Zhuo Qinglong knelt again. Brother Jiang, he began to speak, but Jiang Jinlong swiftly gestured for silence, stating, Your matters will be handled by Huang Mozi. He should be arriving shortly. Indeed, a few moments later, a middle-aged man with a face full of pockmarks hurried in. Brother Jiang, Xiao Zhu was foolish. I will ensure he is properly reprimanded. Zhuo Qinglong was Huang Mozi's right-hand man, thus immediately sought to defend him. I grow weary. Even a simple meal eludes me in peace. Brother Jiang, you are not old. As long as you command, we of the Flower Snake Gang will give our all. Upon hearing Jiang Jinlong's words, Huang Mozi broke out in a cold sweat and immediately spoke up. All right, I will treat someone to a meal. You all should leave. Jiang Jinlong had achieved his objective and waved his hand, signaling Huang Mozi to take Zhuo Qinglong away. Huang Mozi glanced at me and timidly inquired, Brother Long, who is this? My son-in-law, Wang Mo, Jiang Jinlong replied. Taken aback by Jiang Jinlong's response. I was momentarily stunned. Dad! Simultaneously, Jiang Yi, who was beside us, called out, Dad. Upon hearing that I was Jiang Jinlong's son-in-law, Huang Mozi promptly downed 3 large cups of liquor as a penalty before leading Zhuo Qinglong away. After they departed, Jiang Yi playfully said to Jiang Jinlong, Dad, my boyfriend is Wei Er. Jiang Jinlong disregarded his daughter as protest and raised his glass towards me, saying, I must apologize for startling our young brother. If this could be considered a fright, then a week ago in the car, I would have surely wet my pants. I raised my glass as well. Ha ha ha. Only you and Er dare to speak to me this way. If you are not my son-in-law, who else could be? Come, let us drink. Jiang Jinlong downed the liquor in one go, and I had no choice but to follow suit. Mr. Jiang, let us refrain from discussing my being your son-in-law in the future, I said after finishing my drink. Whether we mention it or not, it is inevitable. Let us toast to Wang Mo, Dad. Hurry. Jiang Yi appeared quite apprehensive of Jiang Jinlong and reluctantly raised her glass to drink with me. Chapter 45. The attack. Jiang Jinlong glared at Long, and Jiang Yi unwillingly clinked her glass with mine. I must say, Jiang Yi is truly beautiful, comparable to Ouyang Fei'er, though their temperaments differ greatly. Ouyang Fei'er embodies the icy beauty type, while Jiang Yi exudes a lively and cheerful charm. One is a graduate from a top university in the country, while the other has returned from studying at a prestigious business school in the United States. Both are women of high intelligence, a match of equal measures. I could not fathom why Jiang Jinlong was so adamant in believing that I was to be his future son-in-law. Had I not encountered Ouyang Fei'er and lived with her, I might have genuinely pursued Jiang Yi, for who could resist a beauty of such caliber? Although I am not a virtuous man, I possess a masculine core. Having first fallen for Ouyang Fei'er, I deemed myself unworthy of other beauties, despite the fact that the delicate barrier between Ouyang Fei'er and me remains unbroken to this day. Clink. Our glasses met. Give up. I only love Wei Er. Jiang Yi provocatively gazed at me as she spoke. Wishing you both happiness. I smiled in response. Thank you. The dinner unfolded entirely under Jiang Jinlong's control. Despite my fervent resistance, I could not match Jiang Jinlong's imposing presence. Experience is indeed a formidable teacher. His decades of experience in the underworld, coupled with the aura cultivated through his rise to power, was beyond my current capability to contend with. However, I too have my advantages, chiefly my youth. During my resistance against Jiang Jinlong, I discerned his vulnerability. He had lost his edge. Years of imprisonment and the passage of time had dulled Jiang Jinlong's once sharp instincts. Now, while he could defend his territory, he found himself incapable of expansion, an area where I could potentially compensate for his shortcomings. Realizing this, I felt a glimmer of understanding. Yet I remained perplexed. Why did Jiang Jinlong so firmly believe after merely one encounter that I was the one? In truth, I was unaware that despite our brief and unpleasant meeting, my demeanor had mirrored the ferocity of his youth, bold, unyielding, and astutely clever. The dinner lasted until 9 o'clock before it finally concluded. Having consumed alcohol, I chose not to drive, leaving my car in the parking lot and opting to walk along the riverbank, allowing the fresh air to clear my head while pondering my next move against Jiang Jinlong. Surely he would not casually offer 10 billion to procure the land I held, especially since I had committed to the Qi family for a minimum sale of 30 billion. This was the crux of the conflict. Thus, while tonight we appeared jovial, the future remained uncertain for me, unless I truly became his son-in-law. The 30 billion would remain a distant dream. For now, I decided to take one step at a time. I shook my head, dismissing the matter, and began to appreciate the riverside scenery. Ding, ding, ding. My phone rang. It was Ouyang Feier calling. Hello, Wang Mo, are you all right? Jiang Jinlong did not make things difficult for you, did he? The moment I answered, Ouyang Feier's concerned voice came through. Wife, I'm fine. All is well. I slurred my words, emboldened by the liquor. Be serious. Ouyang Feier's tone was grave. No worries. Jiang Jinlong merely invited me for drinks. We did not discuss the land and what? Hurry up, don't stutter. I was worried sick for the past 2 hours, almost called the police. And he wanted me to be his son-in-law, I confessed. Ouyang Feier exclaimed in astonishment on the other end. Jiang Jinlong wants to marry his daughter off to you? Yes, his daughter is Jiang Yi, who came to our company this morning, I responded. Did you agree? How could I? I firmly declined him. Well, that's more like it, Ouyang Feier suddenly said, but quickly realized her slip and corrected herself. What I meant was with Jiang Yi being so beautiful. You're not tempted? Beautiful? Compared to my wife. She seems like a village girl. It is an unbreakable rule never to declare another woman beautiful in front of one's beloved. Who is your wife? You. Stop joking. I'm hanging up. Beep. Beep. The phone went silent, and I chuckled to myself, feeling shy. Huh? Hee hee. After concluding my call with Ouyang Feier, my thoughts turned to Guqiu, who was far away in the capital receiving treatment. That opportunity was a favor I had procured using my grandfather's connections. An invaluable favor that could preserve my life in the future. I dialed Guqiu's number. It rang twice before her voice came through. Hello, Brother Mo. At that moment, Guqiu's tone was light and carefree, devoid of the gloom that had shrouded her voice in the Nanjing People's Hospital. How is Guqiu's condition? I inquired directly. Director Zhang has found a suitable kidney source for Guqiu. It will arrive in the capital in 5 days, and he will personally perform the surgery. Moreover, Dr. Li has promised that after Guqiu's operation, he will administer acupuncture to fully activate the new kidney's function, ensuring it adapts seamlessly to Guqiu's body without any risk of rejection. Guqiu excitedly explained. That's wonderful. As long as Dr. Li is involved, Guqiu will have no trouble. Thank you, Brother Mo. Guqiu's voice was filled with sincerity. Take good care of Guqiu. Just as I was about to end the call, Guqiu's urgent voice came through. Brother Mo, don't hang up yet. Guqiu wants to speak with you. Guqiu can speak now? I asked. Yes, the medical conditions in the capital are far superior to those in Fushan, and Director Zhang's skills are exceptional. Dr. Li's expertise can only be described as miraculous. After prescribing some traditional medicine and performing acupuncture once, Guqiu regained consciousness and no longer needs to remain in the intensive care unit. Guqiu replied. All right, please hand the phone to Guqiu. Brother Mo, thank you. I don't know why I'm so fortunate to have met such a good person like you. Guqiu began to weep as she spoke. Do not cry. My dear, if you weep until your face is smeared, you will no longer be beautiful. when we first met at Nanjing People's Hospital. Did I not promise you that I would ensure you gain admission to one of the country's most prestigious universities to study computer science, followed by further studies abroad? I always fulfill my promises, but first, you must enter university, and that requires healing your illness, I said to Guqiu. Brother, may I call you that from now on? Of course, from this moment, you are my dear sister, and I am your brother. Guqiu's words resonated with me. Brother, alas, once I recover, I shall repay your kindness and generosity. Do not speak of that, for it may anger me. When you are well, focus on your studies. Gain admission to Tsinghua University and become the finest computer expert in China. That would be the best way to repay me. Do you understand? Yes. Whatever you ask of me, I shall do. After chatting a while longer with Guqiu, I noticed her breathing had quickened, realizing she could not speak for long. So I ended the call. Today, I had indulged in an abundance of white liquor. Although I possess a high tolerance, I had still consumed more than anticipated, as I did not foresee that Jiang Jinlong's capacity for drink slightly surpassed mine. At this moment, my head felt somewhat dizzy, my body slightly lightheaded, yet my mind remained exceptionally clear. Therefore, I resolved to continue my stroll along the banks of the Mo Shui River to sober up. Suddenly, a rapid screech of brakes pierced the air, and a black Buick business vehicle halted before me. Four burly men, brandishing machetes, leaped from the car without uttering a word. Their blades aimed straight at me. Damn it, I exclaimed, my eyes widening in shock. I thought to myself, what kind of trick is this from Jiang Jinlong? Just moments ago, we had been laughing and drinking, and now he sends thugs to attack me? Was he intentionally getting me drunk to have his men finish me off? In truth, I had misjudged Jiang Jinlong. At the moment I was ambushed, his Mercedes was trapped between two vans, and a dozen men had poured out, brandishing knives to assault him. However, I would only learn of this later. Faced with four muscular men wielding 1-meter-long machetes, my expression shifted from shock to determination. I channeled my internal energy, sending warmth surging along my spine to the back of my head. This technique, known as fengshen, has been honed over millennia of martial arts tradition. The predecessors of Xingyi Quan, through their bloodied experiences, forged this technique to awaken one's potential in moments of peril. Human beings are not machines. Fatigue and exhaustion are inevitable. When attacked in such a state, achieving even 30% of one's normal strength is commendable, which is why many fall victim to their foes in such moments. With a spear, there must be a shield. After countless lessons learned through bloodshed, the masters of Xingyi wondered if they could create a technique to instantly unleash one's latent abilities. Thus, after generations of effort, the secret technique of fengshen emerged. With my intent focused, I felt the effects of the alcohol dissipate instantly. Confronted with blades coming from four directions, I stood unflinching, revealing a glimmer of ferocity. Their attacks were clearly aimed to take my life, and they must prepare themselves for the consequences of their actions. My logic was simple. Should you seek to take another's life, be ready for the possibility of your own demise in return. If I were to show mercy when my life is threatened, I would no longer be Wang Mo. With a surge of murderous intent, I struck without hesitation. Disregarding the aftermath, at that moment, contemplating consequences would only lead to hesitation. Even if my strength surpassed theirs tenfold, I cannot perform at my peak if fear clouded my mind. Tonight, I would take a life. Chapter 46. The arrogant Huang Biao. I crouched low, chest drawn in, and leaped forward with the grace of a tiger, charging into the embrace of the nearest assailant. My speed was akin to that of a hunting leopard, swift as lightning. Just as his machete descended, I had already entered his space, evading the blade. His arm struck my shoulder, yet his weapon failed to harm me. In this agile maneuver, I not only dodged the attack of the burly man before me, but also evaded the strikes from the flanking assailants. Enveloped in the arms of the man I had just evaded, our eyes locked, revealing a glimmer of panic in his gaze as he attempted to retreat. Alas, it was too late. With a swift motion, I executed a powerful thrust with my right arm, the force crashing against his chest. A resounding thud echoed as he was sent flying backward, collapsing to the ground with a thud. Seizing this opportunity, I advanced 3 steps forward, breaking free from the encirclement of the remaining 3 men, and turned to face them with a cold glare. The man who had fallen let out a pained cry, spewing blood from his mouth before losing consciousness. His ribs shattered, and his lungs bled. He was on the brink of death. The martial arts I practiced were not mere theatrics. Every ounce of pain endured was for that fleeting moment of valor between life and death. After turning, I kicked the machete from the fallen man's grasp and seized it in my hand, narrowing my eyes as I focused on the remaining 3 armed men. Damn it! One of them cursed, stepping forward while swinging his machete towards my neck. My machete moved with swiftness. I had honed my blade technique to a level of proficiency. In an instant, the blade flashed, and the man's attempt to block my strike fell short. A scream of agony erupted from his lips as blood gushed from his severed arm, the weapon clattering to the ground. My arm. With a powerful kick, I sent him sprawling to the ground. As I approached the remaining 2, their faces drained of color. Fear glimmered in their eyes. They had wielded knives before, but they had never encountered such swift defeat. The sight of their fallen comrades, in precarious condition, unhinged their resolve. As I advanced, they instinctively retreated, step by step. "Who sent you?" I demanded, my tone menacing. "It's not our business. We're merely mercenaries, hired to do a job. If you seek vengeance, look for Huang Biao." They stammered, attempting to flee. "Oomph," I scoffed. "Since you've come, you will leave something behind." With that, I lunged forward, my machete slicing through the air. The speed of my strike was paramount. In a flash, one of the men attempted to block with his weapon, but by the time he raised it, I had already severed his left arm. "Oh!" he screamed, eyes wide with terror as he staggered backward. The last remaining assailant was now utterly petrified. He dropped his machete and fled. However, he had barely taken a few steps before I caught up to him. His explosive speed paled in comparison to mine, making escape impossible. I crouched low, my blade slicing through his right knee, severing his lower leg. Quick, precise, ruthless. The cries of anguish echoed around me as I stood over the man I had incapacitated. I pressed my foot firmly on his left arm and twisted with force. "Who sent you to kill me?" "Huang Biao from the Huang group." He gasped, his face contorted with pain and fear. "You dare deceive me?" With that, my blade flashed once more. In a swift motion, I severed 3 fingers from his left hand and demanded, "Who sent you?" It was indeed Huang Biao. He had offered each of my 4 assailants $1 million to take my life. The agony of his dismemberment shattered what little composure he had left, causing him to lose control and weep. I furrowed my brow, removed my foot from his arm, and discarded the blade before hastily departing. It seemed that Huang Biao had truly orchestrated this attack, fueled by his rage over his son Huang Wei's incapacitation at the hands of Jiang Zhenlong. I pondered, how could I be perceived as so easily subdued? Unbeknownst to me, at that very moment, Jiang Zhenlong was also besieged by a dozen armed thugs. Regrettably, Huang Biao, once a mere foot soldier in the 168 group, had only heard tales of Jiang Zhenlong's cruelty, never having witnessed it firsthand. Years of accumulating wealth had emboldened him, and upon learning of his son's plight, he dispatched his hired muscle with a staggering bounty of $1 million each. Most of these thugs were in their 20s, mere children when Jiang Zhenlong was at his zenith, rendering them ignorant of his true nature. The promise of wealth incited them to take such perilous risks. Only 4 thugs were sent after me, as Huang Biao did not regard me as a significant threat. His hired hands had previously tackled many issues that were seldom addressed openly, showcasing their formidable strength. However, they were utterly unaware that their so-called prowess was laughably inadequate in my eyes, and likewise in Jiang Zhenlong's. Jiang Zhenlong, a disciple of the Stabbing Foot sect, had unlocked the 12 meridians in his body, cultivating a latent power. I had already suffered from his hidden strength once before in a luxury car. With a single strike of his dark energy, my own strength dissipated. Thus, as I dispatched the 4 thugs sent by Huang Biao, Jiang Zhenlong ended his own confrontation, leaving the assailants sprawled on the ground, their cries echoing in the night. Jiang Zhenlong did not even have to lift a finger. A grim man appeared by his side, seemingly under 30, yet his kick carried the force of a cleaver. The final kick landed squarely on the chest of the last thug, causing his torso to cave in and blood to erupt from his mouth, mingled with fragments of his internal organs. The sheer force and penetration of that strike were remarkable. Jiang Gong, intrigued, inquired about this cold man beside Jiang Zhenlong. "Zhenlong, who is this?" Moments ago, he had arrived on a motorcycle, and in the blink of an eye, the thugs were dispatched. "He is a disciple I took in during my time in prison, Jiang Gong." "What do you think? In merely 10 years, he has achieved such prowess, a rare talent in martial arts," Jiang Zhenlong replied with a chuckle. Indeed, 10 years of dedication had yielded impressive results. Jiang Gong, also a disciple of the stabbing foot sect, could discern the cold man's capabilities. Dad, who would send assassins after us? Jiang Yi asked, maintaining her composure, though her companion, Wei Er, exhibited a flicker of panic. Who else could it be? Jiang Jinlong's eyes gleamed with a lethal light. He had already condemned Huang Biao to death in his mind. Summon lawyer Zhang to handle this. We must leave. After escaping the scene of the skirmish, I immediately dialed Ouyang Wen. Hello, brother-in-law. Why are you calling so late? Ouyang Wen answered promptly. Wen, I was just pursued by 4 men with knives. And I may have acted a bit too forcefully. I recounted the events in detail. Ouyang Wen gasped, then fell silent for a few seconds before asking, Where are you now? I provided my location. Stay right there. I will come to you immediately. You acted in self-defense, so you should be fine, she assured me. After ending the call, I remained in place, awaiting Ouyang Wen. A few minutes later, an SUV pulled up, and Ouyang Wen emerged, accompanied by Guatao. Brother-in-law, are you all right? She asked, her concern evident, a trait I greatly appreciated. Protective and loyal, she prioritized her own, making it easy to befriend someone like her. I'm Fine. I replied, glancing at Guatao. Captain Gua, you also came? I heard you were chased by 4 men with knives? Guatao inquired. Yes, just up ahead. Let us there. Minutes later, I guided Guatao and Ouyang Wen back to the scene. This area remained desolate at night, so no one had yet discovered the aftermath of the fight. The 4 thugs lay unconscious from blood loss. Guatao quickly assessed their condition and instructed Ouyang Wen. Call an ambulance. If they die, it will be deemed excessive self-defense. With that task assigned to Ouyang Wen, I shifted my thoughts to another matter. Would Huang Biao also send someone to attack Jiang Jinlong? Contemplating this, I nearly dialed Jiang Jinlong, but ultimately refrained. If Huang Biao had indeed dispatched assailants against him tonight, the ensuing drama would be quite the spectacle. I eagerly anticipated it. Chapter 47. The more chaotic. The better the 4 thugs whose limbs I'd severed ultimately survived, thanks to Ouyang Wen and Guatao's timely arrival and the ambulance they summoned. In this age of legal systems, I had no desire to become a fugitive, though the area was typically deserted at night. In this era of ubiquitous surveillance, calling Ouyang Wen was the wisest choice. Guatao directly took charge of the case. So I spent the night at the criminal police station giving my statement until 1 in the morning. Ouyang Wen then drove me home. Wen, please don't mention this to your sister. Rest assured, brother-in-law, I won't tell her. But do you truly not know why those 4 men pursued you? Ouyang Wen asked. Skepticism etched on her face. At the station, I adamantly claimed ignorance regarding the assailants' motives. Due to Ouyang Wen's influence, Guatao and the others did not press me further. Otherwise, I might not have returned home that night. I had my suspicions, but was uncertain. It was unwise to speculate. I smiled faintly at Ouyang Wen and replied, Whatever the reason, we'll uncover the truth. Was it Jiang Jinlong you dined with tonight? My expression faltered. He encountered an attack on the road as well. And he, like you, refused to cooperate with us, Ouyang Wen revealed. What? Jiang Jinlong was attacked too? Brother-in-law. I heard you and my sister started a company together and acquired land from the Chi family. Ouyang Wen's brows furrowed slightly, her face reflecting deep contemplation before she shifted the topic. What's the matter? This is all legitimate business, I replied, feigning nonchalance. Though I was secretly astonished that Ouyang Wen and her colleague were monitoring matters involving the Chi family and Jiang Jinlong. Brother-in-law, to be frank, ever since Jiang Jinlong was released from prison, our criminal police team has been monitoring him and the Chi family situation around the clock. Why are you and my sister involved? Ouyang Wen's expression conveyed that she was privy to everything. Fortune often lies in peril. Moreover, as we conduct our business with integrity, why should we harbor fear? Ouyang Wen scrutinized me for a moment before saying, Forget it. Just be cautious, you and my sister. Your ambush last night is an omen. The feud between Jiang Jinlong and the Chi family once sent shockwaves through the upper echelons. I rubbed my nose and replied, If only the police were more competent. What would we have to fear while engaged in legitimate business? Brother-in-law, you're turning the tables on us, claiming we're ineffective. Our criminal investigation team has been working tirelessly due to the issues surrounding Jiang Jinlong and the Chi family. I've developed dark circles under my eyes in the past few days, Ouyang Wen pouted. Once my sister and I finalize this deal, I'll ensure she treats you to a spa every day. Now that sounds reasonable, brother-in-law. I must take my leave. Wen, wait a moment, I called after Ouyang Wen. Brother-in-law, is there something else? Ouyang looked at me with a puzzled expression. During this time, while Nyogang has been keeping a close watch on Yao Jioji, he has yielded no results and has been unable to ascertain what Guitao and others discovered in Yao Jioji's container truck that day. Wenwen, what exactly did you find in Yao Jioji's container truck that day? Brother-in-law, do you have some past grievances with Yao Jioji? None. Then why are you so concerned about that day's events? It is everyone's duty to protect cultural relics. Enough of that. Wenwen, just indulge your brother-in-law's curiosity. Fine. That day, Yao Jioji's truck contained no smuggled artifacts. It merely had discrepancies between the declared items and the actual contents, which is why we brought him in for questioning. That's all. Ouyang succinctly recounted the events of that night. And the artifacts? I widened my eyes, recalling how Huang San had explicitly informed me before his demise that Yao Jioji possessed 5 exquisite relics intended for export. Under duress, I believe Huang San would not deceive me. Ouyang shrugged, saying, I don't know. Yao Jioji has been unusually quiet lately. We are at a loss regarding him. Wenwen, could he be quietly shipping goods while your focus is on Jiang Zhenlong? Rest assured, brother-in-law, we have personnel monitoring him around the clock. That's reassuring. I nodded, yet inwardly pondered that if I were Yao Jioji, I would seize the opportunity to ship goods now. As Jiang Zhenlong's release had captured the attention of the entire city's police force, an ideal moment for transactions. Otherwise, once Guitao and his associates regained their composure, he would undoubtedly be under scrutiny. Brother-in-law, farewell. Farewell. As I watched Ouyang's vehicle depart from the community, I turned to ascend the stairs. Jiang Zhenlong's release not only stirred the underworld, but also had the government on high alert, fearful of another public disturbance. However, this time Jiang Zhenlong did not engage with the chief family, but rather clashed with Huang Biao. Jiang Zhenlong likely never anticipated that a once inconspicuous subordinate would now dare to confront him. While he may be seething with rage, I found joy in the chaos among the forces in Fushan. Should Jiang Zhenlong emerge with all factions bowing to him, the chief family's land in my possession would become a hot potato. Huang Biao's audacity to confront Jiang Zhenlong, even if unsuccessful, would undermine Jiang's mythic status among the power brokers in Fushan. This presented an opportunity for me. Only when Jiang Zhenlong recognized his waning influence in Fushan might he acquiesce to my offer of 30 billion for the chief family's land. He would concede only upon acknowledging his decline, for if he still retained his status as a formidable figure in Fushan, he would never compromise regarding the chief family's ancestral territory. Huang Biao had done me a great service. Upon returning to my rented apartment, I found Nyogang practicing on a wooden dummy in the living room. He had shown remarkable focus lately, diligently honing his Wing Chun skills. It was already past 1 in the morning, yet he continued his training. Mo Gu, you're back, Nyogang said, pausing his strikes. Why are you still awake? I was once reckless, neglecting the authentic Wing Chun passed down through my family to imitate the likes of ruffians. Reflecting on it now, I wish I could slap myself. It's never too late to start. Your foundation is solid. I encouraged Nyogang, acknowledging his potential to become a master with diligent practice. Niugong, has Yao Jioji shown any signs of activity? None. His trading company hasn't shipped anything in a while. It solely relies on the support of the Lanyueliang nightclub. Nyogang replied, keep a close watch. I suspect he might take action soon. I instructed him. Understood. The following day, upon arriving at the company, I found Ouyang Feier already present. Her demeanor was unremarkable, indicating that Ouyang had indeed kept last night's events from her. Wang Mo, did you hear? Huang Wei had both his legs broken. Ouyang Feier exclaimed, astonished as she scrolled through her WeChat moments. How did you find out? Come see. Someone posted his photo on WeChat. Having served as a sales director at Wanjia Group, Ouyang Feier was part of a Fushan business elite group. I leaned closer and saw a photo of Huang Wei lying in a hospital bed with his legs in casts, though I was uncertain who had taken the picture. Yet, my attention was not on that image. Ouyang Feier was dressed in a low-cut outfit today, and as my face neared her shoulder, I was irresistibly drawn to the expanse of fair skin beneath her eyelids, leaving me little room to focus on Huang Wei's plight. Wang Mo, you didn't do this, did you? Ouyang Feier asked, oblivious to her own revealing attire. The sight made me swallow hard. Upon her turning away, I quickly averted my gaze and shook my head. Though I would love to turn Huang Wei into a pig's head, that was not my doing. I was drinking with Jiang Zhenlong last night. That makes sense. Still, It's quite satisfying to see Huang Wei like this. Due to Huang Wei's pressures, Ouyang Feier had lost her job, a burden she had carried since her 5 years of hard work at Wanjia Group. Thus, seeing Huang Wei incapacitated brought her a sense of relief. Evil begets evil, I remarked. Indeed, evil begets evil, Ouyang Feier nodded. Feier, let me see Huang Wei's misfortune again. I attempted to lean closer, but this time Ouyang Feier declined. If you want to see, I'll forward it to you. Oh, deflated by my failed scheme, I responded. Who would want to see Huang Wei in that state? I merely sought another opportunity to sneak a glance at Ouyang Feier's alluring figure. After discussing Huang Wei, Ouyang Feier and I resumed our deliberations on Jiang Junlong. We had been contemplating this matter daily, attempting to decipher Jiang Junlong's mindset. As the saying goes, the ones who know you best are your enemies, for they strive to understand your psyche in order to defeat you. Ouyang Feier and I were engaged in this very endeavor, seeking to comprehend Jiang Junlong thoroughly. Know your enemy and know yourself, and you can fight 100 battles without danger. Money is not easily earned, and should we succeed this time, we could potentially amass 30 million in one go. As noon approached, Ouyang arrived with 2 colleagues from the criminal investigation team. My expression froze, and I cast a questioning glance at Ouyang. I wished to keep last night's events from Ouyang Feier, as knowing would only heighten her concerns regarding our current undertaking. Ouyang disregarded my gaze and instead pointed at me, addressing her 2 male colleagues. This is my brother-in-law, a martial arts master. Upon hearing Ouyang's declaration, I realized they were not here to question me, and my anxiety gradually subsided. What martial arts master? He merely knows a few basic moves. Brother-in-law, don't be modest. These 2 fellows simply refuse to believe you can take on 4 at once, Ouyang remarked, tossing her short hair. What do you mean, take on 4? Ouyang Feier asked her sister, blinking in confusion. Sister, it's nothing. Brother-in-law, I need to talk to you. All right, I nodded. Wen, sister, I'm borrowing my brother-in-law for an hour. I'll return him to you afterward, don't worry. Ouyang pulled me into their police unit's off-road vehicle. Chapter 48. The ineffectual high kick. Ouyang brought me to a taekwondo studio, where her 2 male colleagues followed, clearly familiar with the place. Qin Muji, Yi Sheng. You 2 claimed you didn't believe my brother-in-law could take on 4, and that Chinese martial arts are merely deceiving people, while taekwondo has real combat value. Now, do you dare to spar with my brother-in-law? Ouyang challenged Qin Maoshi and Gujan. It turned out that earlier in the day, these 2 had expressed disbelief over my ability to take on 4 opponents, dismissing Chinese kung fu as ineffective and merely a gimmick. This infuriated Ouyang, who could tolerate their criticism of Chinese martial arts, but erupted when they insulted my abilities. She dragged them to the company to find me and brought us to this taekwondo studio for a match. Brother-in-law, show these 2 what you're capable of. Ouyang urged me, her face flushed with indignation. Normally, I would have ignored such a request, but her words struck a chord within me. The audacity of Qin Maoshi and Gujan to disparage Chinese martial arts was intolerable. I could overlook their disbelief in my abilities, but their disrespect for the art itself was unforgivable. So that's how it is. Shall we spar then? I said with a benign smile, addressing Qin Maoshi and Gujan. I'll go, Gujan declared. Qin Maoshi nodded, but I interjected, I still need to return to the office. So let's have both of you go at once. While my tone was polite, my underlying pride was unmistakable. You 2 aren't afraid, are you? Then why were you chattering in my ear this morning? Ouyang retorted. Due to her role in the criminal police, Ouyang sported a short hairstyle and a somewhat masculine style, yet her beauty was undeniable, earning her the title of the police flower among her peers. In truth, both Qin Maoshi and Gujan harbored affections for Ouyang, and their earlier remarks were attempts to gain her attention. However, their ploy backfired, leading to this predicament. With no way to retreat and fueled by my pride, they exchanged glances and stepped forward together. Then we 1T hold back. Wait, I called out. If I win, you won't accuse me of assaulting police officers, right? I asked with a cheerful demeanor. Indeed, brother-in-law, perhaps we should reconsider. If they can't handle the loss, they might embarrass themselves. Ouyang chimed in, adding fuel to the fire. We're just here to spar, Qin Maoshi said. Provoked by Ouyang, Gujan retorted. If I lose, I'll swallow my pride. Since both of you have said so, I feel reassured. Wen, you'll have to vouch for me later, I said, casting a glance at Ouyang. Don't worry, brother-in-law, she winked, confident in my abilities. Qin Maoshi and Gu Zhan had practiced Taekwondo before entering the police academy and had recently been assigned to the city's criminal police. I adopted a three-body stance, smiling at the pair and beckoning them forward. Gu Zhan, with a fiery temperament, leaped forward, delivering a high kick aimed at my head. Qin Maoshi remained still but observed intently. Neither wanted to lose face in front of the beautiful Ouyang one. As Gu Zhan's leg moved, I also sprang into action, taking a small step forward and aiming my left palm at the inner thigh of his right leg. Everyone understands that the longer the lever, the greater the force. Thus, by getting closer to Gu Zhan's body, the impact of his high kick diminished significantly. My proximity virtually nullified the effectiveness of his high kick and allowed me to break through his defenses. Traditional Chinese martial arts emphasize that kicks should not exceed the knee, a lesson learned from centuries of combat experience. High kicks, while visually impressive, are often impractical, as they are easily anticipated and countered by opponents. Though there are high kicks in traditional martial arts, they are rare and typically involve advanced techniques, such as the renowned mirror leg from Xingyi Quan, which can strike unexpectedly. I struck Gu Zhan's inner thigh with my palm and closed the distance, breaking through his defenses. With a resounding slap, I exerted just enough force to cause his facial muscles to twitch, yet he gritted his teeth and remained silent. The pain from the impact on his thigh was surely excruciating. In the same motion, I thrust my left shoulder into his chest, and with only one leg supporting him, he was easily knocked to the ground. Thud! Gu Zhan sat on the floor, dazed, staring at me. The entire exchange from his kick to his fall transpired in mere seconds. Not only was he stunned, but Qin Maoshi, who knew Gu Zhan's fighting prowess well, was equally shocked by my swift victory. Gu Zhan, what's wrong? Did your high kick trip you up? Ouyang Wen laughed, her amusement turning Gu Zhan's face crimson. Losing face before a beauty is never pleasant. I shot her a glare, and she stuck out her tongue, finally ceasing her teasing. Seeing Gu Zhan easily taken down, Qin Maoshi quickly conceded, I admit defeat. I believe my brother-in-law could take on 10 effortlessly. His rapid shift in attitude was notable as he even referred to me as brother-in-law. Hey, Qin Maoshi, don't get carried away. Who said you could call me that? Ouyang Wen chided him. With a sheepish grin, Qin Maoshi remained silent. I approached Gu Zhan, extending a hand to help him up. Officer Gu, was that a slip? I hope I didn't hurt you. Gazan's face remained flushed, and the searing pain on the inner side of his thigh was undeniable. However, casting a glance at Ouyang Wen beside him, he spoke nonchalantly. It's nothing. A tumble, I sent a big deal. As long as I'm unscathed, I have matters to attend to at my company, so I must take my leave. Brother-in-law, let me drive you home and invite sister to join us for lunch. Ouyang Wen said, hastening to catch up with him. What about the two of them? I inquired, glancing at Qin Maoshi and Gazan. Hey, you two can take a cab back to the police station. I have matters to discuss with my brother-in-law. Ouyang Wen called out to Qin Maoshi and Gazan before affectionately linking her arm with mine as we departed the Taekwondo gym. Observing the closeness between Ouyang Wen and myself, Qin Maoshi smirked, a hint of jealousy in his voice. You've struck gold, haven't you? Your girlfriend is a stunning beauty, and you maintain such a good rapport with your sister-in-law. Truly, the old adage holds true. What old adage? Gazan gritted his teeth, rolling up his pant leg to reveal a bruised palm print on the inner side of his thigh, inhaling sharply as the pain intensified. Your sister-in-law's posterior is half the size of your brother-in-law's. While in the car, I inquired about Ouyang Wen's practice of breaking punches. I've been too busy lately. I haven't had time to practice. Ouyang Wen admitted with a hint of embarrassment. That's all right, but it will be beneficial to practice daily when you can. Over time, it will enhance your lung capacity, and improved lung function will elevate your overall physical quality. Yes, I genuinely want to practice, but the cases keep piling up. With Jiang Jinlong resurfacing, the pressure is mounting. We're required to keep a 24-hour watch on him without any lapses. Ouyang Wen rubbed her temples, revealing the stress weighing heavily on her. Upon returning to the office, Ouyang Fei relentlessly interrogated me about my outing with Ouyang Wen. However, we had synchronized our stories on the journey back, rendering her inquiries fruitless. Having lunch with the two enchanting ladies, Ouyang Fei and Ouyang Wen, at a nearby restaurant drew the envious gazes of countless men, filling me with a sense of small pride. I anticipated a mundane afternoon, but to my surprise, Jiang Jinlong called again. Hello, Wang Mo, it's Jiang Jinlong. Mr. Jiang, how may I assist you? Come to the 168 group. We need to discuss the land you hold, Jiang Jinlong stated, his tone grave. The 168 group? I paused, realizing it was Jiang Jinlong's headquarters. If you're afraid to come, then forget it. I'm only offering you this one opportunity. All right, I'll come. Beep. Jiang Jinlong hung up, my brow furrowed, a contemplative expression crossing my face. Jiang Jinlong's call? Ouyang Fei asked, her concern evident. Yes. He wants to meet at the 168 group to discuss land matters. I'm coming with you. No. I shook my head. You stay at the office and keep your phone on. If anything arises, I'll discreetly call you. If it rings 3 times and I hang up, it means I'm in trouble. You must call the police immediately. Wang Mo, perhaps you should go. Why not arrange to meet Jiang Jinlong elsewhere? Ouyang Fei grasped my arm. Don't worry. It's unlikely anything will happen. I said that as a precaution. Jiang Jinlong is only giving us this one chance to negotiate, and I don't want to miss it. I offered her a reassuring smile. Be careful. Yes. Under Ouyang Fei's anxious gaze, I departed the office, driving towards the 168 group building. Chapter 49. 3 paths. As I drove towards the 168 group building, I pondered the reasons behind Jiang Jinlong's sudden desire to discuss the land. Could it be that he was unsettled by Huang Biao's attack last night? It seemed plausible. During our previous encounters, I sensed Jiang Jinlong had no intention of negotiation, firmly believing that the land belonging to the Qi family was rightfully his, and I was merely an inexperienced youth. Now, Jiang Jinlong's interest in negotiation might stem from the realization that he is no longer the formidable figure he was over a decade ago. Should he engage in a fierce confrontation with the Qi family once again, not only could they be doomed, but he too might face dire consequences. Indeed, that must be the case. My brow furrowed, my gaze resolute. In truth, I had not misjudged. The primary reason for Jiang Jinlong's change of heart was indeed the shock and fury he felt following Huang Biao's attack, spurred by his son Huang Wei's actions. However, amidst that shock and anger, he suddenly recognized that his control over Fushan City was no longer what it had once been. If he continued to confront the Qi family aggressively, the outcome could prove far worse than a decade prior. The walls could very well crumble beneath him. After half an hour, I arrived at the 168 group. The receptionist was strikingly beautiful. She confirmed my presence over the phone and permitted me entry. Mr. Wang, our chairman is waiting for you on the 28th floor. Thank you. I proceeded to the elevator. When the doors opened on the 28th floor, I was met by a cold, imposing figure in his 30s, causing an involuntary chill to run down my spine. A master, I thought to myself. My instincts seldom failed me, and only those capable of posing a threat could evoke such a reaction. You are Wang Mo? The coal man inquired, his eyes devoid of emotion, resembling a mechanical entity. Yes, I nodded. Follow me. I trailed behind him through a corridor adorned with thick, luxurious wool carpets until we reached a suite. Knocking on the door, he announced, Master Wang Mo has arrived. Come in, came Jiang Jinlong's voice from within. The coal man pushed the door open, leading me inside. To my surprise, he was Jiang Jinlong's disciple, which momentarily startled me, though my expression remained composed. The suite was lavish and spacious, with an office area outside and likely a bedroom within. Jiang Jinlong glanced at me before rising and making his way to a nearby sofa. Following suit, I took a seat. Once we were settled, Jiang Jinlong's assistant began preparing tea while the cold man stood ominously behind him. Jiang Jinlong fixed his gaze on me, not speaking immediately. I met his stare, contemplating how to break the silence, until an awkward stillness enveloped the room. After approximately 2 minutes, Jiang Jinlong finally spoke. Wang Mo, do you know why I have faith in you and wish for you to be my son-in-law? I shook my head, remaining silent. Because you remind me of my younger self, bold, meticulous, fierce, intelligent, and fearless, Jiang Jinlong stated. Thank you for the compliment. I'm not flattering you. I merely speak the truth. Jiang Jinlong's expression turned grave. You are aware of what transpired last night, correct? I know a bit, I nodded. It seems the people of Fushan City have forgotten the might of Jiang Jinlong. A mere Huang Biao dares to lay hands on me. Jiang Jinlong's eyes glimmered with a cold light as he spoke. Originally, you had 2 paths before you. 1, marry my daughter and become my son-in-law. Everything I possess will be yours, provided you ensure my daughter's happiness and safety for a lifetime, or 2, death. I will not offer you a third choice. At this point, Jiang Jinlong paused, casting a glance my way. I remained silent, gazing at him, awaiting his next words. However, Due to the matter concerning Huang Biao, I am now inclined to offer you a third option, Jiang Jinlong continued. What option? I inquired. Gu Bing, my closed-door disciple. If you can defeat him, I shall grant you a chance for survival and purchase the land of the chief family from you for 30 billion. Jiang Jinlong gestured towards the cold-faced man standing behind him. Still, I hope you will choose the first option and become my son-in-law. I fixed my gaze upon Jiang Jinlong and replied, I fear I may disappoint you, Mr. Jiang. What if I choose none of the three? He chuckled. You would do well to select one. I have grown weary of the darkness and bloodshed. I suspect you would not relish the endless assassination attempts either. It's far more prudent to resolve matters openly, don't you think? Jiang Jinlong leaned back against the sofa and remarked, Indeed, then I shall choose. You must think carefully. The third option. A smile crept across my face. If I were to win by chance, Mr. Jiang, you would not go back on your word. Would you? Ha ha! Jiang Jinlong has always been a man of his word, he replied, laughing in exasperation. That's good. Jiang Jinlong's office was spacious, with a plush wool carpet covering the floor. Gu Bing removed his coat, revealing a black vest that showcased his muscular physique. His gaze icy as he fixed it on me. The aura of ferocity emanating from him made it clear that a fierce battle awaited. He could very well be the strongest opponent I had encountered thus far. I shed my suit, rolled up my shirt sleeves, yet wearing dress pants and leather shoes felt uncomfortable for movement. Do you have any training attire? I asked Jiang Jinlong. Mr. Jiang, take him to change into suitable clothing. Jiang Jinlong instructed the elderly man with white hair. Moments later, I returned to Jiang Jinlong's office clad in a black training outfit and a pair of traditional cloth shoes. Gu Bing had also changed into pants and shoes, but still wore the black vest. As Jiang Jinlong's disciple, Gu Bing was naturally skilled in the art of Zhuojiao, which originated during the Song dynasty, renowned for its powerful leg techniques. The northern leg, as it is known, is a fundamental aspect of southern fist and northern leg. The techniques employed by Wu Song against Jiangmen Shun, such as the jade ring step and the mandarin duck legs, are derived from Zhuojiao. Taekwondo, in its early days, merely scratched the surface of Zhuojiao, evolving over centuries into its modern form. Taekwondo in Korea borrowed from the Zhuojiao of the Song dynasty, while karate in Japan drew from the Tang dynasty's Tangshou. The practitioners of these countries have preserved their ancient martial arts, while the Chinese have gradually discarded their ancestral heritage, a lament for modern martial artists. I assumed a bare stance, guarding my throat and solar plexus above, protecting my lower abdomen and groin below, my arms tightly encasing my sides, knees bent inward to prevent leg sweeps, my toes gripping the ground as if taking root, my head drawn in and my gaze fixed ahead. Gu Bing advanced, throwing a punch toward my face without even executing a kick. In Zhuojiao, the hands are merely doors. The legs do the real fighting, so Gu Bing's reliance on a punch struck me as peculiar. As his fist approached, a gust of wind heralded its arrival. Heavy and forceful, my expression grew serious, realizing the depth of his martial prowess. I countered with a tiger wash face, my left hand pressed against my chest, while simultaneously lifting my right foot in a chicken step, hardening my advance. The tiger wash was meant to defend against Gu Bing's heavy punch, while the chicken step was a precaution against any hidden leg strikes. After all, the essence of Zhuojiao lay in the legs, and Gu Bing's lethal weapon would undoubtedly be his feet. With a sharp sound, I deflected Gu Bing's punch, causing it to narrowly miss my head, while my advancing right foot collided with a solid object. Gu Bing had indeed aimed a simultaneous assault, expertly timing his strike. As his punch neared my face, he unleashed a Zhuojiao technique known as the nail hook, tracing a small arc close to the ground, swiftly aiming for my right leg's tibia with lightning speed. Thankfully, I had anticipated this. My right chicken step intercepted Gu Bing's advance, resulting in a thud of flesh meeting bone. Both of his attacks were thwarted, yet Gu Bing remained impassive, quickly transitioning into a technique known as the cat climbing the tree, executing a sweeping kick aimed at my groin. I, too, was swift to respond. As his kick approached, my right chicken step transformed into a lazy dragon lying down, my left knee positioned to shield my groin, while my right foot was poised to strike. Simultaneously, my tiger wash face morphed into a chopping fist, aimed like an axe at Gu Bing's face. A resounding clash echoed as our limbs collided. Gu Bing blocked my chop with his arm, while my right knee prevented his sweeping kick from landing. The ancient adage states, upon hearing a sound, one must charge forth, and in an instant, Our bodies moved in unison once more. The follow-up to my lazy dragon lying down was initiated as I crouched low, thrusting my right fist directly toward Ge Bing's groin. I had assumed that with only his left leg grounded, he would be unable to defend against my strike. However, his reflexes were astonishingly quick. His left knee bent slightly, and he propelled himself backward, evading my attack by over a meter. Chapter 50, Fierce Battle. As Ge Bing retreated, the energy of the confrontation surged within me, prompting me to execute a technique known as the Tsanglong enters the sea, propelling my crouched body forward while delivering a drilling punch aimed at his spleen. Ge Bing pivoted on his left foot, swiftly turning his back to me, narrowly dodging my drilling punch. Noticing his exposed back, I recalled the Zhuojiao's lethal technique, the chain mandarin duck legs, akin to the moves Wu Song employed against Jiang Menshun. Just as the thought crossed my mind, Ge Bing unleashed a powerful kick that whipped toward my chin. The chain legs are a series of continuous strikes. If I were to retreat, I would fall into the disadvantageous position he sought to establish. Furthermore, the Xingyi fist emphasizes strong, direct confrontations, and retreating would undermine the momentum and ferocity inherent in this martial art. Shifting from the dragon form to the tiger form, I executed a tiger cut, driving my left elbow downward toward Ge Bing. The impact landed squarely on the root of his rear kick. Hearing the sound, we charged at each other once more. The moment Ge Bing's rear kick was deflected, he swiftly stepped down with his right foot, shifting his weight, and unleashed a whirlwind kick with his left leg. After executing a swift tiger strike, I immediately followed up with a powerful half-step punch. Bang! Bang! As Ge Bing and I were already in close proximity, we struck each other almost simultaneously. My center of gravity was lowered, and as I unleashed my forceful half-step punch, Ge Bing's body was just rotating back, landing a blow to his abdomen. Concurrently, his left spinning kick swept directly into my ribcage. Most leg techniques in this style focus on low and mid-level strikes, with high kicks being a rarity. Bang! Hud! 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 Phew! The punch I delivered to Ge Bing unleashed a spiraling force, causing him to lose his balance and stagger back 7 or 8 steps before regaining his footing, blood spurting from his mouth and staining the wool carpet beneath him. However, I too was not unscathed. A sharp crack echoed in my ribs as 2 on the right side fractured. The excruciating pain coursed through my body, making my facial muscles twitch, yet I remained silent, gritting my teeth as I raised my gaze towards Ge Bing, who had retreated several steps, his eyes glinting with a murderous intent. At that moment, both Ge Bing and I were ablaze with fury, the atmosphere charged with lethal energy. After locking eyes for several seconds, we began to close the distance between us. With 2 broken ribs, each step sent waves of pain throughout my body, yet I persisted, teeth clenched. While I was uncertain if my punch had drawn blood from his internal organs, I was acutely aware that Ge Bing's injuries were no less severe than mine. At this juncture, enduring until the end would likely determine the victor. I silently expressed gratitude to my grandfather, who had trained me rigorously in injury endurance during my childhood. Despite my injuries, I felt confident I could endure. However, as I observed Ge Bing's expression return to its icy demeanor, doubts crept in. This emotionless beast could undoubtedly withstand more pain than I could, I mused. But I swiftly cast aside such thoughts. To entertain them now would be tantamount to conceding defeat. 5 steps for steps, 3 steps. Our bodies drew ever closer, and in an instant, the outcome would be decided, perhaps even a life-or-death struggle, where a single move would dictate our fates. When we were 3 steps apart, Ge Bing suddenly pivoted, his left leg soaring high behind him, the toes of his left foot eclipsing his head, executing a high leg maneuver from the twin leg strike. Simultaneously, his right leg bent and leaped back, rapidly closing the gap between us. A sharp tearing sound of air split above my head as Ge Bing's left toe aimed directly at my Bagua acupoint. Without hesitation, I unleashed the fierce tiger leaps the gorge, my feet anchored to the ground, my upper body leaning back as I cupped my palms upward like claws. Bang! My palms met Ge Bing's left ankle just as his foot grazed my face. In the next moment, I flicked his left leg upward and propelled myself forward, executing the jump of the fierce tiger leaps the gorge. As I leaped, my claws transformed into a punch, and I thrust both fists forward towards his chest. Ge Bing's high leg maneuver was both a lethal and precarious move. As I lifted his leg, he instantly leveraged the force. his supporting right leg leaving the ground as both legs intertwined like two great serpents lunging at me, colliding with my fists. Bang! Bang! My body retreated 3 steps, pain radiating from my knuckles. Gubing, suspended in midair, fared no better. The soles of his feet stung, and his body was hurled backward. Thud! He had not anticipated the immense power behind my punches, which sent him crashing to the ground. Upon hitting the floor, he swiftly executed a ground sweep kick followed by a backflip to stabilize himself. His fall presented me with a fortuitous opportunity that I could not afford to miss. In an instant, I lunged forward with 3 tiger leaps, closing the distance to Gubing. His ground sweep kick halted my advance, but in the next second, I surged forward once more, delivering another powerful half-step punch. Crack! The air exploded with a sharp sound. Just as Gubing regained his balance, the sharp crack echoed, prompting him to shield his chest with his arms. Bang! The spiraling force of my punch blasted through his defenses, and I caught a glimpse of surprise in his eyes. At that moment, I had no intention of holding back. My punch struck fiercely at his solar plexus. Gubing, realizing his impending defeat, unleashed a secret strike, a low kick aimed at my right shin. The impact was immediate, snapping my leg in an instant. Yet simultaneously, my punch connected with his solar plexus, causing his chest to cave inward before his body was propelled backward. Bang! This time, he crashed into the wall, spewing blood and losing the light in his eyes. Slowly collapsing against the wall, his breath faint. Suddenly, I saw Jiang Jinlong's figure darting towards Gubing, cradling him in his arms and quickly forcing a pill into his mouth, urgently calling out to the elderly man with white hair, "General Jiang, a stimulant." The elderly man hurried into the room and returned with a medical kit. Jiang Jinlong and the old man worked swiftly to pull Gubing back from the brink of death. I hopped on one leg, laboriously making my way to the sofa, where I sank down, my right ribs and leg throbbing with pain, knowing that recovery would take at least 2 to 3 months. The only solace I found was that I had triumphed over Gubing, albeit a Pyrrhic victory. Yet, seeing Jiang Jinlong's anxious expression made my heart race. Wouldn't he go back on his word? Would he? I was at my lowest point now. If he changed his mind, I would be like a lamb to the slaughter, utterly defenseless. I stealthily reached into my pocket, clutching my phone, ready to call Ouyang Feier should anything go awry. After rescuing Gubing from the clutches of death, Jiang Jinlong ordered that he be taken to the hospital. It was not until several minutes later that he returned, seated before me alongside General Jiang. The pain from my broken bones had whitened my face. Yet I forced myself to focus on Jiang Jinlong. "Mr. Jiang, I've been fortunate to win," I stated. "I didn't expect your half-step punch to evoke the prowess of Gui Yunshen from years past, capable of breaking through Gubing's defenses." Jiang Jinlong regarded me with a knowing glance. "You still have a long way to go to match Master Gui's former strength," I replied. "Does what you said earlier still hold true? Or do you wish to renege?" "Ha ha! You underestimate me, Jiang Jinlong. My Wort is my Bond. Once you recover, we shall sign the agreement," he replied with a hearty laugh. "Why wait until I've healed to sign a contract?" "We could do it tomorrow," I replied, momentarily taken aback. I hadn't mentioned an immediate signing. Besides, 30 billion in funds required some preparation. "Once you're healed, my funds will be nearly ready as well. We can sign then," Jiang Jinlong stated. I scrutinized his eyes for several seconds before finally nodding. "Very well, I shall trust you this once. I hope you're a man of your word." I gritted my teeth and stood up, preparing to leave, cold sweat pouring down my face as the stabbing pain from my ribs and left leg became nearly unbearable. I needed to see a doctor immediately. "Shall I call someone to take you to the hospital?" Jiang Jinlong inquired, casting a glance in my direction. "No need. Thank you, I can manage on my own," I replied, then hopped away from the 168 group, building on one foot. Jiang Jinlong stood by the glass window, gazing downwards, while I positioned myself at the entrance of the 168 building, preparing to hail a taxi to the hospital. "Jinlong, should we eliminate him halfway?" Jiang Gong inquired as he joined Jiang Jinlong, peering down as well. "Let it be. He serves as a buffer between me and the Qi family. Without him, negotiations would be impossible due to the deep-seated animosity. However, both parties understand that further conflict would yield no benefits," Jiang Jinlong replied. Indeed, Jiang Gong nodded in agreement. Moreover, the floating city of today is no longer what it was a decade ago. If Emir Huang Biao dares to strike at me, it indicates that other factions do not support me privately. Therefore, we cannot afford to engage in a war with the Qi family. Jiang Jinlong squinted his eyes. conversing with Jiangong while observing me as I managed to hail a taxi and leave. Yet, Jinlong, 30 billion RMB is no trifling sum. Are we to allow this brat to pocket an extra 10 billion? Jiangong expressed his discontent. The piece of land in my possession alone is worth 20 billion. Jiang Jinlong felt that the additional 10 billion was unfairly gained by me. In truth, according to my agreement with the Qi family, Ouyang Feier and I would only earn a maximum of 30 million. Rest assured, this brat will eventually become my son-in-law. I consider it a necessary sacrifice, Jiang Jinlong chuckled. As for the lady, let that will return to America. If he disobeys, then, Jiang Jinlong's gaze shifted, making a throat-cutting gesture. Very well. I will handle this matter, Jiang Gong replied with a nod. The announcement for the new release is today. For me, this is a fortunate turn of events, as the words I have labored over can finally be monetized. While some readers may have reservations, the rates are a penny for 1,000 words and $5 for 100,000. I dedicate over 10 hours daily to conceptualizing and writing, as the lamp on my desk can attest. With every effort comes the hope for reward, for I am but an ordinary person. Enough of this preamble. Whether you subscribe or not, we remain good friends. Additionally, regarding updates, due to the release, I am updating ahead of schedule today. From now on, I will update daily at 6 in the evening, with no less than 4 updates each day. Lastly, I extend my gratitude to yesterday's generous supporters. Longming 498000, Xian Baobao Paradise. Mengxing Sherfin 512485, Fa Zhi Hungping, Pioneer of Change, Yagu K, Kai 2009. Chapter 51. The Suffering of Urgency. My injuries were severe, although only 2 ribs were fractured. The brakes felt shattered into fragments. My right leg's tibia faced a similar plight. Gubing's kick was no idle threat. With a single blow, even a thick wooden post could be splintered, and a spike club could shatter a dozen bricks in one strike. Master, to Nanjing People's Hospital. I hailed a taxi and entered. On the way to Nanjing People's Hospital, I called Ouyang Feier. Hello, Wang Mo, what is the situation? Is everything all right? Ouyang Feier bombarded me with questions as soon as the call connected. It's sorted, but I've sustained injuries and am en route to Nanjing People's Hospital, I replied succinctly. You've been injured? Is it serious? I'm heading to Nanjing People's Hospital now. Ouyang Feier's voice escalated in pitch upon hearing about my injury. 20 minutes later, the taxi delivered me to Nanjing People's Hospital. Half an hour later, Ouyang Feier arrived. However, when she came, the doctor was busy taking x-rays of my injuries. Fortunately, the shattered bones had not penetrated my thoracic cavity. Otherwise, surgery might have been necessary. I declined the doctor's offer to reset my bones, opting instead to do it myself without anesthesia, feeling my way through the process. My understanding of my own skeletal structure surpassed that of the doctors at Nanjing People's Hospital. Moreover, my skills in bone setting were undoubtedly superior to theirs. I had come to the hospital solely for the x-ray to ascertain the nature of my fractures and to confirm that no shards had entered my chest. I consider myself fortunate. One rib had broken into 3 pieces, another into 2, yet there were no minute splinters, just clean breaks. The condition of my left leg's bone was similar. After setting my bones, I had a splint applied to my right rib cage and a cast to my right leg, leaving only the task of recuperation ahead. It takes 100 days to heal from broken bones. I mused, realizing that for the next 2 to 3 months, I would be largely incapacitated. Ouyang Feier busied herself attending to me, and by evening, I had settled into the hospital ward. Lying on the hospital bed, receiving in 4 drip, I watched Ouyang Feier, who appeared fatigued, and said, "You should go home. There's no need for you to stay here tonight. How can you manage alone?" Ouyang Feier resolutely shook her head and asked, "What would you like for dinner?" "Braised beef, kung pao chicken, and rib soup." I replied after some thought. "All right, I'll go get it for you," Ouyang Feier said, glancing at the 4 drip, noting it still had plenty of medication, before turning to leave for dinner. I pondered what might transpire among the various factions in Floating City during my 2 to 3 months of immobility. Never mind, I was already in this condition, and no matter what occurred, I could not involve myself. I should focus on healing. With a sigh, I reflected inwardly. Not long after, Ouyang Feier returned with the food. Given my fractured ribs, I was cautious not to move too much in the days following the injury. So Ouyang Feier prepared to feed me. She first offered me a spoonful of rice, followed by a piece of braised beef, her demeanor serious and meticulous, which compelled me to suppress my urge to joke amidst her earnestness. Unbeknownst to me, This was Ouyang Feier's first experience feeding someone. Although she outwardly appeared composed, internally, she was quite anxious. To mask her nervousness and awkwardness, she focused intently on the task at hand, adopting a serious expression. "I'm full," I finally said after finishing 2 bowls of rice. "Phew." I noticed Ouyang Feier exhale softly, as if she had just accomplished a formidable task. "You must be tired. You don't need to stay overnight. You can go home," I suggested. Ouyang Feier shook her head again, stating, "No, I will stay with you tonight. There is nothing happening at the company anyway. I'll take care of you during this time." Upon saying this, Ouyang Feier's face flushed, and she herself was baffled by her sudden declaration. She had never felt this way toward any man before. When she saw me injured, a pang of genuine concern struck her heart. Perhaps we truly knew each other in a past life. Ouyang Feier sought to rationalize her behavior with an ethereal justification. Despite my efforts to persuade her otherwise, Ouyang Feier remained steadfast in her decision to stay with me. After dinner, with nothing much to do and my condition stabilized, Ouyang Feier finally seized the opportunity to inquire about my encounter with Jiang Zhenlong. "Wang Mo, what exactly happened? Did Jiang Zhenlong inflict those injuries on you? If so, we should report it to the authorities and have Wenwen handle it," she questioned. I shook my head, replying, "It's not as you imagine." I then recounted the details of my meeting with Jiang Zhenlong. After hearing my account, Ouyang Feier looked at me with disbelief, asking, "Jiang Zhenlong wouldn't he go back on his word? Would he? He shouldn't he? Besides, 30 billion is indeed a substantial amount. It's understandable that he cannot produce it immediately," I responded. I still trusted Jiang Zhenlong about 80%. Had he been a duplicitous hypocrite, he would never have commanded such respect in Floating City's underworld. "I hope so." Ouyang Feier nodded, though her expression revealed lingering skepticism. After discussing Jiang Zhenlong's situation, we engaged in light conversation. Fatigued from a day's exertions and the pain from my fractured ribs, I unexpectedly dozed off. At some point, I was abruptly awakened by the pressing need to relieve myself. Given my recent injury, I couldn't move recklessly, yet my discomfort was overwhelming, and I felt a wave of frustration. Could I possibly embarrass myself? At that moment, Ouyang Feier was asleep beside me. I hesitated to wake her, and even if I did, I felt awkward asking her to fetch a chamber pot. What was I to do? Was I, Wang Mo, destined to be undone by such a trivial matter? My face flushed as I realized I could no longer hold it in, so I resolved to rise and relieve myself, disregarding the consequences. After all, I could always have my ribs reset again. However, as I made the slightest movement, Ouyang Feier stirred awake. "Huh, Wang Mo, you're awake. Don't move. What do you need? I can help you. The doctor said you mustn't move for a week. If you do, your ribs could be re-injured, and that would be quite troublesome." She pressed me down with a look of concern. I stammered, struggling to articulate my thoughts. "What do you want? Just say it," she urged anxiously. After a few more seconds of discomfort, I finally confessed, my face red with embarrassment, "I need to urinate." Ouyang Feier froze up my admission, realizing the awkward situation we were about to face. "What if I can't hold it any longer?" I asked, my face burning with urgency. "Don't move. I'll help you." "Is that appropriate?" I stuttered, gazing at her face. "What's inappropriate about it? Do you want to wet your pants?" I quickly shook my head, insisting, "Of course not." "Then just listen to me." With a serious expression, she seemed resolute. "All right," I relented. To accommodate me, Ouyang Feier had secured a private room, costing 6,000 yuan per month, not including medication and nursing fees. In our room, she retrieved a plastic chamber pot from under the bed, her face contorting in hesitation as she glanced at my pants. Finally, biting her lip, she turned her head away and gently lowered my trousers. A chill swept over me, and my face turned crimson. "You need to aim the pot properly. Otherwise, how can I go?" At that moment, Ouyang Feier's face was as red as an apple. She slowly turned back, but quickly averted her gaze, letting out a small scream. After several tense seconds, she still hadn't turned back around, prompting me to suggest, "Maybe I should just do it myself." "No, don't move. The doctor said you can't." Her tone was unwavering. "But I can't hold it." "Stay calm. Let me gather myself. I've never seen a guy's." Her voice trailed off, becoming almost a whisper, leaving me unable to discern her last words. After a few more seconds, she finally turned back, positioning the pot accurately. A wave of relief washed over me as I was finally able to relieve myself, and I almost let out a triumphant shout. But I held it in when I noticed Ouyang Fei'er trembling slightly, her cheeks still flushed. Fei'er, I said with a serious tone. Yes? You've seen something very personal. You must take responsibility. I teased her playfully. You scoundrel, she exclaimed, playfully smacking me, which inadvertently caused a twinge of pain in my ribs, prompting a muffled cry from me. Wang Mo, are you okay? I'm sorry. I'm fine, as long as you take responsibility, I replied with a cheeky grin. You big rascal. I'm ignoring you now. Hey, are you really leaving? I'm just going to dispose of the urine. With a chuckle, I felt elated after what had just transpired. I was certain Ouyang Fei'er might become my girlfriend. Chapter 52. Conflict. The night passed uneventfully, and the following day, Niugang arrived, allowing Ouyang Fei'er to return home for some rest. After she departed, I inquired of Niugang, is there any news from Yao Jiuji? He shook his head, replying none. Is that old scoundrel not planning to act this year? I mused, my brow furrowing. Brother Mo, those are 5 priceless artifacts worth over 500 million yuan. Practically Yao Jiuji's entire fortune. He wouldn't act unless he was absolutely certain, Niugang explained. True, I nodded. And Niugang seemed hesitant to continue. What is it? Speak freely, I urged, glaring at him. Brother Mo, please don't get upset when I say this, he began cautiously. Just say it. Must we rely on the police to bring down Yao Jiuji? He murmured. I blinked, fixing my gaze on him. What do you mean? Just say it plainly. My point is, since those 5 artifacts represent Yao Jiuji's entire livelihood, why not acquire them ourselves? Not only would we stand to gain 5 billion, but we could also undermine him completely. Niugang articulated his thoughts. You know those artifacts are his lifeblood. How easy do you think that is? Given my current injury, do you think you can manage it alone? I shot him an incredulous look. Brother Mo, a friend of mine shared a secret with me yesterday, he said, a mysterious expression on his face. What secret? Yao Jiuji may have an illegitimate child, he replied. In the underworld, sins do not extend to wives and children. Do you not understand? I narrowed my eyes, a cold glint flashing as I glared at Niugang. He shivered under my gaze and quickly backtracked. Brother Mo, I was wrong. You better not entertain such thoughts. I, Wang Mo, am upright and honorable. My conflict with Yao Jiuji arises because he seeks to cripple me. This is a matter between men and will never involve his family. That is my bottom line. Do you understand? I warned him sternly. Yes, Brother Mo, I understand. This is the code of the underworld, upheld for centuries. Consider it. If someone harmed your family, what would you do? Fight back, he replied. Between 2 men, there may be room for reconciliation after conflict. But once family is involved, it becomes a blood feud, an enmity that lasts a lifetime, even beyond. The underworld has its debts and grievances, but never involve families. Remember, that is our limit. I spoke earnestly to Niugang. Yes, Brother Mo, I remember. But what if? What if what? What if someone crosses that line with us? Niugang asked. Then we shall ensure they regret ever being born into this world. In that moment, a devilish glint shone in my eyes, causing Niugang to tremble. I recalled the fire that had consumed my family 5 years ago, likely stemming from old grievances in the underworld. Yet I had no leads. If I were to uncover the truth, I would unleash every torment imaginable upon the perpetrator. The other party disregards the rules of the underworld, so I shall completely sell my soul to the devil. Although I cannot harm the wife and children of Yao Jiuji, should an opportunity arise, I will not hesitate to seize the 5 artifacts in his possession. Can your friend uncover where Yao Jiuji has hidden the artifacts? I pondered for a moment and then inquired of Niugang. He shook his head and replied, he is simply not in Yao Jiuji's league. However, his girlfriend has been with Yao Jiuji, and she often clandestinely meets him, which is why he possesses a wealth of insider information. I see. I nodded and said, tell him that if he can find out where Yao Jiuji has concealed the artifacts, I will give him 2 of them. All right, Brother Mo, 2 artifacts worth over 100 million. He will surely accept that, Niugang said excitedly. At noon, Ouyang Fei'er arrived at the hospital with bone broth made by her mother, and Niugang seized the chance to leave. Why don't you stay home and rest a bit longer? Yi Astao Yong Fayat? I already slept for the entire morning. Aren't you hungry? Open up. This soup took my mother several hours to prepare. Gently, Ouyang Fei'er scooped the soup with a spoon, blew on it lightly, tested the temperature against her lips, and then cautiously brought it to my mouth. I drank the soup and smiled at her. What are you laughing at? Ouyang Fei'er asked, a bit puzzled. Didn't Tiwi just share an indirect kiss? You rascal, be serious, or I won't feed you anymore. You can drink it yourself. Ouyang Feier blushed and scolded. All right, I admit my fault. I will take responsibility for you. Stop talking nonsense. I sealed my lips, feigning a look of grievance. All right, open up. Ouyang Feier fed me spoonful after spoonful of soup, and I felt waves of happiness wash over me as I quietly murmured, with a wife like this, what more could a husband desire? What did you say? Nothing. Initially, I intended to find a 24-hour caregiver, but Ouyang Feier refused and insisted on taking care of me herself. Will it be tiring? I'm not afraid. Why are you being so kind to me? I was genuinely touched. Ever since the great fire 5 years ago, I had been alone, devoid of warmth and concern from others. Ouyang Feier's actions were gradually melting my long-frozen heart. Ouyang Feier pondered seriously for a moment and said, I don't know, but I always feel a sense of familiarity with you. Perhaps you were right when you said we might have known each other in a past life. I gazed at Ouyang Feier's face, suddenly overcome with an overwhelming desire to kiss her. This impulse consumed my thoughts, and disregarding everything, I sat up and kissed her lips. Though my left rib throbbed with excruciating pain, I felt nothing but the quiver and fragrance of her lips. This kiss lasted about 5 or 6 seconds before I lay back down. Ouyang Feier's clinked. Initially, I thought she was upset with me for kissing her, but in the next moment, I realized I was mistaken. You're bleeding. The doctor said you mustn't move for a week. Ouyang Feier, seeing the blood on my rib, looked anxious and flustered. I smiled at her, feeling warmth in my heart. How wonderful it would be if this could last forever. I thought to myself, for at that moment, I had completely fallen for Ouyang Feier, willing to sacrifice my life for her. Yet, at the instant I fully embraced my love for her, a surge of anxiety for her safety overwhelmed me, for I was uncertain of the vicious enemies I would face in the future. I feared losing the most important person in my life once more. Perhaps, Wang Mo, you should not fall in love. A wave of heart-wrenching pain swept through me, and I slowly closed my eyes, hearing Ouyang Feier's concerned and anxious calls. Doctor, doctor. The doctor attended to me for half an hour, leaving with stern warnings that I absolutely must not move again. If I did, and my rib dislocated once more, it would be troublesome. His words were quite alarming, but I knew my own situation best. The doctor was merely trying to scare me. While the doctor's words did not frighten me, they left Ouyang Feier quite shaken. After he left, she reproached me, saying, Wang Mo, if you dare to move again, I won't pay you any attention. All right, but I simply couldn't resist kissing you just now. I won't do it again, okay? Don't be angry. I feigned a look of grievance and deliberately twisted the concept. No, that's not what I meant. I was referring to your reckless movements. Ouyang Feier appeared genuinely upset. Oh, isn't the same? Certainly not. Then kiss me. I said playfully. You rascal, I want to talk to you. Ouyang Feier stood up and walked towards the door of the ward. Hey, where are you going? I need to use the restroom. I called out after her. Hold it in. Ouyang Feier turned around and shot me a glare, scolding. But I can't hold it anymore. I'm going to buy lunch. If you can't hold it before I return, just wet your pants. Oof. Hey, Feier, I'm sorry. I want to move again. But before I could finish my sentence, Ouyang Feier had already left the ward. Sigh. Confucius was indeed right. It is difficult to nurture both women and petty persons. I elongated my tone, muttering to myself in the ward. What did you say? As soon as my words fell, Ouyang Feier suddenly reappeared in the ward. It turned out she hadn't left at all, but had been standing just outside the door. I was just saying that you are a stunning beauty, captivating and enchanting. Go to hell. Ouyang Feier rolled her eyes at me while I wore a silly grin. She approached the bedside, retrieved a bedpan from under the bed, and, with a flushed face, helped me remove my pants, positioning the bedpan accordingly. Blushing, she said, go ahead. I stared at the blushing Ouyang Feier, determined to make this woman happy, yet a deep-seated worry gnawed at me. Would my unknown enemies pose a threat to her? If I truly cared for her, I should keep my distance and allow her to lead a simple and happy life. My heart was filled with contradictions. I wished to bring Ouyang Feier happiness, yet I feared that my love might endanger her. What should I do? A voice echoed in the void. No one could provide me with answers, yet one thing was certain. Regardless of what the future held for Ouyang Feier and me, I would never allow anyone to harm her unless they stepped over my dead body. Chapter 53. Collaboration. The next day, Nyogang returned. He came to relieve Ouyang Feier for her shift, allowing her to return home for a few more hours of rest. After Ouyang Feier left, Niu Gang spoke to me. Brother Mo, my friend and his girlfriend do not want the artifacts. Huh? What do they want then? I asked, momentarily taken aback. They want cash, Niu Gang replied. How much? 10 million. Niu Gang's expression betrayed his dilemma. I did not rush to respond, pondering the situation. Niu Gang's friend was quite astute, realizing that cash was more practical than the burdensome artifacts. However, 10 million was indeed a steep price. After much contemplation, I finally nodded and said, Niu Gang, tell your friend that if his girlfriend can truly uncover where Yao Jiuji has hidden the artifacts, I will agree to the 10 million in cash. Brother Mo, that's a whopping 10 million. If he doesn't TC the money, even if he discovers where Yao Jiuji has hidden the artifacts, he won't divulge the information. Niu Gang's meaning was clear. If I couldn't produce 10 million in cash, my acquaintance would certainly not divulge the location of the artifacts concealed by Yao Jiuji. Rest assured about the money, I assured Niu Gang with a calm expression. Niu Gang nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. 3 days later, when Niu Gang returned to see me, he brought the latest news. Mo, my friend's girlfriend, is quite impressive. She actually knows where Yao Jiuji's artifacts are hidden, Niu Gang whispered excitedly. Where? I inquired. She refuses to say, insisting on seeing the money first before revealing anything, he replied. How can we trust the authenticity of a location? I scoffed. She stated that she doesn't want the money up front. She just wants to confirm we have the capability to pay 10 million RMB. Furthermore, she mentioned that Yao Jiuji has been making frequent international calls lately, possibly preparing to move the goods. Once they leave Fushan City, they will no longer be our concern. Niu Gang relayed all he had learned. I see, I said, contemplating the situation. After a brief pause, I instructed Niu Gang, delay her for 2 days. After that, I will give you a definitive answer. Understood, Mo, he replied. Once Niu Gang departed, I seized the opportunity to call Jiang Zhenlong while Ouyang Feier was out purchasing food. Had I not been injured, I might have had the chance to steal the 5 exquisite artifacts from Yao Jiuji. However, with 2 fractures impairing me, the allure of 5 billion worth of treasures was overshadowed by my current limitations. Thus, I thought of Jiang Zhenlong. I was uncertain of his financial situation, yet a business deal worth 5 billion would surely pique his interest. Who would turn down the prospect of such wealth, especially when it involved artifacts of such immense value? When the call connected, Jiang Zhenlong's voice came through. Hello? Mr. Jiang, it's me, Wang Mo. Is your injury healed? Not yet. Injuries to bones and muscles take time. I replied. Have you come to a realization? What realization? I was momentarily taken aback by his abruptness. Have you decided to let me marry your daughter? He jested. Mr. Jiang, that is utterly impossible. Then why did you call me? I have matters to attend to. He began to hang up, hinting at some trouble he was facing. Could someone of Jiang Zhenlong's stature encounter difficulties? I was momentarily stunned and quickly interjected. Wait, Mr. Jiang. I wish to discuss another business opportunity with you. What opportunity? I will give you 20 seconds. Yao Jiuji possesses 5 artifacts valued at over 500 million, and he seeks to smuggle them abroad. However, the police are intensifying their scrutiny, leaving him with no chance to act. Someone knows the location of these artifacts and wishes to make a deal with me, but unfortunately, I lack sufficient funds. Hence, I am looking to transfer this business opportunity to you. I was aware that Jiang Zhenlong would take me seriously. When he said 20 seconds, he meant it. Thus, I succinctly summarized the situation. How much does he want? There was a pause of about 2 seconds before Jiang Zhenlong inquired. 10 million RMB, and he insists on cash. What's your cut? He continued to probe. 1 artifact from the collection. To exchange a piece of information for an artifact valued at 100 million is unreasonable. Propose another condition. Jiang Zhenlong decisively rejected my offer. Taking all for oneself is unwise. Sharing the benefits is the most advantageous form of cooperation. I am only asking for 1/5 of the profit. If even that is unacceptable, then so be it. I stood my ground firmly. Do you think that without you, I cannot locate this individual? Jiang Zhenlong scoffed on the other end. Of course, for someone of your caliber, finding people is not a challenge. However, should you find this person and Yao Jiuji becomes aware, it could lead to complications. I retorted meaningfully. Are you threatening me? Jiang Zhenlong's tone turned ominously cold. I would never dare. I am merely outlining a potential scenario. You are being overly cautious, Mr. Jiang. I remained unfazed, responding in a steady tone, though a hint of anxiety stirred within me, as negotiating with Jiang Zhenlong felt akin to playing with fire. One misstep could lead to peril. You still possess the flair of your earlier days. Very well, I agree. Upon success, you shall receive an artifact, he exclaimed with sudden laughter. Mr. Jiang, you are magnanimous, I replied, elated at the prospect of acquiring an artifact valued at 100 million, which could expedite the expansion of my influence. I trusted Jiang Zhenlong, for he was a man of his word, especially among martial artists, who, though fierce, generally upheld their promises with utmost integrity. Now, besides Ouyang Feier and my company's holdings, I had Neo Gang assisting me in gathering information, leaving me rather short-handed. Contemplating who could assist me, I suddenly recalled Chun Pongzi, my named disciple and a wealthy second-generation heir. How could I have forgotten him? I wondered if he had succeeded in his weight loss journey and how his training in the three-body stance was progressing. With nothing else to occupy my time on the hospital bed, I ended my call with Jiang Zhenlong and promptly dialed Chun Pongzi's number. "Hello, master," came his breathless voice as soon as the call connected. "Chun Pongzi, what are you up to? Why are you panting so heavily?" I asked. "I'm working out at the gym, master. Did you know? I've lost 30 pounds, he exclaimed with excitement. It appeared he had indeed been dedicated to his fitness regime, yielding commendable results. "Well done, young man," I jested. "Master, once I reach 140 pounds, will you formally accept me as your disciple?" he inquired. "Ambitious, aren't we? Have you been practicing the three-body stance I taught you daily?" "Yes, every day. This stance is remarkable. I can feel my strength increasing daily. Just last week, I got into a scuffle at the gym, and I knocked the other guy over 4 meters away with a single punch." He then launched into a detailed recount of his heroic exploits that day. "Master, where are you? I want to take you out for a meal. I'm in the hospital." "Master, are you ill? Which hospital? I'll come visit you right away." Chun Pongzi asked with concern. "Just a minor injury. It's nothing serious. Continue with your weight loss." "No way, master. You must tell me which hospital." He was quite insistent. "Nanjing People's Hospital." I finally relented, providing him with the hospital's name, and we concluded the call. When Chun Pongzi arrived, Ouyang Feier was feeding me. "Master Shiji." He intelligently addressed Ouyang Feier as Shiji, causing her to blush and fall silent. I shot Chun Pongzi a glare, saying, "Your Shiji is shy. Refrain from calling her that." Ouch! Before I could finish, Ouyang Feier discreetly pinched me, eliciting an involuntary gasp from me. Afterward, she fed me the last 2 bites of rice before leaving the room to wash the dishes. "Master, what happened to you?" he asked, observing my condition. "Just a minor injury." "You seem to be making great progress in your weight loss," I noted, appraising Chun Pongzi. He had transformed significantly. What once was a body burdened with excess fat now appeared much more toned, muscle beginning to replace the fat, presenting him with a robust demeanor. This individual had shown remarkable willpower in resisting culinary temptations. His steadfast determination in losing weight indicated he would undoubtedly become a person of significance in the future. I resolved to keep Chun Pongzi closely tied to my endeavors. Ultimately, even without binding him, he was already inextricably linked to me, for he was my named disciple. I recalled one matter. Given his background, he should be capable of assisting me. "Fatty, could you assist me with something?" "Master, feel free to give your orders." Chun Fatty replied, his previously jovial demeanor replaced by a serious expression. "It's quite simple. It's not a difficult task. Is the Hai Tian Grand Hotel owned by your family?" I inquired. "Indeed." Chun Fatty nodded in affirmation. "In that case, you must have access to the affluent second-generation individuals in Fushan City, correct?" Chun Fatty's gaze grew increasingly bewildered. "It's straightforward. Engage with them more often to glean information about the recent developments among various factions in Fushan City," I instructed him. "Currently, confined to this hospital bed, Feier has no means to reach out to influential figures, and Yogang status is too low to acquire such intelligence. Even if he could, by the time the news reaches him, its value may have diminished significantly. Given that Chun Fatty's family runs a grand hotel, he naturally interacts with various factions in Fushan City, both legitimate and illicit. Thus, enlisting his help to gather intelligence is indeed a stroke of fortune. Furthermore, the social circles of these affluent individuals are likely to be well informed." "No problem. I initially thought it would be a challenging task. Master, had you not mentioned it, I would have forgotten. Recently, Huang Biao of the Huang Group has officially severed ties with Jiang Zhenlong. It is rumored that Jiang Zhenlong is responsible for incapacitating Huang Biao's son." Chun Fatty recounted the details of the news he had learned. I was taken aback. In my few days of hospitalization, Fushan City had been rife with undercurrents and significant events. Chapter 54. The undercurrents of Fushan upon learning of the failed ambush on Jiangjinlong. Huang Biao clandestinely allied with Li Chong from the South City to jointly confront Jiangjinlong. As for why Li Chong opposed Jiangjinlong, Chun Fatty couldn't clarify. He merely recalled his father's vague remarks that Li Chong's rise was rooted in the illicit drug trade. For nearly a century and a half, the underground drug trade had been one of the most violent industries. The immense wealth accrued made Li Chong unwilling to remain obscure. He yearned for power and the prestige that Jiangjinlong once commanded, traversing both the legitimate and illegitimate worlds. Li Chong had been seeking an opportunity, but as a newcomer, he was often dismissed by the established factions as a parvenu. Despite their outward warmth, they held him in contempt behind closed doors, which deeply frustrated Li Chong. Another reason for the animosity between Li Chong and Jiangjinlong stemmed from the fact that no one in Fushan dared to meddle in the drug trade. This was due to Jiangjinlong's disdain for such enterprises, deeming them a violation of moral law. Thus, he forbade any involvement in the drug scene within Fushan. Anyone who dared to engage in such activities would be at odds with him. Consequently, the lucrative drug market in Fushan remained untapped, despite its potential for substantial profit, as no one dared to tread there. It was precisely because the established factions refrained from such businesses that Li Chong could rise rapidly, amassing considerable wealth and emerging as a new force in Fushan City. After Jiangjinlong's release from prison, his primary desire was to reclaim the ancestral land of the Qi family, while his foremost target for retribution was Li Chong. Unfortunately, Li Chong had gathered a cadre of ruthless individuals and amassed considerable wealth, establishing connections with other gangs in the province. Upon Jiangjinlong's release, Zheng Kaishan, the leader of the Qinglian gang in Ludo province, warned him not to confront Li Chong. The Qinglian gang was the largest gang in Ludo, and Zheng Kaishan was undoubtedly the most powerful figure in the province's underworld. Years ago, Jiangjinlong had a chance to seize the title of the top figure in Ludo's underworld, but the Qi family incident led to the downfall of the 168 group, resulting in his imprisonment. Now, upon his release, Zheng Kaishan, who once stood on equal footing with him, had ascended to the pinnacle of Ludo's criminal hierarchy. Zheng Kaishan was a man driven by greed, lacking in several respects compared to Jiangjinlong. Yet one thing distinguished him: his ruthlessness. Jiangjinlong was already formidable, but Zheng Kaishan was even more vicious. The illicit drug trade could make one wealthy overnight. Thus, he embraced it. Li Chong was now his sales channel in Fushan City, generating over 3 billion in pure profit annually across the 4 districts and 6 counties under Fushan's jurisdiction. How could he allow Jiangjinlong to sever this lucrative connection? However, he had also warned Li Chong to endure Jiangjinlong's presence and not provoke him, which irked Li Chong greatly. Possessing both wealth and manpower, with a loyal following of reckless individuals, he felt no apprehension toward the waning Jiangjinlong. Thus, while publicly agreeing to Zheng Kaishan's request to avoid conflict with Jiangjinlong, he secretly conspired with Huang Biao to eliminate the once feared tiger. Huang Biao sought revenge for his son, while Li Chong craved notoriety, with wealth secured. He urgently needed fame. By vanquishing Jiangjinlong, Li Chong could elevate his status in Fushan and seamlessly ascend as its underworld leader. All these revelations were imparted to me by Chun Fatty, whose father, managing the Haitian Grand Hotel, was keenly aware of the shifting power dynamics in Fushan. Moreover, Chun Fatty's connections within the affluent circles could provide invaluable insights. I furrowed my brow, contemplating the implications. It seemed Jiangjinlong's situation was precarious, and no wonder he had presented me with a third option. What do the other factions signify? I inquired of Chun Fatty. The Tu Chao Pu gang, the Wan family group, led by Wan Hongshan, the Bai family group of brothers by Shouwen and by Shouwu and Yao Jiuji. These 3 factions are currently observing. Following Huang Biao and Li Chong's alliance, the Huaxi gangs Huang Matsi and the City North Freights only have come forth to support Jiangjinlong, positioning themselves firmly behind him. Both sides are poised for action, and a significant upheaval could erupt in the city, Chun Fatty responded. I was not surprised that Huang Matsi of the Huaxi gang supported Jiangjinlong, as I had learned during a meal that the Huaxi gang was indeed Jiangjinlong's faction. What astonished me was the revelation that when Li of City North Freight was also one of Jiangjinlong's subordinates. It appeared that Jiangjinlong possessed both influence and resources. With the backing of the Hua, Shi gang and City North Freight, he had the means to eliminate any dissenting factions. I'm used internally. Little did he anticipate that Huang Biao and Li Chong would suddenly unite, and that Zheng Kaishan, the leader of Ludo's gang, would intervene to prevent any actions against Li Chong, effectively restraining Jiang Zhenlong. Summoning Chun Fatty was indeed a fortuitous decision, as I had just stepped into Fushan City's underworld. My sources were scant, and information was elusive. In contrast, Chun Fatty's father had long-standing connections within this realm, making him an ideal ally for gathering intelligence. Notify me immediately should you acquire any news, I instructed Chun Fatty. Understood, Master. Chun Fatty nodded, though a look of hesitation crossed his face. Speak your mind. Master, I heard you acquired a parcel of land from the Chi family? Chun Fatty inquired. Indeed, I confirmed with a nod. Master, do you intend to infiltrate Fushan City's underworld? In a world where martial prowess transcends boundaries, those versed in martial arts have historically dominated the green forests of society. From a moment one begins training, an inextricable bond to this realm is formed, I replied. In times of peace, only the green forest offers a stage for martial artists to wield their skills. Very well. I shall participate more actively in gatherings of Fushan's affluent second-generation individuals and relay any useful information to you promptly. Don't forget your weight loss regimen. And ensure you diligently practice the Santi Sure standing stance daily, I admonished Chun Fatty. Yes, Master. After Chun Fatty departed the hospital, I found myself deep in thought. I had initially assumed Jiang Zhenlong was the preeminent force in Fushan City, only to discover an even greater power looming. Zheng Kaishan, the head of Ludo's foremost gang. After listening to Chun Pongzi's account, I found myself quite admiring Jiang Zhenlong. He managed to resist the allure of wealth, ensuring that no banned substances infiltrated Fushan City over a decade ago. For this alone, he can be deemed a respectable figure within the martial world. A true man knows when to act and when to refrain from action. The ability to discern is the mark of genuine strength. Given the combination of Li Chong and Huang Biao, my inclinations lean decidedly towards Jiang Zhenlong. Should a conflict arise between the two factions, I would undoubtedly lend my support to Jiang Zhenlong, naturally within the confines of my capabilities. 3 days later, I instructed Niu Gang to meet with Jiang Gong, a plan we had finalized over the phone. I remained in the hospital, awaiting news from Niu Gang. If successful, I could acquire a priceless artifact. I had already devised a plan. Lacking the means to sell it myself, I would enlist Jiang Zhenlong's help to sell it, subsequently transferring the funds into my private account. I aimed to cultivate my own influence discreetly. Aside from loyal confidants, I required a diverse array of individuals, and I simply lacked the energy to win them over one by one. Money would be the most effective means. However, I would not be miserly when it came to my trusted aides. I had already identified 2 candidates, Guqiu and Chun Pongzi. I had saved Guqiu's life by leveraging a significant favor from my grandfather, while Chun Pongzi had become my named disciple. Both were firmly tethered to my ambitions. As for Niu Gang and Guqiu Xia, their capabilities were limited. While their loyalty was assured, they could not serve as my right-hand men. They might, however, function adequately as mid-level officials within the gang. I found myself in urgent need of funds to bolster my power. At 11 o'clock that night, Niu Gang arrived at the hospital. By then, Ouyang Feier had already fallen asleep. I signaled to Niu Gang to be quiet and stealthily got out of bed. After a fortnight of recuperation, I was able to walk again. Having previously broken a bone, I possessed ample experience in recovery, complemented by a martial arts background that naturally nourished my bones. My recovery had proven more effective than that of most after a month of rest. I led Niu Gang to the hospital corridor and quietly inquired, "How did it go?" Upon seeing Jiang Gong, that fellow immediately divulged everything, not daring to mention money. Niu Gang replied with a smug expression, simultaneously asking, "Mo, do you know Jiang Zhenlong?" I had not informed Niu Gang about my connection to Jiang Zhenlong, so he remained oblivious. "I suppose you could say that," I nodded. "Mo, you're impressive, knowing someone like Jiang Zhenlong." Niu Gang exclaimed with envy, as if knowing Jiang Zhenlong was a monumental achievement. I chuckled softly, remaining silent. Had Niu Gang known that Jiang Zhenlong wished for me to be his son-in-law, he might have thought me mad. "Please recount the details," I urged. "Alricht, Montag. Niu Gang began explaining. It turned out that Yao Jiuzhi had already transported the items out of Fushan City, intending to conceal them in shipping containers on the way. Unfortunately, the police had been monitoring him closely, and customs had intensified scrutiny of his shipments, preventing him from exporting the items. Yao Jiuzhi had been awaiting a signal from his contacts within customs, and as soon as he received confirmation of safety, he would not fear inspections from Gu Tao and his associates, as the items were already out of the city and would be loaded en route. Yao Jiuzhi is quite clever, I muttered after hearing Niu Gang's account. I then posed a question, such a sensitive matter. Would your friend's partner, even if she were to share a bed with Yao Jiuzhi, have been informed? Niu Gang replied, according to my buddy, his partner overheard it by chance. Yao Jiuzhi was drunk one night and let it slip, nearly costing my buddy's partner her life. That's why she is eager to make some money and escape Yao Jiuzhi before it's too late. Ah, I see, I nodded, convinced by his explanation. After all, Gu Tao's crew was constantly monitoring Yao Jiuzhi's shipments. The plan to sneak the items out of the city and load them on the way was indeed astute. Chapter 55. In need of money, I wondered whether Jiang Jinlong's people would succeed. My brow furrowed. Mo Gu, could Jiang Jinlong's people possibly fail? Niu Gong remarked. Yao Jiuzhi is just waiting to suffer a silent loss. Even if he loses the 5 artifacts, he wouldn't dare report it to the authorities, and he would have to swallow the bitter pill alone. Niu Gang appeared quite assured, eagerly anticipating Yao Jiuzhi's predicament. I remained silent. Niu Gang was unaware of Jiang Jinlong's current plight, but I had gleaned some insights from Chun Pengzi's earlier narrative. Jiang Jinlong was indeed facing considerable pressure. Firstly, there was the influence of the Xingyi Gang in Ludong, and secondly, the alliance between Li Chong and Huang Biao. The pressure exerted by Zheng Kaishan had effectively bound Jiang Jinlong's hands and feet, while Li Chong and Huang Biao's collaboration could withstand assaults from both the Huashan Gang and the Chongbei Freight Company. Furthermore, a more perilous situation loomed. Should Jiang Jinlong eliminate Li Chong, he would irrevocably offend the Xingyi Gang and Zheng Kaishan. At this juncture, Zheng Kaishan's power far surpassed Jiang Jinlong's, and the entire underworld of Ludong looked to him for guidance. Jiang Jinlong was not yet in a position to confront the entirety of Ludong's underworld forces. Thus, he dared not provoke Zheng Kaishan unless he possessed sufficient strength to obliterate or severely weaken the Xingyi Gang, granting him the leverage to negotiate with Zheng Kaishan. Jiang Jinlong was not the same man he had been a decade ago. All factions were watching with keen interest, and any action from one party would inevitably elicit responses from others. The customs dock from Fushan City to the ancient town must pass through Jiaoxian, where Yao Jiuzhi had hidden the 5 priceless artifacts in a farmhouse near the highway, guarded by his trusted aide, Scarjo, and 6 henchmen. This was the extent of the information available. With numerous farmhouses near the highway, Jiang Jinlong would need to send people to search each one discreetly without alarming the snakes, avoiding any overt displays of force that might attract the attention of other factions in Fushan City. This task presented considerable difficulty if discovered by rival forces. Yao Jiuzhi would promptly notify Scar-Jo to relocate, making subsequent searches akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Damn it, if only I could track their phones. I thought to myself, envisioning Guqiu. Perhaps once she fully matured, I could discreetly locate anyone I desired. How exhilarating that prospect seemed. I instructed Niu Gang to continue monitoring Yao Jiuzhi and maintain contact with his associate. After he departed, I picked up my phone and dialed Gu Chuxia's number. Guqiu was undergoing surgery today, and it should be nearing completion. The phone rang 3 times before Gu Chuxia's joyful voice emerged. Hello, Mo Gu. It was a success. That's wonderful. Please take good care of Guqiu, I responded, a smile spreading across my face. Yes, I will take great care of my sister. Thank you. Montaki, Tuli. Gu Chuxia expressed her gratitude once more. After exchanging a few more words with Gu Chuxia, I hung up the phone. I then noticed that Ouyang Feier had returned to the ward at some point, looking at me with confusion and asking, Who is Guqiu? A high school student? I replied, What's wrong with her? She has uremia. The city doctor said she only has 6 months to live. I happen to know an expert in the capital, so she was transferred there for treatment. She just completed a successful kidney transplant today. I briefly explained Guqiu's situation to Ouyang Feier. What is she to you? You seem quite concerned about her, Ouyang Feier observed, a hint of jealousy in her tone. I chuckled. I smiled mischievously and said, "Are you feeling jealous?" She was just a little girl, and I felt a pang of sympathy for her. Since I knew a doctor in this field, I decided to extend my help. "Is there really no other reason?" she asked. "None." I shook my head emphatically. "Once you're better, please introduce me to him," Ouyang Fei said. "Sure." I nodded in agreement. During our time together in the hospital, Ouyang Fei had completely regarded me as her boyfriend in her heart. Yet I had not formally asked her to be my girlfriend. I was deeply anxious and fearful, worried that my affection might bring her harm. I could not shake the dread of hidden enemies suddenly targeting her. The thought of it made me feel as though I would go mad, for at that moment, Ouyang Fei had become the most important person in my life, and I wished for her to be spared even the slightest injury. Damn it, I needed to build my own power quickly. Only then could I protect those I cherished. After all, my strength and energy were limited, and it was impossible for me to be by Ouyang Fei's side every day. I felt a sense of urgency within me. Yet establishing a power base required funds, and at that moment, money was precisely what I lacked. If all went smoothly, once I recovered, I could sign a land transfer agreement with Jiang Jinlong. At that point, the Murphy Company would receive a commission of 30 million RMB. I intended to reserve that sum solely for Ouyang Fei to invest in her business. My hopes rested on Jiang Jinlong's forthcoming actions. I hoped he would discover the location where Yao Jiuji hid the cultural relics and secure them. If that were to happen, I could sell one of the relics and, in a short time, no longer worry about financial matters. The total value of the 5 relics exceeded 500 million RMB, which undoubtedly tempted Jiang Jinlong, who would turn down money. Moreover, as long as the operation was executed discreetly, Yao Jiuji would be left in the dark, swallowing his losses silently. At the 168 group building, Jiang Jinlong instructed, "Send Xiao Si and the others to Jiaoxian. Inform them to act secretly. Once they locate the items, I want it done flawlessly, leaving no traces." "Understood." Jiang Gong nodded and then turned to leave. Unbeknownst to me, Jiang Jinlong had a hidden faction of loyal subordinates, all disciples of the Dagger Gate, totaling 12 individuals, each possessing remarkable skills. The leader, Xiao Si, owned a gym in Lingxian County, and no one was aware they were affiliated with Jiang Jinlong. I learned of these matters only later. 5 days later, to my anticipation, news finally arrived from Jiang Jinlong. He appeared at the Nanjing People's Hospital, directly entering my ward. "Kid, the goods are secured." "Mr. Jiang, you wouldn't renege on our agreement, would you?" I asked. "What do you think?" Jiang Jinlong shot me a glare in response. "Ha!" I laughed heartily, clasping my hands together in apology. "I underestimated your intentions, my apologies. There are 2 calligraphy pieces, a golden Buddha, and 2 blue and white porcelain vases. Which one do you want?" Jiang Jinlong inquired. I was about to respond when I noticed Ouyang Fei entering the room, and I quickly swallowed my words. Ouyang Fei glanced at Jiang Shenlong, her expression shifting suddenly. Having seen his youthful photographs online, she hurried to my side, her eyes fixated on Jiang Jinlong with an air of vigilance, as if fearing he might pose a threat to me. "No wonder you've been reluctant to accept me as your son-in-law. It turns out you have such a stunning beauty by your side. However, I believe Jiang is not to be overlooked either. You should consider your options," Jiang Jinlong remarked. "By the way, if you want that item, tell me now. I'm quite busy." He cast a glance at Ouyang Fei before turning his focus back to me. "I want the blue and white porcelain vase, converted into cash. I will send the account details to your phone." I contemplated before replying. "All right, but I require a 50% commission," Jiang Jinlong stated flatly. "What? Are you robbing a bank?" I retorted angrily. "If you're unwilling, then forget it. Should I send someone to deliver the items to the hospital?" Jiang Jinlong looked at me with a knowing expression. "No need, I'll accept it. Just transfer the money to my account." Lacking any channels and knowing the items were illicit, selling them at a high price was exceedingly difficult. Thus, I had to concede to Jiang Jinlong's terms. However, even with half the payment, I was quite pleased, as I would earn at least 50 million without exerting any effort. One must not be overly greedy. Wise individuals understand the value of moderation. "I appreciate your prudence and your understanding of balance," Jiang Jinlong remarked before departing the ward. After his exit, Ouyang Fei stared at me, puzzled, and asked, "What blue and white porcelain? Why did Jiang Jinlong come? What private dealings do you have with him?" "Please, Fei, don't ask. Knowing too much could put you in danger," I replied, my expression troubled as I hoped she would not press further. "No way. I have a right to know." Ouyang Fei insisted, adopting a firm tone, fully embracing her role as my girlfriend. If she had not already considered herself my girlfriend, she wouldn't have devoted herself to caring for me in the hospital. Just tell me, or I might get angry, she said, pouting in mock indignation. Sigh. Ultimately, I sighed and briefly explained my collaboration with Jiang Zhenlong. You actually conspired to do such a thing. Ouyang Fei's eyes widened in disbelief. She initially wanted to accuse me of stealing national treasures, but quickly refrained, realizing we were in a hospital. Yao Jiuji intends to sell these items abroad. We are merely acting in the interest of justice by keeping them within the country. I defended myself. Then returned the items to the government. I can call one. They have been investigating the missing artifact for some time, she suggested. No way. I shook my head. Why not? First, the provenance of these items is murky, which could bring trouble. Second, I need the money. But engaging in such activities makes me feel quite anxious. Seeing Ouyang Fei genuinely worried for me softened my heart. Fei, just this once. We are not harming anyone. We are merely exchanging an old artifact for capital to ensure our success. Once we have a means, we can help impoverished children by funding their education. As long as they possess talent and diligence, we will support them until they graduate from university. All right, Ouyang Fei finally relented, but you must promise me to establish a Hope Primary School in the future. I promise you. After persuading her, I sent my private account details to Jiang Zhenlong and inquired, when can the money be transferred? After a brief pause, Jiang Zhenlong called back. Hello, Mr. Jiang. I pressed the answer button on my phone. This batch of items can only be sold abroad. It will take at least a year and a half before you see any money, Jiang Zhenlong informed me. A year and a half? If you urgently need funds, I can advance you some, he offered. What are the terms? I knew Jiang Zhenlong would not be so generous. After deducting the 50% commission, I'll buy it at a tenth of the price. What? You're being outrageous, I exclaimed. If you don't agree, then let it be. Just tell me how much you're willing to pay, he replied. I was losing my temper. After all, I was in dire need of funds. If I had to wait a year and a half to receive payment, who knew what changes might occur in the power dynamics of Fushan City? Only cash in hand felt secure. Your information is worth, at most, a few $100,000. However, considering that I stand to make several billion from this venture, I'll let you have a share, $3 million. If you agree, I'll transfer the funds immediately. I swiftly calculated the expenses of opening a bar in my mind. Not wishing to rent a property, I acknowledged that a prime location in our city would demand over $5 million. Thus, I declare my bottom line, $10 million, a figure I could not compromise on. Should the amount fall short, I would adhere to our agreement and reclaim my belongings, opting not to sell. Damn it. Though I lack channels for disposing of stolen goods, surely there would be someone willing to buy items worth $100 million for $10 million. Even if it entails some risk, I would accept it. Fine, it's a deal. After contemplating for a moment, Jiang Zhenlong acquiesced. I bore no resentment towards him. Were I in his shoes, conducting business with a novice just entering the underworld, ensuring my promises would be a commendable feat, and as for the price, it would be a matter of negotiating as low as possible. Chapter 56, Planning for Furong Street soon. My phone buzzed with a message indicating that $10 million had just been deposited into my account. Gazing at the dazzling zeros, my heart surged with emotions. Once upon a time, I wandered the streets, sleeping in parks, compelled to work on assembly lines just to stave off hunger. Yet now, in a matter of moments, I found myself with a fortune of $10 million, a veritable windfall for me at this juncture. What's with the days? Ouyang Fei blinked and inquired. Faya, Jiang Zhenlong has just credited my account with $10 million, I excitedly relayed to her. Ouyang Fei, however, appeared remarkably calm, harboring an innate aversion to such wealth. Wang Mo, what do you intend to do with this money? Fei, I have a plan that I wish to discuss with you. What plan? I aspire to open a bar with this $10 million. Could you assist me? I gazed intently into her eyes. After a moment's pause, Fei nodded, saying, very well. Thank you, Fei. Regarding the bar, please lend a hand to Niu Gang. He will primarily manage it, while your focus remains on the Mo Fei Company. Once the commission from a Qi family's land comes through, you can return to your original business in construction materials. You still have your connections, right? I queried. Yes. As long as there is capital, operations can commence at any time. My years at Wanjia Group were not in vain. I always knew Fei was exceptionally capable. Stop it. She shot me a playful glance, filled with charm. Having assisted the Qi family with such a substantial task, They will undoubtedly require building materials for the other half of the land development. Although our Mo Fei company cannot handle the entire project, we should at least secure half the orders. Indeed, Ouyang Feier nodded, her expression becoming astute as she spoke of business matters. I was no longer concerned with how Jiang Zhenlong would sell the 5 exquisite artifacts. My full attention was devoted to planning the bar. The following day, when Niugang arrived, I shared the news about the bar with him. Niugang, you and Gu Chuxiao will manage this bar together. For now, you are alone as she is still in Beijing, but during this period, Feier will assist you, as will Chen Pongzi. I informed him. Emogo, is this true? Niugang appeared elated, never having dreamed he would operate a bar. The bar will be called Brothers Bar. You and Gu Chuxiao will each hold 20%, while I will retain 60%. No objections, I trust? I regarded him closely. No objections. Niugang hastily shook his head. What a joke. He and T invested a dime, yet held 20% of the bar. If he had any objections, would he still be a man? Montak Ge, you saved my life. Now you grant me a 20% stake. I could toil for lifetimes and still not repay your kindness. His gratitude was palpable, sincere. Niugang was not overly ambitious, easily satisfied, which I found preferable to dealing with ungrateful individuals. All right, look at your lack of ambition. I chided him with a mock glare. Hee. Niugang chuckled foolishly. By the way, please call Xiaolon back. With Yao Jiuji's recent blow, he should lack the energy to trouble you and Xiaolon, and the bar is still in its preparatory stages, requiring manpower. I pondered before addressing Niugang. Thank you. Montak Ge. Xiaolon has longed to return. I'll call her right away. Hee. Look at you so eager. Off you go. Emoga, I'll take my leave now. As we organized for the bar's opening, chaos erupted on the side of Yao Jiuji. At that moment, Yao Jiuji, with bloodshot eyes and disheveled hair, bellowed at his subordinates. Find out who stole my treasures. Yes. Several subordinates hurriedly departed. Zhao Bazhou, tell me what happened. Yao Jiuji pointed at Zhao Bazhou's forehead, his voice booming. Brother Yao, I felt a sharp pain at the back of my neck, and then everything went dark. When I regained consciousness, the safe in the room had been pried open, and everything was gone. Zhao Bazhou replied, lowering his head. What about you all? What transpired? Yao Jiuji turned to 6 other henchmen, demanding answers. Brother Yao, we experienced the same fate as Zhou Ge. We were all knocked out in an instant. By the time we woke up, the safe had been opened, and the items were missing. The 6 subordinates echoed Zhao Bazhou's account precisely. Infuriating. Who could it be? Yao Jiuji smashed a teacup on the table, waving his arms in a frenzy, resembling a madman. Brother Yao, Diao Qua, and Shun Hong are missing. A subordinate rushed in to report. What? Yao Jiuji's eyes widened. Diao Qua and Shun Hong have vanished. Our brothers checked Diao Qua's apartment, and it is now empty. It turns out it was those 2 wretches. Go find them. Once I catch them, I'll flay their skins. How dare they covet my treasures? Yao Jiuji roared. Yes. The subordinate retreated swiftly. Yala, go find Diao Qua and Shun Hong. If you fail, don't bother returning, Yao Jiuji commanded, pointing at Zhao Bazhou and the other 6 subordinates. Yes, Brother Yao. Zhao Bazhou and his 6 companions hurriedly exited. Shu Ye, where do you suppose we should search for Diao Qua and Shun Hong? One subordinate asked, his brow knitted in concern. Search? If it were you, would you still be in Fushan City now? Zhao Bazhou spat disdainfully after being scolded by Yao Jiuji. Of course not. I would have fled long ago. Would you flee while Diao Qua and Shun Hong remain? I suspect they've already left Fushan City, Zhao Bazhou asserted. What shall we do? Given Brother Yao's fury, if we don't locate Diao Qua and Shun Hong, we are surely in for trouble. But China is vast. Finding 2 individuals is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Indeed, Zhou Ge, what shall we do? Figure out yourselves. Ultimately, Diao Qua and Shun Hong are surely lost to us. With that, Zhao Bazhou departed, leaving without a backward glance. He harbored ulterior motives. The loss of Yao Jiuji's 5 treasures equated to decades of hard-earned wealth washed away, significantly diminishing their strength. The future of the Blue Moon nightclub and Yao's trading company remained uncertain, prompting Zhao Bazhou to contemplate allying with Huang Biao, who had invited him several times to become the group's security manager. Diao Qua is a close companion of Niugang, while Shun Hong is Diao Qua's girlfriend, who has been taken by Yao Jiuji. Unlike Niugang, Diao Qua lacks the same fierce spirit. but he harbors a deep-seated hatred for Yao Jiuzhi as a man. This animosity drives him to continuously provide Niu Gang with information about Yao Jiuzhi. At this point, the two have already departed from Fushan City, and I am unaware of their destination or how much money Jiang Zhenlong provided them. These matters no longer concern me, as Chun Pongzi has brought the latest news from Fushan City to the hospital. Master, there is significant news, Chun Pongzi exclaimed with excitement. What significant news? I inquired with a glance. It seems Yao Jiuzhi has been betrayed by his subordinates and robbed. Now he acts like a mad dog, sending out all his little brothers to search for the culprits throughout Fushan City. Chun Pongzi replied. Is that really considered big news? I scoffed. Master, I heard that Yao Jiuzhi lost something invaluable this time, potentially injuring him significantly. Most of his subordinates have already begun seeking new affiliations. The owners of the 2 dance halls, 3 bars, 2 KTV clubs, and 4 sauna centers he controlled on Ferrong Street are now looking for protection from other factions. The area around Ferrong Street is in a state of vacuum, and other factions are eager to seize a piece of the pie, Chun Pongzi explained. Oh, this presents an opportunity. Go check it out immediately. Secure a bar or purchase a storefront for me. I intend to open a bar on Ferrong Street. I instructed Chun Pongzi while calling for Niu Gang to join them. The theft of Yao Jiuzhi's 5 exquisite cultural relics, resulting in a loss exceeding 5 billion, has severely crippled him. The remaining funds are insufficient to support a large number of subordinates, causing a rapid decline in his power. His most loyal henchman, Huang San, has already been discreetly eliminated by me, and Scar-faced Zhou has also been undermined by Huang Biao. The once loyal subordinates have dispersed almost overnight, dwindling from over 100 to merely 13 remaining by his side. Yao Jiuzhi's trading company can no longer sustain itself. Yet the Blue Moon nightclub continues to operate and remains profitable enough to support him and the remaining 13 subordinates. The vicinity of Ferrong Street in the southern city is a bustling commercial area, previously under Yao Jiuzhi's dominion. With his diminished influence, various factions are eager to claim their share, and I am no exception. I had already planned to open a bar, and now it seems fortuitously fitting to establish it on Ferrong Street, where I intend to see who dares to demand protection fees. After Chun Pongzi and Niu Gang departed, I began to move around the hospital room slowly. Following this period of recuperation, my fractured bones are nearly healed. Having trained in martial arts from a young age and having opened 10 meridians, my physical condition and potential far surpass that of ordinary individuals. Thus, the common wisdom that one should rest for 100 days after a serious injury does not apply to me. In just over half a month, my bones are close to mending. Wang Mo, who told you to move around? Lie down. Ouyang Fei entered the room, noticing my activity and raising her voice in concern. Fei, I'm fine now, I reassured her. No, you must lie down immediately, Ouyang Fei insisted. Her expression stern. Having enjoyed my freedom, I was naturally reluctant to be managed by anyone. Yet before Ouyang Fei, I found myself unable to protest and complied. Lying back down, the doctor advised that I must remain in bed for at least another half-month before resuming any activity. What? That quack said that? Bring him here. I'll deal with him, I retorted, feeling utterly frustrated at the thought of being confined to the hospital bed for another half-month. Lie down. You must adhere to the doctor's instructions. You cannot act according to your own whims. Ouyang Fei remained resolute. You're not my mother. Why must you control everything? I muttered under my breath. What did you say? Ouyang Fei glared at me. I quickly shook my head and replied, Nothing, Fei. You are so beautiful. Enough. Drink this bowl of bone soup, she commanded. Why must I drink soup again? My mother simmered it for over 4 hours. All right, I'll drink it. That's more like it. Upon seeing me finish the soup, Ouyang Fei's face lit up with a victorious expression. This woman is indeed peculiar. Once we became close, she developed a desire to control me, as if I were her child. Chapter 57. The awkward heroic rescue fortune smiled upon me. As a bar on Ferrong Street was up for transfer, situated in an excellent location, albeit at a somewhat steep price. Chun Pongzi called to seek my opinion. Esu sent a young Fei arover. Fei, please check out the bar on Ferrong Street that asked for transfer. If it looks good, negotiate with Chun Pongzi and the others to secure it. Also, inquire with the landlord about the possibility of purchasing the property. Ideally, we should acquire the ownership rights. I instructed her. Understood. Fei nodded, adding, during my absence, you are not permitted to move around. Do you hear me? I heard you. I promise not to move. I replied. That is more like it. She then exited the hospital room. Yeah, right? Once she left, I muttered quietly, tossing my hair back and exclaiming, the sky of the liberated area is so blue. The people of the liberated area. My song abruptly halted as I noticed Faye, was standing at the door. Her face a mask of anger. Ahem. Fayad, I'm sorry, I'll lie down obediently, I stammered, promptly retracting my feet. Lying flat once more. Nurse Liu, please keep an eye on him. If he dares to move, call me. I'll treat you to a meal. Faye instructed as she led a young nurse into the room. No, Faye, I can take care of myself. You'll be back soon, right? Let us not trouble Nurse Liu. I hurriedly protested, but she ignored me, instructing the nurse before turning to leave. After Faye had been gone for 5 minutes, I gradually sat up in bed. Freedom, sweet freedom, please grant me liberation. Faye, did you see that? Nurse Liu was holding her phone up to me, and I could see Faye's furious expression on the screen. You gotta be kidding me, they're on a video call. How ruthless. Under Faye's furious gaze, I had no choice but to comply and lie back down. Nurse Liu, I just want to stretch a bit. It's beneficial for my health. After all, life is about movement. Could you please end the video call? I smiled at the nurse sitting beside me. I can't do that. I promise Faye, I de-watch you and prevent you from moving around. But I'm not moving. I just want to take a few steps, I argued. That is not allowed either. Who are you to control me? I was irritated, trying to intimidate the young nurse. Faye, Wang Mo is scaring me, he is saying. You win. I'll do whatever you say. Enough already. Seeing her ready to report me to Faye, I had no choice but to concede. Giggles erupted from Nurse Liu as she raised her eyebrows triumphantly. Initially, I thought I could sneak some movement while Faye was away, perhaps even practice some punches. But now, with Nurse Liu monitoring me through a video call with Faye, I was stuck. Feeling bored, I lay on the bed, engaging in idle conversation with Nurse Liu. Most of the dialogue consisted of her sharing stories while I listened, occasionally interjecting. She chattered on about her life, revealing that she had been dating a boyfriend from university, who recently went to the bustling city for graduate studies. Lately, he had been ignoring her calls. Wang Mo, you're a man too. What do you think is the reason? She asked. My friends say he has lost interest, but I refuse to believe it. He promised to love only me for life. Unsure of what to say, I merely smiled and replied, perhaps he is just too busy. I share the same sentiment. He must be exceedingly busy. Nurse Xiao Lu, in a manner of self-deception, spoke as though addressing me, yet also as if reassuring herself, attempting to convince herself of this falsehood. Poor girl, I thought to myself. Xiao Lu, it's bad news. That man has returned. A nurse rushed in, flustered, to inform Xiao Lu. Why has he come back? Please don't tell him I'm here. Xiao Lu appeared visibly anxious, her gaze betraying a hint of fear, which piqued my curiosity. He is searching room by room. Another nurse replied. What should we do? Xiao Lu's face turned pale. What is the matter? You look terrified, I inquired. Before Xiao Lu could respond, the other nurse chimed in. Last time, after that man was injured in a knife attack, he was brought to our hospital. Xiao Lu was on duty and treated his wounds. To our surprise, he developed an infatuation with her. After he recovered, he began frequenting the hospital, either inviting Xiao Lu out for dinner or insisting she accompany him to nightclubs. On one occasion, when she refused to go, he forcibly dragged her into his car. We reported the incident, but the police could only detain him for 2 days before releasing him. Since then, he has become increasingly brazen, and now he is back. Is there really such a person? Isn't that akin to abduction? I found it hard to believe. Indeed, but when we went to the police station, they claimed he was merely pursuing a romantic interest. The police are powerless against him. At most, they can keep him for a few days. For someone like him, it poses no deterrent. Sister Wan, enough of this. Wang Mo, I won't trouble you any longer. I'll hide in the restroom, Xiao Lu said, pulling Nurse Wan away. Don't leave. Can hiding truly resolve the issue? Stay here. Let me see if he possesses extraordinary powers. I stopped her. That man has a snake tattoo on his arm. He looks intimidating. We can't afford to provoke him. Wang Mo, I really should hide in the restroom. Xiao Lu's complexion grew ever paler. This kind-hearted girl had spent the afternoon chatting with me, and had even kept an eye on Faye. Now that she found herself in trouble, I wanted to assist her. It's all right, I insisted, preventing her from leaving. Yet, I could see from Xiao Lu's eyes that she did not trust me, nor did she believe I had the capacity to help her out of this predicament. Suddenly, the door to the ward was thrust open, and a young man in his 20s appeared in the doorway. He peeked inside, spotted Nurse Xiao Lu, and promptly entered. Lu Yin, let us go eat together, and tonight I'll take you to the club. The car is waiting downstairs. You must be about to finish your shift. The young man, indeed sporting a snake tattoo on his arm, exuded an air of arrogance, completely disregarding me and the other nurse. I'm not feeling well today, so I want to be going. Thank you, Xiao Lu replied. Not feeling well, huh? What does it hurt? The tattooed youth reached out to touch Xiao Lu's forehead, his hands becoming intrusive. I slowly rose from the bed, shook out my arms, and stretched my legs. I was well aware of my own condition. Although I dared not exert excessive force, I was certainly capable of handling this tattooed youth. Stop that. If you continue, I will call the police. Xiao Lu shouted. Call them if you wish. If you dare to report me again, I'll make sure you regret it during your night shift. You should consider it a privilege that I've taken an interest in you, the tattooed youth threatened arrogantly. Just then, my right hand swiftly seized the back of his neck, and I forcefully slammed his head against the wall of the ward. Bang! His face made intimate contact with the wall. You little rascal, let me teach you some manners today, I scolded. The youth's nose began to bleed, and he staggered, momentarily dazed. Though I had not used full strength due to my injuries, the impact was sufficient to leave him reeling. However, I too felt the repercussions, having overestimated my own physical state. After colliding with him, a sharp pain shot through my ribs, compelling me to sit back down on the bed and cease further confrontation. The tattooed youth, robust in build, shook his head, wiped his nose, and glared at me, cursing, "Who the hell are you? You dare to hit me? You must want to die." He lunged toward me, ready to retaliate. If I were to risk another dislocation of my ribs, I could incapacitate him, perhaps even kill him, but I was reluctant to take such measures. It simply wasn't worth it. I hastily called out, "Wait, you're with the Flower Snake Gang, right?" "I know Left Qinglong." Upon hearing the name, the tattooed youth halted his advance, confusion etched across his face. "You know Left, brother?" "Indeed." He scrutinized me with suspicion. "Then who are you?" "Get lost. Nurse Xiao Lu is my sister. If you ever dare to harass her again, I'll break your third leg." I dismissed the lowly thug, recognizing him as merely a minor player in the Flower Snake Gang. Everyone can boast, but I was unaware of his status within the gang. "Stop pretending. If you're so tough, why don't you call Left brother right now?" The tattooed youth retorted. My brow furrowed slightly. If I couldn't scare off this punk, I would be in serious trouble, as I hardly knew Left Qinglong, let alone his phone number. "You claim to know him, didn't you? Call him." Seeing my expression, the youth's confidence surged, growing increasingly brash. "Damn it, if I weren't injured, I would have beaten you so badly that even your mother wouldn't recognize you. How dare you act tough here?" I silently cursed. Initially, both Xiao Lu and Nurse Wan's eyes brightened at the mention of Left Qinglong, believing they were saved. However, upon witnessing my stunned expression, their hopes plummeted once more. It became evident I was merely bluffing. After all, how can an ordinary person possibly know Left Qinglong? Left Qinglong was quite renowned among the youth in Fushanqi, especially among the lower-tier thugs, and even nurses like Xiao Lu and Wan had heard of his reputation. Chapter 58, The Forbidden Scale. I was utterly frustrated. I had invoked Left Qinglong's name because of the snake tattoo on the youth's arm, yet he was not easily deceived, leaving me in a precarious position. What should I do? I mused inwardly. If I were to risk dislocating my ribs to knock him out, I would likely spend an additional 2 weeks in the hospital. "You dare to play the hero without knowing who I am? You're just flaunting your connection to Left brother," the tattooed youth sneered, raising his fist to approach me. Would I truly find myself in such a predicament today? My mind raced. I could not allow this fool to strike me. Just as I prepared to retaliate despite the risk to my ribs, Fei Er, Chun Pongzi, and Yo Gang returned. "What do you think you're doing?" Fei Er's voice rang out as she entered the ward and saw the tattooed youth poised to strike me. Like a fierce tigress, she charged forward, placing herself in front of me and roaring in anger. Fei Er's fierce intervention startled not only the tattooed youth, but also me. Was this truly the gentle and beautiful Ouyang Fei Er I knew? Her fierce shout prompted Chun Pongzi and Yo Gang, who had followed behind, to spring into action. Chun Pongzi, particularly cunning, stealthily maneuvered behind the tattooed youth, and, taking advantage of his momentary distraction from Fei Er's outburst, enveloped him in a bear hug from behind. At this moment, Yo Gang was unleashing a flurry of punches toward the tattooed youth's cheek. The tattooed individual was unable to evade the blows. As his arms were tightly restrained by Chun Pongzi from behind. He could only watch helplessly as Niu Gang's fist struck his face repeatedly. The sound of impact resonated through the air. In recent months, Niu Gang had diligently practiced the Wing Chun martial arts passed down through his family, training on the wooden dummy until midnight, resulting in remarkable progress. After several blows, the tattooed youth's visage resembled that of a pig, losing 2 front teeth in the process. His speech now slurred. "Do you know who I am? I'm a member of the Flower Snake Gang. You dare to hit me? Just wait, Before he could finish, Niu Gang's fist struck with renewed force, knocking him unconscious. "Master, who is this guy?" Chun Pongzi inquired as he released the tattooed youth's limp body. "I don't know. It might be a lackey from the Flower Snake Gang," I responded. "How could a lackey from the Flower Snake Gang end up in the hospital?" Fei Er's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at me. "What have you done behind my back, Wang Mo? It's not my fault." I glanced at Nurse Liu, hoping she would clarify the situation. "Fei Er, it's not Brother Wang Mo's fault." Nurse Liu recounted the events in detail to Fei Er. "So that's how it is. Just lie down properly. He didn't hit you, did he?" Faya Usket, her expression filled with concern as she helped me settle back onto the bed. "No, just now, Ouyang, the hero, descended like a tempest, striking terror into the hearts of our foes." I began, but before I could finish, Fei Er pinched my waist sharply, her cheeks flushing. She, too, was bewildered by her own fierceness. Chun Pongzi and Niu Gang exchanged amused glances. Cough, cough. I clear my throat, recognizing that both Chun Pongzi and Niu Gang would become my subordinates. I didn't want Fei Er to scold me in front of them. That would be too humiliating. "So, have we secured the bar?" "Yes, we have. The decor is quite nice, and the space is ample. There is still plenty of wine in the cellar. All sold to us at a discount of 20%. The asking price was 1.2 million, but we settled at 1 million, and will finalize the paperwork tomorrow." Fei replied. "Have you discussed the property rights with the landlord?" "We did, but the landlord only wants to rent, not sell. The monthly rent is 20,000. If paid annually, it's 200,000, saving us 40,000, she explained. "Since the landlord won't sell, we should rent for a year," I suggested after a moment's contemplation. "I think so too. The area around Furong Street in the South City is predominantly white-collar. Business should be quite promising," Fei Er remarked, looking optimistic about the bar. "But why such a good bar being handed over?" A flicker of doubt crossed my mind. "We're not sure. When we asked, they were vague and evasive." Faya Unsviet. Chun Pongzi, Niu Gang, I need you both to head to Furong Street tonight and uncover the reason, I instructed. "Understood, master," they replied in unison. "Take this scoundrel and throw him outside the hospital entrance," I commanded. Chun Pongzi and Niu Gang hoisted the unconscious tattooed youth and exited the ward, while Nurse Liu and Nurse One had already left. Later that evening, around 8 o'clock, Chun Pongzi and Niu Gang had yet to return when the tattooed youth, accompanied by 4 others wielding batons and concealing knives, stormed into the ward. "What do you want? Get out, or I'll call the police," Faya shouted, her eyes wide with panic upon their entrance. I slowly descended from the bed, positioning myself protectively behind Fei Er, my eyes narrowing as I fixed my gaze on the tattooed youth and his 4 similarly inked companions. A tempest of fury surged within me. This reckless tattooed youth believed that with his serpent tattoo and affiliation with the Flower Snake Gang, he could terrorize the streets of Fushan. Seeing the fear in Fei Er's eyes only intensified my rage. How dare this scoundrel frighten her to the point of pallor? My gaze turned icy as murderous intent filled the room. In my teenage years, under my grandfather's rigorous training, I had crossed the threshold of violence. I was never a virtuous individual. At this moment, the law and my own injuries were but distant thoughts, overshadowed by a singular desire to annihilate this insolent fool for daring to intimidate Fei Er. With a shift in my demeanor, my eyes glinted with cold resolve, and the tattooed youth involuntarily trembled, filled with suspicion. Could this person truly possess significant standing? He had witnessed such lethal gazes in the eyes of Zhuo Qinglong and Huang Matzi, the leader of the Flower Snake Gang, and for a moment he hesitated, refraining from urging his 4 subordinates to attack. "Songgu, is this the scoundrel who attacked you? Brothers, grab your weapons and beat him." "Wait." The tattooed youth halted his subordinates. He was now a minor leader within the Flower Snake Gang, having previously served under Zhuo Qinglong. After sustaining an injury while defending Zhuo Qinglong, he had been promoted. Not lacking in intelligence, he sensed my lethal glare and inquired, Do you truly know Zhuge? I have met him a couple of times, I replied after careful consideration. The tattooed youth nodded, then moved to the window, producing his phone to call Zhuge Qinglong. After a brief exchange, he aimed the phone's camera at me, perhaps allowing Zhuge Qinglong to scrutinize my appearance. After his conversation, he returned, gestured for his subordinates to leave, and then slapped himself twice, declaring, "I failed to recognize the greatness of the mountain today, offending Brother Wang. I will accept whatever punishment he deems fit." Humph. I scoffed, inquiring, "What is your name?" "Lu Song." "Get out." I etched his name in my memory, vowing that he would be the first to perish once I recovered. Since they had refrained from attacking, I too chose not to spill blood before Fei. I resolved to endure for now. However, I was no benevolent soul. The principles of Xingyi Quan dictate swift retribution for grievances. Lu Song had instilled fear in Fei, thus striking at my very core. Dragons possess their reverse scales, and to touch them is to court death. Lu Song cast a complex glance my way, as if he wished to utter something more. Yet the expression on my face silenced him. "I apologize," he muttered before exiting the ward. I was indifferent to what Zhuge Qinglong might have conveyed to him. In my heart, Lu Song was already as good as deceased. During my convalescence, Fei had devoted herself to my care, and her nurturing presence had elevated her to the most significant person in my life. "Wang Mo, are you all right? Lie down now," Fei gently urged, assisting me back onto the bed. "Fei, I'm not that fragile," I smiled and reassured her. "That is not an option. You must heed the doctor's advice. Your bones are in a critical recovery phase. Be good and comply," she insisted. "Fei, were you frightened just now?" "No, it was all my fault," she replied, her concern evident. The thought of causing her distress pained me more than any injury I had sustained. "How could this be your fault? You helped nurse Lu. That was a commendable act of bravery. If society had more individuals like you, would those petty ruffians dare to act so brazenly?" Fei said with a smile. I returned her smile. My spirits lifted somewhat. "Wang Mo, why did that person apologize in the end?" Fei asked, a hint of confusion on her face. Should I call 1-1 to inform her about this incident? The criminal investigation team, led by 1-1, was exceedingly busy. Furthermore, the individual in question had not resorted to violence. Thus, it seemed prudent to let matters lie. As for the reason behind his apology, I remained in the dark. I did not wish for 1-1 to intervene in this affair, for once the injuries had healed, I intended to address the situation personally. This was far from over. "Who is Zhuge Qinglong?" "Faya inquired Fortier. He is the individual who attempted to escort you to the security room that night we were at the nightclub," I replied. "So it was him. He certainly appears to be of dubious character." "How do you know him?" she probed. "I did not know him well. We merely crossed paths when Jiang Jinlong invited me to dinner, and he barged in unexpectedly. I prefer to keep certain matters from Fei, hence I only glossed over them. It appears today they refrained from violence, likely due to Jiang Jinlong's influence. Perhaps," I mused with a smile, "but let us not dwell on them. Let us discuss more pleasant topics." Chapter 59. A serendipitous encounter around 10 o'clock that evening. Chun Pongzi and Niu Gang finally returned. "Did you discover anything?" I inquired of them. They both nodded in unison, and then Chun Pongzi spoke up. "Master, there were originally 3 bars on Fervor Street. 2 were forcibly acquired by Li Chong at a remarkably low price. Consequently, the owner of the remaining bar grew fearful, and when we approached him about a potential transfer, we reached an agreement swiftly." "Ah, I see," I nodded in understanding. "Master, Li Chong may appear refined and is considered one of the top 10 outstanding entrepreneurs in Fushan City, yet he is, in truth, quite ruthless. He disregards the unwritten rules of the underworld and commands a legion of desperate individuals. He controls all the illicit drugs in Fushan City. He is not to be trifled with," Chun Pongzi expressed with concern. "He conducts his business while we attend to ours. Our paths need not intersect. Moreover, his primary focus is currently on Jiang Jinlong, though we must remain vigilant," I remarked, furrowing my brow. After a moment of contemplation, I added, "Niu Gang, be sharp when the bar opens. Chun Pongzi, I want you to assist as well, to guard against any underhanded tactics from Li Chong and his associates." They both nodded in agreement. We subsequently agreed on the bar's opening date. Since the establishment was already equipped, we merely needed to order a new sign, and we decided on the upcoming Saturday for the grand opening. "Master, can we hire a few sisters from Shaolan's village as waitresses?" Niu Gong cautiously inquired. I regarded him thoughtfully. The sisters in Shaolan's village wished to work, When I called home, Xiaolon implored me to allow them to join the bar. That is acceptable, I finally consented. Thank you, master. Niu Gang beamed with delight. Have Xiaolon provide them with training on self-defense to ensure they do not cause any disturbances. The fresh-faced girls, new to the workforce, still carry the essence of the countryside and innocence. They could easily attract unwanted attention in a bar setting. Rest assured, master. Pengsi, Niu Gong. There is another matter I wish to discuss. Master, please go on, they replied, their eyes reflecting curiosity about what I had to say. I aspire to enter the Green Forest Circle of Fushan City. You both are aware of this, correct? Indeed, they nodded in affirmation. To establish a firm foothold within this sphere, we must cultivate our own influence. The Brothers Bar is our inaugural establishment. In the future, there shall be a second, a third, and perhaps KTV lounges, nightclubs, sauna centers, and grand hotels. I paused momentarily. Master, do you wish for us to begin recruiting now? Chun Pengzi, quick-witted, grasped my intention immediately. Precisely. As the saying goes, without foresight, one must face immediate troubles. We must plan for the long term. A formidable force requires not only assets and capital, but, most crucially, personnel. From this moment onward, you two should begin identifying potential recruits to become your subordinates. Subordinates? Both Chun Pengzi and Niu Gang appeared exhilarated. Yes, I affirmed. I have already decided on a name for our faction. It shall be called the Brotherhood of Loyalty. The Brotherhood of Loyalty? A splendid name. They exclaimed in unison. Our brotherhood shall be divided into 3 tiers. The first tier consists of cadres. The second tier comprises core subordinates, the backbone of our brotherhood, selected with stringent criteria. First loyalty, then ability, and we may even cultivate candidates from the youth. The third tier consists of peripheral subordinates, which is more lenient, individuals from various backgrounds, as long as they are willing to work for payment. I articulated my general vision. Master, what tier do Niu Gang and I belong to now? Chun Pengzi inquired eagerly, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. You are both currently in the cadre tier. In the future, the number of cadres will increase, but I will also establish positions for the 4 Great Kings, reserved for those with exceptional abilities. The 4 Great Kings? That sounds impressive. I am determined to attain that position, Chun Pengzi declared. Hee. Niu Gang chuckled, silently satisfied with his role in managing a bar and being a cadre of the Brotherhood. I was unaware that our conversation that night in the hospital room would lay the foundation for the renowned Brotherhood of Loyalty in the future. However, that was a matter for another time. At present, I held no reputation in Fushan City, let alone in the entire province of Ludong. In the dead of night, with Chun Pengzi and Niu Gang having departed and Fervor sound asleep, I quietly slipped out of bed and exited the hospital room. Having lain in bed for over half a month, my bones ached with restlessness. In my youth, my grandfather would insist that even with a broken bone, a week of rest was ample before I resumed my training. Now, however, Fervor would not allow me to move, so I had no choice but to sneak out and stretch my limbs in the middle of the night. I made my way to the lawn outside the hospital, walking slowly in circles to awaken my stiff muscles and invigorate my circulation. Then, I began practicing the 5-element fist as if I were performing Tai Chi. My focus shifted from mere physical movement to the essence of the martial art itself. The intention flowed through my fists. This method, taught to me by my grandfather, allowed me to practice the essence of the fist without exerting physical strength, albeit with caution due to my injuries. The movements of the dragon, tiger, and bear were too complex for my current condition, so I repeated the 5-element fist slowly. The essence of my practice coursed like a gentle stream through my strikes, and I became absorbed in this enchanting sensation. I lost track of time until my body suddenly froze in a stance illuminated by the moonlight, casting an air of mystery about me. At that moment, I found myself in a state of semi-consciousness, neither fully awake nor asleep. I was unsure how I transitioned into this state, as if my soul had momentarily departed my body. This unnerved me, yet my awareness of my internal energy intensified. A wave of warmth, a culmination of my vitality, began to circulate through the 10 meridians I had opened. As I completed one cycle, then another, the heat intensified, and the speed increased. I felt as if my entire body was ablaze, akin to having been immersed in boiling water. If this continued, I feared I would be scorched. Panic surged within me, yet I found myself unable to exert control over my body or the heat within. What to do? What to do? I frantically searched for a solution in my mind, but found myself at a loss. Suddenly, the trajectory of the heat changed, penetrating a new meridian, one that was heavily obstructed. Yet, as the warmth traversed it, the obstruction gradually widened and transformed. I gasped in astonishment, suddenly comprehending the unfolding events. This evening, inexplicably, I had managed to open the 11th meridian, breaking through the stagnation of my internal energy that had persisted for 5 long years. Unbeknownst to me, given my innate talent and the profound foundation of internal energy instilled by my grandfather, I should have long ago achieved the opening of the 12 primary meridians and ventured into the realm of hidden strength. Regrettably, a significant upheaval 5 years prior had shattered my spirit, leading me to drift through the ensuing years in a haze. During my hospitalization, the tender care of Fei air gradually warmed my once icy heart, helping me discover someone I wished to protect with my very life. Yang Fei air. Additionally, the injuries inflicted upon me by Gu Bing had catalyzed the awakening of my dormant potential. The energy that had long been accumulating within me surged forth in response to the immense trauma, instinctively repairing the damage to my bones. The convergence of these two circumstances, coupled with my unintentional yet profound practice of martial arts that night, enabled me to successfully transcend the limitations of my internal energy. After half an hour, the 11th meridian was fully opened, and the flow of heat established a new cycle, leading me into an unfamiliar meridian. Could it be that the 12th meridian was also within reach? I was astonished, yet exhilaration quickly dissipated. The flow of heat vanished after traversing 2/3 of the 12th meridian, leaving 1/3 still blocked. As the energy dissipated, I awakened from that state of heightened awareness, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over me. Struggling to make my way back to the hospital wing, I returned to my ward with a smile and succumbed to sleep. The barrier had been breached. The 11th meridian was open, and 2/3 of the 12th meridian had been accessed. The completion of this process seemed imminent, and with a little more effort, the opening of all 12 primary meridians was but a matter of time. Once the 12 meridians were fully opened, I would be considered among the ranks of martial arts masters. Once I grasped the concept of hidden strength within the floating mountain region, only Jiang Zhenlong would be capable of matching my prowess. Hidden strength, I murmured in my dreams, was a power I had long aspired to, a force that could take life in silence. It is a blend of physical and mental energy. While physical strength may wane, the mind is boundless. Ancient martial practitioners, upon reaching the limits of their physical capability, turned to the spiritual energies of Taoism and Buddhism. The difference between a lethargic punch and one fueled by mental fervor is profound, and this is precisely why performance-enhancing substances are scrutinized in sports. Chinese martial arts, refined and developed over centuries, have ultimately integrated the power of the mind into the force of the body, creating the lethal subtlety of hidden strength. During the Republic era, a warlord in the Northwest brushed past a middle-aged man in a marketplace, only to die mysteriously 3 days later with no known cause. When the body was sent to a foreign hospital for an autopsy, it was discovered that his entire right lung had shattered. This exemplifies the pinnacle of hidden strength, where a mix of mental and physical energy can be introduced into a person's body, latent until unleashed, leading to sudden death after a few hours or even days. Such masters, both historically and presently, can easily carry out assassinations. Even with advanced technology, tracking such individuals proves nearly impossible, for when hidden strength reaches fruition, it is akin to killing without a trace. At this point, Jiang Zhenlong had yet to attain such mastery. Whether his hidden strength was a mere beginner's grasp or a minor accomplishment remained unclear, but was certainly not at the level of perfection that would incite a massacre. Chapter 60. A miracle the following morning. I awoke feeling invigorated, stretching my body and discovering that the pain in my fractured ribs had vanished as if healed. As for my broken leg, I had discreetly removed the cast a week prior, replacing it with a lighter splint, much to Fei Air's chagrin. However, I was acutely aware of my body's recovery speed, which defied normal expectations. I sensed that the healing process at the fracture site was accelerating. It felt as though the cells were merging and consuming one another with every passing second. It was a peculiar sensation. I mused internally that at this rate, I might be discharged in just a few days. The potential accumulated from over 20 years of internal cultivation had been fully unleashed the previous night, resulting in a mysterious transformation within me, a change that felt utterly exquisite. As I stepped out of bed, I realized that all traces of pain had dissipated. When Ouyang Fei Air returned with breakfast and saw me pacing in the ward, she adopted a stern expression. Wang Mo, are you misbehaving again? Faya, I believe I am well. There's no pain at all. If you don't believe me, strike me and see. I replied with uncontained excitement. Don't try to deceive me. Get back into bed. Otherwise, you won't have breakfast, she admonished. Really, Fei Air, you must trust me. I insisted, my expression earnest. Seeing my seriousness, Fei Air furrowed her brow and asked, are you really healed? Not entirely, but nearly so. We no longer need to stay in the hospital. I could be discharged today. I responded. Impossible. The doctor said you would need at least 2 more months to recover, she retorted, still in disbelief. After pondering for a moment, I proposed, how about we switch hospitals for a new x-ray? It will clarify everything. Why switch hospitals for an x-ray? Faya Uskit, perplexed. I don't want to be treated like a specimen. If the x-ray at Nan City People's Hospital reveals that my broken bones have healed in under a month, they might consider me a monster and study me. I explained. Fei Air frowned in thought before conceding, all right, let us go to a nearby, traditional Chinese hospital for the x-ray. Wang Mo, this is entirely implausible. You mustn't be deceiving me. You just want to go for a stroll. I swear, I'm not lying to you. Once you see the x-ray, you'll understand, I assured her. Half an hour later, Ouyang Fei Air and I arrived at the traditional Chinese hospital, where we took 2 x-rays, one of my right ribs and another of my right tibia. Fei Air presented the images to the orthopedic doctor, inquiring, Doctor, how is the recovery of the broken bones? An elderly orthopedic surgeon donned his glasses and scrutinized the images for a moment before stating, it's healing quite well, nearly perfect. If I hadn't looked closely, I wouldn't have even noticed that the bones were ever fractured. Faith Air was momentarily stunned by the doctor's words. Doctor, please take another look. No need. It's almost healed. Next patient, the elder physician waved his hand, dismissing us. Observing Fei Air's astonished expression, I couldn't help but boast. See? I wasn't lying to you. Wang Mo, what on earth is happening? Have you consumed some miraculous elixir? Fei scrutinized me. Fei, this is the marvel of traditional martial arts. The renowned master Xingyi Quan, after a car accident in his later years, was pronounced dead by doctors when brought to the hospital. He was taken home, yet months later, not only did he survive, but he remained active until the age of 89, passing away in 2004. I recounted the tale of Xingyi Quan to her. Is that truly the case? She gasped. Absolutely. This is an undeniable truth, and the miracle surrounding me is evident, is it not? Traditional martial arts are indeed extraordinary. This is a legacy that has thrived in China for thousands of years. How could it not possess its own wonders? I felt a surge of pride within. The fractured bones on my body have miraculously healed, and I have no desire to return to Nanchang People's Hospital. After lying there for over half a month, I felt worse than after a boxing practice. I had given my apartment in Century City to Nyogang and Shaolon, and now that I was being discharged, I would need to rent a new place. Let's go stay at my house, Fei suggested. Is that really appropriate? I hesitated. What's inappropriate about it? My parents have long regarded you as their prospective son-in-law. Staying at your parents' home feels a bit strange. How about we buy a place together? I still have over 8 million in my account, I proposed. After contemplating for a moment, Ouyang Fei nodded and said, all right, but let us stay at my house first before we buy anything. Great. Since my injuries have nearly healed, Fei helped me with the discharge paperwork upon returning to the hospital. By noon, we drove her Jeep Wrangler back to her parents' home. Faya, should we buy you a car first? You should return this Wrangler to Chun Pongzi, I suggested during the ride. Let's purchase it under the company's name. Once Jiang Jinlong's payment comes through, we can start operating the Mo Fei company, and we'll need a car eventually. Fei considered this and replied, the company is just the 2 of us, so there's no need for complications. Let's buy in your name. We can go this afternoon. What kind of car do you like? A BMW? A Mercedes? Or an Audi? Since I have over 8 million, I can afford it as long as it's not excessively luxurious. No need to splurge. A car around 300,000 will suffice. How about a BMW 7 Series then? What a waste. I've decided, consider it a gift for you. But it's neither a holiday nor my birthday. Why give me a gift? Fei, will you be my girlfriend? I revealed a jewelry box with a flourish, which I had discreetly purchased while she was handling my discharge. Fei was momentarily taken aback before her eyes sparkled with delight as she took the box from me, asking, "When did you buy this? It feels like magic. What's inside? Open it and see for yourself." As she opened the box, inside lay a delicate gold bracelet. She carefully put it on her radiant wrist, asking, "Is it beautiful?" "Absolutely." I seized a moment to gently kiss her hand. Her cheeks flushed with color, and she shyly withdrew her hand. Ahem. I hereby declare that from this moment on, Ouyang Fei is officially my girlfriend, Wang Mo henceforth. This date will hold great significance for me. And this year I plan to gift my girlfriend a car, I stated earnestly. You must accept it. How obnoxious. Fei replied, her face alight with happiness. Upon arriving at Fei's parents' home, we found her mother alone as Ouyang Jiangwo was not home for lunch. Her mother was astonished to see us, exclaiming, "Fei, why are you back? Didn't you say Wang Mo would be in a hospital for another 2 months?" "Auntie, the doctor was mistaken. I've nearly recovered," I interjected, anxious that Fei might reveal my early recovery. "Really?" Fei's mother seemed skeptical, having visited me several times when I was hospitalized. "Indeed, if you don't believe me, just watch." I jumped a few times to demonstrate. "Well, it seems you truly have healed. I must thank you for the bone soup I prepare daily. It worked wonders," I added. Her mother beamed at my words, replying, "I made bone soup again today. You must drink plenty." Upon hearing that, I discreetly made a face at Fei, as I had been consuming it almost daily for the past month and a half. Fei shot me a look and whispered, "You're flattering the wrong person." After lunch, I took Fei to the 4S dealership to order the car. Later that evening, we visited the bar on Furong Road, where Niugang and Chun were busy. Although the bar was ready, Niugang was still familiarizing himself with its operations, as it was set to open the following Saturday. All the previous staff had been dismissed, with Xiaolon having taken her 3 friends back to Fushan City that very day. The bar we acquired was rather impressive, having been recently renovated in a tasteful classical European style, situated in a prime location on Furong Street. Its spacious area, surrounded by predominantly white-collar clientele, promised profitability. I explored the bar, nodding in approval, though my mind was preoccupied with concern. What methods had Li Chong employed to compel the former owner to sell so hastily? "Isn't it wonderful?" Fei asked. "Quite indeed. Your discerning eye is commendable," I replied. "Why so sweet?" Fei inquired playfully, smiling at them. "You'll find out if you try," I said, leaning in to kiss her soft lips. "How annoying." She pushed me away, glancing at Chun and Niugang. Her cheeks slightly flushed and shot me a glare. As I playfully flirted with Fei, 3 young men suddenly entered. "Excuse me, we're not open today," Niugang politely informed them as he stepped forward. "Why the hell are you open if you're not serving?" One of the young men barked. "Yeah, just shut it down." Another chimed in, their hostility evident. I furrowed my brow, realizing they were clearly looking for trouble. Were they sent by Li Chong? I pondered. Chun noticed the tension and quickly moved closer to Niugang. Despite the provocation, Niugang maintained his composure, still smiling as he said, "I'm sorry, but we're not open today. Please leave." "Why are you pushing me?" The leader of the trio yelled, shoving Niugang hard. Niugang had not even touched him, but the aggressor was clearly looking for an excuse to escalate. In a swift motion, Niugang sidestepped, executing a maneuver that effectively disarmed his aggressor, sending him crashing to the floor. As the first young man fell, Chun, who had been training diligently, seized the moment to throw a punch, sending another of the trio sprawling. He followed up with a flurry of blows, shouting, "You scrawny punks dare to disrupt here? Remember, this is the territory of the loyal and righteous Hall, and if you come back, you'll pay with your lives." The last young man remaining bore a look of sheer terror in his eyes, his fear palpable. In a frantic motion, he withdrew a knife from his pocket and bellowed at Niugang and Chun, "Damn it, I'll stab you to death." However, before his words could fully escape his lips, Niugang had already seized his knife-wielding arm. With a swift step forward, Niugang pivoted to his side, closing the distance and entering the young man's embrace. Wing Chun, by its very nature, is a close combat art that prioritizes speed over brute strength at the outset. Yet, as one progresses in their training, the true efficacy of the art unfolds. It is only upon mastering the subtle power, known as Siyuan Jing, that one truly enters the realm of authentic Wing Chun. Niugang advanced, positioning himself before the knife-wielding youth, his left hand clamping down on the young man's right wrist, while his right hand executed a San Fu Shou technique. delivering a resounding slap to the youth's face. Simultaneously, his right elbow struck fiercely against the young man's chest, and, as his right foot stepped forward, it expertly wedged between the adversary's legs, effectively disrupting his balance. With a powerful assault to the face and chest, combined with the destabilization of his lower body, the knife-wielding youth fell to the ground, crashing heavily. In martial arts, every technique is designed to integrate offense and defense seamlessly. Wing Chun San Fu Shou is a swift maneuver that incorporates slapping, striking, and leg sweeping. Ideally, these actions are executed fluidly between both hands. Regrettably, the youth was simply too inept, succumbing after a mere exchange from Yogang. Li Chong, a rather unscrupulous character, had attempted to send a few ruffians to disrupt our establishment. I approached the three sprawled youths moaning on the floor, my countenance dark and resolute, and said, "Return and inform Li Chong that this bar is the property of our loyal and righteous society. Should he dare to trouble us again, he shall not find me merciful." The three youths still clung to their bravado, insisting they did not know Li Chong. I chose to disregard their defiance, signaling to Nyogang, who then forcefully kicked the trio out the door. "Master, Li Chong is cunning. Are we truly going to confront him head-on?" Chun Pongzi expressed his concern. Yet before he could finish, I waved my hand to silence him. "Pongzi, remember that the philosophy of Xingyi Quan emphasizes steadfastness and courage. While the world may be filled with adversaries, one must forge ahead without fear. Lacking this spirit will hinder your mastery of Xingyi Quan. In the martial world, one must act decisively. If faced with a more formidable swordsman, hesitation to draw your blade will render you forever mediocre. Do you understand?" I spoke to Chun Pongzi with grave seriousness. To seek profit while avoiding harm is the philosophy of scholars. The warrior's creed is to advance boldly. Any opponent who dares to provoke you is but a morsel to be devoured. "I understand, Master," Chun Pongzi replied, his face betraying a hint of shame as he lowered his gaze. To lose one's spirit before a battle is a cardinal sin in warfare. I patted his shoulder, encouraging him, "Take your time. Not everyone is born fearless. Bravery is cultivated through experience, and when one's resolve is as solid as iron, that is when one is at their most formidable." Chun Pongzi looked up at me, nodding vigorously. My words also resonated with Nyogang. Despite his practice of Wing Chun not being a direct clash style, absorbed the essence of martial spirit. The three you'd sent to provoke us were indeed Li Chong's subordinates. Li Chong had 3 loyal aides, a woman named Chi Ponchio, the director of a pharmaceutical factory often seen on television representing Li Chong, and 2 men named Liang Sheng and Gong Hejing, the former managing sales channels in the urban area of Fushan City, while the latter handled the outskirts. The 3 young men were dispatched by a small-time leader named Tang Baoya under Liang Sheng. Originally, Furong Street was the territory of Yao Jiuji, and they had to pay him a cut for selling illegal substances in various bars, nightclubs, KTVs, and saunas. However, with Yao Jiuji's influence waning and his underlings scattering, Liang Sheng sent Tang Baoya to seize the opportunity for profit. Tang Baoya resorted to unscrupulous tactics, acquiring 2 bars on Furong Street at a low price. When he sought to acquire a third, he found that we had already beaten him to it, prompting him to send 3 subordinates to create a ruckus. Upon seeing his subordinates return, bruised and limping, Tang Baoya was taken aback and asked, "What happened to you 3? "Brother Tang, the people at that bar know martial arts and beat us up." "No martial arts? Explain how that happened." He scolded, his fury palpable. The trio, each trying to speak over one another, recounted the events in exaggerated detail. "What did you say? Loyal and righteous society? When did Fushan City gain such a faction? I've never heard of it." Tang Baoya's face showed confusion after hearing their account. "We don't know either, Brother Tang. They warned us that if Strong Brother came looking for trouble again, he would be dealt with." "Bah, dealt with Strong Brother? He could drown them with a spit." "Tang Baodas gulp." "Exactly. Who do they think they are?" "Strong Brother will eventually be the boss of Fushan City." The 3 chimed in. "Should I gather the brothers and smash that so-called loyal and righteous society?" Tang Baoya hesitated, pondering before replying. "Hold on. Let me investigate what this loyal and righteous society is all about first. Are we just going to let this slide after getting beaten up?" The trio lamented. "Get lost. You useless fools. Why didn't they just finish you off?" Tang Baoya waved them away, swatting them like flies. Once they departed, Tang Baoya picked up the phone and dialed Liang Sheng. "Hello, Brother Liang," he greeted with a sycophantic smile. "What is up, Baoya?" came the voice of a middle-aged man. Brother Liang, have you heard of the Loyal and Righteous Society? Tang bao da inquit tentative. Loyal and Righteous Society? Which faction is that? I've never heard of it. Oh, my apologies for bothering you, Brother Liang, Tang Baoya said, preparing to hang up, aware of his subordinate status. Wait, what is going on? Tell me more, Liang Sheng interjected. Well, there were originally 3 bars on Furong Street. We managed to acquire 2, but someone else got to the 3rd first. I sent 3 subordinates to check it out, only to have them beaten up, and they claimed to be from the Loyal and Righteous Society, Tang Baoya summarized briefly. Loyal and Righteous Society, Liang Sheng murmured. Then instructed Tang Baoya, do not act rashly. Let me investigate. Understood, Brother Liang. I had not anticipated that invoking the name of the Loyal and Righteous Society would turn into a hot topic within the green 4 circles of Fushan City. Liang Sheng, well connected in this realm, made inquiries, but no one seemed to know of this Loyal and Righteous Society. Eventually, someone mentioned that the Hongmen previously had a Loyal and Righteous Hall, leading to speculation that perhaps members of Hongmen had arrived in Fushan City. As the rumors grew more elaborate, 2 conclusions emerged. Either members of Hongmen had entered Fushan City, or a group of brash newcomers were attempting to establish their own faction. That night, upon returning to Fur's parents' home, I had a proper dinner, shared a half bottle of liquor with Ouyang Zhengwo, and cautiously engaged in conversation with Fei's parents before finally retreating to Fei's room. Uncle, Auntie, your warmth is almost overwhelming, I confessed. As I dried my hair with a towel, I turned to Fei and remarked, what is wrong? Can't take it anymore? For Fei, I could endure any hardship. A smile spread across my face. That's more like it. No need for such extremes. You can simply continue sleeping on the floor for these few days. Fei pointed to the mat and blanket laid out on the floor and said to me, I was momentarily taken aback. I had hoped that my relationship with Fei would allow me to share her bed tonight. Fei, it's not that. I stammered, at a loss for words. If you don't want to sleep on the floor, then I'll take that spot, and you can have a bed. Fei tossed her pillow onto the mat. No. I'll sleep on the floor. You take the bed. I protested, unwilling to let her endure such discomfort, and surrendered at once. Fei mischievously winked at me and said, good boy. I hung my head in silence. Earlier, I had felt a flicker of excitement, thinking tonight might mark a turning point in our physical relationship. Yet it seemed the journey was still long, and the trials had only just begun. I'll snore if I sleep on the floor, I warned. Fei pointed to the earplugs beside the bed and said, I prepared these for you. I continued, in my sleep, I might just climb into bed. No worries. I've laid an extra blanket on the mat for you. If you still find it cold, I might start to suspect you're doing it on purpose, she retorted. I was utterly out of options, so I reluctantly laid down on the mat. Faya, may I sit on your bed for a moment? I asked, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. No, she replied. Count sheep. All right. I glared at the ceiling, wide awake when suddenly a delicate white foot peeked over the edge of the bed, catching my eye. The moonlight streamed through the window, casting a gentle glow on Fei's dainty foot. It was small, pristine, and had a playful essence, enhanced by the black nail polish adorning her toes, which added a touch of allure and sensuality. Mesmerized by that enchanting sight, I found myself inexplicably reaching out to gently caress her foot. It was soft and delicate, like a feather, but in an instant, her foot withdrew, and a soft voice from the bed exclaimed, naughty. I chuckled, refraining from any further advances, for I wished to respect Fei's boundaries. I believe that love should unfold naturally, without force, like water flowing effortlessly. A week later, feeling fully healed, I drove Fei toward the 168 group building. Jiang Jinlong had mentioned that once I recovered, he would sign the land transfer contract with me. And today was the day I sought to hold him to his word. The receptionist was still as charming as ever. After a brief phone call, she greeted us with a professional smile. Our chairman is expecting you on the 28th floor. Thank you, I replied, leading Fei into the elevator. This time, Jiang Gong awaited us outside the elevator on the 28th floor. Upon seeing us, he gestured for us to follow him into Jiang Jinlong's office. As I entered, Jiang Jinlong spoke before I could. Wang Mo, is it true that the Zhongyi Hall circulating in the circles lately is your doing? Indeed, I nodded. What of it? I suspected it was your handiwork. Some say the Hongmen has arrived in our Fushan city. Jiang Jinlong smiled faintly. The Hongmen, the Qin gang, the Golao Hui, aren't they relics of the past? I blinked. These large gangs have endured for centuries. They can't simply vanish. The withered camel is still larger than a horse. They possess their own means of survival, just as we have ours. Now, let us discuss more pressing matters. Jiang Jinlong's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he addressed me. I came to see Mr. Jiang to discuss serious matters. My injury has healed, and it is time for your promise to be fulfilled. I looked steadily at Jiang Jinlong, speaking with calm assurance. I underestimated you. Ge Bing is still in the hospital, yet you appear as vibrant as ever. He assessed me critically. I've always been tough. I can endure and withstand, I replied. Jiang Jinlong observed my aura and remarked, your presence seems stronger than before. It appears your misfortune has turned into fortune. I was taken aback by his keen perception, but I preferred not to dwell on that. Instead, I took the contract from fervor and presented it to Jiang Jinlong, saying, Mr. Jiang, let us expedite the land transaction. You are affluent, while we are but a small establishment, eagerly awaiting our sustenance. Jiang Jinlong chuckled lightly, setting the contract aside, causing a jolt of anxiety in me. Was he reconsidering? Recently, he had been embroiled in conflicts with the Huang Biao and Li Chang factions, nearly at war with one another. If the government didn't intervene, they would have already clashed. Did Jiang Jinlong still have the energy to contend with the chief family? My mind raced with questions, laced with concern. Jiang Jinlong met my gaze and reassured, rest assured. My words hold weight. No need to rush. I have other matters to discuss with you. Other matters? My interest piqued, although I tried to maintain an indifferent facade. Jiang Jinlong smiled slightly and instructed Jiang Gong, please escort Miss Ouyang to the adjacent lounge for some tea while I speak with Wang Mo. Understood. Jiang Gong nodded, moving to Fei's side, gesturing for her to follow him. Fei looked at me, her eyes questioning, and after a moment's contemplation, I nodded. Once Jiang Gong and Fei had departed, the spacious office was left with just Jiang Jinlong and me. Mr. Jiang, may I inquire about the nature of our discussion? I asked. Yao Jiuzhi has given up his ambitions. He will rely on the Blue Moon nightclub for the rest of his days, Jiang Jinlong stated. I remained silent, watching him intently, awaiting his next words. After spending over a decade in prison, I have grown old, he continued. I felt a flicker of confusion. What was Jiang Jinlong hinting at? Why mention Yao Jiuzhi and then himself? Li Chang is a force cultivated by Zheng Kaishan and Fushan, but he harbors great ambitions. He wishes to leverage Zheng Kaishan's influence while breaking free from his control, aspiring to be the leader of Fushan. I shrugged. What does that have to do with me? If Li Chang were to dominate the entire underworld of Fushan, he would inevitably sully the gray industries of the city. Once things cross a certain line, it will invite governmental crackdowns, at which point the entire underworld of Fushan would suffer. Jiang Jinlong reflected. And so, I feign indifference. When a nest is overturned, can the eggs remain intact? We may reign in the shadows, but we must always remember the government's boundaries. If we play with fire, we risk annihilation in an instant. I am the best example of that, and now Li Chang is toying with danger. What he is involved in could lead to overnight wealth, but is precisely what the government abhors and strikes down with the utmost severity. Jiang Jinlong paused for a moment, gazing intently at me for several seconds before continuing. Prohibited substances are the bane of our martial arts community. The reason the Japanese referred to us as the sick men of East Asia was due to the rampant use of such substances among our people. Sun Yat-sen united martial artists to establish the National Martial Arts Institute. For what purpose? To strengthen our nation and resist the harm these substances inflict upon our people. Therefore, I withstood all pressures and temptations, employing resolute measures to prevent even a single prohibited substance from entering Fushan City. Yet now, as night falls, the youth of Fushan City succumb to a dreamlike fantasy. The Green Forest has always been our sanctuary. I absolutely cannot permit individuals like Li Chang to disrupt it. He has crossed my line, but he is backed by Zheng Kaishan of the Youth Federation, which prevents me from taking direct action against him. At this point, Jiang Jinlong fixed his eyes upon me, revealing an expression of anticipation. I wholeheartedly agreed with Jiang Jinlong's sentiments. The Green Forest has always belonged to us martial artists. Individuals like Li Chang will inevitably provoke the government, leading to the eradication of the dark forces in Fushan City and a subsequent reshuffling of power. Where there is light, there must be darkness. The shadows will never be completely extinguished, as has been the case throughout history. The government understands this truth. As long as their boundaries are not crossed, they will turn a blind eye. However, should one overstep, it will invoke their wrath. Despite my internal agreement, My face betrayed no emotion as I pushed the contract back towards Jiang Jinlong, saying, Mr. Jiang, let us sign the contract first. We must get things moving. Jiang Jinlong stared into my eyes for about 10 seconds before picking up a pen from the table and signing his name on the contract. Do you truly not wish to take action? He inquired. I remained silent, instead scrutinizing the contract. With Yao Jiu's fall, Li Chong sought to seize control of Furong Street. Currently, the Flower Snake Gang and Wen Li of the Northern District each occupy a venue on Furong Street, while the Bai family has claimed another. Li Chong has taken the remaining 4 venues, and, oh, by the way, he has also taken over a bar that was originally within his grasp. Jiang Jinlong remarked. That bar belongs to our loyalty hall, I clarified after reviewing the contract. Join forces with me to eliminate Li Chong, Jiang Jinlong invited. I smiled and replied, what benefit would that bring me? If I provoke Zheng Kaishan of the Youth Federation, I would only have to flee. Zheng Kaishan? If I hadn't been imprisoned over a decade ago, he would not have been able to dictate terms at Ludong. Jiang Jinlong scoffed, clearly harboring great disdain for Zheng Kaishan. Chapter 63. Qi Gong's request upon mentioning Zheng Kaishan, the leader of the Youth Federation. A look of deep regret crossed Jiang Jinlong's face. He had taken a wrong step years ago. Had he not been greedy in seeking to swallow the Qi family's ancestral lands, he might now be the helm of Ludong. Alas, there is no remedy for regret in this world. Now, Zheng Kaishan stands in opposition to Jiang Jinlong, who feels constrained from directly confronting Li Chong. Meanwhile, Li Chong has shown little regard for Jiang Jinlong, perceiving him as a once mighty tiger now past his prime. Secretly, he has allied with Huang Biao to eliminate Jiang Jinlong. Zheng Kaishan, standing behind Li Chong, remains silent, as Jiang Jinlong is a painful reminder of a bygone defeat. Li Chong's success in defeating Jiang Jinlong would be ideal for Zheng Kaishan, yet should Jiang Jinlong attempt to remove Li Chong, he would surely intervene. Jiang Jinlong finds himself in a precarious position, needing a powerful ally to charge ahead while he remains in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment. That ally is me. After confirming the contract was free of issues, I stood to leave. Li Chong is our mutual enemy. Jiang Jinlong's voice followed me. I will think it over. Promptly, he insisted. I raised the contract in my hand, stating, Mr. Jiang, please ensure your people come to handle the transfer procedures swiftly, and the funds must arrive without delay. These matters are trivial. Li Chong is the true root of our troubles in Fushan City. I chuckled lightly, replying, Zheng Kaishan is the true bane of Ludong. I will have his life one day, Jiang Jinlong vowed. I turned to scrutinize him for several seconds, saying, I have heard that Zheng Kaishan has mastered the iron cloth shirt technique and has already opened all 12 meridians. He is a disgrace to our martial arts community in Ludong. Jiang Jinlong's eyes flared with anger. I shrugged, saying nothing further, and turned to leave. I await your news. The moment I stepped out of Jiang Jinlong's office, I heard his voice once more. It appeared that Jiang Jinlong had been heavily pressured by both Zheng Kaishan and Li Chong. Otherwise, he would not have sought my assistance in breaking this deadlock. In the small lounge, I found Feier, who was sipping tea with Jiang Gong, and together we took the elevator down. Did Jiang Jinlong sign? Feier asked, noticing the contract in my hand. Yes, he should send someone to handle the transfer and remittance procedures tomorrow. I am entrusting this matter to you. I handed the signed contract to Feier. Rest assured, I will manage it well. She nodded, then inquired, what did Jiang Jinlong confide in you? Nothing of consequence, I replied, wishing to keep her in the dark. You must tell me, or I shall be quite upset. Feier pouted playfully. It's merely a matter concerning the martial arts community. Wang Mo, we now have funds and have significantly aided the Qi family. As they construct their buildings, we are sure to secure a portion of the materials orders. Can you simply focus on doing business with me? Feier grasped my arm, her eyes pleading. Very well. You won't deceive me? I would not, I assured her. Though deep down, I had already resolved to ally with Jiang Jinlong. To allay Feier's concerns, I spoke of falsehood. Feier, please do not hold it against me for deceiving you. My fate has long been entwined with turmoil. I must uncover who set the fire 5 years ago and identify my enemies, ensuring they endure 1,000-fold suffering. My adversaries are undoubtedly from the martial arts community and linked to my grandfather's past grievances. Thus, I must infiltrate that world and gain a measure of power and influence to unravel the clues. I silently apologized to Feier for my earlier deceit. Upon returning to the company, Feier began contacting previous suppliers of building materials, while I drove to the Qi family residence. Since being defeated by me, Qi Meng had redoubled his training. When I arrived at the Qi family, he approached silently, ready to engage. Unfortunately for him, I too had progressed, and I had finally broken through the internal cultivation barrier that had troubled me for 5 years. My strength was now significantly greater. Thus, when faced with Qi Meng's assault, I remained unfazed, countering with a powerful punch. Bang! Qi Meng staggered back 3 steps, his expression shifting, despite his relentless training. He was caught off guard as my initial strike forced him back. Not pausing, I pressed the advantage, delivering another forceful blow. Crack! The air cracked sharply as Qi Meng executed a Qi family technique, his elbow colliding with my fist, causing him to retreat another 3 steps. With a roar, Qi Meng unleashed his fury, his iron-like muscles rippling with energy. My expression changed, and I braced myself. Qi Meng was invoking some secret technique of the iron cloth shirt. Each martial art has its unique secrets. Even within the same school, various factions may arise, such as the distinctions between the Shang and Shui branches of Xingyi boxing, each possessing their own esoteric techniques. For instance, there are 2 distinct schools within Bagua, the Yi school and the Chun school. The secret techniques of the Yi school lie within the Niushi Zhang, while those of the Chun school are found in the Long Xing Zhang. The art of Hu Xiao Tai Bu Shan is considered superior among the horizontal training methods. My grandfather once spoke of it, though I remain unaware of the specific secret techniques inherent to this practice. Suddenly, my strength surged to its peak, and my gaze fixated on the volatile Qi Meng. And my gaze was fixed intently on the volatile Qi Meng. Qi Meng, cease at once. Just then, the authoritative voice of Qi Gong resonated. Qi Meng paused, momentarily taken aback, and turned to look at Qi Gong, reluctantly retracting his fists, his muscles ceasing their movement. In a life-and-death battle, I countered. In literature, there is no first. In martial arts, no second. Lacking the spirit of determination and training, national martial arts originate from the battleground. Should one lose their edge, their might may only reach 80% at best. National martial arts are fundamentally skills for combat. If one loses their edge, their prowess is reduced to merely 80%. Only when martial arts are perfected into a personal way, a unique path, can one claim the ability to subdue enemies without conflict. Those who speak of peace as the highest realm of martial arts, without having cultivated transformative energy, are merely engaging in empty rhetoric. Martial arts at its core. To speak of this highest realm of martial arts without having attained transformative energy is sheer folly, merely empty words. Martial arts are, at their essence, a means of killing. Yet, upon reaching a certain level, martial arts evolve into martial way, allowing for the pursuit of the so-called greater path. Until that time, idle talk is futile. One must maintain an indomitable spirit, diligently honing their skills and inner strength, for this is the true path. Subsequently, Qi Gong invited me to the living room, where I once again sensed the ambience of an ancient aristocratic family. There was not a trace of modernity, which left me feeling somewhat out of place. The tea set was an authentic Ming Dynasty imperial kiln piece. I could only imagine its current value, certainly substantial, and I handled it with utmost care. Is there progress in our affairs? After sipping tea, Qi Gong inquired. Indeed, I nodded, responding, Jiang Jinlong has agreed to purchase the land I possess for 30 billion. Hence my visit, to inform you and alleviate any concerns. Very well, the Qi family owes you a favor, Qi Gong replied with a hint of smile, so as not to cause you any distress. Very well, the Qi family now owes a debt of gratitude to the young friend, Qi Gong smiled, feeling a sense of relief that he could resolve the transformation of the Qi family's ancestral lands before his time was up, allowing him to face his ancestors with pride. With this sum, a significant portion of the remaining ancestral land can be renovated. It will require a substantial aware of the significant assistance I had provided to his family. With this sum, the remaining majority of the ancestral land could also be transformed and rebuilt. Qi-Run, take note of this. Yes, father, Qi-Ren replied, already assuming the mantle of leadership within the Qi family. We exchanged business cards. Qi-Run, make a note of this. Qi Gong instructed a middle-aged man seated beside him. Yes, father. Qi-Rei informed. He was the next generation's patriarch of the Qi family, already overseeing various family matters. After exchanging business card with Qi-Run, we had formally acquainted ourselves. Having concluded our business, I prepared to take my leave, but Qi Gong halted me. Wang Mo, young friend, please wait a moment. What further instructions do you have? Yet our branch has not produced a single one. Qi Gong lamented, his eyes reflecting profound sorrow. It is truly commendable that Wei Gong maintains the integrity of the Wei lineage, I sincerely remarked. Qi Gong gestured dismissively. Qi Gong's eyes betrayed a profound sense of loss. It is commendable that Wei Gong has preserved the essence of the Wei family, I sincerely remarked. Qi Gong waved his hand dismissively, continuing, after much contemplation, I believe the Qi family cannot remain this conservative indefinitely. Thus, I wish for Qi Meng to accompany you into the world of the green forest. This I hesitated. Please allow me to finish, young friend. Had our Qi family possessed a foothold in the green forest world back in the day, perhaps the situation with Jiang Zhenlong would not have escalated so disastrously. We need to understand the external world and allow it to understand us. Qi Meng can serve as a window for this purpose. I ask that you take him under your wing and help him explore. A glimmer of earnestness shone in Qi Gong's eyes. Very well, I nodded in agreement. Qi Meng. Qi Gong's tone shifted to one of gravity as he called out. Qi Meng approached, confusion etched on his face. Kneel. Thud. He knelt, adhering to the family's strict customs. Bow to Wang Mo, young friend, and recognize him as your elder brother. From now on, you must heed his words. Qi Meng's head struck the ground with a resounding thump as he called out, Mo Gu. An hour later, I departed the Qi ancestral grounds with Qi Meng. I shall remember grandfather's teachings. Afterward, Qi Meng turned to me, preparing to bow. I instinctively reached out to stop him, but Qi Gong's arm obstructed my attempt. You can accept this. If this child finds himself in trouble outside, you must bear some responsibility. Bang! Qi Meng bowed deeply, exclaiming. He could have occupied the ancestral residence, but Qi Gong insisted he adapt to the outside environment and forbade him from returning there. Where will you stay? Resembling a powerful leopard. Chapter 64. The headache of Qi Meng at present. I felt a slight overwhelm. Qi Gong had entrusted Qi Meng to me. Yet I suddenly realized I was still residing at Fei's home. Where would Qi Meng stay? Ideally, he could have lived in the ancestral residence. I recalled that the brothers' bar had a spacious manager's room that could easily be converted into a bedroom, with a small restroom added to transform it into a one-bedroom apartment. That works, as long as there is a place to stay, Qi Meng replied without much concern. Fei finds the interior decor lacking in taste and plans to renovate, so we won't be able to move in for at least a month. Would it be acceptable for you to stay at the bar? And the Qi family had undoubtedly granted Qi Meng the license to do so. Good. I have a task for you. What kind of task? That's fine, as long as there's a place to stay, Qi Meng replied nonchalantly. Have you ever killed anyone? I pondered before asking Qi Meng. The car pulled up to the entrance of Brothers Bar on Fervor Street. I led Qi Meng inside, where Chun Pongzi, Niu Gang, Xiaolan, and 3 young ladies were engaged in conversation. The bar's signage had been replaced, awaiting its grand opening, leaving them with Chun Pongzi had been frequenting Brothers Bar for sparring sessions with Niu Gang, initially suffering considerable defeats, but recently claiming it was for practical experience. I paid him no mind, as my grandfather had subjected me to similar training in enduring blows. Chun Pongzi was in the midst of telling a joke, eliciting laughter from the 3 young women. Master, Mo Gu, leaving them with little to do. Recently, Chun Pongzi had been coming to the Brother Bar to spar with Niu Gang. Initially, he struggled, but after some days, he could land a punch or 2, claiming it was for the sake of gaining practical experience. I paid him no mind, recalling that my grandfather had also subjected me to similar training. Upon our entrance, Chun Pongzi was in the midst of telling a joke. Long glared at Niu Gang and said, I chuckled softly and redirected the conversation. So, these are the ladies you brought? Rest assured, Brother Mo. Thank you for saving me last time. Xiaolan expressed her gratitude as she approached. If you wish to thank someone, thank Niu Gang. He risked everything to come to your rescue. I relinquished the credit to Niu Gang. Given his meager skills, it was a miracle he wasn't dispatched by Yao Jiuji. My grandfather had some knowledge of physiognomy, which he passed on to me, though I only grasped it superficially. These are the friends you brought along? Rest assured, Mo Gu, they are quite clever and won't cause any trouble, Xiaolan hurriedly replied. There will be a bonus at year's end, I encouraged them. Thank you, Brother Mo. Xingyi and the others bowed slightly, responding in unison. Master, who is Chun Pongzi finally found an opportunity to interject. Ever since Qi Meng entered, his gaze had been fixated on him. Qi Meng, with his robust physique, I could discern a hint of loyalty or treachery from one's visage. Xingyi and her companions did not appear to be of deceitful nature. Work diligently, and if you excel, I introduced Qi Ming to Chimpanzee and the others. Oh, by the way, Niugang has vacated that office for Qi Ming to stay in. Chimpanzee finally found an opportunity to interject. Since I and Qi Ming arrived, his gaze had been fixated on Qi Ming, whose robust physique was undeniably captivating. This is Qi Ming. From today onwards, he is a member of our loyal and righteous hall, and we shall all be brothers. I introduced him to Chimpanzee and the others. By the way, Niugang has vacated the office for Qi Ming to reside in. Not wanting to lose face in front of Lan and the others. Master, let Qi Ming stay with me. I have plenty of rooms. Chimpanzee, let him reside with you for now. But I must warn you, do not engage in sparring with Qi Ming, or you may end up in the hospital. I'll find another solution for Qi Ming, I decided after a moment of thought. Thank you. Mo Go, Niugang expressed gratitude, clearly relieved not to lose face before Xiao Lan and the others. Master, let Qi Ming stay with me. I have plenty of rooms, Chimpanzee excitedly suggested. Very well. Let him reside with you for now. But heed my warning. Do not spar with Qi Ming, or you may find yourself in the hospital. Do not say I did not warn you. I cautioned Chimpanzee. Rest assured, Master, he replied. I then called Chimpanzee and Qi Ming aside. Pongzi, have you gathered any information on Lu Song? I inquired, recalling the individual who had attempted to attack me and Feier while we were in the hospital. He is a favored aide of Zhuo Qinglong. I shot Chimpanzee a glare. You only need to point Lu Song out to Qi Ming. Then bring him along to identify Lu Song, I instructed. Understood, Master, he affirmed. Are you truly going to deal with Lu Song? Chimpanzee asked cautiously. Keep a close watch on Lu Song for 24 hours and familiarize yourself with his routine. Qi Ming replied with a hint of irritation. You needn't teach me such. If the opportunity arises, I will capture him for you. It's not difficult. Be cautious. There are cameras everywhere on the streets. Keep a close watch on Lu Song for 24 hours and discern his daily routine. Qi Ming grumbled. I don't need your guidance on such matters. If the opportunity arises, I'll capture him for you. It's hardly a challenge. Be cautious. The streets are lined with surveillance cameras, I reminded him. I'm not from ancient times. The opponent may still be plotting something, I cautioned. After sitting the bar for a while, I departed. Unexpectedly, that evening, Qi Ming had managed to capture Lu Song and brought him to Chimpanzee's villa. When I received Chimpanzee's call, I was having dinner with Feier's family. Pongzi, what is the matter? Master, Qi Ming has brought Lu Song back. Chimpanzee said anxiously from the other end of the line. What? Qi Ming was indeed formidable. You both wait at home. I will come over immediately. After ending the call, I apologized to Feier's parents. Uncle, I have something urgent to attend to. I apologize. Ouyang Jingwo nodded, while Feier's mother added, come back early, and if you're driving, don't drink outside. Of course, you two stay put. I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, I apologized to Feier's parents. Uncle, Annie, I have something to attend to. My apologies. Ouyang Jingwo nodded. I will return shortly. I was about to get into the car when Feier suddenly jumped in ahead of me. I'm coming with you. This. Drive. Feier's tone was resolute. Ultimately, I could not dissuade her, so I started the car and headed toward Chimpanzee's villa. In less than half an hour. Drive. Her resolve was unyielding. Ultimately, I relented and started the engine, heading towards Chimpanzee's villa. Within half an hour, we arrived. Pongzi, what is going on? Before I could speak, Feier interrogated Chimpanzee. His gaze shifted to me, and I subtly shook my head, prompting him to say, Master's wife, it's nothing. I just asked the master out for a drink. Really? Absolutely. Chimpanzee lied without a flicker of hesitation. But the next moment, we both froze in astonishment as Qi Ming emerged from the room, exclaiming, I've beaten Lu Song half to death and brought him here, tied up in the room. Feier gasped and rushed into the room Qi Ming had just exited. I hurried after her. Inside, Lu Song was bound to a chair, blood trickling from his right eye was swollen and bruised, resembling a peach, and he coughed incessantly, each cough bringing forth blood, likely from Qi Ming's blood. Chapter 65. Feier dashed into the room, and I followed closely. Lu Song was badly injured and tied to the chair. Chapter 65. Feier rushed into the room, and I followed closely behind. Lu Song, battered and tied to the chair, bore the marks of Qi Ming's heavy hand. Wang Mo, do you realize this is a crime? Feier exclaimed in Anga. Ido, he nodded. Then why proceed with this? Because he frightened you that day. And he deserves it. I've stated before, no one is permitted to harm you. If he dares to wield a knife against you, I will ensure he pays dearly. He ultimately did not harm anyone that day and even apologized. Wang Mo, Please spare him. Fei, do you think if I let him go now, he wouldn't retaliate against me? Well, Fei, being intelligent, hesitated. I swear if you release me, I will act as if this never happened and will never do anything to harm you, Brother Mo, Lu Song pleaded. He was genuinely frightened. That evening, while returning to the Crystal Palace sauna, he had taken a shortcut through a desolate alley he had traversed for over a year without incident. However, tonight, a shadow leaped before him like a panther. In the next instant, before he could react, a sharp pain struck his head, and he lost consciousness. When he awoke, upon waking, he found himself in this room, at the mercy of a hulking man who pummeled him mercilessly, leaving him feeling as though his lungs were bleeding and his right eye so swollen he could barely see. Silence. I snapped at Lu Song. Mo. The Huashi gang. Our Zhang's faction. We are family. That day was my fault. I was blind to the greatness before me. Please do not stoop to the level of someone like me. If you let me go, I swear I won't breathe a word about today's events. I wouldn't dare speak of today. Song shouted once more. Bang! I lifted my foot and kicked him in the mouth, silencing his cries. Wang Montak. Fei, pull me back. Fei, just think of how he harassed Nurse Lu. When he threatened to have her gang raped and even brought people with knives to our ward, intent on harming us. Is such a person worthy of your sympathy? I retorted. I cannot allow you to kill for me. Fei replied resolutely. I locked eyes with her, and she met my gaze unwaveringly. After a minute, I relented, saying, very well. I then instructed Fat Chun to release Lu Song. As he departed, I warned him, consider yourself fortunate this time. Out of respect for Fei, I spare you. Get lost. Thank you, Mo. Thank you, Mo. Song limped away. That brat Chi Ming likely took out all his anger on Song, giving him a good beating. As we left Fat Chin's villa, Chi Ming remarked, if this fatso comes to challenge me again, he shouldn't blame me for turning him into a pig's head. Don't blame me for turning him into a pig's head. Chun Fatty shrank back at Chi Ming's words. I glared at Chun Fatty, saying, Fatty, you're not in the same league yet. However, if you persist in your diligent training, I believe that in a few years, you will surely surpass Chi Ming. If you remain diligent and practice hard, I believe you will surpass Chi Ming in a few years. I hold great hope for my named disciple, as Chun Fatty has a passion for traditional martial arts, which is crucial for becoming a master. Only by genuinely enjoying something can one devote oneself fully to it. Oomph. Upon hearing this, Chi Ming snorted and retreated to his room. After he left, I quietly advised Fatty, don't provoke him in a life-and-death match. Fat Chin's expression revealed his surprise. Of course, his Xiao Tai Bu shirt technique must have reached a moderate level. With your current skills, his Tiger Roar Iron Cloth should be at least moderately advanced by now. Even if you hit him, you might not inflict any real damage. But don't feel disheartened. You still have great potential. Keep it up. I patted Chun Fatty's shoulder and added. I then drew. As the intricacies of the Xiao Tai Bu shirt were exceedingly difficult to counter. A month ago, had Chi Ming been in Gubing's place, my most potent spiral half-step burst might not have been sufficient to injure him severely unless I struck his groin or the back of his head. Otherwise, it would be difficult to deal him a fatal blow. This is the terrifying nature of advanced martial arts training. However, should Chi Ming encounter a practitioner of traditional martial arts who, as hidden strength, can penetrate his muscular defenses in an instant. Yet, hidden strength is not invincible. If the Xiao Tai Bu shirt is mastered to perfection, a single roar can generate a protective barrier that can withstand such attacks. Naturally, other advanced external martial arts, when perfected, can also mitigate the effects of hidden strength. However, these external techniques are not only exceptionally arduous to master, but also require one to maintain an untainted body, unless one is willing to forsake the attainment of true mastery. This is essential. On our way back, Fei sat in the car, her expression grave as she said, Wang Mo, I cannot permit you to engage in such perilous actions again. I hesitated to respond, reflecting deeply. I decided to share the truth with Fei. For lying is a torment I cannot endure. Fei, do you know why I have no family? I began. Why? She asked, having inquired before without receiving an answer. Today, however, I was prepared to disclose my past. 5 years ago, a catastrophic fire claimed the lives of my entire family. At that time, I was undergoing survival training in the Maliang Mountains, which spared me for the tragedy. I continued, the police deemed it an accident, but I believe otherwise. The police deemed it an accident, but I believe it was anything but. Fei gasped in shock upon hearing that I considered it no accident, covering her mouth with her hand. My grandfather was once a figure in the martial arts world. After retiring, he dedicated years to honing my skills, traveling across the vast rivers and mountains and reconnecting with his old friends in the martial arts community. I suddenly realized that the so-called accidental fire might not have been an accident at all, but rather a deliberate act. Why? Fei asked, perplexed. Because my grandfather had enemies in the martial world. Although he had severed ties with them, he reconnected for my training, and the fire happened shortly after. To master one's martial arts, one must learn from various styles and engage in mutual sparring, which is why my grandfather introduced me to his old friends. He rekindled contact with old acquaintances, and the fire broke out soon after. To master his martial art, one must learn from various styles and engage in mutual sparring. My grandfather took me to meet some of his old friends, allowing me to spar with their disciples, gradually refining my skills, which led to my current achievements. The art of traditional martial arts is not merely learned but forged through combat. Only through constant sparring, and it is through life and death battles that martial arts can truly evolve. This is why some martial artists still participate in underground fights to hone their— What do you plan to do? Faya inquired. This is a blood feud. I must take revenge, yet my grandfather left me no useful clues. I have to investigate this on my own, but I cannot uncover any leads by myself. Therefore, just hold me. I will face any peril alongside you. You cannot push me away. Hold me tightly. Fei gazed at me with deep affection. I embraced her tightly. I want to inform my enemies that the grandson of Wang Qiaoshan is still alive, so they will come to me. I share my entire plan with Fei. She fell silent, contemplating deeply. Fei, perhaps we. Before I could finish, she placed her hand over my lips, silencing me. Wang Mo, if you seek vengeance, I will help you. It's too dangerous. I'm not afraid, but I do not want you to be in danger. I replied, don't say anything. Just hold me. I will face any danger with you. Don't think of pushing me away. Hold me tightly. Fei gazed at me with deep affection. I embraced her tightly, not letting go for a long while. Chapter 66. The Secret Agreement. I revealed all my secrets to Fei. Feeling a weight lifted from my heart, relieved and unburdened. Her understanding and unconditional support filled me with a sense of empowerment. The next day, I could have easily disposed of Li Chong with a mere flick of my hand. Jiang Jinlong expressed profound disdain for Li Chong. If it were so effortless to topple Li Chong, why then would an alliance with me be necessary? I cast a glance at Jiang Jinlong and remarked, "There are my people surrounding Li Chong. If we simply inform the police of his shipment's time and location, I need not lift a finger." In an instant, and slowly sipped from the teacup on a bamboo tray. Jiang Jinlong did not speak further, but kept his gaze fixed on me. After a moment, my current strength is insufficient to confront him directly. Jiang Jinlong articulated his predicament. What would you have me do? I inquired bluntly. Confront him on Furong Road. Once the situation escalates, we can secretly intercept his goods and let him know it was you who orchestrated it, Jiang Jinlong suggested. Am I a fool? If I intercept Li Chong's goods, would he not go mad with vengeance? Furthermore, even Zheng Kaishan would not spare me, I scoffed. He will not. There are my people surrounding Li Chong. If we simply inform the police of his shipment's time and location, I need not lift a finger. In an instant, his sales channels could very well be infiltrated by several minor forces from the 6 counties surrounding the city. This scheme of overnight wealth is not solely Li Chong's domain. It merely thrives because of Zheng Kaishan's backing. Jiang Jinlong elucidated his comprehensive strategy. That sounds promising, but what if Zheng Kaishan intervenes? I pondered, seeking clarity from Jiang Jinlong. I shall deter him. This matter is an internal affair of Fushan City, and we shall not allow him to meddle, he assured me. So, if I intercept Li Chong's goods, would he not go mad with vengeance? Furthermore, even Zheng Kaishan would not spare me, I scoffed. He will not. Should the goods be intercepted, Li Chong must promptly retrieve them. At that juncture, you can demand an exorbitant price. If he cannot reclaim them swiftly, once Li Chong is dealt with, I shall swiftly unify the various forces of Fushan City and then confront Zheng Kaishan, Jiang Jinlong replied. It merely thrives because of Zheng Kaishan's backing. Jiang Jinlong elucidated his comprehensive strategy. That sounds promising, but what if Zheng Kaishan intervenes? I pondered. Jiang Jinlong responded evasively. Let's not discuss this matter further. It is utterly impossible. How much assistance can you provide in eliminating Li Chong? 12 skilled fighters. While you are entangled with Zheng Kaishan, I should seize the opportunity to eliminate Li Chong while he is vulnerable. I confirmed. Indeed, Jiang Jinlong nodded. But what happens after Li Chong's demise? Zheng Kaishan will promptly appoint another agent in Fushan City. No one wishes to forego profit, I countered. And if Li Chong resorts to firearms? They are engaged in a deadly trade and are always armed, I cautioned. Will your loyal and righteous Hall then fall under my command? I queried. Consider yourself my son-in-law. I have faith in you. The future of Fushan City is yours. Jiang Jinlong responded evasively. Let's not discuss this matter further. It is utterly impossible. How much assistance can you provide in eliminating Li Chong? 12 skilled fighters. Jiang Jinlong answered. Skilled fighters? Masters of hidden strength? Huh. Such masters are not readily available. However, these 12 individuals are my carefully trained disciples, each having opened 6 meridians in their feet, their existence unknown to outsiders. Oh, and Gebing will also be at your disposal. By the time he realizes our unification of the forces in Fushan City, he shall find it exceedingly difficult to infiltrate. Jiang Jinlong narrowed his eyes. Let's depart. Then you shall have to find a way to manage that. Jiang Jinlong shrugged. I fell into silence, sipping my tea. Once Gebing has recuperated, have him report to me. His strength is only a notch below mine. In all of Fushan City, apart from myself, Jiang Jinlong, with all the bars, KTVs, nightclubs, and sound is transferred to me at a low price. Agreed. Jiang Jinlong readily consented. Do not blame me for withdrawing and exposing you as the mastermind behind the scenes, I forewarned. Rest assured, I will hold Zheng Kaishan at bay. That is good. I shall take my leave. I exited the Yunwu tea house, my clandestine agreement, with Jiang Jinlong remaining unknown to all. Ensure that the 12 individuals at your disposal are ready at a moment's notice, appearing before me within half an hour when called upon. No problem, Jiang Jinlong nodded. Also, I entrusted all matters of the Murphy Company to her. To be frank, I am not cut out for business. I lack understanding of corporate operations. And Qi Ming, no one can match him. Such a formidable aid will not be squandered. Very well, Jiang Jinlong affirmed again. No one knows Gebing is under your command, correct? I inquired. You need not worry. Chun Pongzi had been assisting Niu Gang with the Brother Bar's affairs and was once again entrenched in the gym. Is Pongzi home? I asked Qi Ming as he entered the car. No. Where'd he go? No idea. Ming replied, visibly irritative. What do you need from me? If there's nothing pressing, I still need to practice boxing, he added. The area surrounding Chun Pongzi's villa was surrounded by lawns, an excellent spot for boxing practice. Qi Gong entrusted you to me, and I must take responsibility for you. Understood? I asserted, invoking Qi Gong's name. Oof. Qi Ming snorted, remaining silent. You can practice boxing at Qi's ancestral grounds. Why tread into Fushan City's green forest? You fail to comprehend Qi Gong's good intentions. It matters not. You will follow my orders from here on out, I chastised Qi Ming. He harbored resentment, wishing to retort, but I offered him no opportunity to speak. Utter another word, and I shall send you back immediately, I warned, eyeing him sternly. You. Qi Ming huffed in anger, ultimately turning his head away, sulking in silence. If there's nothing pressing, I still need to practice boxing, he added. The area surrounding Chun Pongzi's villa was surrounded by lawns, an excellent spot for boxing practice. Qi Gong entrusted you to me, and I must take responsibility for you. Understood? I asserted, invoking Qi Gong's name. Oof. Qi Ming snorted, remaining silent. Xiaolon had previously studied bartending for half a year and learned from a bartender while serving at Yao Jiuji's rooftop restaurant. However, you will follow my orders from here on out, I chastised Qi Ming. He harbored resentment, wishing to retort, but I offered him no opportunity to speak. Chun Pongzi, present at the time, also praised her, indicating that her skills were commendable. Thus, I decided to appoint her as the bartender without seeking anyone else. Xiao Lang, thrilled yet anxious, practiced diligently over the past few days. Montaque. As I entered, Niu Gang, Xiaolon, Yingzi, and the rest greeted me. Niu Gang, Yingzi, and others were engaged in conversation, while Xiaolon was busy mixing drinks. Xiaolon had previously studied bartending for half a year and learned from a bartender while serving at Yao Jiuji's rooftop restaurant. However, Niu just pulled out a portable piece of paper from his pocket, which bore a line of small text. I glanced at it, nodded, patted his shoulder, greeted Xiaolon and the others, and then departed with Qi Ming. A flicker of confusion crossed Qi Ming's eyes, yet he refrained from asking further questions. Following the address, thrilled yet anxious, practiced diligently over the past few days. Emoga, Emoga. As I entered Nyogang, Shaolong, how are preparations coming along? I inquired of Nyogang. Everything is ready. Tomorrow will be flawless, he assured me confidently. Have you located the I asked abruptly, a question only understood by Nyogang and myself. I found it. This is the address. Nyo just pulled out a portable piece of paper from his pocket, which bore a line of small text. I glanced at it, nodded, patted his shoulder. Can you open it? Huh, how hard can it be? Chi Meng scoffed, gripping the iron lock and twisting it with force. With a snap, the lock broke apart. I drove to the residential area of Cotton Spinning Factory No. 1. Once a grand state-owned enterprise in our city, Chi Meng retorted dismissively. I felt utterly defeated, thinking to myself how Chi Meng seemed to possess unyielding strength, or perhaps that lock was simply of poor quality. Chapter 67. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. The apartment was roughly 30 square meters, filled with a suffocating haze, apart from a bed and a fan. Upon reaching 302 with Wei Meng, we discovered the door locked and no one home. I glanced at the iron lock and asked Chi Meng beside me, quickly shutting the door again, inwardly questioning whether anyone could actually live here. Chi Meng frowned, concern etched on his face as he asked. I was momentarily stunned. I meant for you to unlock it, not break it. Do you understand? There's a difference. Chi Meng replied dismissively. You've won this round. I concede, I thought, bewildered and secretly astonished. Was Chi Meng made of steel, or was this lock simply of poor quality? Chapter 67. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. The apartment was roughly 30 square meters, filled with a noxious haze, containing only a bed. A gaunt man with a disheveled appearance approached 302. He walked unsteadily, his hair a mess, eyes sunken, and his gaze vacant. He paid no attention to us, pondering how anyone could live in such squalor. Chi Meng, his brow furrowed, asked anxiously, "What are we doing here? You don't mean for me to stay here?" "Relax. I'm just here to find someone," I replied, surprised at his evident concern for cleanliness. Unbeknownst to me, Chi Meng grew up under strict. His parents had once been workers at the cotton spinning factory. 3 years ago, he had been a star in the bars and nightclubs of Fushan City. And a vacant gaze approached 302. He did not acknowledge us, and upon noticing the open door, walked straight in and collapsed. I entered with Chi Meng. "Can I stay outside?" he asked, worry etched on his face. "Fine, then stay out here," I said, braving the stench alone as I approached the bed where the man lay. His name was Tai Xinghua. His parents had once been workers at the cotton spinning factory, and no one wished to engage him for performances, leading to a complete loss of income. The details of his downfall elude me, but I know that in the end, his sister took her own life, and his parents, overwhelmed with grief, passed away shortly thereafter, leaving him utterly alone, leading to his current state. Initially, I had not intended to seek out this individual, but when I asked Nyogang if Li Chong had any enemies, he suddenly mentioned Tai Xinghua, and invitations to perform evaporated, severing his financial lifeline. The details of his downfall elude me, but I know that his sister ultimately prompting Li Chong to ensnare Tai Xinghua, leading him to addiction and substantial debt. Whether Tai Xinghua repaid the debt remains unclear. But when I asked Nyogang if Li Chong had any enemies, he mentioned Tai Xinghua, recounting that during his time under Yao Jiu's wing, he had heard Li Chong coveted Tai Xinghua's sister. When she rebuffed his advances, Li Chong ensnared Tai Xinghua, leading him into addiction and debt. Whether that debt was repaid remains unclear, but it is said that Li Chong was responsible for pushing Tai Xinghua's sister to her end, which devastated his parents, culminating in tragedy. 3 years ago, Tai Xinghua's name had crossed my ears, only for him to vanish from the scene. I called out loudly. No response. Frowning, I thought to myself, it appears my efforts to locate him were in vain. I had hoped to leverage him against Li Chong, but now it seemed utterly impossible. Tai Xinghua might have lost his mind. I thought to myself, it seems I have exhausted my efforts locating his address, initially believing I could use him against Li Chong, but it now appeared impossible. I decided to test him further, to see if he had indeed succumbed to madness. Tai Xinghua, I know that Li Chong is responsible for the ruin of your family. Why would he still think to lock the door? After much contemplation, I decided to test him further, to see if he had truly succumbed to madness. Tai Xinghua. There was no response. I shrugged, saying, it seems you have completely lost your wits. Perhaps that is for the best, sparing you from suffering. With that, I proclaimed loudly. Still, there was no reaction. I shrugged. It seems you have completely lost your wits. Perhaps it is for the best. His eyes fixed on me with an unsettling intensity. Tao Xinghua, I called out again, unable to suppress my curiosity. He remained silent, and I felt a sense of despair wash over me, prompting me to exit the foul-smelling room without looking back, intending to escape before the stench overwhelmed me. Wait. Determined to leave this foul-smelling room before I succumbed, I whipped around to find Tao Xinghua's eyes flickering with a glimmer of life. Had he not lost his mind after all? I returned to the room. Do you remember what happened in the past? No response. Li Chong. Do you remember him? Upon mentioning Li Chong, Tao Xinghua's demeanor shifted. His gaze turned crimson. His gaze turned bloodshot. His chest heaved violently, and he emitted a primal growl. He is a demon. I will kill him, kill him. Tears streamed down his face as he began to sob uncontrollably. I did not intervene, believing this emotional release could benefit him. Yet I overestimated his frail condition. He gasped for breath and promptly fainted. Damn! I blinked in shock, quickly pressing on his emaciated chest. Then called to Qi Meng, standing at the door, come inside. What for? Qi Meng protested, reluctant to enter due to the stench. Carry him. We are leaving. Why me? Because I am your elder brother, and because Grandpa Qi instructed you to obey me. I glared at Qi Meng. If you have the ability, you always bring up Grandpa to boss me around, he huffed, but ultimately relented, stepping inside to hoist the frail Tao Xinghua, following me out. I drove Tao Xinghua to the Nancheng People's Hospital, where he received 4 bags of glucose solution, and only then did he regain consciousness. During this time, I happened to encounter Nurse Liu. Xiao Liu, please assist me in arranging a full-body examination for him, I instructed the nurse. After a long day, Xiao Liu fetched a wheelchair from the hospital, assisting Tao Xinghua as they prepared for a series of examinations. Qi Meng, go out and buy a few sets of clothes, I instructed. Although Qi Meng appeared reluctant, he did not protest further, simply extending his hand for money. You don't have a single cent on you? I asked. No, he replied, shaking his head. With a sigh of resignation, I took 3,000 yuan from my wallet and tossed it to him, saying, this is your living expense for the month. Don't squander it. Understood, you stingy man. Only 3,000, he muttered as he turned to leave. I felt a surge of frustration. After all I had done, my generosity was met with such ingratitude. After enduring the examinations, Xiao Liu handed me a stack of reports. Xiao Liu, just tell me if there is anything wrong with his health, I said, disregarding the papers. He has no major issues, just malnutrition. The doctor mentioned he might have previously indulged in substances. Xiao Liu replied. Got it. Thank you, Nurse Xiao Liu. You're too polite, Mo Ge. I owe you for last time. Since then, Lu Song has stopped bothering me. She expressed her gratitude. After a brief conversation, I directed Qi Meng to assist Tao Xinghua, and the 3 of us departed from the South City People's Hospital. I found a nearby hotel and rented a room for a few hours, allowing Tao Xinghua to take a hot shower. I handed him the clothes Qi Meng had bought, urging him to change. After a visit to the barber shop, he emerged transformed, looking like a clean-cut young man, albeit somewhat thin. I withdrew 10,000 yuan from an ATM and presented it to Tao Xinghua, but he refused to take it. His gaze fixed on me. I want revenge. You might end up dead. I fear not death, as long as I can avenge myself. His eyes held no fear. 3 years ago, I contemplated ending my life, but I could not bring myself to do it. I wanted to witness Li Chong's fate, yet 3 years have passed, and he has not faced retribution. Instead, his business flourishes, and he has become an esteemed young entrepreneur in Foshanxi. It is unjust. Fate is fair. Li Chong's good fortune is about to come to an end. Martial artists often believe in destiny and spirits, as the ultimate goal of martial arts is to connect with the divine, developing one's mental power. You can command me to do anything, as long as it leads to Li Chong's demise, Tao Xinghua said, his excitement palpable. I calmed him, forcibly placing the 10,000 yuan in his hands. Eat well, and keep your home tidy. I'll check on you in a few days. As I turned to leave, he grasped my arm, asking, you're going after Li Chong, right? I smiled and replied, what do you think? You are definitely going after him, he murmured to himself. Take care of your health. I'll see you soon. With that, I drove away. Under pressure from Zheng Kaishan, Jiang Jinlong dared not confront Li Chong directly and asked me to take the lead. I sought to claim territory on Furong Street while also scheming to extort a hefty sum from Li Chong, so I acquiesced. Establishing a foothold on Furong Street would inevitably lead to conflict with Li Chong. Instead of waiting to be attacked, I preferred to strike first, especially since Jiang Jinlong would covertly provide support and muscle, an arrangement beneficial for both parties. However, I did not wish to recklessly engage Li Chong. So I needed a visible figure to divert his attention, someone who had a vendetta against him. Tao Xinghua was the perfect candidate. After a bustling day, and I drove Chi Ming to Ludong restaurant, calling Fei Er along the way. She informed me she would not join as she was still occupied. Once I finish, I'll eat at home, she said. Thank you for your hard work, Fei Er, I replied. You act like a carefree boss. While I am your free laborer, such a hard life, she joked. Tonight, I'll give you a massage as a reward. Enough. I'm busy. I feel uneasy until I finish this task. Don't exhaust yourself. I understand. Bye. Upon arriving at Ludong restaurant, we found it fully booked, the evening's business thriving. At that moment, I received a call from Chun Pongzi. Hello, fatty, what is up? Master, where are you and Chi Ming? He inquired. We're looking for a place to eat. Don't bother searching. Just come to the Chinese restaurant at Haitan Grand Hotel. I'm waiting for you. All right, I replied, waving Chi Ming to follow. It took us 40 minutes to reach the hotel during the peak hour. Chun Pongzi had arrived earlier and ordered the dishes. As we settled in, he mentioned, Master, tomorrow is the opening of the Brothers Bar. I've invited all the wealthy heirs from the WeChat group to support us. I nodded, not particularly invested in such matters. The more, the merrier at an opening. After all, martial artists often scan their surroundings instinctively upon entering a new place. As my gaze swept across the restaurant, I spotted a familiar figure, Jiang Yi. She was dining with a young man, seemingly engaged in conversation. However, her expression conveyed disinterest, even impatience. Jiang Yi's beauty and grace rivaled Fei Er's, and though Jiang Jinlong had aged, he was undoubtedly a handsome man in his youth, suggesting that Jiang Yi had inherited her mother's stunning features. It was no surprise that men surrounded her. What puzzled me was the absence of the American named Will, who Jiang Yi had once claimed was her true love. Master, that beautiful woman is stunning. Isn't she? Her looks and grace rival those of the mistress. Chun Pongzi remarked. I glanced at him and asked, do you know her? He shook his head. No, but ever since she arrived, she has caught every man's eye. Don't provoke her. Consider this a warning. Huh? Do you know who she is? Jiang Yi, Jiang Jinlong's daughter. If you're not afraid, go ahead. Jiang Jinlong's daughter? Never mind then, he replied, reluctantly withdrawing his gaze. Though he was captivated by Jiang Yi's beauty, he prioritized his own safety above all. Chiman merely cast a fleeting glance at Jiang Yi before diverting his attention to the delectable dishes on the table, relishing them with great enthusiasm. The three of us engaged in lively conversation as a sudden commotion erupted from a distance, followed by the resounding crack of a slap. The patrons of the Chinese restaurant craned their necks towards the source of the noise, and we were no exception. A man beside Jiang Yi clutched his face, glaring furiously at her, and shouted, You filthy bitch, do you know who I am? How dare you strike me? Get lost, with your pathetic appearance. You think you can flirt? You're making my ears ache with your incessant nagging, sounding like a damn woman. Jiang Yi's insults struck deeply. There is nothing a man detests more than being compared to a woman, especially when uttered by a strikingly beautiful one. After a moment's contemplation, I discreetly signaled Chun Pongzi. We can't let Jiang Yi suffer. Absolutely. Chun was already eager to play the gallant hero, seizing the opportunity to shine, while Jiang Yi's identity had slipped from his mind. The identity of Jiang Yi had already slipped from his mind. You filthy whore, what did you just say? I shall make you pay today. With a crash, brandishing the jagged edge threateningly at Jiang Yi, with the poise of a daughter of Jiang Jinlong, faced the man wielding the glass fragments without a hint of fear. Interesting, I mused to myself. The man was truly cowardly, bullying a woman. Chiman glanced over and remarked. Why don't you go teach that man a lesson? Not interested. Engaging with such a coward would tarnish the dignity of the Chiman lineage. His hand is trembling with the glass. He is less than a woman. I chuckled softly, remaining silent. Just as Chun Pongzi approached, he witnessed Jiang Yi suddenly kick the man in the groin and deftly twisted his arm, sending him crashing into the table with a loud groaning in agony on the floor. With your sorry state, do you think you can pursue me? Jiang Yi didn't even glance back at the moaning man as she departed. Chun was left astonished. Oh heavens, why must you be so cruel to me? Exclaiming, Heaven, why must you be so cruel? My dream of being the gallant hero has shattered. She is nothing short of a tigress. She had been taught self-defense techniques by Jiang Jinlong since childhood and had absorbed his tenacity, remaining remarkably calm in crises. Such traits greatly benefited her in business. She served as the general manager of the 168 group, entrusted by Jiang Jinlong with managing the affairs, a testament to her formidable capabilities. Our table was positioned near the entrance, and as Jiang Yi passed by, she unexpectedly glanced at me, stopping to sit beside me. Chun, initially believing he had lost his chance, quickly returned upon seeing Jiang Yi at our table. Jiang Yi glared at me in silence. I furrowed my brow and inquired, "Miss Jiang, is there something you need?" "It's because of you that Where has gone missing," Jiang Yi replied, her voice laced with anger. Where's missing? I was taken aback. What does his disappearance have to do with me? My father wishes to marry me to you, to make you his son-in-law. What does his disappearance have to do with me? Because my father wishes to marry me to you, hoping you would become his son-in-law, Jiang Yi retorted, visibly furious. Throughout my life, I've never defied my father's will. He wants to unite us, and Where is merely an obstacle between us. Thus, Where's mysterious disappearance. Jiang Yi swung her fist towards me. I frowned, thinking, truly, women and petty men are difficult to appease. Jiang Yi is utterly unreasonable. Chun, escort Miss Jiang home. Raising her fist to strike me. I furrowed my brow, thinking, indeed, it is difficult to reason with women and petty men. Jiang Yi is utterly unreasonable. Pongzi, take Miss Jiang home. He has been drinking. I stood up, evading Jiang Yi's impending blow, and instructed Chun Pongzi beside me. Wang Mo, you lack courage. If you have any, come with me to confront my father. Jiang Yi pointed at me indignantly. Being publicly called a coward by such a stunning beauty was somewhat humiliating, prompting me to retort, fine. I turned and walked towards the exit, with Jiang Yi trailing behind me. Chun Pongzi and Qiming exchanged bewildered glances, both at a loss for words. Master truly has a way with women. His wife is already a beauty, yet Jiang Jinlong seeks to pair his stunning daughter with him. He noticed Qiming's lack of response and leaned in closer, whispering, Mengzi, how about I take you out for some fun tonight? Not interested, Qiming replied. Do you prefer men? Chen's face turned pale with surprise. Qiming scrutinized Chun, causing him to break into a cold sweat before retracting his gaze and stating, even less interested in, making him break into a sweat before retracting his gaze. Even less interested. Well, that's good. I drove Jiang Yi towards the 168 group headquarters, as she mentioned that Jiang Jinlong resided there. After half an hour, we stood before Jiang Jinlong. Oh, how did you two end up together? It seems I was right. You are indeed fated, Jiang Jinlong remarked, his face beaming with a smile. Dad, Wang Mo and I are impossible. I hope you do not force this upon me. Jiang Yi spoke first. Jiang Jinlong's expression shifted, shooting a glare at Jiang Yi before turning his attention to me. Mr. Wang, and also where has we gone? Dad, can you tell me the truth? Jiang Yi implored her father, her expression earnest. Let us set aside that matter for now. Yes, and also regarding Wire. Can you tell me the truth, Dad? Jiang Yi implored, her face earnest. Let us set aside his matter for now. I was just having dinner alone. Wang Mo, care to join me for a drink? Jiang Jinlong looked at me. Given his invitation, I felt compelled to accept and nodded. Jiang Yi scoffed, preparing to leave, but Jiang Jinlong called her back. Come back and keep your father company. Jiang Yi pouted, reluctantly staying put. I have a fine bottle of wine. Wait a moment, I'll fetch it. A minute later, Jiang Jinlong returned with a bottle of red wine. I had no expertise in wine, so I did not perceive much difference while drinking. It tasted somewhat sour yet aromatic, lacking the richness of liquor. However, after a couple of glasses, I suddenly felt my head growing heavy. What was happening? I wondered, could Jiang Jinlong have drugged me? Realizing this, I shot a glance at Jiang Jinlong, but my eyelids felt increasingly heavy, and finally, I slumped over, unconscious on the table. What was he up to? This was the last thought that crossed my mind before fainting.